What are my dreams now that the planet is dying? Where are my dreams now that the sky is falling? Who can be dreaming to live with this feeling? How could we know if the sun will be rising? What are my dreams now that the planet is dying? Where are my dreams now that the sky is falling? Who can be dreaming to live with this feeling? How could we know if the sun will be rising? What are my dreams now that the planet is dying? Where are my dreams now that the sky is falling? Who can be dreaming to live with this feeling? How could we know if the sun will be rising? What are my dreams now that the planet is dying? Where are my dreams now that the sky is falling? Who can be dreaming to live with this feeling? How could we know if the sun will be rising? What are my dreams now that the planet is dying? Where are my dreams now that the sky is falling? Who can be dreaming to live with this feeling? How could we know if the sun will be rising?
Absolutely.
Damn. We gotta take a break.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
bright yellow sun. Big 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 bright yellow sun.
Konbanwa, Nihon! Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Pro League Season 10 Finals, live from Tokoname, Japan. We're back here, day 2, Grand Finals Day, and I welcome you again to the desk. I am Rassam Miloš-Finj. I'll be your host for the show today, and of course, joining me is a panel of the best experts around a Rainbow Six, and in Pro League, here to break down every single segment of our matches from yesterday and for today. Please join me in welcoming my two here on the desk. It's Mr. Alex Dalgard Hansen, and of course, James Devmarta Stewart.
Man, we've had such a treat so far. So many really, really close matches this event has delivered so far. Let's get Tate 2 started.
I mean, it was an insanely long day yesterday, but was it worth it? I mean, we're gonna have some crazy games today. No matter what happens, we're gonna crown a new champion, and I think that's really that's the important thing here.
That's the big highlight. Thank you very much for that. So, on now to my next guest, of course. Introduction needs no introduction, to say the least. It's Mr. Devin Emzo Becker. Please, you're here on the telestration station. Tell us again, what do you do on this spot?
I'm just here to take a look at the plays much, much closer and just really draw on my knowledge of the game to show you guys in closer and closer detail what's going on in these matches, because they're going to be fast. Despite how long they took yesterday, a lot of fast action, a lot of things happening, and we're just going to take a closer look at that between a lot of the matches.
All right, thank you very much for that, Devin. We'll come back to you later on to break down our maps and many of our very important rounds in this series so far. But if you missed yesterday, because time zones exist, maybe it's time to recap all that has happened. A beautiful video to show you all of it. Enjoy. Konnichiwa, Nihon! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Pro League Season 10 Finals from Tokoname, Japan.
Ladies and gentlemen, minasan, the 8 teams fighting to be your Pro League champion. Quarterfinal #1, DarkZero and FaZe Clan.
It doesn't seem like there's a camera, and there's a nice kill for Hot and Cold. He only needs 2 more. 19 bullets, so he's got to be careful with that ammunition counter. And here's the denial!
Oh my God!
5 seconds, and cameraman has to rush. Will he land the shot?
It's incredible. This is the biggest crowd I've ever played for in my career. When you're on stage, we can hear everything that they're doing, and it really does give another level of energy when we're up and winning rounds. So it's amazing.
Here it comes, quarterfinal #2, Wildcard and Navi.
Brother is locked out, and Citizen gonna continue to drive it home. He's gonna continue to drive it home. That's a triple kill. It's all on Amorin, but it doesn't even matter.
Well, I think we came into the first game a bit nervous. It's our first international LAN, so we played a bit scared. We didn't take gunfights, which is what we're known for. After the second map, we was like taking gunfights. It was a completely different team to map 1. The event is incredible. The stage, the way we're being treated, everything. It's amazing. So many times they were cheering Navi, Navi. It's completely unreal. I'm speechless. So thank you to all the fans. It's packed here and it's incredible.
It's going to be an amazing scrap again. Aerowolf, Giants Gaming, good luck to you.
You're going to have the guns come alive. Alfalfa finished, it's all on Hicks in a 1v3. It started with Fnatic, and it took down Norarengo. Are we going to see Aerowolf continue their reign of terror, taking out these long-standing teams in the region? Hicks finds one, goes for a second, but call them the Giant Killers. Aerowolf at their first international LAN will survive to the semifinals.
I think our mentality is similar from when we beat Fnatic in APAC LAN. It's that no matter how many rounds we throw, or no matter what happens in the game, no matter what we plan to do and we play together, we'll be fine. And it proves again and again.
The last spot in the semi-finals, Team Reciprocity and NIP.
Mark will actually end up on top with a double kill. They're going to continue to push it as Skies takes down Psycho. The diffuser isn't even down, only 10 seconds. Going to light up the toes, but Pino will actually get it onto barrels, or excuse me, onto pipes. Retro finds one. It's all left up to Musi, but it doesn't even matter. Reciprocity.
Thank you guys for everyone who's been following us. You know, we've slowly become like a 6th place team to now one of the top teams in the world. And all the Japanese fans that are here that are watching this, everyone's super nice here, so we thank you for hosting us and being so generous towards us. So thank you.
Welcome back. Yes, what an impactful day 1. Everybody here was loving it. 4,000 Japanese fans filling the stadium with hundreds of you watching at home. Man, I cannot wait to see what the second day brings us, though. Welcome back on the analysis desk. We'll be recapping everything. If you missed the matches, those are some of the highlights in the plays, but the numbers themselves, they don't tell you the whole story. There's a bit more of a nuance to them, and we're going to be here to explain everything to you. If, you know, some of the Twitter and Reddit analysts were just not enough for you last night. But it's time for us to recap the bracket, take a look at that, and show you where we end up starting off in day 2. Of course, in our quarterfinals, Aerowolf beating Giants 2-1, DarkZero 2-0ing FaZe Clan ends us with Aerowolf versus DarkZero in our first semi-final. Of course, this is NIP versus Reciprocity. NIP with their stand-ins similar to FaZe Clan, and Reciprocity end up taking it in a 2-0. The Navi versus Wildcard, one of the best games we've had in 2019. Here it is, hard fought by Wildcard and ANZ. But Navi are able to prevail, gives us Reciprocity versus Natus Vincere to make sure that we round out this first half of the day with 4 teams out of the 8, and of course our grand finalists yet to be known. We'll figure them out over the next few hours. So please join me in re-welcome my 2 co-analysts on here. We'll be taking a look at some deeper information in just a moment. But overall emotions from yesterday.
It's a lot of surprises, man. A lot of surprises. Just to say that the DC FaZe game was arguably the most decisive game we had I think explains everything quite well. That was a 7-5, 7-4 if I remember correctly. It's kind of rare that that's the most decisive game we have.
And I also think that looking at the favorites for this tournament, most people would probably be saying Giants, DZ, FaZe. Only one of those teams has made it through to the second round, and for the very first time, the only EU team that's made it to the second round is a majority UK-based team, and for the first time, the only APAC team to make it through is a Singaporean team, and we're turning a new leaf on both of those fronts.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe we won't call them an EU team anymore. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that. We'll recap, though, things with our schedule for today. We told you about the games. It's time to put some numbers on them. We're still going to start off with Aerowolf versus DarkZero. That's game number 1 starting off in around 20 or so minutes. And then Reciprocity versus Navi, our second semifinal, a couple hours after that. Later on, our production panel that talks about our upcoming season here for Rainbow Six. So if you're excited to learn about the 2 new operators and what the season has to bring, the reveal panel is right before the grand final, and I hope you're going to stick around for an amazing game. No matter what, 4 teams, a brand new champion in our grand final at around 1700 JST. Again, all of this is in Japan Standard Time, so time zone's a bit different. It's 8 hours for CET if you're in Europe right now, 9 hours for GMT, and then you have to add an extra 6 hours on top of that. You're plus 14, basically, if you're watching in North America on the East Coast right this instant. Which you are, of course. I can see. That said, let's come back to this. Let's break down every single one of our matches. We had 4 quarterfinals. Each one had their own storyline. Let's start off with our top one, Aerowolf versus Giants Gaming. And as you said, finally Singaporean team making it through, but Giants falling.
And Giants for such a long time have been a team to watch out for online. Ever since last year when they reformed their roster out of the ashes of some really, really good previous teams. A lot of players coming from France, Belgium, Germany that have such a high pedigree. And yet they didn't quite break through on LAN. 6 Invitational at the start of this year was a huge disappointment for them. Raleigh, they did finally make it through the group stage, only to be dumpstered on stage by a Challenger League team of FaZe, who's now been relegated into the Pro League. So a real shame for Giants for such a long time not being able to break through. And this time, I think finally we can say it wasn't actually their fault that they didn't progress further through the bracket.
No, I mean, without a doubt, Aerowolf played out of their mind, and it says enough that they beat Fnatic and Orengo to get here. That's pretty big. But from Giants, we've had a lot of faith in them for a very long time. We've expected them to be one of these teams that are very soon going to be in the finalist spot or maybe even winning it. They don't show up when it's there on LAN.
Well, that's game number 1. DarkZero versus FaZe Clan. Of course, FaZe Clan coming in with the replacement. Ion is off the board, thanks to some, or no thanks to some visa issues. But here we are. DarkZero ends up progressing. What happens in this game?
FaZe, they gave it a valiant effort. 9XT did really step up as an individual player, but FaZe were already quite a predictable team, and DarkZero are that squad that's going to go over countless VODs, rigorous preparation, and counter everything that's going to come up against them. And I think another thing that really highlighted for me about DarkZero is their recent practice routine, their recent improvements we've seen. It's not just that looking at developing new strategies and kind of counter-strat. They also have that backbone of if all else fails, if all of our hard breaches die, we trust in our players and in our communication that we can get the job done.
And we definitely saw some DC players step up individually. I do want to say for 9XT, what a hell of a job to step into that roster, perform that well, and it didn't feel like FaZe weren't FaZe playing. It still looked like a fair FaZe DC match, and yeah, it was probably, in my opinion, one of the better matches we've had.
Okay, well, that was game number 2. Then NIP versus Reciprocity. I'm looking at the bracket for this one, by the way, not directly at schedule. NIP Reciprocity, that was our final game of the evening last night, and it kind of got a bit hairy. Of course, NIP come in with 2 stand-ins flown in that afternoon, so they barely had any time. You saw them in the introduction early on in the day. The players did not even land coming in from Spain, so it was a harrowing position, to say the least.
You gotta hand it to our joint Brazilian-Spanish roster for giving them hell. Man, that was a heck of a performance for, as you said, 2 players who rocked up in Japan morning of and just came out to play some Siege, play their heart out. They did their darndest. Almost, well, actually, they did take it to overtime against all odds. A 1 versus 3 from Polo, one of their subs. Huge moves from NIP, even though unfortunately they couldn't make good on the performance they've had the rest of the online season and actually take it to the next stage.
I think on the first map, everything went as we expected. We weren't surprised. This was what we thought was going to happen. The second we hit the overtime, the Polo clutch and whole Twitch chat just spamming Polo everywhere.
Yeah.
I think that's where you start realizing that we really need to win now, because like we can't afford to lose this one.
Also, we don't know if the Twitch chat were thinking it's Bolo or not. You know, who knows how to pronounce Bolo's name, right?
It's just one tiny extra squiggle to make it Bolo.
Exactly. Thank you very much. You're very good at grammar, aren't you? Navi versus Wildcard, of course, a fantastic matchup, called one of the best of this year. 2-1 victory for Navi, but Wildcard really did show up, Alex.
Without a doubt. In all fairness, we do have Navi agreeing that they were terrified in the first game. They didn't play, like they didn't take gunfights, they were running away. That doesn't discredit Wildcard in any way. But I wish we had 2 of the second maps instead of the first one, because it was a much better showing once we got to the second map than the first one.
Yeah, Navi really turned up the heat on Coastline and beat Wildcard on one of their best maps, 7-1. That's no mean feat. For Wildcard, I've been watching them for such a long time. This is not a new team on the block. They've been playing at the top of ANZ and the bottom of APAC for a really long time. It took them 5 APAC LAN events before they got a victory against an Asian team. We thought they were going to get it on their first try yesterday. For quite some time, it looked like they managed to get that against Navi, but a huge performance from the Croatian on the team of Nello to really step up, drag them over the line when it was needed.
Yeah, Nello just, I mean, his 1v4 on Coastline.
It was a 1v4 ace.
Yes, I think that kind of speaks for itself. And he's not normally the player that shines too much or steps up like that, so it's good to see everyone is in a position to do that.
And I was talking to Nello this morning. He's like, honestly, in the first map, we really felt that we were shaking, but we realized, like, okay, we didn't come all this way after getting top 1 in EU, just get first rounded. That's not going to happen. And they played their hearts out. They needed the experience, and it did happen. Though, closing thoughts on yesterday, gentlemen, before we kick it?
I'm just excited that we're going to have a new champ no matter what.
Unfortunate for Brazil and Spain that they won't have any teams through to the semis, but every other region is represented, and I'm really excited for our first map. Should be a fantastic show.
Yeah, I do have to say, it seems like DarkZero, this might be NA's event to win. Who knows? A lot of people have been waiting since Year 1 Season 3 for this.
That said, man, Aerowolf are on a revenge tour. They took down Fnatic, they got their revenge against Norarengo, then it was Giants, next up is DZ.
All right, thank you very much, James. Alec, let's go. Let's get the show on the road.
いよこのシーズン10ワールドチャンピオンが決まる日がやってきました。昨日の Day1 では本当に日本の皆さんのレインボーシックスシージファンのエモーションなところが世界に響いたと思いますが、今日世界チャンピオンを生で見届けられるのはあなたたちだけです。僕は2015年12月1日のレインボーシックスシージリリースから日本でキャスターをやらせていただきましたが、本当に日本の皆さんとこのワールドファイナルの場を一緒に観戦できていることを誇りに思います。ありがとうございました。日本でのレインボーシックスシージの盛り上がりを世界に見せつけましょう。よろしくお願いします。
こんにちは。Arigato Frida, arigato everybody. Wherever you join us, whether here in Japan or watching around the world, welcome back. It's the final day of Pro League Season 10. And this is what they want. We will crown a new Pro League champion today, and if you look back over the years we've had of Siege and our 10 seasons, there are so few teams who've ever held that title. Someone will get it today. The games are coming, 2 semi-finals and a grand final later on, and 4 incredible teams to fight it. Here comes semi-final number 1.
Coming to Japan will be the first time we are participating in the global finals. People might see us as underdogs, but I think that my team has worked very hard, and I personally don't see us as that much of an underdog. I feel like we have what it takes as long as we put into play what we practice at home. The weeks leading up to coming here, we needed to take a look a lot more at the other regions' performance during their respective pro leagues. To be honest, the reason we didn't do that earlier was because we didn't really expect to be able to win in APAC, but we did. And then, yeah, it's just a lot of VOD watching, a lot of preparation, mostly mental, and I feel like we were ready to go. So us being here instead of Norarengo and teams like Fnatic, as a spectator, I would be a little bit disappointed because those are the first teams that you look up to when you mention APAC. So I'm a bit disappointed that Norarengo wouldn't be playing at this event. However, as a team leader and looking at how much my team has wanted this for the past few years, I think that we deserve this chance and we'll try our best not to disappoint the APAC region.
Proudly representing Singapore and the hopes of here in the APAC region, it's Aerowolf! Giant killers yesterday, maybe Pro League champions today, Aerowolf! But another big team await them in the shape of the number 1 of NA.
Our mindset coming from Rally, nothing really changed too much coming into Japan. We knew we were a better team than what we performed in Rally. So basically we just went home, did exactly what we normally do, and we dominated the NA second half of the season to get to Japan. And then just during boot camp, we just really focused on like what can we do to try to have a better LAN event, and try to put everything that we're doing for our online success and then try to replicate that for Japan. Our goal is always going to be to win, and that's the only thing that we do want. That's the only thing I've ever really wanted was just to win an event, but we are going to focus one game at a time, and hopefully that's the way that it's going to be going forward and to get us to the finals. Everyone is extremely friendly here in Japan. That's the biggest thing I noticed, and everything is clean. Everything is honestly been amazing. I can see myself coming back for sure.
Welcome to the semi-finals, DarkZero! Number 1 seed out of NA, so much hope riding on NA in the hands of DarkZero! DarkZero and Aerowolf for the spots in the grand finals!
Thank you very much, Matt, and here we are. Thank you very much, Japan, for being with us throughout this first day and starting off our second one. Arigatou gozaimashita. Let's get the show on the road. Game number 1, and DarkZero are number 1 coming from North America. They're in the semifinals, and they're gonna play against Aerowolf, who has so much history in trying to get to the stage, and now they're in the semis on their first try.
I mean, it is a bit of a Cinderella story, and if Aerowolf goes to win and get to the final, even if they take it eventually, that would be one of the best stories we've seen in Siege so far.
There is a lot of excitement for both of these teams, but I've got to say there's also a lot of pressure, and that falls mostly onto the shoulders of DarkZero. They've been number 1 North America by a landslide. They did take down FaZe, who were a weakened FaZe in the first quarterfinal, so we're yet to see a serious LAN performance from DarkZero. In Raleigh, they said, we know that we are better than this, and now it's their chance to prove it.
Yeah, so they set really high expectations for themselves here, because first off, they have to outperform what they did in Raleigh, and they don't really know what they're up against. This isn't the team they're used to playing against. They have very little they can pull from yesterday. We're most likely not going to see the same map lineup. I mean, I'd be surprised if we do.
Aerowolf are on a vendetta right now. They've just had their revenge on Fnatic, Norango, Giants. DarkZero's up next.
Yeah, and you talked about Allied Esports Minor yesterday, and it's like, yeah, this is the revenge of it, right?
And it was a close game. It was an 8-6. DarkZero only won that in overtime.
It got really, really close, I have to say, but right now, there's a lot on DarkZero's shoulders, and I really want to try to talk about what sort of maps you'd be expecting for this one, because I know you have all the numbers for it, James, specifically you. You had even tweets posted on there, just to be sure that you're not misquoting Fabian. So please, go away.
I would not want to misquote Fabian. I got some more quotes up here, actually, which I'm going to dig into right before I jump into maps. Karzeka said in an interview that he thinks Aerowolf has been the 2nd best team in APAC for years, and yet they've never made it to a global LAN event because it's a single elimination bracket. In APAC, they could verse the best team in the quarterfinal and lose out, which they have done several times.
I mean, in theory, we have that in many tournaments where you could be the 2nd best team and never ever make it out of the first round, right?
That's true.
Because if you get beat by the best team in first round, well, then you never get to actually get up there and shine.
So my question is Giants the 2nd best team at this event?
We'll have to see that later today.
I don't want to overhype Aerowolf because they might not deliver, but the thing is there's no pressure on them right now, and that's something that they have going for them. You wanted to talk about maps, Gassan. The last time these guys played against each other, it was on Bank. And Aerowolf, it's been a really good map for them for a long time, but they did lose it to Wildcard and Cyclops at the 2 most recent APAC LANs that they've been to.
You'll be playing Bank against DarkZero in that situation, and this is a team that ever since the Flipside days were always crazy on the map.
And we saw some performance from them yesterday, a little bit of an unorthodox setup on some of the bomb sites. Like, the 2 teams stack up quite well on pick and bans with operators, right? They're both the Mirror Echo default ban, so I think it's going to come down to who takes a chance here and who has something to throw the other team off. because we saw DarkZero continuously change their attack every single time. It's so hard to prep against that.
Yeah, and this is something that might go into Aerowolf's advantage. I mean, they're coming in, DarkZero, they can prepare as much as they want, but they're very limited. They're limited to, as you said, usually it's just the APAC finals, those few games that you have there, and even the seeding match at the end. It matters, but does it really in the grand scheme of things? And you have that first game and the first play day. There's not a ton to work with.
And another thing for Aerowolf in terms of how much strategies they've revealed over the season, they do play a normal round robin in their local Southeast Asia region, but Southeast Asia is very top-heavy. There are two very strong teams, and while Aerowolf did drop some maps to teams other than Xavier, who's the next best team in Southeast Asia, they really did have the opportunity to hide some of their main strategies. They didn't have to use their full map pool, and that's why we have some maps, especially Villa, where Aerowolf actually don't have that many VODs. Villa is a map that I definitely want to be looking out for in this ban phase, hopefully as our third map, because it's a map that both of these teams have banned a lot, and I think that's a really exciting place to go for a LAN final.
And I think one point I have to say, after seeing how Aerowolf played the Cafe against Giants yesterday, would it be something that would surprise Aerowolf should it get picked? Because it's still a 7-map pool, 2 maps are going to be banned.
Cafe's never been a good map for Aerowolf. It's been the curse map for them, and even my stats don't say that it's that great. DarkZero, on the other hand, not amazing, but still a positive rating overall. We could see there, but I mean, APAC at this event on Cafe has been surprising me every time.
I mean, call up Wildcard. Look at their performance.
I mean, it's the Thatcher Jaeger ban, let's be fair.
Alex, I swear to you right now, for the last 2 games, Alex was sitting here and was like,
so excited. So excited.
Thatcher Jaeger ban, Thatcher Jaeger ban, and it happened in those 2 maps.
It happened twice. I'm shook. Great.
If we're spending too much time with NA players, haven't you?
Apparently.
I mean, in terms of operator bans, there's a lot of options here. You could go for something like that. DarkZero, last time they played Aero, they banned the Montaigne, which is something that both of these teams are famous for. Yeah. I kind of want to see all the shields left in there just to see who can shield better, Mince or Luna Metal.
That's why I want to see Villa so bad. I want to see just a fight of shields in the long hallway. Either Luna or Mint on shield. Let's just have them run shields for a full map.
Yeah, I really hope we end up on Villa.
Yeah, last time we saw like a Monty versus a Clash just standing in the doorway and trying to look at one another.
The death stare.
Yeah. I think that was on Coastline or something where we just stood against one another like, what do I do now? Something's got to give, right?
And it becomes a bit complicated because you can't really Sophia the Clash because then the Monty on it unextends. So there's actually kind of a lot of detail in how you play that out correctly.
Since you're mentioning the Clash, one player I really want to highlight in Clash play outside of the 2 teams that we have here is Fox. Fox on Reciprocity actually played a very, very effective Clash. A lot of times you're not expecting Clash to get kills overall, and especially with the SPSMG, but when you're able to kind of maneuver around as a turtle, basically, and get kills off of it, it's a very impressive sight.
Depending on how much you've practiced against it, Clash can be a really, really difficult operator to, like, you need to set up a lot of stuff on the attacking side to not get completely smushed by it, and you can't get as much ground as you otherwise would, and you can retake on defense for a change.
Something that we talked about yesterday in the Wildcard versus Na'Vi match, when Na'Vi had to attack Penthouse. That's not a normal bomb site they're used to attacking. Clash, Montaigne, these are operators that you don't see every team use. They're not meta at the moment. We do have specific teams who are really good at playing them, and that means in DarkZero's case, for example, they need a lot of practice to play against that Clash and that monster that we know Aerowolf is so good with, and maybe they haven't necessarily had that practice within North America.
I think if I'm Aerowolf, I'm looking at maybe banning a Maestro instead of the Mirror Echo. Shake it up a little bit, get hot and cold off that. Yeah, that was terrifying yesterday, especially on Bank.
They did get rid of the Maestro in their first map yesterday on Cafe against Giants, but I think later on they decided to ban the Echo instead just because Giants are so damn good with Echo. So I reckon I agree with you on that one. Get rid of the Maestro, leave Echo in, let the first map gauge how good DarkZero is with the Echo, and maybe you can afford to leave it in the later maps.
And that is a very good point. A lot of you watching at home, it's difficult to kind of understand how a best-of-3 rolls. Like, if you lose a map, you still can come back. You can try things on the first map if it's not your best, and playing around with operator bans to make sure you can gauge your opponents is something both will have to do. They faced off against one another, but that was once, and it was so long ago that at this point it's kind of a different metagame.
I mean, we've heard plenty of players say it's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
Exactly.
That especially goes for the first map. It's okay to take some chances. It's okay to lose the first map to try and figure out exactly what you can do in the upcoming ones.
I'm not going to say anything about losing maps because Flynn kept roasting me yesterday about the wildcard on Cafe, so I can't make any statements like that again. I'm just going to shut up. Everyone wants it.
You're having so much fun. That's all that matters. But we're going to take a look at our rosters here, starting off with Aerowolf. A reminder for everybody that is watching them for the first time, maybe you should be watching them a lot more in APAC. There's Hysterics, Lunar Metal, Speakeasy, Vincere, and Mentalist.
And one thing that is always going to stick with me is the question mark. Mentalist announced on Twitter just 2 days ago that this is his last event with the team. It's very difficult to have an esports career in Singapore. There are a lot of different factors that affect that, from the culture to studying to national service. And Mental, it's been a decision that he has to stop playing after this event. So is this his last game? It might not be.
I'm pretty sure you want to get all the games in. If it's your last tournament, then go to the finals.
I think you've done pretty well so far. You've banked up a decent chunk of cash. As we said yesterday, prize pool for this season plus online is $616,000 US. That's quite a bit. It's like 3 billion Australian dollars converted. So James, you of all people should know that. But Aerowolf's opponents, DarkZero, of course, are top seed from North America. Big favorites to take this entire tournament. This might be their chance. Ages ago, we'll put that team up on the board for you, and we'll run through the roster in just a moment. There we go. It's Hyper, BC, Mint, Hot and Cold, and Nyx. Hot and Cold, he's always hot, and he's very cold outside of the game. Inside of it, man, the man is popping 24/7.
One thing to notice here is they all have positive ratings. Every single player. Hyper had a little bit of stress yesterday. It wasn't really what we expected. Nyx really stepped up, but they are all on a positive rating. So that's kind of insane.
In contrast to Aerowolf, where we had, I believe, 3 players under 1.0. 2 players, including Lunar Metal. I don't want to throw too much shade his way, because not only is he the dad of the team, the IGL, the dad, the oldest guy on the team, he's constantly babysitting them. So it's okay if he has a lower rating. But remember that Aerowolf had a much harder time to get to the semi-final compared to DarkZero, who went through a weakened phase. The big thing about this event that I want to highlight for DarkZero is Hyper is such a good player. He was picked up, but he wasn't really performing to my expectation. He wasn't doing badly, but he wasn't doing Hyper, for sure.
All right, well, we'll talk about that in just a moment. We'll resume in a second as we have our map bans coming on up. We'll put those and start running through them as we discussed which maps we might be expecting, some of the strategies. Again, this is a best of 3 series. It goes with our 7-map pool. 2 bans, 2 picks, and then 2 bans with our decider. Border and Bank will be in play. Border, we barely seen it, and then Clubhouse as decider. Here we go. We have our 3 maps, ladies and gentlemen. You can mark them. They're the 3 in gold under, and we will be taking notes as well. So, gentlemen, let's start off with map number 1. Border, we definitely didn't expect
been a while.
it. Yeah, honestly. Border was considered this, like, it's now the new Oregon. It really is. Nobody wants to play Border.
I'm sad to see Villa gone. I really am. I wanted that so bad. I know DC bans it a lot.
Can we redo the ban phase?
Yeah, can we try again? No, Border, at least, I think we're going to see something kinda the same in, like, we could see some pretty annoying shield plays there as well.
Border, it's a bit scary for me. Aerowolf did lose it at the APAC finals to Fnatic, but that said, there's not a lot of other VODs on the map of them, and they did smash Norengo 7-1 on the map as well. So DarkZero can be looking to that, but it is a map where absolutely anything can happen, and that is a bit dangerous.
And Aerowolf is starting an attack on Border. At least, if I'm Aerowolf, I'm looking to see how hard I can push Border. Like, how much can I actually do? How fast can we go before, you know, we start failing again and pick that up?
All right, gentlemen, closing thoughts. James, let's start with you. Aerowolf, DarkZero, map 1 Border.
I mean, either I'm going to be not having faith in my APAC brethren, or I'm going to be biased. So I feel like I can't make any predictions. I want an absolute banger of a match right here, worthy of a grand final.
I think it's going to be a long but good 2-0.
4?
with one of the teams.
Yes.
You know, when Alex is indecisive, something is up. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll resume after our first and second maps. For now, I think it's time to get the show on the road. Nihon, are you ready? Ikuzo! Gabate, let's go!
All right, Milos, thank you so much. We're going to be starting off Championship Sunday on our very final day with a hell of a match. Aerowolf versus DarkZero, the #1 team in APAC versus the #1 team in North America. We have the #1 team in Europe still standing.
Yep.
So we got a good match coming up after this, but first, let's get to the goods. A lot of people surprised that Aerowolf came out on top yesterday. They weren't necessarily in a lot of people's pick'ems for the final day.
I mean, we've been talking about it this whole event. They are, among others, a team that don't have a lot of pressure on their shoulders as to expectations. So showing up and performing as they have, I mean, it's impressing everybody. It's making them a lot of fans, but it's something that they have the freedom to do because they're not feeling the constraint of that pressure, like, for example, what DarkZero must be feeling going into this match.
Border is Hell in a Cell now if Oregon isn't referred to that title. And
I think it's the new one.
Touched by the analyst, it's the new Oregon. All right, you come in and you know that it's going to be a bit unpredictable.
Yeah.
The way that you take Armory, the way that you take Office is very standardized. A lot of teams have basic strats for it. There is some room for creativity. We saw Lunar Metal yesterday running out the Montaigne, and while DarkZero is a team that is no stranger to shield play either, but DZ appears to be quite prepared. From the bans, they banned Metal out because they didn't want to have to go up against Aerowolf on it. Now they'll take the Montaigne out as well. Now, DarkZero could still run a shield if they wanted. Mint has played Blitz a number of times. We don't know if that's something that's in the wheelhouse of Aerowolf.
But I do think we're going to be seeing the Montaigne ban for the majority of these maps. I don't see DarkZero letting Aerowolf get their hands on Montaigne in any situation. Thatcher going to be the ban from Aerowolf, a ban that they are very familiar with, and Mira, another ban that Aerowolf is very familiar with. So they're going with their standard bans here. They're getting rid of what they're used to getting rid of. And this was a quick ban from DarkZero. It'll be a Valkyrie eliminated here on Border. That's going to hamper the aggression potential for roamers and just for runouts in general. Also means you can choose to bring an IQ, but we do have an Echo still in play, so it's likely that you're still going to bring the IQ here.
I was talking to Aerowolf this morning while we were having breakfast. And just went over and wished them well as we were leaving. I didn't see DarkZero because I couldn't extend the same courtesy to them. However, when I was leaving the breakfast venue, Lunar Metal turns to me and he says, "Are you casting our match today?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Yep, and if you make it to the finals, we'll be casting that one as well." And he goes, "Well, regardless," he goes, what was the word he used? He goes, "Get ready." And I always love when teams say "get ready" because it always shows that there's something at play that they've come up with. And while DarkZero is a very reactive team, they do their homework, they're very well prepared. We mentioned that yesterday in the matchup, and every single time that we see DarkZero play against their cohorts over in North America. For their lineup, it's going to be a Meister, Alibi, Jaeger, Smoke, and Kaid. You can see it very conveniently on your screen, all the perspectives of the various defenders and how they do their setups. Now, for this Armory defense, it's the second floor bomb site on Border. It's the only bomb site that's on the second floor of Border. Some teams have different variations to this strategy. Do they defend aggressively inside of Armory and Office, or do they expand outwards? In this case, DarkZero is going to extend their defensive hold all the way over to monitors. They've got deployable shields set up. They've got some kill holes and rotate holes that have been established into the Office/Fountain wall, and then the monitors wall as well. As for Aerowolf, you can see Zofia, Buck, Ash, Thermite, and Nomad. And Nomad was an interesting experiment that was used by Aerowolf in the past, but you can already see that there's been a switch up on this operator role. You got Lunar Metal on the Ash, there's no Monty available. I imagine that Aerowolf was anticipating that shield ban, and as such, Aerowolf will have to try something different. Keep in mind this was a team that also, oh no, hysterics. This was also a team that ran Dokkaebi. This is a team that's run a lot of IQ. Aerowolf can bring a lot of things that they're, should they require it.
That's Hyper just playing with his enemies, but also, when you put that up there, you can't shoot it. And keep a look on your screen. See how Identity Hidden is constantly flying around the screen for the attackers? That's actually a neat little distraction trick from Hyper, because it's not him necessarily toying with his enemies as much as it is, oh, you always are going to have this enemy detected outside notification on your screen. You're going to have to pay attention to it, and if we do run outside, well, then you might not know it's actually happening. That's a clever little move there from Hyper. I like that. And we'll see if it actually benefits DarkZero in this one. Nade comes out from Mentalist. He's trying to deal with the bandit tricking by the triple wall. Well, not bandit tricking, Kai tricking, but it's not going to work out. You can see Speakeasy eliminated by Mint. Eventually, Mentalist will get the Electro Claw. He bucks from below, and that's going to allow triple wall to get opened up. The Kai Electro Claw going to be a little bit late on the toss there. Wall nice and open for Vincere and Aerowolf.
Didn't Alibi's clones used to, like, the outside notification, did it disappear after 10 seconds?
I think it does disappear after a while.
I was going to say, it used to disappear after 10 seconds. I don't know if that's still the case or if we just have access to it. I'm not sure.
Maybe it's spectator mode, yeah.
Lunar Metal's got the G36C in hand. He's going to creep down the hallway and head on over towards the office and maybe check on in, do some destructive work, where Ash's breaching rounds have now become a very prominent piece of utility for the attackers. This holding monitors by Hyper is going to be tenuous at best as Lunar Metal is in and takes him down, just vaults right on in. Great coordination. He'll have to watch out for the Alibi decoy clone that's right in front of him. They've got control of monitors, Aerowolf that is, and they can continue to now push on over towards the rest of the site. It's going to be Nyx as the next point of contact. He sees one, a drone. He manages to gun it down, but then continues to move on over, but he gets traded out by Mentalist. He will not find a way back into the office at all. So DarkZero finds themselves down a man with 20 seconds to go, but they have full control with 3 anchors still remaining on site. And Alda perfectly positioned to take the Zophie out. Hysterics doesn't know somebody's playing there. Mint lights one up, but he gets traded out possibly by the Buck. There's Mentalist. Will BC be able to do any work? Takes out Lunar Metal, immediately pivots. Vincere and Mentalist are full HP. Do they have control of B or not? They need to go for a defuse. Where's Vincere? Inside of sight? No, 1 second left, getting the diffuser down. Up pushing is Hot and Cold. Mentalist will be the one who needs to hold his teammate in place. Vincere will manage to get it off, but Hot and Cold guns him down. Mentalist is there, but Hot and Cold saves the day. Another clutch from Hot and Cold, and DZ will steal away the first round right from under the noses of Aerowolf and take it with a successful defuse from HNC.
Parker, I got a feeling like this match is going to be just as close as the one we saw with Aerowolf yesterday. That was pretty exciting, and so far we've gotten some really awesome fights coming from both of these squads. DZ not backing down in that round, despite the fact that Aerowolf had an amazing set of early kills. They managed to clear out the office, opening up that triple wall, and they wasted almost no time. Props to Aerowolf for that. A lot of teams will get caught up on the triple wall with the Electro Claws. Whoa! That shot from Mint.
You got knocked on your ass there. That's
impressive.
I believe The Rock says you put boots to asses. That's a whoa.
We've just been seeing nothing but insane shots, so I'm going to continue with what's actually happened strategically in that round. We saw a clear into office and then followed up by a clear into CCTV. Both of those managed to get Aerowolf some kills, but then DarkZero, the anchors, doing so much work in that round, and that managed to salvage it for DZ. Big props there to Hot and Cold in particular. He had a pretty fantastic individual performance, anchoring by Armory, but managing to deny the round over in Archives. Now, DarkZero are going to be going to Ventilation, so far we've had the same exact site lineup that we almost always see on Border. When my colleagues were saying Hell in a Cell to use to describe this map.
I believe that was me.
That was you and Zeronica, I want to say.
I mean, I am also your colleague.
Yes. Yes. We're all, yes.
Yes.
When that was being talked about, basically what they mean is this. This map is so fleshed out and predictable that you see almost the same sites, you see a lot of the same strategies employed by both the attackers and defenders, and it's because it's been really fleshed. Everybody knows this map. Everybody's practiced this map. Really, a lot of depth here has been explored, and you hit the bottom.
This is a rush, Michael.
Oh, no.
They're going for broke, and Mint can't hit the shots with the TCG. Lunar Metal now exchanging some words, and now it's another kill for Aerowolf as they picked up 2 in 30 seconds. Heading on in, and DZ will need to weather the storm inside of the site. BC concussed for the time being. He's got too many angles that he needs to watch. Doesn't have a shotgun in hand. It's the MP5 on mute. A frag grenade will go, will not connect from Aerowolf. You'll have to reposition the Yokais. So the offsite presence from DarkZero has already been removed from equation with the exception of Hyper, who is above. He's got to rotate now if he needs it inside of monitors to drop down to customs. And he's going to be supported by a Yokai at the bottom of the stairs. It's a bit of a hurry up and wait situation from Aerowolf as, well, 30 seconds, they waste no time and then they kind of hit the brakes.
Yeah, so the point I was trying to get to with my story there is basically you have to do things unpredictably, and crazy strategy is the only way to really get an edge over your enemy, and that's what we're seeing from Aerowolf. But Hot and Cold will at least get the first kill for his team, and that's going to bring DarkZero back into the running here. And another one for DarkZero as BC challenging the front door. Hysterics just didn't expect that. You could see he was still in the transition to ADS when BC killed him. So really nice play there from BC, positioning himself again in the crazy spots.
Hot and Cold upstairs with the Yokais down below gives them great coverage of both of the floors. And while you've got Hyper up there too, BC, if he gets overrun on the site, you have Hyper and Hot and Cold with express routes back to the actual site by dropping through the hatches. So not all hope is lost. Meanwhile, Hyper's given up his hold over to monitors. He headed towards the back stairs, but now he's going to go back over towards monitors. Plant going down from Vincere. I don't know if DarkZero is aware of this, and it's this other diffuser planted with Vincere on coverage. Falls off the plant. Down goes BC now as well, and Hyper in a 1v3 with diffuser down. He'll have to fight for the objective and possibly snap onto some heads. He gets one, but in midst reload, he gets gunned down, and we'll tie things up. Aerowolf cleaning up that round after a really early rush on into the site, and they stick the landing despite losing 2 to DarkZero. DZ could not hold on.
Good job there to Aerowolf managing to get that plant down and cover it in the end. I like their ability to control a plant zone despite the fact that DarkZero still had control above Aerowolf. So good job to Aerowolf making that happen. A big part of why that was successful in the end for Aerowolf is because of this moment right here. Vincere managing to get the plant right under the nose of Hot and Cold, and you don't expect to see that stuff happen. You gotta imagine those Yokai drones had been cleared out, so that's probably not much of a factor. But the plant directly below, that's rough for DarkZero. Gonna have to correct that mistake. They move forward here. They'll be going to ventilation yet again. And, well, the strategy for DarkZero last time they were here was to extend themselves upstairs, hold above, delay, and then try to use that vertical control for site pressure. They used Yokai drones to allow for more site pressure while they were roaming, but this time they're going to rotate the Echo into a Maestro. It's probably the right call. The IQ play on Aerowolf has been exceptional so far through this match. And letting IQ destroy your Yokai drones without a care in the world is going to really strain your sight control. The Evil Eyes, though, they're going to be a little bit more durable. You'll have to use a nade or a Zofia Lifeline to destroy them from the current lineup we see on Aerowolf. They've got options, but they're going to have to rotate players to get rid of that utility before they go for plant this time.
I do like how DZ blew up their composition on that second round, and they look to have done the same on this round now, too. They're going to change a couple things. They're going to bring a Legion, they're going to bring a Castle, and there'll be a Maestro instead of the Echo. This is 3 rounds now where the flexibility from DarkZero is shown, and the prep work that they do, and a big part of why this team has been so successful is front and center. That kill hole shot from Nyx over in monitors does not go. The Hibana will walk away without a scratch on her shiny new paint job. So Vincere will live to see another day. That would have been a massive opening kill for Nyx to be able to take out the singular hard breacher, as Border is one of those maps where you don't often see more than one hard breach. You might see a Maverick accompany a Hibana or a Thermite depending on what the operator bans are, but it's not very commonplace. This is another workshop take for Aerowolf, another workshop defense for DarkZero, and it's a much slower pace. We're already a minute in, and there's been minimal contact, barring Nyx's kill hole or punch hole or bullet hole, I guess.
Bullet hole.
It's still technically a kill hole.
You can kill hole is a generalization of a hole in a wall where you can kill people through it. Yeah.
Oh, is that?
Yes.
That is what kill hole means.
Yeah.
It's a hole in which you kill people through.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nice bullet hole, but it didn't, well, work for Nyx. Speakeasy's going to be a really big player here for Aerowolf. You can see he's alone right now. He's trying to clear his way into monitors, CCTV, and he does, I believe, have Vincere there to support him on the other door by the break room. Yes, indeed, he does. But he's only just arrived. Vincere has only just arrived, so it's going to be a slower take here. And it actually gives time for the roamers in CCTV to fall back. Not going to do that just yet, but they have that opportunity. Hysterics can cut off the rotation from below. Vincere is going to get nicks, so already a good start for DZ despite Vincere getting downed.
And I think that's worth it for DZ, absolutely. You've managed to take out the Hard Breacher, that's Diffuser down. Somebody's going to have to go retrieve him. The Mozzie is situated in a position where he's going to be hard to flesh out, and it's going to be all on the shoulders of Mentalist, who confronts 2 barricades inside of Office and now has to retreat and find a new way in, which is going to be through the balcony, leading all the way towards the Office door. All the while, the clock is just continuously working in DarkZero's favor as Hyper drops now. So DarkZero's fallen off the hole that they had above. Aerowolf will split duties for the time being. Mentalist gets hot and cold, but it's a perfect trade, which is not exactly uncommon to see on LAN. Armory control is in favor for Aerowolf, but they've got 20 seconds left in this round. It's almost over, and DarkZero are in great position to be able to hold this off. Unless Aerowolf will be able to snap their fingers and kill half of this lobby, this is going to be very, very challenging. BC also has an angle on the Lunar Metal, guns him down, immediately looks towards another door with Hatch control still in favor for Mint, who will be able to pick away at Speakeasy. No! Speakeasy wins that one, but they're running out of time. You're going to need to go for kills, but BC is there on a double. Speakeasy gets Hyper, and they're all out of time. It's the clock that gives DarkZero that victory, and well, I think you could say that Aerowolf lost that round in the mid-half, where they couldn't get a proper adaptation, and Vincere and Speakeasy spent too much time upstairs on a roam clear that should have been done about 30 seconds sooner.
Give Speakeasy 10 more seconds, he might have been able to win the fight against BC right at the end there. It was a good round from both of those players, though. And
Jordan, that's the wrong Jordan.
Yeah,
that's the wrong Jordan.
That's Bacon.
That's Bacon. That's Jordan. I guess.
I believe he calls himself the coach of the people. Is that him? Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Yes.
And occasionally cast. Words are
difficult.
Coach of DarkZero.
Oh, that was the trade right there. Like Parker said, we actually see trades a little bit more on LAN, and the reason is if you've never played Rainbow Six Siege,
I've never played it.
In a LAN environment,
okay,
then it's hard to explain. But oh, what a shot from Speakeasy! Basically, this game is so much more responsive, so much more. It just feels so right when you're playing it on LAN. You could talk to any one of the players here today, and they'll tell you the same story. You come off LAN, and then you go back to regular play with 30+ ping, and it just feels different. It feels almost wrong. So it's an experience and a half for all these players. They all enjoy that at the very least. But it does make for a situation where you'll have, trades happening.
So given that this is going to be an Armory take for Aerowolf, they have gone back to the exact same composition that they used in round number 1. I don't know why words are so hard today. Maybe it's because it's still so early.
Yeah, I mean, we're just getting started.
You know, when in doubt, just use jet lag.
Yeah, it's jet lag.
Anyway, so we're going to see almost the same thing as well from DarkZero, but one key change. Mint has gone off of the Kaid, and instead he's using the Bandit. Now, Bandit tricking on the Office wall is going to be used very differently than Kaid. I don't think the Kaid was the right choice for Mint in that particular instance. And when I say that, I mean in order to keep the wall closed. Against an exothermic charge, Electric Claws are not fast enough to activate. X-Karos are slow, they're sluggish. By the time that you get the Electric Claw deployed from Kaid, you can stop those X-Karos from Hibana of going off. Can't really do the same thing with an exothermic charge. Bandit batteries are much better in that particular instance.
Yeah.
So you got to open up the wall. Now, this is DarkZero taking advantage of the fact that Aerowolf banned a Thatcher. So Aerowolf will likely have a way around it. It's Mentalist primarily being below the actual wall. He shoots the battery, shoots the charges, whatever. You get the wall open now. If somebody from DarkZero is positioned down below, they could possibly get Mentalist, but so far it doesn't really seem like DZ is expending much to hunt the buck down.
They've got to get rid of those Bandit batteries, no matter what the solution is. Hysterics has actually positioned himself somewhere that his enemy doesn't know about, but the shots will come out and miss until they don't. Nyx not seeing the tracers there from Hysterics, and he will die early, as will Hot and Cold. The setup here by the Armory wall, absolutely terrible for DZ because they weren't aggressively holding anything. And there's another for Hysterics.
That's 3.
He gets a third. How does he keep just pushing into DarkZero? Nobody there to stop him because nobody's trying to. Aerowolf now find themselves up 5-1 as Lunar Metal adds to the tally. BC, the last one alive on DZ, and he's gonna have to be a hero to bring this round home.
They'll reposition over towards B and toss out a smoke, but this man is in a rock and a hard place. There's Zofia, frag grenade sails out. Is it gonna connect with BC? No, around the corner. How about a flawless round and a 4K from Hysterics as an exclamation point on that one?
Well, it's what we certainly got, and wow, I mean, props to Hysterics, but what was going on with that setup from DarkZero? They had
three people in monitors, 2 people in monitors?
They had 2 people in monitors, 1 player holding an aggressive angle on the armory wall that was open, soft, and not one of those players was watching the west balcony of all places, which is exactly where Hysterics came from. He came up that west balcony, positioned himself between all of these different players on DZ, and killed all 3 of them. Not a single one of them tried to actually fight him directly. It was an odd exchange there for DarkZero. You really got to question that one. I'm guessing that they got their communication lines crossed up, and, well, I don't think that will happen again, but every single round in a match like this really does matter. See Hot and Cold trying to set up an Evil Eye. A really nice one here. You set it up on top of the pipe and you can get some great information. It's less likely to be spotted.
Yeah, unless you have a Twitch, it's basically impossible to get rid of without Thatcher. And even then, Thatcher's just going to disable it, so.
And you can position, if you're using the Evil Eye when you see the EMP come in, make it look up, then they can't shoot it.
It's very similar to when we saw, I think it was Secret? If Leon Gids, it might have actually been, who threw the yokai drone onto the shelf.
Yeah, I remember.
Top of the lockers over by the corner of Armory, and everybody's like, you can do that?
And then you can't shoot it with IQ.
Because it's in a
protected.
It's the same as when you're on Clubhouse and you throw a yokai up onto like the ventilation rack that goes, like the ventilation tubing that goes up in church. Just nice little cheeky angles, and I know that we're gonna be seeing that cam in ranked 100%.
Oh, without a doubt. Do you see that right there? We actually saw the Jaeger put some barbed wire on the west balcony, and early on, Hot and Cold is going to get a pick there onto Lunar Metal. So the Ash gone, your primary fragger.
That's a common spot as well. I think it was NVK or Kanto popularized that spot way back.
I think
it was Kanto Ricchetti against NVK, if I remember, back at the Sao Paulo land.
It's pretty far,
It's very far back. And I remember he shot through that window and threw a bit of the drywall and got a kill on it. People were like, oh, wait, I forgot that existed.
And everyone pre-fires it now.
Yeah, now everybody pre-fires it because you're very likely to catch somebody rotating inside of Office.
In this way, it went the other way.
In this case, Hot and Cold opens up the window and he sees Lunar Metal. Now, Lunar Metal wasn't exactly integral in the last round, but at the same time, he and Zofia are going to be crucial for getting those Evil Eye cams. I don't know what Nyx is doing. He gets spotted, and Ysera's there to capitalize on it. This is the 2nd round in a row where Nyx has just given his life away, and Nyx is going to need to sort that out at some point because he was too good yesterday to be not just your opening death, but not providing to a round. Nyx is a very strong player. He went +8 yesterday. He was responsible for most of the opening duels from DarkZero. He needs to be playing a little bit tighter than he has been over the last couple rounds.
Yeah, Nyx needs to definitely work out whatever's causing him problems. Right now, it is even though. So as much as Aerowolf managed to get that pick for basically nothing, there hasn't been a landslide here. Now that was a nice angle being held there by the attacker through small office to metal, but it's actually not going to get anything just yet.
It's going to be really challenging because Aerowolf has opened up a small hole into the small office, but they're going to need to focus on the bandit tricking that Hyper is doing on the wall. And you can't really do that because if you want to push on in, you're very susceptible from getting attacked from Office or even from metal detectors, especially when there's Mint now, who on the Clash will prevent anybody from walking through that door. It'll slow them down in the process, and you got Hyper behind him. That's very scary. And somehow Hyper loses. I don't know how he walks away with that one, with Hysterics managing to outduel Hyper for the time being. They'll have to pick him up with 40 seconds, and it'll be BC in order to get him, not the BBC, not the media station. So, you get the Clash back in position. Hyper is back up. He could have gotten the wall. Mint and BC have both lost a little bit of HP in the process. Another Toxic Canister is going to go out, and that will deny entry. With Hot and Cold playing over by Fountain, gives his position away, but he gets Ysera in the process. That's perfect. Diffuser is down and lost. I think you could call it on an island at this point. With Hot and Cold and BC playing Fountain tight, and the crossfire established, that will almost assuredly get the buck when he peeks on out. It's somehow Mentalist walks away with that. Hysterics down, and then the buck comes on in. It's another for Hot and Cold, who manages to see the back of Speakeasy, can't light him up, but there's no time left. It doesn't matter if Speakeasy gets killed yet again. Another round, 1 on time from DarkZero, and they have been very frustrating to play against for Aerowolf, as that's 2 rounds now, where Aerowolf have just not had the wherewithal to clear and push the way that Aerowolf is used to.
This is playing out exactly as I envisioned it. We saw in the last match yesterday, it was Giants versus Aerowolf, and Giants leaned into the fights that Aerowolf were putting up. Giants were like, oh, you want to tussle? We'll tussle. And you got a lot of, that was clean.
Good night.
You got a lot of just pushes from Giants, putting themselves in dangerous positions. Oh no, Hysterics.
The sad part is that he couldn't finish that.
Yeah, he was so close.
It was very, very close. He probably could have re-engaged, but he was a little slow and...
Yeah, but you notice what's happening from DarkZero is they're not really playing into Aerowolf's game. They're just holding the site here.
They're playing their own game.
They're playing their game.
Aerowolf, so far, with what we see oftentimes, though, to be completely honest, you see this an awful lot. Aerowolf is currently playing DarkZero's game. The defense is setting the tempo, which doesn't always happen. They've tried to avoid it.
We saw that rush one time.
And I mean, it worked, though.
Yeah.
So when Aerowolf plays their own game, it goes well, but I mean, I think at a very basic level, you can kind of say, well, of course, when a team plays their own game, they win. Thank you for your contribution. I know.
Yes, but the thing is, and the reason we bring this up, is because it's so frequent that a team will start playing their opponent's game when they start losing. They'll be like, oh, things aren't working out. Well, let's try and adapt. They're playing more structured. Let's try and play more structured. Well, DarkZero is a very structured team. They're a very calculating team, and I think that Aerowolf need to keep doing their thing. They need to keep doing what worked for them against Giants yesterday. Now,
one thing that I want to note here, that we've been keeping track of, or at least I've been keeping track of, kind of reformed how I take notes. Aerowolf has the 4 final rounds that we've played, all rounds 2, 3, 4, 5. Aerowolf has the opening pick in every single one of those rounds. They've only won 2 of them. DarkZero has managed to translate being down 4v5 into a victory half of the time. That is an exceptionally good statistic for DarkZero, and it shows 2 things to me. Number one, first and foremost, is, as we put it, DarkZero is not wavering. They are playing their own game. Even when they are down on numbers, they stick to the system that they have, and it works very effectively. But number 2, in the Giants matchup yesterday against Aerowolf, we were critical of both teams for not being the best at droning. They just simply were not well coordinated, and they were giving away entry kills, either on attack or defense, because they didn't seem to know where their opponents were. They can rectify that issue just by droning better. Aerowolf is still showing that same vulnerability. They are still having issues being able to translate. We got a kill, let's continue to keep that ball rolling. The trend will break, and DarkZero will get the opening kill on round number 6, so a good duel as Lunar Metal falls. For the 2nd round in a row, it's Lunar Metal being the opening death.
This angle here that Nyx is using is very strong. It's hard to challenge as an attacker, and he can immediately put himself into cover by just hitting the movement key to his right for a second. But the nade might be able to counter it if Mentalist places it correctly. He's actually currently going for that Bandit battery. He's gonna get it. That could allow the wall to get opened up, and it will. Xcaro starts detonating on the fountain wall. And that's going to be a long angle that will be used to try and fight these 3 players roaming upstairs. They're gonna fall back though. This is, of course, a Teller's defense. Once you get control of the office, it's extremely powerful as an attacker because you can then start opening up from above. The last person upstairs that I can see there to try and stop the attack is going to be Hot and Cold and Mint. You got 2 here. That's a decent array between these 2, and the way that they're set up, they can refrag each other. That's going to be really important when Aerowolf try to actually push in here.
There goes the wall inside of office, and you noted it very correctly. You can lose control very fast. As Nyx had dropped, and now Mint has as well, but Hot and Cold is still up there. I don't think he's been detected. Great patience, he takes the head off of 1, expecting a second, but he'll lose the fight to speak easy. So Aerowolf will at least get the trade as they need it. It's now Mint in customs, under pressure. He's gonna have Hyper come on in. Hysterics finds him, the R4C doing great work, but just as Hysterics vaults vulnerable, it's Hyper, and Nyx now comes alive too. Speakeasy from above. He's been last alive on his team a number of times, but he drops with his back to the remaining player, confronts the castle barricade, and he's all out of time, all out of luck, and he's all out of life as well. DarkZero will take the first half, 4-2. Aerowolf's map, keep that in mind. And the Thatcher ban might not have been the culprit, but Aerowolf's attacks were not quite as robust or as coordinated as they needed to be. We'll swap sides and see how these teams will do. DarkZero have an opportunity to steal away the map pick from Aerowolf, and that would be huge, setting us up for Bank as the possible finale in map number 2.
The thing that I'm noticing here is just how patient not only the team DarkZero, but how patient every player on DarkZero is with their movements, with their positioning. You could see there's a lot of pre-aiming going on. There's a lot of just basic mechanical stuff that's not being skipped over. I ask you, how many players do you think actually have such a refined play style that they're never skipping over their pre-aims. They're never skipping over an angle. In Rainbow Six Siege, there are so many things to check. There are so many moments where you are going to be making a play that is half efficient and half a risk. And I'm not seeing much of that from DarkZero. The majority of their play has been just really precise. I'm not gonna skip anything, which is unusual, even at the highest level.
The only thing that I would say that I can find an issue for DarkZero is Nyx.
That's true.
Going off on his own a couple rounds.
That's a good point.
He was, he needlessly gave his life away 2 rounds in a row. But other than that, he's been pretty sound. Yesterday in their matchup, we remarked that this is the best LAN performance that we've seen out of Nyx. He's had some significant issues in the past with being consistent on LAN and not showing up. And I don't want to say letting the team down, because I think that the audience will run with that in a way that they probably shouldn't. But I will say that Nyx not being at full strength significantly hampers DarkZero, and when you see Nyx show up the way that he does online, and the way that he did yesterday, he is a force to be reckoned with.
So far today, he hasn't had his moment.
Correct.
And he has been making a lot of mistakes.
That last round, though, he was huge.
Yes, that last round, he was good. And as a whole, I'd say DarkZero, again, they're not making many of those mistakes. Nyx is the exception in this case. So, moving on from that point, Aerowolf, they're going to need to make something happen here now on defense. That's the advantage they have to an extent. It's not necessarily defender-sided map, not really. Not the way that Border has set itself up. So far, we've seen 4 defense out of the 6 rounds played. 4 defensive wins, I mean. But that was DarkZero just playing really refined. Could be that Aerowolf has the same thing going on here. Oh, an opportunity for Nyx, and he is going to botch it. Unfortunate there.
I don't think he did much damage at all. No, he didn't. He's running the new angled grip L8A1, which is the LMG, the second LMG, I guess, if you technically consider the consider the AUG or
G8A1.
Yeah, to be, or the G8A1. Yeah, sorry, my apologies. Interesting, yeah, it's an interesting gun that we've seen a couple times, not all that often, but DarkZero is now having some difficulties, to be frank, in capturing monitors. They've got 2 different operators that are lined up outside of it. Hyper and Nyx will just watch the window intently, and Hyper has the run out that could possibly happen from over on Armory. Hyper dives on in, gun down from Lunar Metal. Vincere had taken damage earlier, we knew that, but he had a supporting cast. So now Nyx needs to do solo duty over by the door of Armory. BC usually very good with his nades. He'll not find anything as the Buck throws one up in frustration through the hatch down below. A minute left for Aerowolf to just sit back and wait. They have the opening pick. That's huge. Can they translate it to more?
So far, we haven't seen any tools used from DZ to get these players in CCTV. Speakeasy and Vincere, though, going to go down. And that was not necessarily a CCTV roam. It was one of them, yes. But we see the other rotate into the hallway. That's on 90. That's going to be Hysterics there playing to try and punish the attackers for the control that they've just leveraged. Well, the rest of the defenders, meanwhile, they need to hold on to that site. Hysterics is going to continue to be aggressive on this position, which is going to confuse DarkZero, I'm sure. But he'll be downed, not finished off though. That's a Doc. He can pick himself up, and his Mentalist gets 2, and it's looking terrible for DZ. Hysterics can possibly pick himself up, possibly get picked up, and it's going to be another for Mentalist. Now it's just Nyx. He's behind Mentalist. He can get this kill. He just needs to commit to the play, but he knows he's got other people to fight. He's not even going to get one. Mentalist, a big round. That was a 4K and just sitting on that wall.
And a huge mistake from DarkZero to peek over and over and over again in 0 effort to coordinate properly. That was DarkZero throwing their lives at a problem and expecting something to work out, and Mentalist made them pay once, twice, and 3 times. The Doc was all out of stim pistols, by the way, but you were in a good rhythm, so I didn't want to dive on it.
I said possibly pick himself up.
Oh, no, I know.
I didn't know if he had him.
He was essentially a drone at this point. Hysterics was just lying there, waiting patiently for Mentalist to be able to do something wild. And 1, 2.
Here comes the 3rd. And he's got a full time to reload before he gets that 3rd.
Doink!
There it is.
And then wait for the last one.
Where's the confidence?
Hold on.
Oh,
Wait for the sound, wait for the sound.
Eat. He gets 2 reloads.
2 reloads. Why?
And 4 engagements.
But here's why Nyx couldn't push. They didn't know if the Doc had any stim pistols left, so they had to be wary of that. In DarkZero's mind, it's still a 1v3. You cannot aggressively push that mute because if somebody is playing over by monitors or somebody is playing below or somebody is playing in small office,
then you have
Nyx
to push
immediately gets refragged. I think that Nyx needed to hesitate less.
Yeah, he had to push him.
I think Nyx did as well. And that's just, in my opinion, that's a combination of experience. And I think that's a combination of just being nervous.
Yeah, could be
nervous. This is a big game for DarkZero. This is the first time they made it to the semifinals of an event. They have an opportunity to make it into the finals. That's obviously quite an accomplishment.
Look at this, so ventilation.
Yeah.
Bad sight for DZ.
We could see Aerowolf here tying it up.
Yeah, good 4-4. Aerowolf looking a lot stronger on their defense. We talked about the coordination, we talked about the droning or the lack thereof from Aerowolf on the attacking side. And well, they don't need to worry about that on defense, do they? It's defense. You set up and wait. You've got information gathering tools and you can relay that to your teammates, but a lot of it is really compact, a lot really efficient, really easy to use. When you compare it to droning. Droning for your teammates, sometimes that takes coordination that you just don't have. It takes teamwork. Now, so far through this second half, only had 1 round played, so it's too early to call it. But it's looking good for Aerowolf on the defensive end. Big thing there in that last round, DarkZero really struggled to take CCTV. They just could not get themselves in the door.
What you call CCTV is what I call monitors, by the way. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Opening pick goes to DarkZero, and there you go. Nyx has seemingly woken up. That's a great play. He's been very good on the IQ, even though he did have a bit of a fumble in that end of the 7th round that just expired. So you got to clear the 2nd floor first and foremost, and you're going to hear Mozzie playing on the stairs as Hyper gets pushed into action. He takes out a castle barricade for his troubles, as Zofia will do, and well, 2 people from DZ are positioned up top of what was the site from the previous round, but there's 1 down below. Hyper gets thwarted by a C4, and now Nyx is there, but BC refrags onto Ysera. So at least the teams will trade off a body, even though it's a different player for both. Aerowolf have lost their Jaeger and their castles. They've still got utility in hand, but Hysterix doesn't have a Nitro cell. Mentalist doesn't have a Nitro cell. Lunar Metal may, but that's a question mark. He still has the cardiac sensor, so it's an advantage for DarkZero, assuredly. They haven't really struggled too much with time, but they got a minute to go. All they've lost is Hyper Zofia, and now Mint has the Pulse of Lunar Metal on drone. Mint can drop at any point and go after the Pulse.
This is a good position for DarkZero to find themselves in. All they need to do is translate it into the site take. They've got 40 seconds to do so. No need to rush here. Nyx try to cut off rotation by the front door. That's an important position to cut off rotation because it's a fallback spot. The Lunar Metal does get a C4 onto Mint. Hot and Cold has worked his way into the site, and he's going to actually try to plant right here. There's no one to try and stop him, especially considering BC's covering from above. And he will be successful in that cover, at least for now, as will Nyx. It's looking great. Off the plant, though. Mentalist could clutch this, but he's not going to take any risks. There's the rush here from Mentalist, and Hot and Cold has actually repositioned his plant spot while Mentalist goes into deny, but the shot doesn't land enough to kill. And DarkZero will take the round. Nice try for Mentalist.
Extraordinary coverage from DarkZero that we saw. BC was up top. He had the 2 angles that were not seen by Nyx, and Hot and Cold would be able to hear anybody coming. Barring a miracle where Mentalist, who didn't have a C4, or any teammate that had a C4, we said that Lunar Metal had used his right before he expired. Barring a C4 or a gorgeous once-in-a-lifetime shot from Mentalist, you need to take BC out of action and then push Hot and Cold. But the thing is that you know that the moment that BC dies, Hot and Cold is getting off of that plant because there's still 20 seconds left. And Hot and Cold is either pulling out the bearing or just using the Type 89 and engaging in a 1v1 against the Mozzie. Now, that super shorty is lethal at such close range. But Mentalist missed, and there's really not much you can do. Even if Mentalist had gotten the frag onto Hot and Cold, he wasn't really getting into that situation alive. So, DarkZero takes a greater lead. The gap had closed as Aerowolf had won the previous round. Now DarkZero regains that 2-round buffer, and with it they will take a tactical timeout.
I like this tactical timeout timing from DarkZero, where they do it after a win instead of after a loss. They let themselves recover, and then they build the momentum with the tactical timeout to really hammer home their victorious streak. I mean, let's say you get that 1 round, right? DarkZero find themselves right now 5-3 their favor. You get that victorious round, put yourself in this position, you take a tactical timeout when your enemy's not expecting it, and you can formulate a well thought out, well-constructed strategy that you've already practiced, and you're gonna put it into play immediately after your win. You can scale that into another round win and match point in this scenario. But we have transitioned now into a technical pause.
So it was a tech issue. It's not.
Well, it started as a tactical.
There was DarkZero did not choose to go to a pause. This is one that is outside of their control or outside of Aerowolf's control. It's a technical pause, which means
DarkZero used a tactical, then it became technical.
Oh, so they... Oh,
yeah,
okay.
so DarkZero chose...
DarkZero sabotaged some PCs in that case. They took their pause and then sabotaged their PC to extend.
Kicked their computer.
Yes.
No, but...
Oh no, somebody has poured an entire bottle of water on my PC. I guess we have to go to a longer pause.
Oh no.
Oh no.
But jokes aside, yeah. I like the timing from DarkZero, and yeah, it's extended into a tactical pause, which means I guess both teams are going to have an abundance of time to start thinking about what they're going to want to do in the next round. Not sure exactly what the tech issue is, but it is one just, so we will wait. Now, Aerowolf have a good chance here on ventilation, at least considering the stats that we saw earlier. This is a site that DarkZero are not especially comfortable on historically, but in that last round, they looked really, really refined. It was a simple take. Take top 4 control, open up from above, turn it into pressure, pick off some roamers, maybe some anchors, cover from above, plant by the server stack. You've seen it before. I'm sure you'll see it again in Siege Comp until at least until Border's gone. And I like the way that DarkZero did it. We didn't see a whole lot of counter punches being thrown from Aerowolf is the scary thing. We didn't see anyone actually in a position to control the site. They got isolated really easily. And when you get into that position, what I'm used to seeing from Aerowolf is, okay, we're in that position, let's retake top floor. And there would maybe 2 people rush up metal stairs. But we didn't see anything like that.
Yeah. This is some of the best play that we've seen out of DarkZero, I would say, on LAN. Extreme patience. They're hitting their shots for the most part. No real significant mistakes, you know, with the exception of a couple individual mistakes that were made by players. But the team as a whole is not having a great degree of difficulty executing. They're not having difficulty, you know, keeping to their strategies. They're not getting too aggressive. The only real round where I think, you know, it kind of fell apart was when they peaked Mentalist over and over again. You could have maybe waited a little bit, but
yeah,
that's mine.
That was a pretty big oversight.
I think there was a big misstep, and I mean, it cost them the round. Let's not sugarcoat it. We would be on match point for them. It would be a 6-2 score line if they had a simply taken them. Let's keep in mind that you still had the Jaeger up as well, so it's not like it was all hope was lost for Aerowolf. There was added insurance had Mentalist gone down instead of that armory wall. Now, the technical timeout actually benefits Aerowolf quite a bit. This was a team that didn't have to commit a timeout, yet essentially got one. And they had a chance to sit for about 2, 3, or 4 minutes, not maybe break the momentum that DarkZero has, because this has been a very back and forth map, but at least establish what you need to do moving forward.
See, I think DarkZero, because they keep taking timeouts after they win a round, I think DarkZero have something going on there that other teams are not used to, that they don't do. They're not worried about momentum. And we know, I don't think DarkZero is a momentum-based team, if we're going to describe teams as such.
Yeah, I feel like we kind of...
We always say that. Yeah. But I don't think DarkZero is one of those. I think they're a calm, calculated type team. Emotions can get to them, but it has to be something pretty extreme to get to them, usually. And I think that because of that, going into this round, they're just going to have more time to have thought out their strategy. No matter what, if we're talking about benefits and a tactical timeout and then a technical timeout, if we're talking about benefits, it benefits both teams equally. Because it's just time to stop and think. It really, it comes down to how prepared you are to do just that, to use every second to your advantage.
DarkZero's got some drones pre-placed to be able to spot rotates, one of which happens to be over towards the metal detectors on the armory side of the second floor. Now, as we note every single time that it is a take on the first floor of Border, you need to get the crown jewel, which is either office or armory control, because then you're sitting over top of either the A or B bomb site, depending on which room you go after. That's why teams invest quite heavily on that second floor, and a lot of times it can end up being a death trap, because you get stuck or stranded inside an armory, and instead it you have no way to get out. And you have to fight your way out, which for both of these teams shouldn't be too much of an issue. You've got impeccable aim on both sides of the equation. 2 drones situated over by Fountain, both of which were guiding Hyper in, and he'll look to concuss the defender that's playing inside of the office, or the archives rather, as it's Hyper inside office. He's got BC not too far off. There is a Jaeger in place, so you gotta burn those ADSs, and well, here's a gift from BC, but the one frag grenade will get caught by the ADS, and
Hyper didn't know he needed to clear the ADS. It was miscommunicated.
I think Hyper was trying to, but couldn't get it done. The mute is going to peek out of Hysterics, and we've already used 2 minutes of this round with really nothing happening in terms of blows or fights across both of these teams.
The ADS should be cleared now, and that should allow Nade, but it's just going to be a raw peek from Hyper, who will win it. A little bit of miscommunication there, but the job gets done in the end. You can see it on their faces, the way they were talking to each other. Now, we've got Archives control in favor of DarkZero, and they've managed to get 1 pick, but look at the damage they've managed to incur as they push in. Nyx will get another, and he won't get the second. Vincere still alive by lockers. He can actually hold out here. Look at the time. There's only 25 seconds. BC gets another kill for DZ, and now with so much control, Mentalist is trying to retake top floor, and he will be, for a moment, successful, but not enough. The war goes to DarkZero, and they take us to match point.
Mentalist just looking the wrong way at the very final second onto that Archives door, and maybe could have gotten another and stayed alive above, but DarkZero really winning that one out by the skin of their teeth. That was very, very close, and probably way too close for comfort if you're a fan of the North American squad. They were a bit lethargic on that main entry. It took them about 1.5 minutes to really find anything that they needed, and then from there, well, they broke it open. And I think BC was a big part of that. I mentioned that you can get trapped inside of Armory, and that's exactly what happened for the Aerowolf defenders. There were 2 members of Aerowolf who essentially had nowhere to go. They had to fight their way out, and DZ traded them off. DZ traded them off very effectively. Because of this, you can fight your way out as best as you can, but if you don't have the numbers advantage and you're just trading, you're still gonna lose, because you're already at a disadvantage. DarkZero now putting themselves on a match point, and Aerowolf, I would be frustrated with Aerowolf if I was on that squad after that round.
Yeah, definitely going to get to you after a while when you're having rounds like that one where you hold out for so long, and then right at the end, DarkZero managed to put the puzzle together and take the round. Now, the setup there from Aerowolf was kind of rigid, is another thing. I like what I saw from Mentalist at the end, where he tried to retake upstairs. It was a ventilation defense, but he stacked on, like we saw Aerowolf do yesterday against Giants. He just stacked on. He's like, no, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take the fight. You can't stop me. And I love that from Mentalist. I love that from Aerowolf, but we're not seeing it across the board. And more importantly, DarkZero are doing a great job of when they get control, holding that control, and it's making Aerowolf suffer a little bit. It did take a lot of manpower and a lot of HP and a lot of utility to clear out 1 player in Archives for DarkZero. But as soon as they got that player, despite the fact that there were only 20 seconds left after that, they managed to turn it into a round win. And that's a really important distinction for DarkZero, because most teams struggle with that. We saw the same thing from Aerowolf yesterday. We saw miracle round wins from Aerowolf, where they put themselves in positions that seem unwinnable. And they're almost out of time, and then suddenly Aerowolf come back. Both of these teams really have proven themselves to be at the highest level, and it's awesome to watch. But DarkZero right now are the ones edging out.
DarkZero have been by far and away the better team on this matchup.
Yes,
I have been very impressed with DarkZero, the way that they have been patient. And I don't mean that as if other teams aren't patient, but DarkZero waits sometimes to their detriment, but for the most part, DarkZero have not overcommitted. They haven't overextended. That is the way that you see a top-tier team with tons of experience. They've got ice in their veins, as Hot and Cold showed yesterday, and you just wait. You wait for the coordination, and right now, DarkZero is on another level from where we've seen DZ at any LAN prior. They've still got 1 more round to go if they want to be able to put away Aerowolf on Aerowolf's map. And Bank awaits us. BC and Hyper will get the opening kills. Oh, 2 from BC. Say goodbye, Lunar Metal and Speakeasy. He's down below wreaking havoc. And now it's Mentalist to try and find the buck. But he pops up, down goes the buck. Mentalist is still inside of Customs. Opening pick for DarkZero. They have been mighty fine, and now it's just Mentalist in a 1v4. This is almost impossible to see him get out of this. He'll head back up to the top of Armory. He's got some soft destruction, but shot from the side. Get out the shovels. That was a burial for Aerowolf in that second half. DarkZero, impressive form. They will snag Aerowolf's map by a 7-3 scoreline, setting us up for Bank to possibly push DZ to our grand finals later today.
I gotta be honest, that didn't even look very close. DarkZero, they had a couple of blunder rounds there. We talked about the one with Mentalist getting aggressive on the armory wall a lot. That was one of the 3 rounds that Aerowolf managed to win in that map. And it was because DarkZero messed up, and they messed up big time. We saw a couple other moments where DarkZero would mess up, but we'll let the analysts actually dissect that map as we wait for map number 2.
Thank you very much, everybody. And yes, we are back and dissect this map. We shall, just like BC, dissected his opponents of Aerowolf in this matchup. I have to say, DC are looking the best that they ever have.
Yeah, without a doubt. When we were at like the first 4 rounds, it really looked like this was going to be super close. We had 2 1v1s to decide those rounds, and we were really expecting that to go a little bit longer, and then DC started just grinding it up, and getting the momentum.
I think there were 2 things that I saw highlighted from DarkZero. One is the fact that they started to shut down a lot of that hyper piling on that Kix and Parker were talking about, what Aerowolf were doing yesterday, refrag after refrag. Every time DarkZero exposed their position, they try to push an area, the information gets relayed back to Aerowolf, and they're desperate to go and eliminate that player. Great example is in that very last round with BC inside of Customs downstairs. His primary goal there is to use his skeleton key for vertical pressure onto the guys in CCTV to help his teammates clear CCTV, but he actually got 2 kills downstairs because Aerowolf kept piling on.
Yeah, and you'll see this along the highlights. These sorts of things should not be given. And yes, you can double up and pile up on any one player from DZ, but if you're going to do it in a way where you're not coordinated, each one will peak on their own. A player like BC will easily take you on.
Yeah, they can perform in terms of individual skill. I mean, Hysteria moving in, getting that 4K, it wasn't like a fast, flashy 4K. It was just, you know, you get 1 kill, you move on to the next, and it was very clean. He didn't have too much info. He drone himself in to start with, as you said. And it's not like they're not out of the game. They can definitely come back on a second map, but they need to figure out exactly how they break DC.
They definitely looked a lot more comfortable on their attacks rather than on their defense. That's Aerowolf. For DarkZero, when they were on their attacks, not only were they ready to receive that aggression from Aerowolf, but they also had some really good utility to cut off crossfires and cut off rotations. But it's such a small and claustrophobic map, and the instrumental thing was the buck. Even when it was an attack upstairs, or even just trying to clear upstairs, but the buck would go out onto the AC balcony and use his skeleton key to open up what I call glass wall. It's that wall between archives and armory, and he can look all the way into that little armory desk and cut off all the rotations around lockers and sandwich.
We have to mention the belt ban as well. I think that had pretty big impact because Aerowolf can't get, like, it's really hard to play aggressive if you aren't hunting them with an Echo Drone or something. And that's probably what they're going to have to do. They need to disrupt the setup that comes from DC on their attack. Yeah. Because DC has always been this team where if they get to setup, you are going to lose the execute. There is no way out of that.
Yeah, Aerowolf were trying to substitute that information with the Pulse, but it just quite wasn't enough. There was one round in particular where attacking the ventilation bomb site, DarkZero managed to get into the bomb site, but it was still an even man count. They had one player trying to plant on the servers, one player above watching for a push from the workshop side, so trying to deny plant, and one player all the way outside the front door. All of those players covering the planter got a kill to deny Aerowolf. And the fact that Aerowolf didn't have the information to know those players were covering from those positions and try and take those fights before going for their flank, that was a real problem for Aerowolf.
But is the problem not expecting DarkZero to play this way, or just not having any information to prepare your defense off of it?
There's no way they didn't expect this fully going into it, but it's just, it's hard when you start getting into this idea of bunkering down, and like there isn't a lot you can do once you're in that situation. And the next round you go in, you're like, okay, we're going to play a bit more aggressive, you lose one guy quickly, and then back to site you go. So either they got to stick on a bit more aggressive defense, take some more chances, and then just realize that on defense, it's not going to be the easiest.
Yeah, I feel like there were there were not as many chances taken by Aerowolf to really get their advantage early. It's something you and I were talking about while we were watching the match backstage. Every single round, it looked like Nyx was playing on that east, actually I think it's the south side, near the valley spawn, always looking into CCTV, and he was taking that fight with the hollow sight, with a gun that actually has a decent amount of recoil as well. If we saw someone from Aerowolf take the ACOG, try to take that gunfight, even go for a run out from Passport, throw a C4 over the top, they could have made a serious impact. And the difference is, when they made those kinds of aggressive plays against Fnatic on this map, when Virtue was playing a similar position, they had Valkyrie. And they didn't have the same information this time to try and take that fight to Nyx.
I think their defense going into Bank is going to have to be them splitting offside instantly and try to see how many drones they can stop getting into position, because that's going to hurt them a lot on a map like Bank. If they can slowly take away, you know, a couple sets of drones and then back off a little, and you keep backing off, because they're fine on the bunker if DC doesn't have the intel. But as long as they have the intel, there's no way they can survive that.
I want to add to that as well, for people that were watching the very first map, you saw a lot of runouts very early in the round. Literally the first second from Valkyries and such. You're like, okay, oh, Valkyrie was banned, but whatever. An operator was running out, and they would snipe out a couple drones. You might be thinking like, okay, what's going on there? A lot of attackers will just leave their drones on the balcony, and that's where you can just go and capitalize. And losing 2-3 drones in prep phase is actually really, really bad for you as an attacker. You can't recover them, and suddenly you're relying on other people to drone you. If you're the spearhead, you're the one that has to drone in for yourself. Never a good position in that case. Those details aside, you mentioned Bank. Let's start digging into this, because DarkZero are known to be a very tough team on Bank ever since Year 2 and even beyond that. But it's not like Aerowolf and he slouches on it.
Yeah, and looking at what we've seen out of the match so far, DarkZero, what's really working for them, playing as a team, opening crossfires and covering each other's backs. And it's what Giants weren't doing so much of. Giants had Aces running around like crazy, but Aces can't carry the team when he keeps getting refragged, when Aerowolf are playing this pylon kind of strategy. That was countered by DarkZero with their everyone's covering everyone playstyle on border. Now, Bank is a map where I think we're likely to see some more roaming, like what DZ did yesterday against FaZe, maybe some more Nyx on Vigil roaming around open area. I actually think that's the wrong decision here for DarkZero. Start it more passively, try to just cover each other's angles, because I expect if they try to go for that aggressive kind of roam, Aerowolf is going to pick them apart.
And I think, on the other hand, when DC is going to be attacking, Aerowolf can't be sitting on site, especially not in basement. I don't believe for a second that DC isn't just going to get server control in 30-45 seconds and then just start wearing out the C4s for a plant. The second that plant goes down, there's no retaking that.
Operator bans then. Alex, you look at this. What do you have to do if you're Aerowolf, you're on the back foot? How do you try to shut down DC on a Bank map?
I still think they should get rid of that Maestro. Especially if DC is going to run open area or even just a Maestro in garage, it really throws off your ability to get some control.
I think Maestro and Thatcher ban pairs well together as well, because we already know that Aerowolf really like that Thatcher ban. It enables a lot of different things on Bank. The two main things I'd highlight would be the Cade. It really makes Cade a lot more powerful on those hatches. If you can't use the Thatcher to get rid of it, you have to end up taking a Maverick or something else to open those hatches. And the other thing that people don't really realize a lot is the classic way to get information on that Locker's bomb site is with a pulse inside of the gold vault. The Thatcher is the best counter to that. If they ban out that Thatcher, it leaves that pulse with absolutely no counter. The only way to prevent that pulse from getting information is to make him get off that pulse scanner.
Yeah, there's so many times where it happens. The Thatcher, you'll see him throw his last EMP before you go for the plant. You already faked it twice. You pushed out the smokes. No Nitro Cell comes out. Why? Because they're blind. They don't know what's going on. And the smoke as well blinds you physically. Gentlemen, thank you very much for all that information. Maybe we'll dig through things for a map 3. We're yet to know. Bank, ladies and gentlemen, is coming up. DarkZero versus Aerowolf. Hajime!
All right, thank you, Milos. Could this be the end of the Aerowolf Cinderella story? Well, they go to a very comfortable map for DarkZero, as you can see in the bottom left corner. They are 4-0-0. They managed to beat FaZe by 7-5 scoreline. Keep in mind, that was a FaZe that was a little bit hobbled by having 9XT on that roster. They were not at full strength, the way that Aerowolf will be.
But it's FaZe on Bank. And yeah, they're still, this is one of their maps. Same thing we saw in map number 1, Montaigne right out the gate.
I mean, Monty, I would say, is even stronger on Bank than he is on Border. So
I would agree with that.
Makes an awful lot of sense to have Montaigne removed from the picture.
Are we going to see Thatcher and Mira again from Aerowolf is the question.
I would say it's, a Hibana ban. Aerowolf was a bit boxed in with the Monty ban because you don't want to leave all 3 hard breachers up on Bank.
I bet this will be a Mira, though. This will be a Mira.
This will be probably Mira or Echo. I would get probably a Mira. There you go.
So, no, I agree with what Zoronic was saying. The Maestro ban might be smart here. We saw Hot and Cold just so strong on Maestro in that first map.
And DZ has
the last ban, so
it's going to be Clash. Oh,
wow.
Okay.
So, no, we're not going to see from a change from Aerowolf. They consistently ban Mira. It's an operator they don't like to have in play. And you know what that's doing? It's freeing up the ban phase on the defensive side for DarkZero, because DarkZero would probably ban Mira too. Yeah. There's no way they're going to want to play against or with a Mira on Bank. So that is a counter ban that we see Aerowolf forego, essentially, because yeah, I so would have gotten rid of the Maestro opportunity from DarkZero. Hot and Cold did so much work on that.
Yeah, and not even just the operator, it's the ability, too, that comes with the Evil Eyes.
It's true, and on Bank, he's even more useful. We'll actually see the Echo being played here from DZ, so to be fair to that logic, or to counter that logic, Echo would still be available if Maestro were banned, and he can play both. Hot and Cold can play both.
Here's what goes against, I would say, Aerowolf here.
What's that?
Valkyrie is extremely strong on this map.
That's true.
It was DZ who banned out the Valkyrie, but if you look at yesterday, Valkyrie was incredibly powerful, and Ace's hands when they played the Giants. You could have banned a Valkyrie here, but as you pointed out, Mira is by far and away the most banned defender for Aerowolf. The next closest is Echo at 4 bans to Mira's 14 heading into yesterday's match. And well, yesterday Aerowolf banned a Maestro, a Jaeger, and an Echo. So they didn't add to that Mira tally, but today they've been 2 Mira bans because you don't want to let BC have access to a Mira, especially on a map like Bank. Mira is very, very strong on Bank. It's going to be a Locker's CCTV defense to start us off down on the bottom floor.
Yes, indeed. And we'll see how that works out. Now, Aerowolf already have control of middle square. They're going to be droning out upstairs, of course, trying to figure out what DZ's up to, see if they have any offside roamers. The answer is no, they do not. They are holding on to server. DarkZero are holding that server firm, but it's not going to be actually in-sight control. You just saw an Echo drone, a Yokai, get picked off there by Hysterics. Position mid-square. That's going to be a really important pick as you continue into this round, because that Yokai drone, that was used by DarkZero to great effect in their first matchup on this same map. Not having that is going to limit the information gathering for DZ. They also, the other Yokai is by Garage, which means that there's no Yokais in sight. So the server hold is really important for DZ now.
Just to be well coordinated, because the moment that you see the blue glow of an EMP thrown at the top of server stairs, then the defenders will be able to work around it. In this case, it's Mint. He's got some covering fire, but Lunar Metal's there. Nyx is just going to twist on in. He only finds 1, but it's traded out immediately by Hysterics. And Aerowolf have been able to wrestle control, which ends up often being such an elusive target of those server stairs very effectively. 90 seconds in, and they've already got control of all of server in the stairs too.
So what happened there? 1 EMP and Aerowolf committed full, because the EMP is going to clear out anything that could impede your progress there. Barbed wire, whatever, and there wasn't even any there. After that, they got 2 kills off of it. Sure, it cost them Lunar Metal, but who cares in that situation? You've got the control of server, you've got plenty of time, and you're going to be able to open up those plant spots. Even Speakeasy is above here, thanks to the Maverick hole that opened up the drop down, and he'll be able to control the site from the top. DarkZero in a tricky spot now.
An EMP over towards Vault will shut down BC's pulse, so he'll then likely swap spots with the Valkyrie so that they can send out their C4s. But the EMP has not gone off just yet. Hysterics finds Hyper, so the Valkyrie peeks out. C4 will do nothing. And here comes the juggle. Ysera going for the plant. Nitro Cell gets tossed out. Does it connect? Oh, it sounds like it might have been shot, so the Echo has to come to the rescue. And that'll bring BC back into play. But from above, it's Speakeasy gunned down as BC gets a couple shots into the Jackal, but Speakeasy flicks. And round number 1's going to go to Aerowolf as they try to pump up the crowd. An attack on Bank, all right, well, that's pretty good.
Great job there to Aerowolf. a very simple strategy executed with great confidence. And that's the one thing we can say Aerowolf have in abundance, confidence. When they decide they want to make a play, they really truly do commit to that play. Here it is, EMP detonates, and we're in. Just like that, Lunar Metal is in. He gets flashed by his teammate, but he manages to get a kill before being traded back, and Hysterix is right there to get that trade. There it is. Now, that turned Aerowolf's chances in winning this round to being really, really high. They got the server control, they open up default plant from there, and pretty much it's simple going. Now, another really big flaw in the defense of DarkZero is that they overextended their yokai drones. You saw it at the end. The Echo was trying to move his yokai drone out of the garage back into the site to deny the plant because the C4 got shot midair, and that's the consistent way to deny a C4 denying the plant is to shoot it midair, just destroy it. And the other yokai drone was known by Aerowolf because it was used by DZ, and we all saw it in their first match at this tournament. So Aerowolf doing their research there, that's nice, I love that. Now this time we're seeing a Maestro rotated in for the Echo, and I think that's the right call. If you're DarkZero, the yokais really were a problem for you in the last round. Don't let that problem persist. Fix it, move on, try and stop what just happened. See attempt number 2 here on the same site for DZ now.
Both of the Evil Eyes that are being set up are going to be looking towards the default plant spot into the CCTV doorway. One was being put on the prison doors, like you can call them that, the jail doors, the bars, with the wall shot out, and then the other was on the desk inside of CCTV, just behind the bomb. So you're really committing to that anti-plant. And I mean, it was very effective for Aerowolf. DarkZero stacked up 2 members on stairs. They got flushed out. And well, as you said yourself, retaking can be quite a challenge on this map. And you want to prevent Vincere from being able to get that plant down. He is going to be the lone person for Aerowolf planting. That's it. You look at their lifetime stats. The man is, well, he plants like a damn tree, Michael. So.
Yeah, he's got a lot of plants under his belt. Almost like Goga, who's not here. Now, Aerowolf have taken top 4 control. They've gotten middle 4 control. DarkZero not rolling yet again. They might still be trying to hold on to server. I'm not sure. But yes, they are. They're holding on to server. You can see it's Mint at the top of those server stairs playing the dangerous game once again. As soon as that EMP comes in, he's going to have to get a fight. But what? Hysterix peeks wide into Mint without even using an EMP to destroy the ADS, which means Mint can still play here. Flash comes in. That's going to blind Mint. No double ADS stacked up because they expected to get EMP'd. But the Thatcher's dead now, and Mint will just keep persistent in his position and get 3 big kills from Mint. The play from Hysterix costing his team not only his life, not only the Thatcher, but 3 players in total, and server control not gained for Aerowolf.
That is surely the round right there. That has to be. How do you play that poorly, Aerowolf? What a blunder it was. You've lost everything that you need. Really all you have is a set of smokes in Speakeasy's hands and a Maverick. I am hard-pressed to see how you're going to be able to do this. Mint is still on the server stairs, but there's Maverick. Goodbye, Nyx. Mint is going to push up. He knows he's lost control of server, so he sees 1. He pulls out the shotgun. Oh, that's a 4th for Mint. There's 5. Is he going to grab them all? He's got shotgun in hand, but he's going to have to pull out the SMG if he wants to get a tad bit closer. Flirting with the Skylight stairwell doorway. SMG out. Watched very intently by Speakeasy. The Jackal is low enough, but BC's giving the calls. Speakeasy finds Hyper, but Mint will get the ace. Why not? An answer back from DarkZero. Excellent play, and those server stairs are the tomb of Aerowolf on round number 2.
You can see the man center stage there in DarkZero with an ace in the round. Mint. What a spectacular performance. Just holding onto the server stairs, and he turns that into everything for his team. That's going to bring DarkZero in lockstep, as I like to say. 1-1 here. As DarkZero get the bottom floor defense. They're going to be going to CEO for the next hold. And there's the moment. It all started with Hysterix. He didn't clear the ADS, which means the flashes don't all work, which means there's hesitation on the Aerowolf push, and then they file into him one-on-one. There's not much else to say about that round.
That was, well, the round was won and lost by Aerowolf's own poor plays.
Yes.
Mint did not play that any better than you expect somebody on server stairs to play. You
Not truly.
situate yourself at the top.
He didn't make any mistakes.
He had 1 barbed wire and 1 ADS. That was it. That is not enough usually for a proper server stairs play. You maybe will trade yourself out, and that's about it. And you're hoping that when you trade yourself out, it's going to be on a high priority target, like a Thatcher, for example, or possibly a Thermite. But most teams won't play it that way. It's pretty incredible the way that Aerowolf misjudged that entire play. Not even an EMP, and it goes against, as in stark contrast to round number 1, Michael, where Aerowolf were almost flawless, and the only reason why they lost somebody was because after Mint died, Nyx was there. That was it. The server stairs were taken so swiftly by Aerowolf, and then they fumbled it really hard the second attempt. You can see how crucial that one part of the map is. Bank is one of the biggest maps in terms of square footage, but you don't need much than just a couple steps in a doorway.
Well, interesting decision bringing a knock here from Hysterics. Nook. Could be, I'm sure, a useful tool is trying to clear into the main lobby. Not going to be spotted by those cameras, but I can't be certain it'll actually pay off. Often just gets picked off by somebody watching the angle. Hysterics is in though, and he's going for it. He's going up the main stairs. He's going to hit the barbed wire, and he's going to keep it on. He will get 1 kill out of it. That's big. There goes Hyper. Now he's got site control. Inside of B, he can do a lot with this position. Doesn't seem like the enemy is really aware of where Hysterics is right now. So he's got options. Using his ability to get nice and snug by the couch, and he's just going to linger here. He's going to wait for his moment, which is probably the right call. Here it might come. Nyx coming around the corner, and he's gone. Hysterics with a second. Will it be a third? No. Barely dodging the shots there. Hot and Cold is going to call out the position of his opponent, and they're going to start to collapse on this Hysterics. But meanwhile, the rest of Aerowolf is actually coming in to assist Hysterics with this take. There goes the third, actually, for Hysterics. A beautiful push up the main staircase, and it's all that DZ can do to even keep 2 alive.
Drone down, but gunned down by Hot and Cold as he will silence the reign of terror that Hysterics was having upstairs inside of CEO, but still a massive advantage for Aerowolf as they set themselves up in a 4v2 with plenty of time left on the clock to play out. So if you can translate the play that you have on the window, swing on in. Site control was had, but then semi-relinquished by Aerowolf. Well, you're going to have to delodge Hot and Cold back on that Maestro, or reliable as you want to call it, with the way that he's played. Ysera going for the plan. Is this information being communicated? Mint gets caught, so Hot and Cold is going to have to confront yet another barricade as the plant goes down successfully from Aerowolf. Hysterics really paving the way. Lighting up through the wall, but Hot and Cold cannot find any target. Oh, he takes down Ysera, looking for a second, but the falling body absorbs all the bullets. So what is he going to be able to do? Well, he pre-fires on in, but the Capitao is there. Creeping up is Hot and Cold. He doesn't look to the left. There's a player nearby outside on rappel. Hot and Cold on the diffuser. Will he try to bait somebody out? Yes, he will. Pros don't fake, but Mentalist rushes on in. There was just too many angles for Hot and Cold to try and watch, and Aerowolf will regain the lead.
So a simple mistake there from DarkZero, and I think you all can identify it. They didn't hold the main lobby stairs. Not hard hold it. They didn't hear the barbed wire. They didn't check. They weren't aware when Hysterics came a walking and a knocking. He was able to get 3. Big mistakes there from DarkZero, and an awkward site hold, to be sure. You can bet they'll try CEO again sometime and probably not make that mistake once more. But for now, they're going to actually rotate to Teller's office archives, which is probably right now is probably the right call, considering what we just witnessed.
All that information and all that intel, and if only there was an operator to take it all away, and that's Nook in this case, who just sneaks in under the radar. Keep in mind, Hysterics got caught with his pants down on Cafe yesterday against the Giants. He didn't activate the hell. He got right up to the delivery door. He knocked the door down. Then he used his hell ability, and well, they had him on camera the entire way, and Aces was sitting there waiting. DarkZero didn't have that same diligence. In fact, I don't think DarkZero had anybody on the actual site except for Hyper. That was it, if I remember correctly. It was either Hyper or Nyx that was just lying prone inside a banana just by the windows, the top of the stairs. He got gunned down. And then, as you said, the complete site control went to the Nook.
5 seconds left.
How will the bounce back happen? Well, it's Teller's archives, so you can bring similar things. A Valkyrie and a Maestro will be significant assets for watching that main lobby. There's no Nook on the board for Aerowolf, so you don't have to worry about somebody creeping up on you under the cover of all those cameras that you've set up.
Mentalist is rushing in. He's at the top of server stairs. He's looking for an opportunity to actually pressure into the site. He's in sight right now. Mint's gonna fight him, but lose it outright. Mentalist with site control. This is the second round in a row we've seen something like this happen, and Mentalist is making it happen big. Almost a third, but Houghton shuts him down and gets 2 to answer back. Speakeasy gonna get BC elsewhere, but still DarkZero a man down from that engagement.
This is what we saw against the Giants yesterday on Coastline, and when Aerowolf plays their game, it goes quite far. Aerowolf have seemingly woken up on attack on Bank, but they'll hit the brakes for the time being, at least the pause button for just a moment. Hyper will equalize, finding Lunar Metal, and it's now a 2v2. Hot and Cold finds Ysera, and the round that was in the hands of Aerowolf now rests on the shoulders of Hysterics. He was such a pivotal player on the previous round, as I alliterate all over the final 1 minute and 50 seconds. Hysterics as an Ash will be quite quiet. Creeps up, doesn't see the dog, sees him at the last minute. I'm amazed that DarkZero wins that. They will immediately call a timeout afterwards. Tied up 2-2, and take a bit of a breather here as Bacon wants to speak to the rest of his squad.
It's the right moment, that's for sure. Okay, so that's 2 rounds in a row. Aerowolf have just been putting the pedal to the metal, as they say, and it's been working out decently. That round, though, in particular, what actually ended up happening is DarkZero took a note out of the Giants playbook, and instead of hesitating, instead of trying to control the situation, they just rushed into the fights. They took it to Aerowolf, and it worked out. It worked out really well. Hot and Cold again on the Maestro. So again, I really want to reiterate, Zyronic put this thought in my head, and I completely agree. That Maestro on Hot and Cold, oh my, it's so proficient. And the fact that it's being played right now is going to cost Aerowolf in the long run. We've got 2 more rounds on the defensive half here for DarkZero, and then we'll see a transition over to the second half where Aerowolf get to defend. But for now, Houghton's doing work there, and in that round in particular, he did so much. Hyper as well on the dock. Now, I like that DarkZero didn't hesitate in that last round, like I just had with those words. I like how they committed fully to just taking the fights. And Aerowolf, if we see more of that, they're going to have to figure out a new formula. Aerowolf will have to rethink what they're doing with these rushes. Because if DZ can just take the fight back and win it, then the rushes are not a good play. They're gonna. We need more from Aerowolf. We need them we need to see them change up the attacks.
There's something interesting. When was the last time we saw Ying actually used against a team? Because Mentalist just 6-picked onto the Ying.
Well, Ying doesn't get played very much. We saw Ying in relegations a lot, actually. When we were doing, Gaston and I were doing the relegations, Ying was played every day and in multiple matches. So I think it's kind of a newer thing that's starting to inch its way back. But it's still not a consistent tool. Yeah, let's put it like that.
That was weird. I watched. 10 seconds left. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because I watched a lot of relegations. And I don't really remember seeing Ying.
Pretty sure we saw it every day.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Right.
We're not fighting.
Fisticuffs right now. Me and you out back.
You, me, flagpole after school.
Is that a reference?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you would fight a kid at the flagpole after school, and then a crowd would gather around and they'd cheer.
My school's flagpole was on the roof. Well, one of them, I don't remember. There were so many. Anyway, Aerowolf clearing into the top floor early on, and, well, they've got a lot of control. Again, the efficiency at which Aerowolf takes free ground is really impressive. I gotta commend them for that. It's not droning, it's assumption for the most part. Yep. They are doing some droning here, but not as much as other teams would typically, and that's why Aerowolf are a little bit faster. Now, what that leaves them vulnerable to usually is a roamer hiding in a corner somewhere, but obviously you're not going to see much of that from DarkZero.
It's a minute off the board now in round number 5 as things settle down. A tactical timeout taken by DarkZero allows them to try and figure out what they want to do. And you're very right. DarkZero loves to take their timeouts right after they've won a round. So
I mean, you just got the confidence from the win. Yep. And you can construct, what you can use is you can use that tactical timeout to construct another round win and then create a streak.
Aerowolf is fully setting up now for a lockers/vault drop.
Yeah.
They have distracted Mint playing on the top of server stairs by an EMP going out, but you have a pulse in BC's hands, and while he's gonna know and be wise to your tricks, he's watching the drop, and the UMP is not the best weapon, but it's formidable enough at that range to be able to kill anybody who drops through the hatch. I think DarkZero understands this, and BC will be calling for reinforcements to look over towards the vault as well. First flash goes down, and it'll actually work on BC, but Nyx is to the rescue. This is where the Candelas are going to be perfect. First one primed, it goes out. Completely blind, and down drops Mentalist, but he gets gunned down from Nyx, watching from afar. There's Speakeasy to trade off BC, so both teams lose one. Mint is there to get in on the action. He's moved all the way over from the server. So he's covered quite a bit of ground and now tosses out a smoke canister as he knows that there's a drop outside of the elevator. Another one is gonna go in. Gassing Lunar Metal, who just very narrowly survives, but he's been down by the toxic gas. Withstand, not this time. Hyper will pick him off. Inside of the site is Hysteric, so it's a split push from Aerowolf in a 2v4. There goes the Evil Eye, and Hysteric's position has been given away, but this will be a lot that he has to hit. He'll take Hyper down, he'll hear the Alda rattling, can't connect onto Mint, so Hysteric's losing 25 HP in the process. We'll need to find somebody else. Marks will be aiding the remaining members of DZ. Ysera is dead, and Hysteric's must clutch. Still holding those bars, 15 seconds left. This is a very challenging situation, and like a bull kicking the ground, he tries to draw somebody out, but there's hot and cold. And DarkZero, that tactical timeout worked. He'll win 2 in a row now, going up 3-2 and 1 round away from claiming the first half.
Wow, impressive stuff there from DarkZero. They always like to see those off strats come out from teams like Aerowolf, where they decide to commit to a backdrop attack strategy, but they so rarely work. It's really cool when it happens, and you always gotta commend them because it's cool that they tried. But it's, again, so rarely actually works out in the attacking team's favor when you see that strategy pulled out. And DarkZero, they almost lost that one, but they managed it in the end. They had a lot of great control points. This one in particular from Mint, he was the star player in that round. We're gonna point a finger at any one individual, because he not only controlled the drop down, but remember that gas canister that downed the Zofia?
I do remember it.
You do remember it?
I remember it.
That was just great awareness from Mint. He knew he needed to not only control the drop down because his teammate BC had died in Vault, but also simultaneously control the elevator drop down as well. And he did everything he could as a Smoke, who has the tools to do that. You just gotta be impressed by his ability to extend his hands. A lot of people would panic, focus on one drop down, and then let the Zofia push out and get a pick in the hallway.
Once again, DarkZero being very patient, and the pulse working out. BC understanding that, hey, it's been very quiet over on server for quite a while. Why do you think that is? Well, maybe they're going for a back take. Why don't we pivot? Why don't we pivot and take a look? And BC finds them all on his scanner perfectly, really perfectly.
Yeah, that's good information gathering from BC. Definitely not forget that. Now it is going to be a kitchen defense and another rush from Aerowolf. It'll be straight into kitchen. Damage taken already, but control is established and the plant is going down. And it's gonna get the first kill, but the plant's still being stuck. The gas canisters won't be enough to deny, and there's DarkZero starting to lose players. 2 at a time here, it seems. DarkZero attempt to retake. What a flick there from Mint. And Hot and Cold also gets one, leaving just Lunar Metal. Lunar Metal, pardon me, but he doesn't have the diffuser planted. It was stopped just in the nick of time by DarkZero. Lunar Metal now with half HP is going to be trying to renegotiate his position. He'll push towards the small office. His position seems to be known though, and the lifeline will give it away. Into kitchen he goes, spotted and finished off. DarkZero stop yet another rush, dead in its tracks.
I would say at this point, Aerowolf is likely a team that has lost its confidence and its motivation is at probably an all-time low. You know, you're going to come into this match and you're going to expect to walk away going to the finals.
Yeah.
Aerowolf have played all right. They've been playing the game that they need to, and in a couple rounds they've had signs of brilliance, but this is a team that is still very limited on international exposure. This is still a team that has only had one other international LAN under their belt, which is the Allied Esports Minor, where they literally flew in and had to play the next day or the day after in Vegas. They went out 0-3. And it was on bank against DarkZero where they lost 8-6. It was an 8-6 scoreline in favor of DarkZero. Well, it's not looking quite as close. I think, honestly, DarkZero is playing the best Rainbow Six that we've seen from them on any LAN before.
On LAN, yes.
On LAN,
Without a
absolutely.
doubt.
They have had much more dominant performances, I think, online. But online is a completely different ball game. You're playing from the comfort of your homes. You're not in front of a crowd. There's, you know, the variables are much more in your favor and within your control than they are here.
Yes.
LAN experience is vital. It's so crucial to have, and you almost always find, with rare exceptions, that the teams that tend to attend, that's a tongue twister, the most LANs end up having some of the best results and the best success.
Because you get a lot of experience when you come to LAN. You're exposed to many other thought processes that go on in Siege. Because, you know, Aerowolf, being an APAC team, they are far removed from what DarkZero are used to experiencing. And it's the same thing with Giants, the team that Aerowolf managed to beat in the previous match. So that sometimes can trip you up, but it also, no matter what, if you have the capacity to learn, it teaches you in abundance. You learn so much more playing 2 matches at a finals, at a season finals, than you do in 10 matches in your regular season.
I mean, it's also worth noting that unless you're playing in a situation where, you know, you have a team house or you're all very local, sometimes LANs are the first cracks that these teams have at meeting their own teammates in person. So there's a lot to understand, and not that we're trying to undersell the performance from DarkZero here or oversell the performance from Aerowolf, because Aerowolf have been performing all right.
So bad.
Oh, Vincere shuts Hyper down. Lunar Metal is there by his side, and DZ will swiftly take the upstairs, but lose Hyper in the process. The opening frag going in favor of Aerowolf on their very first defense.
That was just a little too quick on the trigger there from Hyper. He got over-eager and missed his opportunity. The Pulse was actually about to rotate to main stairs. That would have been a free kill, but the Tracers gave away his intentions.
Now you're going to have to confront the server stairs, which once again was the star of the show on DZ's defense for at least one round in particular, with Mint being the hero of that moment. There's an Ella behind a deployable shield. Next will drop a drone, and the Ella hears it, so Hysterics shoots it away. Deployable shield is still intact, and, well, if you're the Ella, you got to run for cover at this point, or you're just going to fight. This is a sarcophagus at the moment for the Ella. Down goes the server hatch, and Mint almost loses his life to Vincere, who's playing down below. That was a risky shot for the Pulse to take. Nyx will now possibly work around the corner. Back is turned to Nyx, and, well, he might be able to clean up, but no! There's the Ella, and the miss from the Thermite, and Hot and Cold is now downed as well. Hysterics walks away with it, pistol out, cannot out-duel BC, who will walk away with just a tiny bit of his HP from that one. So he's a little worse for wear, but at least for the moment he's wearing it well. He and Mint are both on flashing HP, and I said that this might have been a demotivator for Aerowolf. We might have seen the tides turn on DarkZero's defensive stead, but it could be very quickly swinging back the other way. 45 seconds left, and Vincere will watch the hatch. He'll absorb a little bit of damage. Edge closer to being at 0 HP, but Vincere has taken a couple beatings so far. Still got Evil Eye cams up, which will be fatal for both BC and Mint. It's only going to take a couple shots onto both of them to be able to remove them from action. And that's the tenuous thread that DarkZero is clinging to at the moment. BC with Diffuser in hand, he's going to be very susceptible for any kind of plant that goes down. Some more damage being done to BC, and now he's been finished off by the Toxic Canister. And Mint is a clutch player, but you can't outgun Aerowolf, not on that round. A success for the very first defense for Aerowolf. Still 4-3, DZ leading.
Wow. Well, I mean, it's really simple what happened there. I don't think you need me to explain it. DarkZero struggled with taking the server stairs. But why did they struggle with taking the server stairs? The answer is actually pretty simple. They were trying to do it too structured. And their structure was just, I mean, it was disjointed. It was poorly paced. This kill right here, let's separate that from the rest of this, okay? Let's just not use that as an example of why DZ lost. Why DZ lost is things like this, right here. Hot and Cold had a big moment there to get that kill, and he missed his moment. But also, the Ashe downstairs drops into server. No one playing in server on the defensive side. Ella's alone on the server stairs. Now, the Ashe drops into server, waits for the flash, but the flash broadcasts the attention of the Ashe to push into the server stairs, and the Ella, who is alone, comes off of holding the top to transition to the bottom. There's no push in unison, and so the Ella gets both one-on-one engagements going the way of the defense, of Aerowolf. So what do you need to change there if you're DarkZero? Well, sync up your push, for one, and two, I don't think that the flash was even necessary. Just take the fight. You know where he is. Push it. That's what Aerowolf have been doing, and that's the only reason Aerowolf have any rounds. That'll be, speaking of, that'll be Aerowolf's 3rd round, and this is important to know. We have just transitioned to the 2nd half. It's possible Aerowolf are immensely more proficient on defense.
I mean, Bank is still a defender-sided map. Let's just put that into... Let's just put that out there. Though, I mean, it is pretty even. It's got a very small edge, if I remember correctly. But, I mean, the big 3 defender-sided maps are like Clubhouse, Villa, and Console. So Bank is...
It's not one of those.
It's definitely not one of those. Bank has room for growth depending on what you have banned here. I mean, it's a Monty, Clash, Hibana, Mira ban. It's pretty standard. You've got a hard breacher out, then the rest are just mostly comfort bans.
I think they removed that vault for some reason. Yeah, they did. If I recall correctly, they straight up removed that vault where you could used to be able to go on the rails and go into the roof.
Because they want people doing it. Maybe that's why they got rid of it. Did you ever think about that?
But
no, it's because you only think about yourself, Michael.
It was so fun. It was so efficient. Anyway, you have to repel now. And DarkZero have done that. They've got the root control. DarkZero have also placed the diffuser outside the front door. So it's clear what their intentions are, or they accidentally gave the diffuser to the wrong person, which does happen. Now, if that's the case, then that's a lot of time being wasted coming over here to pick up that diffuser. And yeah, they gave it to the wrong person. That is actually an example of, no. They're committing to the main lobby take. They have a plan here.
They've got 3 people on drones right now, none of which are their hard breachers.
This is a DZ rush to answer Aerowolf's rushes, possibly.
If they realize that there's a path in towards the site, that they're going to take it, and it is going to be spearheaded by Hyper, who looks to be at the front to lead this charge up the main stairs of the lobby. Not quite a charge, though, as he's got Mint by his side, barbed wire being broken. It's an audio cue for Aerowolf, but one smoke is going to go up, and it's going to cut off the elevator play. There's a whole bunch of flashbangs going up, and here we go. Sound the alarm. Waiting for somebody from Aerowolf to peek around the corner, as all of DarkZero are nearby, but there's one for Vincere. Being tased as Mint amidst the smoke. There go the smoke grenades, so the cover for DarkZero is gone, and oh, no, not.
Looks like it's on player side, too. You can see all the players' faces and their hands off the mice. The server has crashed. The jig is up, and we will not see the conclusion of that round in all likelihood, though we'll wait until the admins call exactly what's going on. I'm guessing that'll be a replay, because it seems to have crashed for everybody.
And the problem with that is it crashed after the rush started.
Look at them wearing the new jackets.
The rush started.
Yeah, it has started.
This is awful for DarkZero.
Because, again, the jig is up.
This is awful for DarkZero. Absolutely, the jig is up is a great way of putting it. DarkZero knew that they had a strategy. They could have possibly gotten a couple more kills. We have no idea what was up next, who was lined up in whose sight, and whose bullets weren't registering. This is, if I was DarkZero, I would be...
Furious?
Yeah, I mean, furious is definitely a word for it. DarkZero have now, unfortunately, just lost the element of surprise, and even if the round is replayed, whether they win it or lose it, I mean, we're not admins. All we can do is speculate. The admins will make this decision.
I assume that will be a round replay.
We don't know.
We don't know. It's the admin's decision.
But it's an admin decision. No matter what.
Round
Very
replay.
frustrating. We are getting told that, yep, it's a round replay from the admins. So, DarkZero, our condolences, because, well, we had a sound strategy that was one that is outside of the norm. If that had been a normal CEO take through back of Skylight Stairs, Thermite, possibly Bandit juggling, possibly Electric Claws, etc., you don't really lose that much.
You know what I will say, though? We saw the same thing from DarkZero as when they were attacking onto the server stairs. They're doing too much setup, and they're broadcasting their intentions, and there was a really swift rotate from Aerowolf. That could have gone wrong for DarkZero.
I mean, Vincere got the opening kill.
That's true.
And
we saw everybody looking towards the banana take on the Aerowolf side. I mean, it was a setup countering the rush play, I think. I would say safely that Aerowolf read that. And the reason they read that is because there were like 2 smokes thrown out, 2 flashbangs thrown out before the push even came, and then it wasn't in unison. I don't know.
Just waiting to hear what the next steps are here.
I assume probably we'll get everybody probably into the lobby, and we'll get this match back into play.
Yeah. One
step at a time. That's really rough for everybody involved. I mean, yeah, DarkZero, it's a tough blow. But I mean, even Aerowolf, you know, they must. Everyone thinks they're going to win the round until they don't, right?
Yes.
And so everyone's going to be feeling bad about that one.
We'll just wait. Awaiting next instructions as to what happens. Just to keep you updated, at least for the time being. DarkZero is fully in the lobby.
Yeah.
We don't know. This is one of the things where we're left to speculate, right?
Please insert team 2.
We don't know. Did the server crash? Did the internet go down?
No idea.
We don't have any idea.
Yeah.
So
our understanding
can't give you an update.
We just know that the admin's called round replay.
Yeah.
And we've got everybody in the lobby at the very least, so we should be able to get back into that match in due time.
Not only did you just lose the element of surprise, but I couldn't even imagine the frustration on the emotions of DarkZero that now need to be overcome. Because you think about it, not only are you going to be angry that you just lost what was your best tool, which was unpredictability, but on top of that, you also now have to deal with the frustration of, man, we could have won that round.
I want to see.
What are we going to do? Oh, Bacon has a spotlight for his water bottle.
I want to see DarkZero's faces. I want to see what they're thinking.
This is a good reminder while we have a break here, and just as we fill time until we get back into the lobby, stay hydrated. Have you gotten water recently?
Make sure to drink some.
Have you drank some water within the last 30 minutes? Yes or no? Answer the question. Have you drank water within the last hour? Yes or no? Answer the question. If your answer is no, please do me a favor. Get up and go get yourself a cup, glass, jug, possibly liter bottle of water.
Hydrate.
Whatever you'd like to do. Please go do that. Just a reminder, as we have water bottles right next to us.
I'm actually about to drink some water right now.
Michael's about to stay hydrated.
You gonna go first?
You can go first.
I'll go first.
Please mute your microphone and drink your water. He is currently being hydrated. We are hydration homies, I think is what they call us. I don't know, what's the...
I think that's...
the hydration bot.
I don't think they have a thing. Does he have a thing?
I'm a boomer. I don't know folksy hip lingo. Language. Language sounds like a mixed, it's like a funny type of pasta.
I am not a boomer, and
I had a plate of language last night.
I don't know, so I guess that just makes me ignorant.
I'm a boomer. That's why everybody just says "okay, boomer" whenever I speak now, I guess.
Okay, boomer. Hello. So yeah, we're
no update for you. We're just waiting to get on in. This map can be kind of looked at with suspicion as to how these teams have played. Border was map number 1 for those of you that are just tuning in. It looks like we're actually going to get underway. Barring a catastrophe, the map is ready and the game is starting. So we'll,
assuming everything's set up right, we will be able to play.
And we'll ride along to see if things are okay.
And then once we know,
Border was some of the best that we've seen DarkZero play on LAN. I think both you and I can agree on that. Bank has been Aerowolf keeping lockstep.
Yeah, Aerowolf. I think what it really seems to be is Aerowolf has regained their confidence. They have regained their knowledge that, hey, you know what? If we just do our stuff, it will work.
The crazy part, as it is going to be a CEO defense once again from Aerowolf, so they're going to go back up to the same thing. If a round is replayed, you basically have to run the same strategy for those that are unaware. But
well, same operator, same site.
Same operator, same site. You can do differences in your setup. I mean, no admin's going to be scrutinizing you over your shoulder, being like,
you rushed me in lobby.
That kill hole is not where it was last time.
That's against regulation.
Please redo it as per code 3.5.11 on page 7 of the rulebook. You need to impact a little bit to the left. We're going to rehost again.
Sound like that one thing from the Galaxy. You know what I'm talking about? You do any hitchhiking, Parker? I can't remember what they're called, though. Somebody's going to get that.
I'm not helping you out here.
You're not helping me, but you know what it is.
It's a great book.
It is a great book. Yeah. Anyway, it is a top 4 defense again from Aerowolf. You'll see the same operators brought
I would just like to let you know, though, by the way,
what?
That I got a reference from you.
You did get the reference?
Yeah.
Even though I was trying to be extremely vague?
Yes.
Good. I'm glad. Still can't remember what they're called, though.
It's called Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
No, I know what the book is.
The thing is.
I was trying not to say the book, but I was trying to remember what the thing is.
Michael, I don't know.
Anyway.
So, the jig was up on DarkZero. Now, how do you prepare for it? Well, you could just rush again. I honestly think if you want to go into the mental gamesmanship that happens here,
but they're not doing
Aerowolf is almost certainly not thinking they're not gonna rush.
They've set up in the main lobby, but
they're not gonna rush again, are they?
They've got people set up other places too. It's a more spread out take here for BZ.
Right.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And it could actually work. If they did rush again, it could work. I mean, look at the holes that have been opened up from Aerowolf. There's actually a hole on the skylight wall where you normally reinforce. Imagine the maestro of Speakeasy gets picked off in stock, right?
Right.
He's
I'm with you.
tasked with holding the top of skylight, or square, as I like to call it. he gets picked off, then the flank is easy for this push in through the main lobby, and then you've got a crossfire in the site because the wall is open by the skylight. So, yeah, there's a lot of layers that benefit DarkZero if they can just get rid of Speakeasy. But that's gonna be one-person task with that.
I mean, DarkZero is lining up to do the exact same thing here.
Yeah, right now
they need to smoke off Elevator, and they need to smoke off the top of Banana. Ysera was playing up there. Hysterix is taking a little bit of damage. This round is playing out very similarly to what we saw before, and you know, I mean, that's not a bad strategy. Aerowolf are probably not expecting DZ to do the exact same thing.
But I mean, they are, and as much as it's super obvious, they haven't been punished for it yet. There's still a good opportunity here for DarkZero. No rush coming out after the first smoke. No push, I should say. Here's the flash to clear the ADS. Hyper goes up after the second smoke detonates because he's got to commit. There's no more to cover the right side. Evil Eye zapping away at these attackers. It'll be Ash charged, and Hyper wins the fight this time. Ysera goes down. He's not going to get anything. Castle Barricade eliminated, as will be Hyper. And there's another one for Aerowolf as they keep on tallying these players of DarkZero.
What a shot
for Mint through the wall. And he's going to get a second. He keeps putting these together, and DarkZero's going to win this round for sure. There's the third. It's all on one player. Hysterics on Banana. His position is not known by the enemy. He could actually make this happen. He's behind, but Mint seems to know now, and he's gonna get the fourth! Mint a 4K! DarkZero a big round. And they'll win it the second time's the charm.
How good has Mint been today?
Very.
All right.
Exceptionally.
Good conversation.
He's been doing great.
Yesterday, even though he didn't top the chart, my MVP for DarkZero would have been hot and cold for what it's worth. When we talk about how kills don't always matter, at the end of the day, I believe it was Nyx was a +8. I think Hyper was a +4. I think Mint was like a +4. I think hot and cold was like a +1 or something like that, and BC was like exactly +0.
BC,
I could have been wrong.
He's not the killer.
I could be wrong on hot and cold statistics, but hot and cold saved a number of rounds from utility usage, from his ability to get kills, all of that working together. Mint has not just racked him up when it comes to the actual kill count, but also he's done a tremendous job of target prioritization and making space for the rest of his team. He eliminated full coverage that Aerowolf had of elevators. And it was actually DarkZero who I think benefited more from the redo of that site than Aerowolf did. Because DarkZero, who though they had the element of surprise, I don't think they fully understood where Aerowolf was going to be battling back from. Yes, you imagine that somebody's going to be playing over by elevator. Yes, you imagine that somebody's going to be in Banana by the windows. Sure, those are all fine places to go. But DarkZero didn't have to drone as effectively because they'd already done most of it. And Aerowolf really didn't change that much up. Aerowolf ran with almost the exact same defense. Aerowolf could have tinkered with that strategy. They could have made some small adjustments, some tweaks. But they didn't, and DarkZero already knew most of what Aerowolf was going to do, and DZ benefited greatly from having a second crack at an attack that might not have worked. Keep in mind, Ysera got the opening kill last time. This time, it ended up being DarkZero getting the opening kill.
If I'm not mistaken, it was also, we had an ace from Mint earlier in this same map, didn't we?
Sorry, ace from Mint?
Yeah, or we had an ace, yeah, he was playing smoke on server stairs.
You are correct.
And that was it. That was a 4K from Mint. He has just been so alive this map. He's really putting in more work than most would, well, than is necessary to even win matches in. That's why DarkZero, they find themselves up 5-3. If the rest of DZ are also going to be contributing that kind of performance, then oh boy, do we have a favorite to win this map at least. And then that's going to, of course, scale into the match as a whole as BC gets the lead off kill onto Ysera. It's looking good for match point here. DarkZero, they're doing the same strategy for the most part. They're just pushing into main lobby.
If there was any frustration about having to redo that round, it's not apparent on DarkZero's faces. It's not apparent in their play one bit. They have seemingly tied up the previous round and some of this round with a really nice bow. Not that Ysera is the linchpin of the defense for Aerowolf, but you know the statistic behind getting the opening pick here. It's usually about 80% victory, and DarkZero has not squandered the benefit that comes, and the advantage that comes, rather. Castle Barricade blows up on one of the Banana windows, and it was Mentalist that was spotted in play. An asphyxiating bolt or a fire bolt from Capitao could be his doom. As down goes another piece of that fortress that has been created for Mentalist. Hyper will send it out, but you see no ticks of damage. Now Mentalist is finally taking damage as the fire spreads. Another bolt is going to go out, and it's going to drop as well, and Mentalist is downed and finished off by Hyper. And that's an even greater lead now here for DarkZero as they are at the top of the main lobby stairs. You don't know if there's going to be anybody coming from below, but you have more than enough members to be able to watch for that flank. It's Hysterics spotted in DarkZero looking for a lockout as they found 3 kills with no answer. Make that 4 with another from Hot and Cold. And Lunar Metal with an MP5 situated at the very back of the site. We'll have to watch the windows. Can't take the head off of Hot and Cold. It's Mint who actually ends up credited with the kill and the engagement. And it's a flawless round from DarkZero to go to match point, championship point. This could be the first grand finals appearance for DarkZero.
So we're looking, right now, we're looking at a very similar map to map number 1 in terms of the scoreline. We saw 3 rounds gained from Aerowolf in map number 1. And it was a 7-3 for DarkZero. We're set up right now for that exact same result. That last round, DarkZero put themselves almost everywhere, but look at this coordination. Look at that. I mean, Vincere in the most common position. That's where you hold Banana from. That's where you hold the main staircase from. Or rather, the main lobby staircase, or the red stairs, as some call it. And then somebody tries to take that position back. That's Mentalist. He tries to retake that hold in reception, and he's punished for it by the Firebolt. That, again, that's 3 people getting 2 kills on the same spot, spread out from each other. And not only that, but DarkZero, they're putting minimum manpower into that main lobby take. Absolute minimum. They've got players coming from elsewhere, and you saw that drop from the Thermite. Houghton comes from behind in stock, and he manages to get the player I talked about, the Maestro, in stock. Once you get that, you open up the entire flank, and at that point, the round was over.
I thought Bank was certainly going to be a much closer affair after those sides swapped, but DarkZero persisted. They are unwavering so far, and they have looked mighty damn good.
They have.
I would just like to note before we get into this matchup, just with a little bit of comedy for you, I screwed up my neckline shaving this morning, and if you were to look at me from below my chin, okay, well they're rushing in. Never mind, I'll save my story for another day. Mint goes down to Mentalist, but Hyper and Nyx are there, and they're going to try to make this one quick because Hyper's almost dead as well. Man, I really wanted to tell that story.
We'll tell it later, Parker. It's okay. We've got the finals.
I think I can actually tell it right now. So I said I was gonna. If you looked under, if you look under my chin, my neckline is hideous right now on my beard.
Okay.
But Bacon is wearing Crocs with white socks.
Is he?
So my neckline isn't the worst thing that I've seen today.
Well, none of you guys at home are going to be seeing that in all likelihood because, you know, we're not going to be putting the camera at his feet. But here and now, DarkZero, 1 man up. Now, Hyper is low on HP, but there's 2 minutes for DarkZero to make this attack happen into the site. They're so close to finishing their run to the finals. They've also spotted one of the roamers upstairs. That's going to be a really big call to hunt him down.
There's a vault from Vincere, but he had so little HP, the Pulse needed to get back to safety. It's Speakeasy now, watching through the metal. He'll creep on up, but I don't know if he's aware that there's 2 people inside a server on his right. Lunar Metal's there as well. Speakeasy finds 1, can't get the second. Hot and Cold is there! Lunar Metal is gone. Aerowolf goes dark. And DZ and North America represented in the grand finals later today. What a story and a 2-0 victory for the best team in North America.
I think at this point, it's hard to dispute considering that kind of a performance. DarkZero have looked unwavering at this finals, and when you compare that to past experience at finals, I mean, it's just, you know, I think there's a lot of people that are happy to see this coming out from DZ finally after so long waiting.
A well-earned and well-deserved victory from a team that has been known to drop the ball in the past, but they did not flinch once. And now they'll wait. Will they meet their fellow countrymen in Team Reciprocity? Or will it be the upstart squad from the UK and neighboring countries in Na'Vi, who struggled yesterday against Wildcard, giving everybody a shot, coming 1 round away from Australia representing its own region inside of the semifinals. Na'Vi versus Team Reciprocity will be up in just a couple minutes once we get through our conversation and then the analyst desk as well. That is going to be an exciting match, and I am very much looking forward to watching that. But we were treated to a very special 3 rounds or 3 maps yesterday, and Giants and Aerowolf, and I just wanted to say that I am very impressed with Aerowolf's performance and run through this event. They came in here, they defeated Fnatic and Norarengo to get here. Those are not bad teams, and then they toppled the Giants at the same time. DarkZero was too much of a handful, but DZ played some excellent Rainbow Six.
Yeah, DarkZero, I think, if we can really just point a finger at what caused this. I mean, yeah, it was a 2-0, and it was 2 7-3s in a row. We'll let Matt take it away for an interview, actually, with the winners.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I have. Nix. I have a finalist, Nix. It's you. It's DarkZero. Soak this up. This has been a while coming, hasn't it? There's been so many expectations on you guys. You get to the grand finals today.
Yeah, definitely. We've been putting in so much work and so much effort to get to this point right now, and I'm speechless. I couldn't be happier.
So there's been expectation on you at all the times you've made it to a LAN and then leaving them earlier than you want to, then all the support you get, then everybody who's just hoping for NA. But this seems like a DarkZero who can do it, who look like they're gonna do it. You seem a bit different as a team.
Yeah, definitely. I think the reason we seem different is we've had more time with Hyper on the roster. We've had a lot of time to develop strategy and just become more, more unison as a team. We have each other's backs every single round, and we've had amazing shot calling from Mint, and just everything's been really clicking for us this event. We definitely have what it takes to win.
It shows. It shows. Nobody would blame you yesterday after your quarterfinal for thinking you were likely to play Giants, okay? For many people, they were the favorite for this tournament, if not yourselves. They were rooting for Giants. They were expecting Giants. So for Aerowolf to knock them out, presumably you guys maybe had to change your plans?
We prepped for both teams. We have a great analyst staff with eCentral as well as Bacon as our head coach. So we put the equal amount of hours to prep for Giants as well as prep for Aerowolf. So either way, we were prepared for both games.
And tell me one more thing. Taking breaks, taking timeouts after rounds you've won. What's going on there?
That's a call from Bacon. He senses that we were maybe a little bit too energetic. You can hear it in our comms. He just uses that timeout as a way to refocus ourselves, as a way to kind of calm down, just make sure that everyone's not in their heads. I was kind of like, for example, I was playing really aggressive and getting picked a lot in that border game. So he told me, Nix, just take a deep breath, man. We got this. Let's just focus up and then let's close this game out.
And you did it. You're in the finals. We'll see who you're going to be playing next in the semifinals. But for now, our first grand finalist, Minasan, DarkZero!
North America's hopes and dreams. In the grand final again, 2 Pro League seasons this year, and in both of them, we'll have a North American grand finalist. We got EG in Milan. That didn't work out too well for them. Here's DarkZero, and Reciprocity might be joining them later for an all-out North American final, something that a lot of fans have been fantasizing about for quite a while at this point.
I mean, we're either going to get a full NA final, or we're going to get top 1 EU versus top 1 NA.
Honestly, I expect it to kind of go that way. But before we kind of overstep our boundaries into our next matchup, let's start talking about what happened. And we'll start off with map number 1, Border.
Yeah, Border, I feel like Aerowolf, we didn't necessarily have a lot to expect coming into that match. It was one they did previously lose out to Fnatic. It was a close game at the APAC finals, but they lost it nonetheless. And we still saw some of the things that worked by Fnatic against Aerowolf was still working against them. They weren't able to deal with that south presence near the Valley spawn, that pressure into CCTV. And despite, I think there were quite a few moments where we saw flashes of greatness from Aerowolf, but that claustrophobic map environment, in my opinion, it just didn't work for that team that just always wants to be diving in for those refrags.
While they definitely look strong on attack, I still think if they at least had the Monty to help them a little bit, it could have given them a few more attack rounds. and that removes a little bit of the pressure on your defense. But they did look very choked up on defense.
Yeah, the ban phase really worked out very well for DarkZero. They know exactly what to pick, and you heard Nick's talking about their analyst team, have Essential, they have Bacon as well on stage with them, helping them out, giving the calls for when they need to calm down, using their timeouts. Not every team gets to use their tactical timeouts. You need to use them, and DarkZero has been very efficient with it.
And the fact that you call a tactical timeout when you're in the lead to make sure that you can keep that lead instead of always calling it late when you started to lose and you have to get your... It's much harder to get people back up again. But once you're on that riding, winning rounds, taking that tactical timeout to say, we just don't change anything, let's fix these small mistakes and then let's keep this going.
I think there are a lot of misconceptions about what actually happens during a tactical timeout.
Yeah.
Sometimes people take a tactical timeout and just sit there and chill out. Sometimes what you need to be doing is addressing all of these micro mistakes that you've been making and go through them. It's actually really hard to go through and address all these mistakes when the team is emotional because you've had a series of lost rounds. When you're in a losing spree, actually it's better to just focus on fundamentals. Have the coach say, guys, look, it's all right, just clearer comms, we know what we're doing, we know we're better than these guys, get back into it. It's when you're on the winning streak that you actually have the opportunity to point out more specific mistakes and whip out the strap hook.
And you got to remember, some rounds, like if we're talking about 4Ks or aces, like if that's a clutch coming in, that was really a round you should have lost.
Yeah.
So even winning that, you have an immense hype on the team because you just won a round that you were sure you were not going to win. If you call a tactical timeout there, you're hyped, you're excited, and you can talk about these mistakes that led up to that, but you still won the round, so it's not depressing going into the next match.
What are some of the mistakes that really glared from Aerowolf's side on borders specifically?
For me, it was just on defense. They just didn't have enough room to breathe. That buck always tore them apart, whether it was horizontal destruction from the buck, holding up, for example, on that AC balcony, looking all the way into Armory. Regardless of what bomb site you're taking on border, you kind of use the whole map on defense anyway. It's the way the meta's developed on border. You want to try to hold as much map control as possible, CCTV, Armory, etc. And I think the way that DarkZero managed to maintain those crossfires, expose these angles, it just really prevented any kind of movement that Aerowolf wanted to employ.
I don't think Aerowolf played worse or better than yesterday. I think they played well. They played their game. I just think DC truly stepped up and played the exact game that they have promised us all.
I really felt like it went wrong for Aerowolf in the ban phase. I don't think border is where we wanted to head. I would have liked them to see Coastline as their first pick because they did really well against their opponent yesterday against Giants on that map, despite it being a really good map for Giants as well. On the other side, you pick a map that you've got lots of VODs on, DarkZero are going to be more prepared for it. And that's the thing that really stood out to me about Nix's interview. I expected coming into this event, Giants is the #1 most favorite team, and DarkZero said we did equal preparation for one of the most established teams in Europe to a team that hasn't been to a Pro League Finals or Major since 2017. I have so much respect for the amount of respect that DarkZero have for their opponents.
Oh man, that's respect ×2. Oh my god, that's square even, because you timed it together. But preparation is key, especially to have MVPs such as the one we have for this matchup. So let's put that up on the board and reveal to you our special player, hot and cold, as usual, hot in game, cold outside. 1.56 rating. That's pretty huge. Kill death ratio +14. The man is a walking turret. And you give him Maestro as well. Alex, you talked about it so many times. If you're going to play against him, maybe banning the Maestro would be a good idea at some point.
I think yesterday we saw him get way too much out of both the position he plays with Maestro and then the fact that you don't really have to reload for a very long time. So pushing certain areas in the map is extremely difficult if you don't get the pick on hot and cold. And I mean, you might look to someone like Mint who got the 4K and the ace on Bank, but those are two individual rounds where he performed very, very well. He was scary for the whole thing.
And I think that consistency was really the thing that was terrifying about hot and cold throughout this match. You mentioned the older in the magazine there. Well, it's not a magazine.
The box magazine.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that. Other people know a lot more than me about it. 81 rounds. 81 rounds is what you've got to use for yourself. Aerowolf, we've always been talking about refrag, refrag, refrag. How do you refrag a guy that can hold down this bullet hose for 10 straight seconds?
You bring him onto.
Yeah, and guess what? They got banned.
That's a
twice
good
in a
idea.
row.
That's a very good idea. Maybe if not the Monty, maybe the Blitz. I mean,
we saw DC bring a blitz. That it didn't last too long.
No, not at all.
Over the past few APAC finals, Aerowolf, when Monty gets banned, as it always does against them, they've tried experimenting with the blitz. Lunametal just can't do the same amount of thing. The way that Aerowolf used that Montaigne, it's a lot more passive. It's not in your face, close quarters. It's I'm here, Lunametal, giving information to the rest of the team to enable them to make the plays.
But even if you do play aggressive with Monty, you still have much bigger safety net than you do with Blitz. You're always going to be able to take damage with Blitz, whereas Monty, you can block off a doorway for as long as you want.
Yeah, you can just stand there. Of course, your shield will not protect anybody behind you if a nitro cell is thrown into you, but you will be able to survive yourself. Go mines are a big deal to deal with Monty, and when you ban him, you just don't even need to worry about him. So there's great preparation from DarkZero. Definitely watching the VODs that you were talking about, James. Not surprising at all, looking at this team that's been known as, I mean, they kind of taken the role that EG had back in the day of being this very structured, prepared North American team that kind of easily sets itself apart from the rest of the region.
Not just the rest of the region, they have a different play style and a little bit of a different way of going into each match, I feel like, than pretty much any other team. They seem to value the structure of doing certain things in a very specific order and then doing them right. But they also change things a lot, so they have to have an extremely wide strat book for this.
Honestly, I just wish I could just sit there next to them every single day, just see how they do it. It's so detailed when it plays out in game.
Yeah, and the ability to play off the cuff when it's needed cannot be understated for DarkZero. Fantastic clip during the season. I can't remember whether I brought this up yesterday when they had no hard breaches on Clubhouse and they managed to still get a basement attack without opening any hatches, no nothing. So I have a huge respect for the ability that you can juggle these two kinds of seemingly contrasting elements of Rainbow Six. Bring on that structure, bring on that methodical preparation, and when things, when it hits the fan, you can still pull things together.
Well, here's our update of the bracket for everybody watching at home. We'll pull that up for you. Again, DarkZero versus Aerowolf, 2-0. For DZ, it was 7-3, 7-3 on our two maps, Border and Bank. We still have one more semi-final. Of course, that's Reciprocity versus Natus Vincere. Now we'll talk about it in just a few minutes. Grand finalist, one has already been locked in. That is DarkZero. I'll be back to you, gentlemen, in just a few moments to kind of start hyping up our next matchup. But I want to turn to one of my favorite persons on this planet. Now let's talk a bit about this matchup. Emzo, can you please run us through all of this?
Absolutely. I mean, there was a lot that happened during these two maps, even though it was only two maps. But the thing I want to highlight is some of DarkZero's defenses. They were always ahead in their defense rounds. It always worked out very well for them. But I think a lot of that was down to the site anchors or the people that rotated back to site. So just a few rounds I wanted to show how well that worked, even if it was just down to trades. So to start with, we have this round here on Border. They're just holding down, just holding angles as best they can. You've got one man just kind of playing off his teammates, holding him secure, although ironically he dies. And the important thing is 19 seconds left. They played time. They even won 2 rounds off of time. So you see the way this plays out. You have the player, the IQ, goes on in here to bathroom, but BC's ready for it, covers, and then I want to show right after he immediately looks to the door. They are just trying to maintain coverage of the site and doing a very good job of it. You have the player over here as well. He's rotated out. He is trying to provide coverage of this entire area now and just make sure that they don't get flanked. He's also making sure they don't rush for a plant in B. It's that great coverage that helps here. You see, again, another player try and come for bathroom. Fortunately, you lose the player here, and Speakeasy now in here, but you've got this player, Hyper, is ready to fight it. It's just coverage after coverage and being able to execute on that, even if it's traded. Yes, it was traded there, but that's the thing is time. They're just burning time, and you see it happen here with the shield play. You've got Mint here playing that clash, doing a fantastic job. You've got Hot and Cold able to hold angles here. BC able to hold angles here. Hyper able to play through the window here. Just great coverage all around. Important thing as well is they forced the diffuser drop because of their play inside there. Just the way they play this out. And also the grouping up. We see this a lot from Aerowolf. They group up a lot on these attacks, especially when they're low on time. And that's really hurting them because they end up in these pinch scenarios here. A lot of trades do come out, but Hot and Cold, just a 3K there, playing fantastic from Fountains, and it's so hard to dislodge a Fountains player, but when it's Hot and Cold on Maestro, good luck with that. And then eventually this round, the important thing is, it's just time. Because this Clash is able to sit there, can't even finish off the player over here. And lastly, on Bank itself, an open area here, you've got a great attempt from Aerowolf to just push into kitchen. They've got smokes, Capital doing his thing. But these players, again, with the great coverage, you've got Mint to cover from there. There's a rotate here, and you've got Hot and Cold as well, able to rotate back as needed, or even cover into tellers. Just, again, 3 people on site doing their thing. And this is a situation where there's tons of time left, but they were ready for this. It's just great coverage. They do go for a plant attempt, though. This almost works out. You can even see the time dwindling down. But, again, this coverage is 3 men over here just doing a fantastic job of pushing it back all the way down. 4 kills onto Aerowolf, just completely leaves it in a situation where Lunar Metal is forced out. Great smoke on here as well, just to make sure they can't re-enter and try and fight back. And just, again, fantastic coverage of the site is a big reason why DarkZero was able to maintain leads on their defensive rounds, even if their attacking rounds weren't as perfect. It's just that kind of thing, that stable site play. That is the core of this game. When you're on defense, it's not just about Realm. It's not just about 4Ks making plays. It's about having a solid backbone. And DarkZero showed they had it today.
Yeah, timekeeping is definitely something that DarkZero are very effective at. Aerowolf, unfortunately, unable to deal with it. Devin, thank you very much. Can we get some more hashtag thank you, Emzo, in chat? We'll see you in our next game. Thank you, Devin. All right, come with me back to our land of many adventures. Gentlemen, we've seen an explosive series here. Anything you'd like to say to kind of crown this first semifinal?
I wanna give a little bit of a shout out to APAC for their performance. It's impressive. We underestimated Norengo and Fnatic first time we saw them, but they've all stepped up, and they're proving to be not just 2 teams in a region that do well, but a region that does well.
Yeah, every APAC Finals gets more exciting. Every time we do an APAC Finals, you say this is the most competitive one yet. Every time we're right, and this time that was kind of taken to a new level with 2 fresh teams. A lot of people are saying that this is Aerowolf's first ever international event. Well, they play the Allied Esports Minor, but also in 2017, they did play at the 6th Invitational, and they have just as many core players back then from some of these other teams, including Reciprocity. So I think it's high time that we've seen them highlighted and making the semifinals, defeating Giants, who were my favorite team to win this event. That's a huge feat. DarkZero, though, to be able to make sure they stand by, they don't fall for the same trick that Giants did, they don't let the pressure get to them, it's a huge mark for North America.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for that. We still have 2 more games on our hands. Of course, our next up, it's semifinal number 2. We've already decided DarkZero in that spot at the grand final. Though, Na'Vi and Reciprocity fight, it's the classic EU versus NA. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Tokoname. Welcome back to the beautiful country of Japan. Welcome back to the Pro League Finals of Season 10. What fun we are having, and with some incredible matches of Siege to boot as well. We have our first grand finalist. That is DarkZero. Now we need to find out who they're going to play for this title of being the new Pro League champion. And it could be an all-NA final. I don't think many people would have dared predict that. Or it could be the #1 of NA, DarkZero, against the #1 of EU. Either way, an amazing final. Let's figure out who it's going to be. And let's start off by meeting the Americans who want to be there.
We feel really good. I mean, we're super confident coming here. We've had our, our ups and downs, kind of slow paces, kind of falling behind, then jumping back into it. But we've really become more disciplined throughout the half of the split of the season, and coming into this and qualifying, I mean, we're definitely more than ready for it, for sure. We definitely been grinding pretty hard to prepare for this event and changing some strats and getting things ready definitely for the teams here. Our goal for this event is to definitely dominate this event and then carry this over into the next events for the future of Rainbow. It's definitely North America's event this season, so we're gonna come here, we're gonna do what we gotta do, and we're gonna come out on top.
They said it's North America's season. Can they join their North American compatriots in the final? It's Team Reciprocity! Team Reciprocity! And if they want to fight the #1 in NA for the title, they have to beat the #1 of EU.
I'd say we're very excited to just play. It's we've worked very hard. We just want to sort of play and show what we're made of. Just enjoy it while we're doing it. We prepared for this event by working with our analyst Jack and our coach Gig, just looking into how the teams play, looking at their strats, looking at just going into depth, making sure we're prepared for each team and whoever we play. I feel very confident going into this event. I feel like we can win the whole thing. We've never played any of the teams here, but I feel like we're prepared enough to be successful. My goal for this tournament is to win. Anything else is a failure for me.
The new champions of Europe, they want to be champions of all of Season 10. They are Na'Vi! Confident and ready, Na'Vi! There is a lot of confidence on this stage. There is this beautiful trophy and this title they both want so badly. Within touching reach, you've got to get to the final to try and take it all. Good luck, Na'Vi! Good luck, Team Reciprocity!
Yes, here we are, the classic NA versus EU, and we haven't even hit the grand final. Hey, who knows? Maybe we'll have a repeat, or for the first time in ages, North America will be the only representative still left at the grand final. This match will decide it all between Reciprocity and Na'Vi. Reciprocity, #2 team coming in, and they're seeding from North America, and Na'Vi, #1, beating out Giants. G2 aren't here, Empire aren't here. Gentlemen, we talked about the rags to riches story. Please, let's just scream it and yell it one more time for the few still in the back that don't know the stakes that Na'Vi are playing with here. Alex, go ahead.
I mean, it's successful for them no matter what happens, because so far they've done exactly what we saw Empire do, where they get to Challenge League, they get to EU Pro League, they dominate that, and now they're here. So, I mean, we've seen it before. There's a decent chance that they go to take everything, right?
There's just, you can't play Oregon anymore, so at least the white stairs won't be a problem.
With Na'Vi, we didn't really see them at all before 2018 last year. They kind of didn't really have a showing at all. We finally saw them start to make some impact in the UK scene with the UK Premiership. They eventually became the champions, overtaking Team Secret, which was a huge deal for them. Back then they were known as M&M Gaming. Just this year in June, as soon as they came first in Challenge League, got that spot in the Pro League, they got picked up by one of the biggest and most well-renowned esports organizations in the world. It is absolutely 0 to hero, nothing to UK champion, to Challenger League champion, to European Pro League champion. there's only one next step that I see as a possibility here. Come on, have I got to say it? Imagine a situation where we have 2 seasons in a row where 2 different European Challenger League champions become the first team in the Pro League.
Look, not even that. Empire won Raleigh. They won the major. So on top of all of their successes throughout the years, they made it to 6 Invitational Grand Final. It's their first showing. They had just qualified to CL. They played through the season. They win Pro League Finals in Milan. Then they go and dominate in Raleigh, play the Grand Final against G2 and win it out. They're not here today, but Na'Vi definitely are trying to pick up.
If we are trying to compare them, we got to remember that through that whole thing, Empire never really showed any emotion until they were at the finals. Talking to Na'Vi yesterday, they're not hiding it. They were terrified on Cafe. They haven't been performing super well the last couple of Cafes. And going into that, they were afraid of taking gunfights. They were afraid of peeking. And they're very humble about the fact that that map is not what they wanted to show.
No.
Then they somehow found the courage to stop playing the way that people in EU are afraid of them, which is challenge everything, peek everything, move, be annoying players. Get in the way.
And something that Na'Vi do have going for them is they practice, they scrim, they play their Pro League in the most competitive Rainbow Six region that we have to offer. Their last 3 Pro League play days, they defeated G2. Next week, they defeated Empire, and then their final week, they defeated Chaos. A really, really strong end to the season for a well-deserved first place in the European Pro League, but they did stumble a little bit against Wildcard. We can't really blame them too much for that. It was a close game, but we haven't seen Citizen turn up on LAN just in the same way that he did online.
Let's talk about Na'Vi's opponent's roster, for example. Reciprocity, we'll put them up on the camera here, and we'll go through them again. Laxing, Foxy, Skies, Mark, and Retro. They're here. They're trying to play the best they can. Yesterday, you know, jet lag is an issue. It happens. Sometimes you're really, I mean, yeah, you have to at least hand them something. You know, you come in, it's exhausting, fair enough. You come in, you're playing against a team that has 2 subs, a completely different thing that you've prepared the entire time. Completely fair. Showing was weak. Yeah, given the circumstances, I can let it slide. But now, this is the game, and you're going to fight against such a big opponent, Na'Vi. This is where you back up all the talk.
I mean, they all have a positive rating. It wasn't that the game yesterday was just not the game that they wanted to play either. Yeah. Without a doubt, they would rather play against a full Na'Vi roster, or sorry, a full NIP roster. But this game is like, it's going to be different because now we have 2 really aggressive teams. They both have a full lineup. I mean, there was time to sleep now, and they should both be ready.
Reciprocity did say yesterday that that was a bit of an opportunity to save some strategies. They don't have to go too hard against NIP to save it all for Na'Vi, but they really do have to put their money where their mouth is now. And let's not forget that this is not an enviable position for Reciprocity. Coming into this tournament, as you said, they want to earn the commendation of defeating Ninjas in Pyjamas, the #1 team out of Latin America, at their full strength. And they didn't, even though they won that match, we're still not able to give them that full credit. And that's not a great spot to be in. They really have to show up here to prove themselves.
Of course, they have to show up against Na'Vi. Here's the roster: Pi, Citizen, Kendrew, Nello, and Saves. As you said, Alex, these guys, they were not shy about the fact that they really messed up on the first map. It got really close against Wildcard. 7-4 victory for Wildcard in that map specifically. Then it went to Coastline. Things really ramped up for Na'Vi. They felt much better. Nello, even though we don't get to talk about him even in the online phase of Pro League, because there's just so much happening with Na'Vi, especially online. Now here we're seeing what the advantage of having this like calm, considerate player on your team allows you to have, what sort of flexibility. And I want to liken him, after having had a conversation with him, he reminds me a lot of Shate. Very similar, respectful, humble attitude, very ready, always a beast in game, but always ready to talk to you about the intricacies and calming his teammates to make sure that they make it far into the game.
I bet you he's the one that screams the loudest when he clutches them. They always are. It's always the chill ones.
Na'Vi are on paper the favorites here, right? First team out of EU is usually the team that takes the entire event, right? But that said, coming into this event, Na'Vi, they don't have very much international experience. EU is a great region to practice in, but that said, practicing against Latin America, North America, APAC is really good for getting a versatile playstyle and being able to counter. Now, the only time they've played North America in the past was against Rogue, and they didn't even win a map. That was at DreamHack Valencia earlier this year. So, unfortunately for them, they do have a lot to learn. Going up against another North American team, they'll have to step it up.
All right, map vetoes, ladies and gentlemen. We want to get the show on the road ASAP. So again, best of 3 series here, and it means that we have two bans, 2 picks, 2 bans, and then of course our decider in our 7 map pool, the official competitive map pool. Bank, border remove first. Consulate will be Navi's first pick. Villa for Reciprocity, that is actually pretty sweet. And then Clubhouse as their decider. Honestly, this map ban looks to give us a super tight game between the two.
But this still looks like they're following what they've been doing most of the, well, actually the past 6 months, because we got
online,
Bank is the most banned map by Na'Vi, and Border's one of the most banned maps by Reciprocity. Na'Vi throwing away Calf is probably a pretty good idea. Just off yesterday's performance, let's maybe wait with that one for a bit. And
yeah, after the match against Wildcard, I saw them in the hallway and said, guys, you know, what happened on Cafe? We thought that was a really good map. And they said, no, recently playing Cafe, we haven't been feeling it. Of course, we don't get to see a lot of their scrim results, and sometimes teams learn a lot in scrims about how comfortable they feel on maps that we don't know, we can't know, that's private information. But I definitely think that this is a fairly standard map veto, and hopefully we'll get through it and go all 3.
Your thoughts on scorelines for this first map, Alex?
I don't know about scorelines, but I think we're going to see 3 maps, but 3 fast maps.
Okay, James?
I want to say Na'Vi is definitely my favorite team. At the same time, Reciprocity, the onus is on them to prove the naysayers wrong, and I think that this is the perfect opportunity to do that.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your input. It's time to get this game on the road. Semi-final number 2, it's Na'Vi versus Reciprocity, EU versus NA. Hajime!
Thank you very much, Kassan. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, watching back home and around the world to Tokoname. We have a grand finalist. It's a North American grand finalist for the 2nd straight season. We'll be getting all NA final, or we have an EU challenger to approach. Reciprocity versus Na'Vi begins now. It begins on Consulate. Sam, yesterday, we saw a rec game against a fractured NIP team. There were a lot of comments after the game about our opinions about Reciprocity, but nonetheless, I think they ring true, honestly. Reciprocity looked shaky yesterday. Let's see if they've changed things up today, especially going up against a Na'Vi team that did not look like they were on their best performance yesterday either.
I feel like this is a put up or shut up moment. I mean, for God's sake, you're going right back to Consulate. You look at the map bans from Team Reciprocity overall, and every single one of these maps is not a map that you look at Reciprocity and go, okay, they're fluent on this. No, it's a lot of bans, it's a lot of losses, which telegraphs to everyone at home that they have been working on these maps. These have been something that they've had on the back burner for a while, and they were just waiting to pull them to the front when they needed them. So this could be a lot tighter contention than Alex thinks that it could be with these map bans.
Well, we got map bans out of the way. Let's focus on some operator bans. We're going to lose a Capital, a Nomad, a Valkyrie, and a Maestro. So some more unorthodox bans, I'd say, in terms of the operators. The Capital and the Nomad both in play yesterday on console when Reciprocity played against the Ninjas in Pyjamas. And both of them extremely powerful. The Valkyrie as well was a constant ban yesterday. And the Maestro instead of the Echo. So we still have Echo up and we still have Mira up. Saw a little bit Mira more than usual on Consulate these days, even downstairs towards Teller's Archives bomb site or to the basement. Speaking of Teller's Archives, that is where we will be starting things off. Na'Vi on the defense, Reciprocity on the attack, and Na'Vi not backing down, not shying away from playing some creative initiatives on their strategies. We're starting on the 4th bomb site that has only existed for a little over a year now.
It's a very creative site. There's a myriad of different ways you can hold it. Some people prioritize top, some prioritize bottom, but we've seen it held a bunch of different ways. The traditional way, put nitro cells downstairs, give yourself vision inside of the Teller's site, and then try and blow anybody up that puts the diffuser down. You might want to show some face upstairs to delay some time, but that's at your own leisure. We are going to have a castle set up from Na'Vi, though, as we see Nello donning that.
Yeah, going to be reinforcing the closet hatch as well to limit quick movement downstairs. And this setup as well, we've seen DarkZero already implement the Teller's Archives bomb site as one of their primaries, honestly. We saw them avoid the top four like the plague yesterday against FaZe. Today, they did not play Consulate, but yesterday we saw a lot of DarkZero's implementations of these quick rotations in and out of Tellers. And like you said, playing a lot of Nitro Cells down below, between 4 and, well, honestly, maybe 5, if you really want to play it. Not as many coming out from Na'Vi this time around. I only count 2 possibilities between the Mozzie and the Mute. For Reciprocity here, again, we saw them very slow on Consulate yesterday against NIP, just unwilling to challenge, waiting for NIP to make the first mistake. Against Na'Vi, a team that also seemed a little more timid than usual, this could be a slower start to a game when we're expecting high tempo.
Well, the real question is for Reciprocity is, are they going to go back to what we assumed that, you know, their playstyle was going to be coming into LAN, that high-tempo gameplay like you were talking about? Are they going to try and stay more structured? It didn't feel like the structured gameplay really fit them at all. It was very slow-paced. They really didn't go down the checklist quickly. It really felt like old Vitality. We get down to 15 seconds. Okay, guys, we have something to do. You throw yourselves at the wall, and it doesn't stick.
So entry in here from Mark into the console office, looking into the connector wall, all the way to the top of the Visa stairs, and that's where Kendrew is. And honestly, incredible individual performances yesterday from everyone on the side of Na'Vi against Wildcard yesterday. A remarkable match to witness and a pleasure to cast. A flank coming from Citizen up the yellow stairs will be droned out swiftly here, but Citizen not backing down. Willing to take that first engagement against Mark as he's now joined by the Thermite now of Retro in behind with Diffuser, but Citizen will take down Mark as he tries to exit console. 2 more drones will perish as well. The Citizen will rotate down for free, and Retro obviously carrying that Diffuser, being one of the hard breachers, not looking to re-engage, and because of that, Citizen allowed to escape and pick up 2 on the round onto FaZe.
There's a reason 6 of the talents that across the entire world picked this man as their MVP for the entire season going into this LAN. And for moments like this, he's able to make wine out of water. It's truly impressive what he's able to achieve on his own, destroying drone economy as well as getting kills. Kendrew adding on to the pile, and this is already looking like a flawless round.
2 members remaining. It's the 2 hard breachers. Sky's taking damage, but will at least trade out 1 onto Kendrew downstairs in the basement. Remaining attackers separated here for Reciprocity as Retro is the man carrying the Diffuser as Skies pushes his way down the yellow stairs at the vending machine at about 23 or so HP. Still has Nello upstairs, and Nello with that 1v4 yesterday on the gridlock for the ace. That was quite the highlight reel play, and we're looking to see more of that today from Na'Vi. Those highlight reel plays were really difference makers against Wildcard. This has been a pretty standard round, and a slower round at that. The entries so far for Reciprocity not falling in a line like they would have planned. There goes Pi taking down Retro, so it's Skies alone in the 1v4 as he turns the corner. He'll be shut down. 3 on the round for Citizen, and Na'Vi start things off well-paced.
And that's just a fantastic round from Na'Vi. That setup especially, I like how they layered things and then kept Citizen over near Piano for the late flank. He didn't get droned out on that middle level, so he's allowed to come up yellow, bag a free kill, and a couple drones for his leisure. They tried to chase him down, but he's able to continue on winning these ones. And that's something that we were talking about yesterday inside of the Na'Vi game. You don't want to give these guys those one-on-one gunfights. You want to try and trade them out. Otherwise, you're just going to allow them to continue to man up on man advantage, and then you have rounds like this.
Honestly, beautiful shutdown across the map there, and Citizen, with this Nomad ban, honestly, I'm not surprised that he had so much luxury to rotate with ease and no one really cutting him off. A Jackal would probably be a smart operator for Reciprocity to want to bring out here, try and lock him down, because we saw Citizen yesterday against Wildcard on an island a lot of the time. He's alone, but he makes those swift, silky plays where he rotates constantly around the map. He's never in one place for more than about 20 seconds or so, and it's so hard to lock him down without any kind of intel. You can see him ripping through the drone economy on that round from Reciprocity as well. If you cannot gather intel on Citizen, he will be a dagger in your back. So for Na'Vi, keep Citizen up. He's gone to the dock now instead of the Jaeger as we head towards the lobby defense.
And I mean, you have so many options for that as well. You can also go with the Gridlock, a brand new staple to Team Rainbow. That's great on being able to hold down those flanks with those track stingers. We actually saw Nella with a fantastic clip with her yesterday, but it didn't really have to do with her utility, just his pure fragging ability. But her utility especially is so good at shutting down those late flanks, and it could definitely throw a thorn into the side of Citizen if he tries to go for that late roam again.
So for Reciprocity, bit of a split here. We've got 3 members from Reciprocity all stacked towards the admin side for a lobby take. We've still got Laxing outside over towards the console windows. And Nitrocell goes soaring, but somehow will not claim the life of Skies, as that was almost a precarious situation in consecutive opening deaths. Retro in the process, though, will take some damage, down to about 60 HP. Waiting for the entry, it'll be Pi and Kendrew to lock down the admin push, playing by the vending machines. They do have a 3rd man on the far side over by console to support as well. I imagine with a rotate through yellow stairs to the bathroom. This is a good hold here for Na'Vi, and for Reciprocity, it's about pushing through with power. It's about being the instigator, being the driving force on a round. Yesterday we saw a lot of timidness from Reciprocity, and they got to change that up if they're going to win today.
Yeah, you are attacking. Attack, that's what you have to do. And Reciprocity, as you said, with a very slow-paced game, but Sky is going to start us off now. Pre-fires into a regular position inside of the front kitchen there and is able to claim Kendrew, but those pests will still remain, so he can still possibly steal some drones and really do some harm to that drone economy. But Reciprocity finally making good time. Again, some damage onto Retro, but they have what they need in order to go for this top clear. You have Copy as well as you have Short Desk.
Yeah, there's a bit of a sly play there, an attempt from Kendrew. Citizen, though, will take down Laxing downstairs. So again, the split push here being picked apart a little bit. Retro's alone out towards the projector balcony on the rappel. That's where he's taken the majority of his damage. That was Laxing alone downstairs trying to go for a flank hold, and flank hold does not get held. Citizen will be able to, again, be able to escape. Drones the long desk with the breach hole open. Nearly a team kill coming out there from Reciprocity. A little over 60 seconds left in the round. Here comes Citizen up the spiral stairs, taking aim in towards the copy hallway and by the secretary desk. Drone on Pi, knowing that he's going for the swing, but instead he'll dart on back in behind his table and keep his safety position. Time very low here for Reciprocity with not a lot of movement.
This is a hell of a lot of stall when the site's all the way downstairs. I mean, they're going to get the kill onto Pi, but look at the timer. Only 40 seconds remain, and they're inside a lobby. They have this top control, but they still have to worry about Citizen, as well as they have man advantage. With that top control, they're going to be able to more than likely get a diffuser down inside of lobby, but you still have to worry about the toxic babes of saves. Nello's already rotated across as well. I don't exactly know where he's sitting. It looks like he's sitting downstairs, I do believe, but when you're just staring at a wall, no, he's actually inside a connector all the way upstairs, so they don't have all of top control. Only 15 seconds remain. Retro has to go in and try and stick this diffuser. One more toxic babe in hand, and that will displace him for another 10 seconds. So that's all the way down to 0-0. They still have yokais as well, and this is more than likely going to be all that she wrote, unless they can possibly get some utility down, and that's going to be it. Double yokai and good utility usage from Na'Vi.
No IQ on the board to spot out the Echo, and no one really with time there to be able to come back in and shoot the Echo drone. Just playing time management beautifully there for Na'Vi. Even playing with a massive man disadvantage near the end there. A 4v2 advantage for Reciprocity, trying to get that plant down inside a lobby. It was good coverage from outside the front door. But again, those yokai drones, 99% invisible up on the ceiling directly above where Retro was trying to plant. So again, Reciprocity slow on time control. Seems to be a problem that's carrying over from yesterday. Got a lot of new operators coming out on the side of Na'Vi as we head downstairs. So this is very similar to what we were seeing from DarkZero yesterday against FaZe on Consulate, which was, we will defend every bomb site on Consulate, except for the top floor, which is one of the most common bomb sites. We barely saw lobby defenses yesterday between Reciprocity and NIP. And yep, we're going to be losing the majority bomb site that we saw yesterday in that final game. At least on the side of Na'Vi, they don't really feel like playing it.
Yeah, there is no tertiary site for Na'Vi. They'll play it all except for upstairs, which is the weird thing, as you were saying. But honestly, I think that they're just so good at tellers that they really don't need console site at all. I mean, they set up upstairs for that site like they're going to be playing up there, like if they would be playing that site. So obviously they understand how to play the site upstairs properly. They just choose not to because they don't feel like it's a very strong site on this map. Now, on the other side of the coin, Reciprocity needs to pick up this pace. I mean, these operators have been in the game for so long to be able to delay time. When you get under that minute time and you're not focusing on site, you're in very, very treacherous waters. I mean, take Bank, for instance, downstairs. If you don't have the wall open at a minute 20, then what are you going to do? There's so much utility to burn through.
Well, I'll be interested to see how Reciprocity handle this. We have a mirror window on a garage wall with a soft panel to the left with Nello actively playing it.
Oh,
okay.
Haven't seen that for a while.
No, Na'Vi wins 67% of the time when they play Echo on Consulate, compared to 45% overall of their defensive rounds. So they like playing with Echo. It's good to know, and it's good to understand the bans a little bit deeper there. Thank you for the stats there, Spleck. So there goes Mark, and Ash opened the soft panel on the right-hand side of that mirror, but they still have the mirror window up. The Kite Electroclaw, some ADSs. It's good adaptation here from Skies to go onto the IQ, being wary of that Echo, but the IQ electronic sensor will also be able to spot those Electroclaws through the floor, as long as they can get some piano control, and doesn't look like Na'Vi are sending much of a roam towards lobby. As I say, that Citizen will rotate in, the slippery guy he is.
Again, you always have to worry about him. Citizen really is like the EU version of Laxton. He goes for these deep roams, he goes for rotates on offense. You really can't put a peg on his location at any given time because you really just don't know unless you have a drone on him or something in order to give yourself that info. Oh, they're gonna impact trick through the drone hole. This is so intelligent. That's gonna burn both of them. Retro doesn't have any more X-Kairos, no Habana on the field, no Maverick. Reciprocity is dead in the water.
No hard breach left. The good news is, I mean, there's an open panel that you ashed open. So, I mean, you get rid of this mirror window from above and you've got a possibility to enter in. You just won't be able to open up the left-hand side. So that means that Pipes control is going to be hard to clear out here for the attacking side of Reciprocity. Still accomplish that goal with Foxe upstairs or Mark with the breaching rounds. Again, it's going to be difficult. And I don't think Citizen has been spotted here, as I imagine he'd get the hell out of Dodge if he had been. This mirror window still standing again, causing a lot of headaches for Reciprocity to try and contend with. Barely any damage done, honestly. The only damage is about 10 HP onto Retro through that impact tricking that was going through the drone hole. Reciprocity, we saw this yesterday as well, waiting until about the last 20 seconds to try and bail into the garage, but Nello is going to try to hold them at the gates. There goes Citizen for the opener onto Foxe. All the drones being repelled, and once again, this should be a stronghold for Nello up against the garage wall.
Fantastic play by Citizen to be able to maintain vertical control here, not allowing piano control at all to Fox. And again, that was just missed droning. They focused all their drones in sight, and it bagged them nothing. There was no real gain here, all except for an Ash charge onto a breach. It's going to be a quick shot. Nello's going to take down Mark, and all of a sudden we're up 5-3 in favor of Na'Vi. Another quick shot for Citizen is apparently they think that he just left. Nello tacks on, and this looks like we might have the first flawless unless Laxian has something to say about it. But he's going to have a lot to say about it in about 8 seconds. Rotates over towards Kitchen, punches the barricade, but more than likely just going to let the time waste out after he pre-fires through, pads the Siege GG, and that's going to be 3 in a row for Na'Vi.
Well, Na'Vi complete the clean sweep on the defensive bomb sites all the way through. We start off with Teller's Archives, we head to lobby, and we go back downstairs. So a tactical timeout, understandable here for Team Reciprocity, as the game is starting to get away from them a little bit. That being said, though, Na'Vi also let things slip away from their hands very early on against Wildcard, and were able to bring things back quite interestingly. Most notably with a 7-1 win on Coastline on map number 2 yesterday. So by no means is 3 rounds a death sentence here for Reciprocity. It just got to regroup a little bit.
No, not at all. And we've seen Reciprocity be able to string things together before. They're a very emotional squad, and when, you know, the tide is with them, they're fantastic. The issue is when the tide is against them, it seems like there's a lot of clashing that goes on. So this needs to be constructive with this timeout. Hey, let's play our game. This structured gameplay for us, it's not us, man. Let's just move on. Let's play our game. Let's be crazy. Let's just do it. Why not? We flew all the way to Japan. It's a 16-hour flight home, Flynn. I don't think you flew all this way just to blow it on a different play style.
Well, for Reciprocity, the timeout will wind down in just a few short moments here. Hope's trying to gather the team and make sure that everyone is on the same page. We can see honestly, bunch of different operators coming out right now for Team Reciprocity. You guys back home can't see them, but we've got a bunch of different options being picked here by many of the members as we resume.
It's part of the script. We just already know what's going to be happening. Sorry, guys. Hate to spoil it. Esports is all a lie. It's like the WWE. Anyways, moving on, though. Na'Vi so far have done a fantastic job of being able to keep pace with Reciprocity and the playstyle that they're imbuing this game with so far. What I mean by that is that Na'Vi is not getting overly aggressive. That's what Reciprocity wants. They want them to try and challenge to the outside of the building and then just get frags off of that by them over-peaking. And they're not doing that. They're going, okay, if you're going to play slow, we can do that too. We'll just play for late roams and things along those lines. Citizen's doing a fantastic job of that as well. Not getting overly aggressive. I mean, he just sat in closet upstairs in lobby, waiting for someone to motion in to gain that vertical pressure inside of Piano. And that is a hot spot for people to come through. He didn't need to go find them. He knew where they were going to go to. They were going to go to the honeypot for that site.
Well, in stark contrast to their potential grand finalist counterparts, Na'Vi not going to be fully employing the screw top floor strategy as we're finally going to get a defense here. So all 4 bomb sites will be played here by Na'Vi in a row, as they've already won 3 of the 4. They could make it a clean sweep here again. They've already gone through a pretty standard half rotation. I do like the operator swap-ups here for Reciprocity, though, bringing a Dokubi to attempt the roam clear. We did see a Jackal there. Well, you and I did, Sam, but the viewers back home did not, unfortunately, as it was during the timeout. Saw a Jackal there, and then they swap back off of it. I would like to see a Jackal, honestly. Yes, the Dokubi has looked really good in someone like Ace's hands. However, the Jackal is just so easy. It's point and click.
Yeah, and
track your person. You know exactly where they are. You don't have to play off sound cues, maybe going through floorboards or anything like that. You got much better weaponry. It's just a much more common operator to be played, and it fits the Reciprocity playstyle a lot better to get into Citizen's face. Make sure you shut him down with some tempo.
Yeah, even with his recent nerf, he's still such a fantastic operator, having soft destruction, smoke grenades, and a fantastic rifle. One of the best rifles in the entire game, Flynn. I mean, the C7E is such a fantastic weapon, but Reciprocity going over the Dokubi, which again, not a bad pick, more than likely going to be rocking the C75. No one has really been playing with the SMG-12 as of late. And actually, no, Mark's going to prove me wrong. He's going to be rocking that SMG-12. Uh-oh. Can he get him? Oh, it's going to be a hard wall. Oh, no, wait, no, he did light him up. Nello's going to take quite a bit of HP, but apparently 4 bullets to the arm doesn't kill somebody.
Well, he's a 3 armor. He's a chunky boy. He can take a few of those through a wall and through a window at range. So Nello spotted there on his cams downstairs. Actually, I think it was over towards Copy inside a break room there. FaZe is going to go for honestly an ambitious swing into the yellow stairs there. Citizen's going to take a lot of damage in the process, but he will acquire the opening pick onto FaZe. Good news is for Reciprocity, they've done a lot of damage to both Nello and Citizen now on attempting the entries. But again, deceptively quick round. The clock continues to tick away against Team Reciprocity on these rounds. On the attacking side, we now stand with 61 seconds, looking to burn down for Na'Vi.
Skies actually is going to follow suit with how FaZe was quickly dispatched. Swings in through yellow, but no challenge from Citizen this time around. Citizen and Nello both on quite low HP, but still 5 remain up on Na'Vi's side. No Doc to help out, obviously, as you guys can see at the top of your screen. Oh, might have a nice headshot here with the pistol. My! Oh my! The 44 mag might have a lot of recoil, but when you only need 1 bullet, it doesn't have that much. Sprayed through the wall for Skies, but only does a little bit of damage to Pi in the process. Launches an Electro Claw down, and what an intelligent way to use those Electric Claws to keep all of the reinforcements in place inside of Connector.
Going for the bullet hole peek once again with the 44 auto mag, but now pull out the AUG, and as he goes for the weapon swap, he'll be cut down by Mark with that Mark 14, hitting the deck though underneath the default camera, taking a lot of damage, and look at the health on Reciprocity. Laxing has now been down to the top of the yellow stairs, trying to push through. The remaining members for Reciprocity pushing into the bomb site, but it's a clean sweep for Na'Vi. It's 4 in a row. Perfect on every bomb site so far for Na'Vi.
Na'Vi used Citizen. It's super effective. That's just how it's going so far. Citizen's allowed to do whatever he wants to do, Flynn, and they can't shut him down. And then you have insane one-taps with people like Pi when they even try and challenge towards site. I mean, the default's not working. They try and shift across to go for a yellow take. I just don't know what's in the cards for Reciprocity at this point. They've already burned their tactical timeout. It seems by the operator lineup that they're now bringing, again, you guys can't see it just yet, but it seems like, oh, never mind, that's going to be 6-pick, and we're going to finally get the Jackal. It was a Twitch, but now we have switched over. Fox still going to be on the Sledge, and most importantly, Lax still going to be on the Thatcher, which something inside of their playstyle, I'm not the biggest fan of him being on the Thatcher. I like to see him on IQ. I like to see him on these 3-speed ops where he can just run rampant across the entire map. Thatcher doesn't really give you that freedom because you have to rotate back to your team with those EMPs to make use of them.
Well, for Na'Vi here, you got to be feeling pretty good considering the poor start Na'Vi got off to yesterday against Wildcard, losing, honestly, a lot of rounds on the attacking side of Cafe. We did say, it's Cafe. But also, Clubhouse went a very peculiar way as well for the map number 3 against Wildcard. And honestly, inches away from losing that game and allowing 2 APAC teams to make it to the semifinals. Like we said, those guys will 6-pick off of the Twitch onto the Jackal. Mark sticking with the Dokkaebi there. Did acquire a kill with the Mark 14, but the phone calls, again, the idea for taking the Dokkaebi is rooted in clearing the roam from Citizen. They didn't do that. They set on a lot of repels there for the majority of the round there. And again, trying to ignore the roam, which is a strategy that has worked out for Team Reciprocity in the past, but they gotta, again, pick up the pace here. They're wasting a lot of time on these attacking rounds, waiting for someone to make a mistake. And Na'Vi right now on the precipice of being in the grand finals, not looking to make too many mistakes, but Citizen will finally be cut down here by Mark. The roam clear, inadvertently, will be successful here for Reciprocity.
Well, appears that 5th time is the charm. Let's see if they can make good on it, though. They need to be able to find a round here. This is where it starts. You've knocked away the man that's been such a detriment to your squad so far. First Logic Bomb coming in for Mark. He hears some sound, so he's going to pre-fire in through connector, but Kendrew has already left the space for safer pastures. Skies finds some footmarks downstairs. They could possibly Inox track, but I believe it might be Citizen. That's why he hasn't confirmed them just yet. Reciprocity still on that easy-going boat ride instead of, well, anything faster, which for this round, not too bad. You still have plenty of time on the board. I just want Reciprocity to pick up the pace just a little bit. That's something that they're so known for. And for such a long time, Flynn, you and I have talked about how Na'Vi just looks like a newer version of Reciprocity. But Reciprocity isn't playing like Reciprocity against Na'Vi. It's just really throwing me off, to be completely honest with you.
There's a sign on the path we take to walk back to the hotel that says high-speed boat. I want Reciprocity to be the high-speed boat right now. And
high-speed boat was gone last night.
It was gone.
Maybe that's why Reciprocity isn't being the high-speed boat. The high-speed boat wasn't there.
My question is, what's the conversion here? As Kendrew through a bullet hole will take down Retro. That's your man with your diffuser. The hard breacher not as necessary for a Teller's Archives take, because that is the bomb site. But again, my question is the conversion here for Reciprocity. Where are you trying to plant? Are you trying to converge downstairs to the basement, or are you going to try and tango with the nitro cells that'll be flirting across the floorboards? It's a 4v4 here with less than a minute remaining, as Nello's phone will ring out inside a copy hallway, alerting now Foxe as he pushes in through the top of spiral stairs in tandem with Laxing. It's a good push here up top through the long desk, but again, Reciprocity taking their time, taking their caution. All Nello has to do is hold the rotation. He'll do a little bit of damage there to Mark. The pre-fires that UMP is not your strongest weapon to take. Now they'll rotate over towards the secondary desk. Angle, and Kendrew in the midst of a reload does not get his head taken off. Skies will take down Pi, but now downing off Mark will be Kendrew. Nice shots there through the soft walls inside of admin by Foxe. They do have to recover the diffuser. Foxe and Mark now, ooh, almost a one-tap there for saves. Now rotating down the Visa stairs, being collapsed upon by 2. Oh no, the crossfire there as Laxing will pick up Mark and pick up the kill. It's all saves alone now in the 1v4, being shot to the smoke, and there goes Reciprocity, picking up their first round. Skies in the PDW, empties all 50 rounds through the smoke to collect the last one.
All right, Rec, you got one on the board, but now you need to link them together. This cannot be, hey, we finally got the tires back on the car, you started, and it all falls apart again. Because if you do have that, Natus Vincere can obviously put 3 together quickly, and all of a sudden, you're 7-1 on the first map, and that is not a way you want to start your semifinal.
Na'Vi still well in control of this game, and it looked like Na'Vi as well, debating where they wanted to go for the defense. Initially selecting Lobby, and then ultimately deciding on Cafeteria and Garage into the 6-pick phase. These guys will be going off the IQ over to a Zofia, as Nello will 6-pick off a Kaid onto an Echo. A good round there for Reciprocity. It came down to the wire once again, but that opener onto Citizen, really the difference maker. If you're able to pick up that opener, if Citizen isn't able to run around and do a lot of damage, we saw this from Wildcard as well. On Clubhouse specifically, 3 rounds in a row when Citizen tried to make those quick entries into the bomb site round after round after round on Clubhouse. Yesterday, he was unsuccessful, and most of Na'Vi was unsuccessful in those rounds. And it's not like the entire team of Na'Vi is Citizen, but he is a big game changer on these rounds, and his elusiveness is something that Team Reciprocity will have to deal with throughout this entire series. Like you said, they're 1 for 5 on quelling it right now. The basement defense also caused them some hesitation, but we've got a complete strategy swap up here for Na'Vi as well. No more soft wall in the garage, no more mirror windows. We still have an Echo drone to worry about though, and the lack of an IQ now from Reciprocity thanks to the 6-pick could be an issue if they do take as long to try and initiate a plant as they did last time.
This is your opportunity to squelch the competition, and right now, if you continue to allow Na'Vi to run rampant at any part of the map that they want, you're going to continue to have to deal with Citizen, and it appears to me, at least, that the information game is just not working out in their favor on that front. So why not fully commit and then just go for those more aggressive takes, take the areas of the map that you want and make them fight for it, because right now, Citizen's just able to walk wherever he pleases, and there's really no counter to it. Upside down repel allocated for Mark, it's a pretty traditional thing. It allows you to see down towards the white van when you use one of the breaching rounds for Ash, so very, very nice angle. You can also make one a little bit deeper into Piano to be able to get rid of some bandit batteries that they could possibly place on the garage wall. We're going to have the garage wall destructed though, so don't have to worry too much about those, obviously, since there is no bandit or Kaid in play. That is just free real estate.
Yeah, now let's expect off the Kaid onto the Echo, and realistically, 2 ACOGs downstairs could be another trouble that Reciprocity will have some issues with. And it looked like Pi was prone underneath Blackcard, trying to get aggressive out towards the breach hole. Yeah, it looks like Citizen started downstairs, so they start 5 on site. Reciprocity is well aware of this strategy. It's something they employ quite often, and we saw yesterday against Ninjas in Pyjamas, which was that late flank up the Visa stairs from a Jaeger, specifically laxing, and having some fun in towards the lobby. Second Thermite charge will come out onto the left-hand panel of the wall now, as that will be full visibility into the entirety of the garage, a little strip down the middle, but that'll force Pi to drop all the way back towards the office hallway by pipes. Still standing at a 5v5, but I do like the amount of drones that are coming in for Reciprocity to, again, confirm what their suspicions are, and that how many members are on site. You need to get a head count for who's up, who's down. They've lost track of Citizen, though, as he is on the top floor.
And that's something we've been talking about this entire game. You gotta be worried about this man's location because he could pop up at any given time. He's coming down yellow right now. He's looking for these kills. He hears the breaching hammer breaking the floor up. Skies is gonna start us off though with save. Did he hear him rotate out of Piano? I don't believe he did. Citizen still thinks he's inside. This could be a free kill. Oh no, he recognizes out the rotate, but they didn't find him once again. Can he find him all? Oh my goodness, Citizen, a triple to shut down the Reciprocity take. And guys, you gotta do better than that. You could have brought the gridlock, you could have brought something to shut down these rotates, but Skies is gonna match the triple, and all of a sudden we're down to a 2 versus 2. Oh, Skies going for the quad. Can he win it? He can! Can he get the ace? Citizen upstairs, but the diffuser hasn't been put down yet. They rotate over. He's gonna get 1 free kill for his leisure. It's all up to Mark. Citizen is gonna have to ace to clutch it up. Mark on full HP. Citizen down to less than 25. Drops down, but it's gonna be Dokkaebi. These weapons are not the best in the world, but the SMG-12 will definitely do in this close range. Again, Reciprocity needs to link these rounds together. A 4-2 split is not that bad. He's holding a tight angle. Oh my goodness, never mind. Mark is actually on the Ash. Apologize for that, but it's a quick shot, and Reciprocity going to find that second round and make the split 4-2.
The barreling into the bomb site there, Citizen has honestly the play of the game right there. 3 kills in about 5 seconds, pushing his way down yellow stairs. And for Reciprocity there, they get away with one. The quick entry, the ability to push on through the bomb site. I don't want to say it's all one man's fault on the side of Na'Vi, but Kendra on the dock had attempted to go up and join Citizen on the flank, and then he had to retreat because they left Nello alone on the bomb site. He was the Echo alone. And then Kendra had to retreat there. So for Reciprocity here, you can see Skies on the entry through the backside as well, with the aggression in tandem with the lifeline. This stuff from Citizen, 3 in a row, almost gets the 4. He does get the 4 later on onto Skies. But yeah, this drop from Reciprocity here into the back. Again,
that's what you want to see.
Surprise factor for Reciprocity. That's the difference maker right there.
Where was that for the rest of the offense, though? That's what I'm questioning, you know? And Mark on the Ash again, I was like, I completely thought he was Dokkaebi for about 2 seconds there. But despite that point, Reciprocity showed calculated aggression there, which is fine. Do that. It works out for you. But do it for the rest of the rounds as well. You guys on the previous rounds really just didn't show any of your aggressive face. It was just very passive play, waiting for Na'Vi to make a misstep. You have to force that misstep to happen with Na'Vi. They're not just going to give it to you. And most of the time, if you do just go with that passive playstyle, you're just going to have Citizen or another member of Na'Vi flank. I mean, we're all the way at the split right now, and I believe that Citizen is already in double-digit kill territory.
I wouldn't doubt it, honestly, the way he's been going off so far. We stand at a 4-2 scoreline at the half, like you said, and we do have a very similar operator lineup coming out here for Na'Vi that we've seen on a myriad of maps that we saw yesterday against Wildcard. We got the gridlock to lock down some flanks, and we do have Py on the buck as well, and Nello under the Thatcher. So Py's been playing a crap ton of Thatcher these days. Just as a flank hold, throw your little orbs, get rid of some electronics, and have fun with your gun. That's going to be Nello's job today, as Py is tasked with a little more intricate of a role. Nello will be holding for the jump out through the A-bomb balcony, otherwise known as the projector balcony, and yeah, 13 right now for Citizen.
That's 13 for Citizen, and the rest of his squad has 7 combined. That is incredible. Skies has 9 on the other end of the board, so it seems like these are going to be the 2 highlight players you're going to be wanting to pay attention to. Skies on a little bit more of an aggressive role on the offense, played a lot of Zofia, but he's been loving his smoke gameplay on the defense. We had a conversation about it. He's been loving the SMG-11, just the utility in general of smoke, the play style, where you can be aggressive or passive. There's just so many different ways you can use smoke. He's like a Swiss Army knife. But since he's not going to be in that aggressive place, he's going to have to be worried a little bit about his utility. You want to stay up to be able to use that in the proper instances. Obviously, you don't have to wait till the very last second to use them. They can be used to delay or set up for kills with shotguns and things along those lines with smoke. But Kendrew actually going to make good with those X-Kairos. Opens up a very tiny hole inside of projectors. So they now know that someone is more than likely in to the left. It's a very traditional place to be playing. They're going to go for some more X-Kairos, frag grenade in, and it's going to do all the damage needed. Sky's down, Nello finds a kill as well, and all of a sudden Reciprocity is staring down 5-3 on a possibility, but no, Retro with a quick action will dock up Skies to 75 HP.
Picks him right back up with a stim pistol there. Nobody able to cross him out when he went for that peek with the stim pistol in hand. Good news is here for Reciprocity, you also have a lot of operators that can handle a lot of stall. You got Skies on the smoke, you've got Foxe on the Clash, and you've got Laxing on the Echo. This is a lot of utility to have to deal with here for Na'Vi, but they do have that man advantage, and they've taken down the best fragging power on the side of Reciprocity in terms of Mark's 416 now being set 6 feet under. Citizen getting a lot of pings from down below inside of Antechamber, looking skyward. Retro's going to overheal himself, and I'm waiting for him to spring into action as he overhealed himself, but it still wasn't enough as Py will cut him down with that C8. Skies in the trade onto Py's. The plant is being attempted now by Kendrew. No one really intervening right now for Reciprocity as Citizen will be pushing up, but Skies will grab one. Foxe with another, pushing up the yellow stairs, but there goes Laxing inside of the bathroom down to the 2v2. A man rotating out a connector and caught on cams right now is Citizen. 10 seconds tick down as they don't have diffuser control. Skies on 1 HP will still win out against Citizen. Nello on the pre-fire, it does not happen. Skies goes massive inside a connector on the smoke, and Reciprocity pulling things back.
13 kills for Skies across these rounds so far, so is it a battle of Reciprocity versus Na'Vi, or is this practically a 1 versus 1 between 2 extremely dominant players? And that's how you play smoke, my friend. That is how you do it. You can get aggressive. You don't just have to sit there and hold your utility in your hands. And Skies proves once again why he is on that operator. We're going to have some things move around. And this right here is what I want to see, Flynn. Skies on the Jaeger. He's shifting over right now to the Mozzie. Foxe grabbing Vigil and Lax on Ella. Mark and Retro back on that support role. Run rampant, my friends. Run rampant.
Well, it was 4 rounds in a row there for Na'Vi, and then all of a sudden, Reciprocity. They wake up, they spring back into action, and it's 3 in a row for the North American squad. Should remind you, for anyone who's missed the first game, and spoiler alert, for anyone who missed the first game today.
Mute your screen.
3, 2, 1. DarkZero beat Aerowolf 2-0, 7-3, 7-3. So we do have a possibility of an all-North American grand final here in Tokoname. You can see the round breakdown there. It was honestly just a lot of rounds on time. 2 out of the 4 victorious rounds there for Na'Vi. Again, Reciprocity starting slow on the attack. They pick up the pace and they piece 2 together before the half. Skies and Citizen have combined for 60% of all kills so far in this match. As we highlighted the math there, it's a little worrisome that both teams have 1 individual leading the charge, but when they're that far up, it's just impressive to see. It's the first team that's going to have their support players jump in and join the fray that will probably take this map.
This is a team game until it's not. And when you have 60% of the kills on 2 separate people, when there's 10 inside of a lobby, that's extremely impressive to say the least. Na'Vi not being able to find a round on offense just yet, but Reciprocity is looking like a totally different beast on defense. Apparently the training wheels are still on for this new offensive lineup they've been wanting to bring as of late, but the defense still seems to be pretty well put together.
Laxing onto the Ella as well. That's a newer operator that we haven't seen Lax play a whole lot of. Fox onto the Vigil, so it looks like we're getting a little bit of a stretch here from Reciprocity. Trying to get each of their, I guess, secondary and third members into the action as well. Like I said, whoever support players and secondary fraggers can jump in and join Skies or join Citizen right now. It's probably the difference maker on the entirety of the map. Got an LA against the Zofia on the lineup as well. This is a basement defense, but a lot of focus here from Navi, as should be onto the lobby. A press into Piano there, and there goes Pi taking down Skies. So unfortunately, they shut down the best fragger for Reciprocity. For Navi, once again, they get the opening pick, but they got the opening pick last time onto Mark, who had the best weapon capable of dealing a lot of damage. Nello pushing down Yellow Stairs without a whole lot of contest. This is worrisome. There's a lot of flankers in place right now for Reciprocity to come down from the top floor. There's only one man on site. The plant's going down from Kendrew.
Can they stop him? No, Citizen's gonna get ate up. Kendrew's confirming the plant, and all of a sudden it's all hands on deck. Laxing to get one, but Navi's already bailed outside. Reciprocity now has to gunfight all of these ACOGs. Some quick shots for saves as he tags up Fox, who's gonna be down on 1 HP in suit with Mark. Laxing's still up. He could possibly do some damage, but that Scorpion's not good at range. Fox finds Nello on the rotate. They're defusing. Can they stop him? They can't! Reciprocity, my God! Round 8 to tie things up, and you don't know how difficult that retake is. It almost takes everything to go your way. There cannot be a single misstep, otherwise you lose that round.
The timing there, and yeah, Navi are also going to take a tack timeout here, and that's no shock. That retake there from Reciprocity, all the timing fell their way, and they hit their shots quite splendidly. For Reciprocity there, you've pieced now 4 in a row. It's a streaky map here on Consulate. We equalize now at a tie. It's Reciprocity winning the top floor. It's Reciprocity winning the basement. We haven't seen any inclination in the past of Reciprocity willing to play Teller's Archive, so most logical next step would be to go to lobby. Honestly, the retake here, 3 roamers coming out for Reciprocity, and it works out well on the retake just narrowly. Fox A escaping that peek from the front door with 1 HP and being instrumental, as Nello could have shut down the plant or the counter defuse by Retro there. And the Hibana holes, instead of taking a Thermite, they opt to take a Hibana, and they don't have visibility on the diffuser. It really looked like Kendrew said, holy crap, I can plant. So he planted. You had 2 members still outside by the police line spawn, outside of the piano windows, and they had to retreat over to the garage, and they got caught on rotations. It's a difficult spot to be in for Navi, just not being in place for that post plant, and Reciprocity took full advantage.
And to make matters worse, you don't have direct vision on the diffuser. That's a main thing you want on Garage. Long arms do still exist. They're not as long as they used to be, but they do still exist, and that's a perfect proprietor of why you should try and open up more vision once you get that diffuser down. Now the main issue is, did they have any more X-Kairos? We don't really know because we didn't have the full utility breakdown, but if they did, that's kind of a blunder. If they didn't, then obviously there's not really much you can do. You kind of just have to try and challenge into the garage and hope for the best. But as my friend Flynn was just saying here, that might not want to be something just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Preparation to be able to be in position for that post plan is crucial, and for Navi there, it looked like they wanted to stop the bleeding. They wanted to take a shot and just play it off the post plan in chaos. And unfortunately, Reciprocity, they love to live in those chaotic scenarios. So we're going to go to a lobby defense, as I said. We're not going downstairs to Tellers and Archives. I don't imagine Reciprocity would want to, but looking to make it 3 straight defenses in the back of 2 consecutive offenses to head into the half. This could be Reciprocity going for their own clean sweep on the defense. Lobby defense will employ a lot of members topside as well for Reciprocity, playing upstairs, waiting for members to try and go for the clear. Laxing go from that same spawn peak out that Visa window that did yesterday in towards the gas station spawn. Nobody in position to take any of those bullets from the 416. But now we got Laxing on Jaeger. A lot of roll swaps coming out this map from Reciprocity to try and counter what Navi are bringing, and this kind of adaptation is pure Reciprocity. Sky's going to take a lot of damage, almost 50. I believe that was from a frag grenade from Pi. Either that or a lifeline from Saves. Either one. Nice shot there from Navi, and it was a frag grenade. A second one will go pouring in, but Retro will juice Skies back up to about 95.
It's the beauty of having Doc, a fantastic operator, that MB5 especially. Might not be the most damaging gun on the defense, but it has an ACOG, and that's really all anyone really cares about. Reciprocity so far on the defense have looked gold, and Na'Vi has already burnt their timeout as well, so they both sit with no timeout, and we don't want to jinx it in any other way for anything else to happen. Obviously, we want this to go as smoothly as possible, but Reciprocity playing a lot more spread on their defensive set so far instead of being very tight-knit like they were on their offense. We didn't see very many split pushes, and when it was a split push, it was really only Lax himself. Saves, pre-fires a door, and takes down Lax on yellow stairs to start things off.
Saves outside of the front door right now, looking in towards the lobby, and it looks like Na'Vi focusing heavily on the garage from down below. They're trying to get underneath with Pi to buck up underneath through the panels, and Mark taking a little bit of damage through the floorboards now with Nello combining on the repels. I like the strategy here from Na'Vi, not something we see employed every day, but you have to be worried about the flanks. You shut down Laxing, but you got to be worried about Skies. He's going to go for the jump on the Echo, and he collects. No one in range to trade that back out.
This is not looking good for Na'Vi. I have not seen Skies this determined since Elevate, when he was just all over every single map. This is very, very scary looking. Oh, Pi almost getting eaten up on yellow stairs. He challenges back in, but it's Kendrew to win it out against Retro. Pi's been down though. He has to worry. Mark rotating, but it's Skies. Can he get the second? Did he see the animation? I don't believe he did. Rotates back in towards Z. They still have people inside of Spiral. Citizen working his way up. Skies and Fox, the last two remain, but he hears them. He hears the echo of the footsteps. Only 40 seconds remain. Skies still up on Echo as well. That's very important. He's going to have those yokai drones alive in order to stop this plant. Natus Vincere does not have any top control either, which is a staple for this site. You need that in order to get the diffuser down safely. Citizen still on yellow. They want another frag before they try and go for this diffuser. They want to make it a 1 versus 3. And ADS eats up one of Nello's EMPs. A rotate in. Skies is going to take a lot of damage, and Retro isn't alive to save him this time around, but the timer is dangerously low. They have to go for broke. They need to get this diffuser down. Citizen claims Skies. It's all up to Fox. Can he possibly stop him? Kendra has to go through a full animation, and he's going to be locked in after that. Oh, right as it hits 0-0. Fox needs to get the kill. Do they know where he's going to be coming from? He downs one. Does he see him in tight right? Oh no, the diffuser's already been locked in. It's a 1 versus 2. He has to reload this SMG-11. It's not the best weapon inside of a 1 versus 2. It's got a very low mag capacity. He lights up Kendrew, but it's not going to be enough to be fatal just yet. He confirms. Is he going to stick this? Is he gonna pros don't fake? Oh no, he goes back to it once again to try and bait for more shots, but nothing to possibly happen. Challenges back in, and Citizen to win it out. Na'Vi bringing it back.
Stopping the bleeding now will be Na'Vi. Still stop the run at 4. 4 apiece in a row there for Na'Vi and for Reciprocity. And Na'Vi will now take the lead. 2 away from clinching map number 1. And a map that looked like it was running away from Rec, suddenly it's a barn burner all over again. That Reciprocity defense there on the lobby defense, honestly, just lack of sight control there. Unfortunate for them, but I did really like the push downstairs from Na'Vi. Pushing downstairs with Pi on the buck, causing a lot of havoc, and the IQ below as well. This is just a nasty shot from Saves, and Laxing barely saw him there for a moment. Honestly, like you said, though, Sky seems determined. I don't know what his kill count's at right now. I think it's upwards of 15, 16.
17, I believe, if I can keep track mentally.
Nice attempt there from Mark to burst down the bathroom hatch as well to try and interject onto that base.
Citizen has 17, so I got one of them right.
There you go. Right now for Reciprocity, they're going to run back the lobby defense. They feel confident in what they saw, even though they left Fox 8 in a 1v3. Like you said, though, no top control being taken there for Na'Vi, and that allowed Fox 8 to rotate down from upstairs. It was a nice strategy there from Na'Vi to completely avoid that roam and just an alternate take that you don't see every day. The Echo drones, unfortunately, Sky's challenging towards the front lobby. If he did have that Echo drone, he could have been able to stop the plant. As you mentioned, it went down, or started at 0-0-0.
That was very scary with that goo mine in his foot as well. That animation always cuts things close, and that's why we have conversations about Legion all the time inside of the competitive community. I mean, he has everything you could possibly want, and that was almost, just inside of that utility, the disaster piece for Natus Vincere.
Well, running it back up now. We still have Skies on the Echo, but he's really never really shied off from taking these engagements, especially with that ACOG. The MP5 SD has a harsher damage drop-off, especially with the suppressor integral on it. It'll be up right now to Citizen to try and take care of these Echo drones. The Mute Chambers as well, causing a lot of disruption. It didn't really look like Na'Vi had an idea of where either of the members of Reciprocity were until the very bitter end. All the pings coming out from an Echo drone that was inside of the front lobby for Reciprocity during the retake for FaZe as well. Means the Citizen wasn't doing his job in clearing out those yokais. He has to use his utility and push on through. This time, looks like Navi's going to be attempting to try and open up the back of the bathroom walls from outside of the bench's windows, but the X-Cars will be shot clean off the wall. I believe that was from Skies.
Well, Na'Vi going for relatively the same take that we saw the last time, starting things off cool, calm, and collected over on yellow stairs. More than likely going to be able to recognize out that there is going to be a roam press, and Saves is going to utility dump both of his impacts as well as concussions already expended, and they're not going to really make anything else on top of that. He will be able to establish an angle into bathroom that could possibly be used later on. It looks like they're going to be focusing on piano here as the rest of Na'Vi is in tandem. Laxing to start us off this time around, and that's going to be a huge pick. That's Kendra. That's the only hard destructor. Citizen to refrag with that 5.52 commando. Such a fantastic weapon in the proper hands, and Citizen has definitely been on fire throughout today.
Nello again taking up his post upside down on these antechamber windows, looking for Mark to push out of the bathroom. Deals a bit of damage now, down to about 60 HP from Mark. Do have Retro the Doc to try and boost him back up, but I imagine a lot of top control still invested here for Reciprocity. There is one silhouette still topside, and Citizen will look to engage. Hitting the deck coming up the Visa stairs and trying to be as quiet as possible. Mark now down, and the push there. Beautiful win there from FaZe. Citizen will put him on about 5 HP, but Pi is now going for the plant as they downed off the man on site. Nice shot there from Skies on the retake into the bench's hallway. Pi has to pull off the plant now. It's a 2v4 if they can get Mark back up from inside of the bathroom. Now they're going to swing into the antechamber to join Pi as they circle around to the front lobby. Pushing through the antechamber, looking through these myriad kill holes that they've fashioned for themselves. Plant going down from Pi once again. They should still have that Echo drone up inside of the lobby. Skies rotating, the only one remaining though, but FaZe will land the Nitrous Hell onto Pi. It's a 1v3 now as now will collect the bleeding out Mark from inside of the bathroom. Prone underneath the hatch inside of piano will be Retro. They're also low on HP. There goes Nello trying to hit the shot to Yell at E5, whips out the pistol, and it's a trade on the down. Skies will clean it up, and Reciprocity will equalize once again.
Reciprocity fighting back, and that's what is needed. Give it a show, boys. Again, this is semifinals. You're all the way in Japan. This is our first event that is interregional competition from across the entire globe here in APAC. Put on a show for everyone at home. Put on a show for all of your family back in North America. It all comes to a head here. Can you beat Na'Vi? Can you beat the #1 European team? This is their map pick, for God's sakes, and you guys are showing them up right now with a quick run of 4 rounds and then equalizing once again after they take the lead.
Nice Nitro Cell there from FaZe as well. Relaying the intel, I guess they didn't have the Yokai drone still up inside of the lobby, but good guess on the plant there for Reciprocity. So able to pull that one back now for Rec. North America still hanging in here on map #1. Na'Vi, honestly, they came away to that blistering start. And things really started to quiet down as soon as Reciprocity started picking up the pace and looking to engage. Skies also coming alive. Did not hurt things. Almost identical operator lineup being brought here from Na'Vi once again. Everyone on the same roles as well. Seems like they're having some issues being able to maintain man count when going in for that site execute. Ignoring the roam worked for a minute there until the collapse from Skies and from FaZe has just been so detrimental to the attempted plants. Pi really never had a chance to plant safely anywhere, either in piano or inside of the front lobby. It's going to force us back downstairs in the defense now for Reciprocity, as it's a best of 2 here in regulation. We might be heading to overtime. Wouldn't be at all shocked to see overtime on this first map either.
Would not be shocked either. Would definitely be inside of that boat of going, yeah, it kind of deserves it, doesn't it? Console so far been a battle of wits more than it's been of brawn, unless you want to talk about Skies and Citizen. The rest of the rosters have really been utilitarians, if we can use that. Well, Reciprocity especially, we've been watching these players for a very, very long time inside of North America, and this seems like a completely different Reciprocity, Flynn. They're a lot more controlled. There isn't nearly as many heroic style of plays, which I'm perfectly fine with, especially on the defensive side. They've looked lights out. They've been able to create plays, and that's really what you need to do when you are on that defensive side. Now, the offense is a different story. If they could mimic what they're doing doing with their defense to their offense, I really feel like this would be a completely different game.
Citizen alone on the entry with no drones in front, just face-checking everything on the top floor, but he does have 2 members of his team trailing behind in Pie and Saves. Breach Charge coming out onto the top floor in towards Pianos. There are a couple roamers right now, and Skies, and I believe Laxing, there he is, hiding inside of the same closet that Citizen was utilizing before. I imagine he'll be well wary of that position. Citizen gonna drop the piano hatches. There's a flank coming up the yellow stairs, though. I don't think anyone for Na'Vi is well aware of this. The Skies made it to the top, and there he goes, tacking on to his already insurmountable kill lead, ripping back down the yellow stairs, though. Citizen against Skies, the 2 top fighters in the match, and Citizen will come out on top, but not before they sacrifice the live of Pi.
He's 1 kill away from breaking the 20 kill margin as Citizen. Sky is currently sitting at 18. He had it tied up there for just a second until the refrag came through. Citizen now dancing with Fates through the kitchen door. They have a shield on it, so he's gonna have to be extremely precise. Kendra now going for the plant. Hopefully they have it set up on the garage this time around well, and it seems like it's going to be confirmed. No Nitro Cell pours in. Toxic Babe at the very last second, but it's not going to do very much damage. They have to lock things down. Nello gonna get tagged up. He's actually gonna be downed, and it's gonna be an equal trade here as Retro gets confirmed inside of Kitchen. Crawls away to safety though is Nello. Do they know he's down? It's gonna be a rotate, but Citizen's on yellow. It seems like the man practically lives here. Pre-fires once again, but Reciprocity! No one's watching! What just happened? What?
They just stuck the defuse with no one covering. Everyone from Reciprocity throwing bodies to the grave, but Reciprocity.
What are you guys doing?
Nobody watching the diffuser for Na'Vi, and now Reciprocity stands on match point on map number 1. Out of nowhere, no more tack timeouts to regroup. Na'Vi had the round in the bag until they turned their attention away.
Camel, back, you guys know how it goes, and that honestly might be the straw that does it. Because that is, well, you guys saw Citizen's face. That's how it goes. You're not very happy about that. That is where you just look at your teammates and go, what the hell were you doing? Where were you? Where were you? Because I covered yellow. I was killing people. I cut off the rotate. What are we doing here, you know? So in that post-plant scenario, that, again, is an extremely difficult thing to pull off. And I really want to be able to go back and see if they made the same mistake of not having direct line of sight on the diffuser when they planted it. Did Kendrew just go in there and plant because he had the ability to, instead of, you know, being able to set things up properly to have a successful post plant? Because as we just talked about earlier, that is one of the most difficult sites in the game to win a retake on. And you've done it twice.
Fox
here's the replay.
Snuggles on in up against the diffuser, and yeah, he's the last. Marks off in Narnia. He's the last one really close. He gets flashed, and wow.
They didn't have direct line of sight.
Nope.
They didn't.
Never saw him.
Oh my goodness.
Again with the long arm here for Fox A, and that's going to put Reciprocity on match point on map number 1. Quite the crazy game here for Reciprocity in terms of retakes and getting back into a game that looked like it was almost out of reach. It was a 4-0 deficit for Reciprocity to crawl back from. They've only lost 1 round in the since that 4-0 deficit.
So I really, really hate talking about frags like this. But not a single member of Na'Vi has over 5 kills except for Citizen, and he has quadrupled that. That is not okay.
What did I say? Your support players come alive, you're probably winning the map. He's got Skies right now has a little bit of help from Mark and from Foxhead right now, above 6 or at 6 each. So a little bit more help on the side for Skies on the side of the Reciprocity. Unfortunately for Citizen right now, he's pouring his heart and soul into this map. And for Na'Vi, they need to push into overtime now. You cannot win it in regulation. Reciprocity 1 round away from clinching map number 1 in the best of 3. Pi looking to turn the corner here, but he needs Kendra to come in and help and try an attempted breach. This is a top floor bomb site, so they're, and again, encroaching from the Visa take. Last time, again, it was an attempted plant from Kendra from inside of the projector room up against the wall on connector. But instead, they weren't working for Fox A on that clash. No clash this time, as Fox A is going to be downstairs in the basement. He's currently on spiral stairs. That could be a difference maker as well, as there wasn't a whole lot of coverage from Na'Vi down below, covering for Nitro cells in through the main lobby.
And look at this mentality shift from Na'Vi. No aggression. Citizen isn't throwing himself into sight, isn't throwing himself at yellow. They're droning out everything. Now, the major thing right now is we have not seen a single drone step foot downstairs or step wheel downstairs. And that could be a really big issue. FaZe's pulse, and if you try and go for a plant here, he could definitely throw a Nitro cell and eliminate you. They do have Citizen downstairs in the main lobby area to be able to thwart those plans if it does ensue. But they need to try and get this plant down now. There's plenty of time for Skies to be able to Toxic Babe off these windows up until about 5 seconds remaining, and then Kendrew's going to be locked away into practically a 5 versus 4, but it's not going to matter as he's removed from play.
Saves taking down Skies, a nice little rotation there onto the console windows. Fox taking a lot of damage downstairs as he tries to rotate up, but Citizen will cut him down. Another flank coming in, and it'll be successful. Laxing on 10 HP as he'll have to rip upstairs to Retro. The plank going down, and Nello will cut down Mark. It's all down to Retro upstairs on the bottom side. Nello again! Through the desk, the plant will go down. 10 HP left on Laxing, and it looks like we're heading to extra rounds. He's gonna head downstairs into the basement. This could be a full flank over to the Visa stairs to try and pull this back in the 1v4. Instead, he's gonna bunker up with some Legion mines, and we're gonna head all the way back. Reciprocity having already used their tactical timeout. They're gonna fake another one right here. An unofficial tac timeout to regroup.
It's something that the desk, I believed, or we talked about yesterday. It's something that Reciprocity does very often. When a round goes completely wrong like this, why am I just gonna go throw myself to the wolves when I already know there's like a 1% chance that this actually ends up working in my favor? So Reciprocity gonna talk things out instead, which is very nice because traditionally speaking, when you do this, you actually have a little bit more time than you have in a tactical timeout. So you have a little bit more time to discuss, get things set up for this OT. Reciprocity could take Na'Vi's map here.
Very possible. Heading into overtime, we'll have Reciprocity starting on the defense, the favored side right now.
So the real question, Flynn, is where did everything go wrong in that round? Was it just an overpeek into the long hallway into the line of sight of Nello? Was it just Skies not recognizing out that someone was on the window? Where was the big misstep in that round?
I'd have to say it's the rappel onto the console windows from Saves taking care of Skies, and then also the flank coverage downstairs taking down Foxe for Citizen. Those two have been difference makers for Na'Vi so far. And honestly, time control, again, it's a huge problem for both of these teams on the attack. We ranted and raved at Reciprocity for their slow pace in their first 4 attacking rounds. For Na'Vi as well, you know, we're trying to plant here, unless it's the basement, which Reciprocity will return to, in which they've lost, and Na'Vi has lost 2 post-plant scenarios, thanks to retakes and not paying attention to the diffuser. For Reciprocity as well, they've done a good job of stalling out Na'Vi. You take down Skies in the smoke when he's only used 1 smoke grenade with about 45 seconds left, you're in a golden position to be able to push in for a plant. And as soon as everyone left from Reciprocity tried to pour in across the hallway, Nello with beautiful coverage through long desk. It was, honestly, that difference maker pick was Saves on the windows and Citizen downstairs. It opens up so many opportunities to make sure you can get a plant down safely. They had the huge man advantage, and Laxing on 10 HP really just, he had no opportunity. I do like the regroup from Reciprocity though. They're gonna head downstairs to the basement. That's a little worrisome for me for Reciprocity, actually, considering that Kendra's planted twice. But Na'Vi, you gotta get in position for a post plant here. This is something you need to focus up on. So many times now, we've seen them evade the diffuser after it's planted like it doesn't matter anymore. You still have to cover that thing for 45 seconds.
Well, it seems like we're going for a full clear of the building, Flynn, as everyone is poised on the eastern side. That's their traditional way to handle this map. Start admin, work your way across the console, go down yellow, and work your way back towards tellers. It's a very, very tried and true method of handling consulate, as old as time, really. So that will be the game plan for Na'Vi, getting rid of cameras through floors and the like. For the game plan for Reciprocity, you've already seen them change up a little bit of their operator lineup. Foxy is going to be bringing Bandit, which we have not seen too much of. And Bandit tricking is kind of out of meta. It still obviously works, but there's a lot of utility that counters that out now, so you don't see it used to its utmost ability often anymore. So we could see him possibly spell the demise for Kendra's Thermite charge this time around, and that could end up winning that round just off of that utility battle.
I mean, Thermite is the opportunity you want to take while attacking towards the garage, right? Like, you need visibility on the diffuser. I don't know how many times we said that sentence so far this match. It's certainly a lot.
You want to say it again?
I think that was a Yokai drone that was just taken away by Citizen there, so finally getting some utility work in. A Nitrocell being prepped here, thrown onto the ceiling. Nope, put in the back pocket now by FaZe. The breach will be attempted here onto the wall, and FaZe just milliseconds away from being in place to be able to bandit trick. We saw this yesterday from Fox as well, playing on the Kaid to start things off in the garage defenses and then backing off to the bandit after, just having more flexibility as a 3-speed with a Nitro Cell and having an MP7 to maneuver the map and have better fragging power.
It's going to be a huge issue for Reciprocity on this defense. Na'Vi is opening everything, but that might be what they need. Take down Pi. That's going to be frag grenades gone for the offense, as well as that skeleton key, but he's already done plenty of damage to the flooring in order for Na'Vi to use these angles. Oh, it's going to be the feed season. The 5.52 doesn't care what body part it hits. It will claim lives, and it's going to claim retro. Now we've been equalized. It looks like it's going to be a full-on constriction here from Na'Vi, doing their best snake impression as they've got people poised on both ends of the spectrum of Consulate. Mira's still in place. They're more than likely going to prioritize Kitchen to try and get rid of these Miras in order to get a diffuser down. It's still going to be in Kendra's hands as he starts to plant behind White Van. That smoke grenade's going to miss. It's going to be a down of Mark. Fox has also been downed, and once again it's going to be a confirmed. Skies misses the shotgun shot, Laxing to trade it out, and it's going to be a 1 versus 3. Again, 2 people down. I don't believe he's going to have time. He's going to rotate through. Saves is already sitting back down on the admin stairs. Does he recognize out that he rotated through? Oh no, he misses the vision. This could be everything that they need in order to get this post plant to work. He rotates back through, saves. What are you doing, my friend? He finally finds one. Does he win out the gunfight? He does. That's going to be Laxing. It's going to be down to 20 HP. That's going to be a double for saves. And all of a sudden, it's going to be a 1 versus 3. 3 armor Mark, but it doesn't even matter about the armor rating. He dies in 1 bullet, and it's going to be saves with a triple. And Na'Vi to take the lead once again.
Putting themselves now on match point here on map number 1 will be Na'Vi. We might go the absolute distance, requiring all 15 here on Consulate. That will require a Reciprocity round to come back. And Na'Vi hyping up the crowd for themselves. As talked about yesterday, Reciprocity having quite the contingent of fans here in Japan, but seems like the Japanese crowd is favoring Na'Vi. They win the round, and look at that. They're watching for post plant. Good downs there, and Citizen covering from yellow stairs as well. Being able to shut down possible utility, getting rid of Retro on the Echo as well was massive. Nitrocell from Mark opens things up. But outside of that, there wasn't a whole lot of progression in towards an attempted plant there. You can see the rush from the smoke of Reciprocity pushing towards yellow stairs, but missing on the shot towards Citizen and losing his life for it, leaving Laxing alone. We do have a tech break here, as we did have someone from Na'Vi drop out of the lobby, so we still stand at a 7-6. We're just going to be taking a moment here to get everyone back into the lobby and make sure that we can continue on.
Overall, this map's going a lot better than it looked like it was going to go at the very beginning of this. Na'Vi runs up a quick 4 rounds. Reciprocity has no answer back on their offensive side, and then all of a sudden they wake up. They link together 2 rounds. Granted, it was not in the best fashion, but it still happened, and that's what they needed to happen going into their defensive side. Going with a better split than, well, 6-0. You really don't want to be staring down that barrel, because it's not a very fun one to do that. So, again, Pi's disconnected right now. We'll get him back in here, but some highlights for the game so far, if you guys are just joining us. Citizen currently has 23 kills. He's Michael Jordaning it. And then we have his, well, competition. Skies on the other end, who currently, I believe, has 19 kills, if I was able to read that quickly enough on the scoreboard. So it's been really a showing of these two across the field and seeing who can possibly pop off more. We've seen some rounds of some crazy stuff happening, though. We're having the good old hype clap coming in from the Japanese crowd, and you'll love to see it, folks. This is esports. If you don't think that it's real, well, you're just lying to yourself.
It's Na'Vi leading the charge, too. They're getting their hands up and going for the clap, going for the chant, and they're bringing the crowd into it. That energy can definitely play into pushing some momentum for your favor back in. Looks like we are almost ready to get back underway here as well, as we're just going to confirm everyone is still good to go, but we do have 10 members in a lobby. We do have a round about to begin. It's going to be Reciprocity now working on the attacking side, Na'Vi on the defense, and Na'Vi are going to elect to go to the lobby. So they started off with Teller's Archives, and I believe they were 2 for 2 on it earlier. No, they were 1 for 1. On the attempts there for Na'Vi on the Teller's Archives bomb sites. They're not going to go back, they're going to go to lobby. And honestly, that was the Echo drone positioning inside the lobby that was able to stop out a plant with about milliseconds remaining in the round. Do have the Echo coming back into play, but good pick up here from Skies to get back onto the IQ. No Jackal being played to track down Citizen, and that's the first person I'm looking for, is Skies versus Citizen. How does that engagement go if they do come to blows, or if they're going to ignore one another, try and push into the bomb site and ignore a little bit of the roam, imping a little bit of the style that Na'Vi were bringing.
I stare out right now, look at the crowd and the staff standing near Na'Vi, which is a usual thing that you see when somebody's going to win a map, and I'm getting flashbacks of Evil Geniuses at our last Pro League finals, where we both sat front row and watched every single staff member crowd around the NA team as they were poised to win their first LAN in a very, very long time. Their first major win since year 1, season 3, and then it didn't happen. And that's currently just rolling through my mind right now, just reminiscing about, would you really want those people to stand in front of you while you're this close to victory on your first map? There's still a job to be done, and Reciprocity is looking to play devil's advocate. They want to be able to push this to max on this first map. They're not done yet. Specifically, Skies is not done yet. He's dropped 19 on the map so far, an extremely impressive showing, especially since he allocated himself over to the smoke roll. He did not get demoted. He wanted to do it, and he's proven everyone wrong by being so successful with that role.
Well, also with the IQ roll, he's taken down 1 out of 2 Yokais from Nello, so he's only got 1 remaining. He'll have to rotate back and forth between the bomb sites. And this guy's having some difficulties. Rappelling down onto the projector balcony. For the lobby take here, this is a lot of amassing of Reciprocity members outside, waiting for peeks out windows, but again, Navi's not going to give you anything for free. Mark will make the first entry into the building for Reciprocity. He pushes in through CEO. Pi playing inside a projector with a reinforcement on his window. I don't think he knows that Skies is prone on his balcony, looking to take out the drone. There's 2 drones collapsing upon him, and Pi's going to have to retreat all the way into admin, trying to evade the pressure that is swarming around him from Rec.
Well, the issue is now, though, Reciprocity is still loitering outside. There's not very much pressure except for Skies, who finds Citizen. It's been the tale of these two throughout this entire game so far, and Skies strikes back. Na'Vi down a man, but only a minute remaining, and as we know, it's always on the defensive side for Timer, but unless you want to kill them all, Skies, the G8A1 proving to be the weapon of choice for that IQ. No AUG, no 552, who even needs them, but they need to be respectful of this time. The Echo's still alive in the likes of Nello's hands. Kendrew's still up as well with a Nitro Cell, more than likely, as well as saves. This diffuser needs to go down now. They have the top control. That is the main tool that is needed in order to confirm this. Toxic Babes now pour in. They're going to have to plant in some place that isn't default.
Skies frantically searching for a Yokai drone, but being cut down now. It's saved by Mark, down to the 5v2. It's Kendrew and Nello to keep them alive here and push for the win. Cut down inside an antechamber. It could be a flawless round. And an exclamation point here as Kendrew will drop down the lobby, but no! Milliseconds away from stopping the play, and Reciprocity are gonna push all the way to round 15.
You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. We thought Reciprocity was going to come in here and do the exact same thing that happened yesterday against Ninjas and Pyjamas. We thought they were going to lay down, but no, they're standing up, Flynn. They're standing up here in the APAC region, and they're proving that NA indeed has a leg to stand on. Na'Vi, you better show some respect. You better come correct. Otherwise, you're losing your map here, boys.
7-7, we head into round 15, and once again, Skies, that shot onto Pi. I'm
disgusting.
Shocked he didn't hit him with a good night, honestly.
Disgusting. I'm telling you, this is the most dangerous version of Skies I have seen in a very long time. And I'm talking all the way back to Skies Ashmain Skies.
Those were some good days. And Skies reliving the glory days right now, honestly, for Reciprocity and their fans around the world. It comes down to this round, ladies and gentlemen. 7-7. We will have a victor in the next 2 minutes and 25 seconds, or 3 minutes and 25 seconds. We're going back downstairs to a basement defense once again for Rec. They feel like they can play that post plant well. They altered the strategy last time as well. They went for a 5 on site for the first round. And honestly, it looked like Na'Vi were able to pick apart that pretty well. You know, they really struggle with clearing the roamers and making sure that you're holding the flanks. When you're sitting 5 on site, Reciprocity just has not had a lot of success in employing that strategy on this bomb site. We'll have to see what they want to run this time, but we do have the Laxing back on the Ella, which is indicative of the roam. We have FaZe on the Vigil, again, indicative of the roam. This could be a stall out here, especially on the roam here for Reciprocity, stalling Na'Vi from getting in, and Kendrew didn't take the Thermite for the love of God. We have Hibana going on to the garage panels once again. If it's another clutch defuse with a man advantage and a post plant, I think Na'Vi's gonna lose their mind.
And I promise you, if you are inside your house, if you are listening to this in earbuds, stop what you're doing. Stop whatever you're doing. I don't care if you're cooking. I don't care. You sit down and you watch this round. It'll be fine. It's only a couple of minutes. We only have 2 minutes and 8 seconds to decide who's going to win the first map. This is Na'Vi's map choice. This is only map 1. We still have a guaranteed map 2. Who is going to strike first? That is going to telegraph who could possibly win this out. Again, Na'Vi's map choice going into Consulate. Reciprocity has been able to battle back. It shows you why yesterday they were so passive playing against Ninjas and Pyjamas. They did not want to show Na'Vi a single thing going in here.
Skies was looking like he wanted to go for a flex up the spiral stairs and engage on the roam clear, but thought better of it, getting spotted out on a drone onto the railing. So once again, we have these X-Kairos pellets going onto the garage wall, and I'm already having PTSD flashbacks for the last few times that this diffuser has been counter-disabled with no one watching for Na'Vi. Last time around, they did employ an upside-down rappel outside of this garage balcony, so hopefully someone can get in that kind of position again here if a plant can go down. Looks like FaZe,
we have an issue,
is inside of the bathroom. What is the issue, Samuel?
Pi has the diffuser.
Pi does have the diffuser.
That's not good.
That's
Pi's
not good at all.
upstairs inside of Piano. If Pi dies here, this is just positional advantage for Reciprocity. Vigil's inside of bathroom, and that's going to be FaZe. He hasn't had the hot hand, but the man can definitely take a gunfight and win it. He's going to drop the diffuser for somebody to be able to rotate it out, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to hand it over to Citizen, who's not been able, well, he's been able to stay alive quite often. I mean, the man's got the most kills in the entire lobby. They end up finding one of Mark's yokai drones up in the corner. He'll mark it out for later dispastation. Citizen going to continue to rock down yellow. Smoke's now pouring in, but there's only 30 seconds left. Kendrew on the plant. Can they stop it this time? Where's the yokai? There it is. They stop it once. Fox gets a kill on the Pi. They still have the flank watch. Citizen showed face, but he didn't see him. That's going to be quite a bit of XP. Fox, oh my goodness, can he shut him down? Oh, that's all you need. You need to maintain that top control. Diffuser gets stuck again. And Skies. Oh no, are they going to take the map? That's all she wrote on a flawless round. Reciprocity makes Apex stand up.
8-7 victory for Reciprocity on map number 1. They went down 4-0 and clawed it all the way back, and they take Na'Vi's map off them, shaking their heads as they walk off the stage. Now Na'Vi feeling themselves as it's Reciprocity taking map number 1. One map away from making this an all North American grand final. 21 kills for Skies, 23 kills for Citizen. It was the game of who could top frag the highest, and it looks like Reciprocity, even though they had didn't have the better top frag there, they were able to secure the victory 8-7. That's 15 rounds of excitement. That's 15 rounds that need to be broken down. Kassan and the boys have at her.
Thank you very much, Flynn. And yes, we are back. My God, have Reciprocity shown up. This is the team that we expected to be playing when we got to Pro League Finals. Not the one that we saw last night. I'm so impressed by the way that Reciprocity played. Skies, Laxing, Fox, they had their moments, Retro, and specifically you saw the Mira plays coming up from Mark. This is, again, the wreck we were expecting.
I'm glad they wanted to prove us wrong, and did that. Always. They showed up, and I mean, you have to deliver like this. They did. Damn well done.
Kudos.
We had plenty of doubts yesterday. It wasn't just overall strategic things that we lacked from Reciprocity, and they played Consulate yesterday. They got 1v3'd on that map. They have tightened up their ship, absolutely. So many players individually stepping up, but it was a team effort, and everything from the operator bans, getting rid of that Nomad, enabling those flanks, enabling a really, really mobile, fluid game style from Reciprocity was the secret to them taking that map. Even though it took them 0-4, come back to 4-4, all the way 15 rounds.
Yeah, we had a lot of crazy stuff happen. The 4-0 and the Ninja Diffuse, well, yeah. Ninja.
Oh my God. I don't know how that even happened. James and I were watching it here. We had just come back from Talent Room, and we're like, okay, this is going to end Navi's favor, and yeah, it just happened. The round ended, and we just look at one another like,
so the round ended, and then I read the text on screen. It said Team Reciprocity run the round, and I thought that's the end of the map, but no. Somehow, I have no idea how they managed to pull that off. It was so unfortunate to see how Na'Vi weren't bringing enough thermite to open up and get enough angles to cover that diffuse, but even then, like Citizen, he dropped at 20k in that round. He got to his 20th kill, and then about 3 seconds later, he lost the round as a team. That's got to be heartbreaking.
With both Citizen and Skies on plus 20, and insane play from both of them. Like, credit to Navi where their opening and their plant, pretty damn solid. They just need to kind of figure out how they, you know, don't have Reciprocity diffusing.
And they were trying to put Citizen on that role. You have to hold on to yellow stairs the entire time, but he has to worry about flanks from upstairs because it's not clear, apparently, that there's a vigil still, that Skies is roaming somewhere. He has to do all of this work, fight 3 different angles on his own in yellow. Citizen's a great player, one of the best we've seen this season. Maybe that's a bit of a tall order.
I'm glad that he stepped up though, because we didn't see as much from him in the wildcard match, especially on Cafe. It was Nello who was our MVP of that match. Citizen has redeemed himself in our eyes, so Na'Vi, they are playing at the top of their game. I think there are just a few things that Reciprocity are doing better. The real highlight for me is Reciprocity's ability to stay mobile and get on those flanks. With that Nomad ban, I don't think I saw once Na'Vi bring a gridlock or any kind of thing to prevent those roamings. No Lion either. I feel like there are a lot of things that they could be trying to throw at Reciprocity to prevent that movement and start to lock down some of these free roams.
It did run a bit of gridlock on saves earlier on in Consulate, but you're right. Their ability to lock down the roam and to just control the afterplant is definitely what was detrimental there.
Yeah, there was just no way to deal with these. And I have to say, when it was always garage takes from Na'Vi, the way that they opened up to come in and plant was always so odd and so closed. They didn't allow themselves more breathing room. Yes, they had Exkyros holes on the other side of that garage wall to kind of protect from another angle, but they had top floor to deal with, they had white van as well that wasn't really cleared, and it's just very easy to
also the take they do is, it's pretty good up until the after plant, because they have full control. They're never going to go for a plant before they know the back of the white van is covered. They do have piano control, so they don't need much more. The backup they have with having the Habana holes as they are is that they can play close to the wall and you can frag as people come up between white or black van. And as long as they have yellow control, they normally always get that plant down. It doesn't matter if you get echo droned once or twice, he's going to run out at some point. It's that guy who might sneak up and get the kill.
One of the most pivotal position on that attack for Na'Vi was Citizen playing on yellow stairs. Not only was it his job to cover that push up from the pipes and up yellow stairs from any player that can turn around the corner and, as we saw in the last round, deny the plant, but also every single round, how many times did we see Citizen spotting out that Yokai drone, calling over for the Thatcher or someone else to take that out? It really helped out. I was super impressed with Na'Vi, their ability to control and deny that echo ability, but despite that, every single time they managed to get that plant down, Reciprocity had the numbers advantage. They would go for a flank upstairs, they would clear out piano. Na'Vi could no longer rely on that vertical play to cover the diffuser. They had to watch it from outside, and that's just not going to work with no thermite hole.
Well, that was map number 1. Let's go deeper into our second one. We saw Consulate will be going to Villa. Now, this is a map that Reciprocity are well known for being a powerhouse on. Jackal, Foxe, name me a better duo on Villa. He's been there since literally the first day Villa has been played in competitive play, and yes, this is a team to fear on it. What do Na'Vi have to do to recover from this one, and specifically to counter Reciprocity's infamous Villa play?
I'd honestly be more afraid of the potential pulse hiding in basement or something like that, because Na'Vi's strength on this map was that their executes were so good, the post plans were so bad. If you get to execute on Villa and you have this pulse running around, you don't know, like it's almost impossible to drone anyone out in basement anyway, and he can scan the whole main floor, so he can really screw over and execute.
For Reciprocity right now, in my eyes, you have to continue this really roam heavy, get rid of that Nomad, Nomad or the gridlock, it looks like Na'Vi aren't that great at playing with the gridlock. They weren't able to make it effective on Consulate. It's also a great pick on Villa, but I just don't see Na'Vi quite yet being able to contain those roamers. If I'm Reciprocity, Villa's a really big map. There's a lot of staircases, a lot of vertical opportunities, even roaming downstairs with something like a Pulse Valkyrie, Mozzie. So Reciprocity, stay mobile, prevent Na'Vi from really controlling those roamers. The key here is that Na'Vi's recent Villa performances have actually been really shoddy. They lost it twice in the Raleigh online qualifier to Vitality. Now, there might not be many VODs necessarily of Villa for Na'Vi, but I really hope they've been practicing it.
All right, gentlemen, final predictions for map number 2. Are we going to still see a quick third one?
I still hope we're going to get to the third map, but this one took longer than expected, so maybe it's going to just be this one.
You're just playing everything off of time. Thank you very much, Alex.
Pretty much.
James, on your side.
I think this might be the first time since the Six Invitational 2017 that we'll have 2 NA teams in a grand final at a major or Pro League finals. Could happen. Reciprocity look pretty good.
Yeah, that's the least to say. They've definitely shown up compared to yesterday. This is the Reciprocity that we imagined to have here at LAN. Na'Vi have to step up in their game. Ladies and gentlemen, it's map number 2 in this series. Reciprocity are 1 away from the grand finals. DarkZero already await them. Na'Vi, Reciprocity. Map 2, we go to Villa. Are you ready? Hashime!
Thank you very much, Gassan. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it there, 6 bans for Na'Vi, 2 bans, not many plays.
Yeah.
For Rec or for Na'Vi, but this is Reciprocity's map choice. They're able to steal away Consulate 8-7 away from Na'Vi. Their map falls, but Na'Vi lost map number 1 Cafe to Wildcard yesterday. Can they pull it back for 2 in a row once again? They're setting themselves up in a precarious situation, being on their back foot, but they will be also starting on the defense on Villa, the slightly more favored side on Villa. And I don't know what happened, but our operator bans slowed down.
I think we got a tech pause, I believe. I think we're getting something fixed real quick.
I'd imagine so.
Getting something fixed real quick. So no server crash, that's good. We're good. We're good. We only had that a couple of times this LAN, which is fine. Right? It happens. It's a LAN build, and every once in a while the LAN build just doesn't operate it the way that we want it to. This is a very complex game, folks. I know you guys love to rant and rave about it, but I mean, you have caliber-based destruction, for God's sakes. This thing's insane. This game is literally mental.
So for Villa heading in, I do agree a lot with what the desk said. You know, get the roam going if you're Reciprocity, and again, keep the pace, keep the tempo high if you're Rec, if you're looking to take this pretty swiftly. Looks like we're getting back underway here, so we're gonna start things off with a Maverick ban on Villa, no shock there. Thing that I'm worried about here is maybe we might get a Thatcher ban coming up from Reciprocity. They are starting on the attack, so that limits their opportunities. They'd have to go downstairs with some soft destruction, but instead we're gonna get that Nomad ban like the desk said as well. Get rid of the Nomad, allow your flexibility when you're on the defensive side. You're gonna have to worry about Citizen, but that means that once again, like Gassan said, Fox A has Jackal. Fox and Jackal on Villa are a very nice combo. Rolling in, and we're gonna go back to another tech pause here. So we got halfway on the operator bans.
Heyo.
And then we kind of gotta slow down here for a second.
And these map bans or excuse me, these operator bans are extremely regular. I mean, Maverick is insane on this map especially. And then Nomad, just to be able to shut down rotation. That's why Gridlock got instituted into the game, is because you needed somebody else when she did get removed that you could possibly put into the field. And Gridlock arguably is on par with her. I mean, the utility isn't obviously the same, but she still has a fantastic gun inside of the F90, and she's one of the most played 3 armors in the game on the offense.
Hey, we're back. There goes an echo on the band. So we have one more operator ban to conclude here. This is Na'Vi's ban, and they're gonna round it out with Amira. Okay. We're not getting too inventive with the defensive bans here. We do have a Maestro in play instead of an Echo this time on Villa. And for Na'Vi as well, starting on the defense, like I said, you're gonna be slightly favored here, but we've seen an equalization over time. It's not as defensive-sided as it used to be. You know, 4-2 half might be a little bit more normal, but we've seen a lot more 3-3s. Teams are really starting to figure out how to attack, especially when teams have to go to that tertiary bomb site, whether it be living room and library or dining room and kitchen. This is, I actually don't recall seeing a Villa so far played throughout the event? I might be wrong on that.
I have not. No, we haven't seen one. And actually, just to tag onto that along with you, the last time that Reciprocity played this map was all the way back on September 24th inside of PL. They played Evil Geniuses on it and lost 7-5. So that would be their one loss. And then you still obviously have the 1 win and 1 tie. But that's all within the last 6 months for them. So not very much VOD to go over, Flynn.
No, not a lot of odds for either of these teams on this map. And this is Reciprocity's map choice, like I said earlier, and like you can see in the top left-hand corner of all of your screens. I imagine Reciprocity, if they were going to choose to make it their pick, they've been working on some things in the background. Navi on the defense, a lot of flexibility here. We have the Mozzie coming out back again. We have Kendrew on the Valkyrie this time, and we have Nello over to the Maestro. A lot of fun yesterday, especially on that gridlock, like you mentioned, especially on Coastline against Wildcard.
Oh, man. Telling you, my friend, that's going to be, that might be the best clip of this entire LAN so far. That was so very impressive by Nello.
I will say the bomb site choice, a little interesting. We're starting off dining room and kitchen to begin things for the defensive rotation here for Na'Vi. Then again, they also started Teller's Archives on Consulate on the defense, and Retro's going to start things off onto Citizen. Oh no, that's your top fragger by a wide margin on Consulate, removed from play early. We'll have to see if Skies can keep up that kind of pace. Same thing with Citizen, or will this be more of a team match?
Yeah, and you can see things have already shifted up quite a bit. I talked a lot about laxing on IQ on Consulate, and you're more than likely going to see the reason why. Laxing is scary as hell on this operator. He might not have the highest headshot percentage. I feel like a lot of people feel like your headshot percentage all of a sudden turns into kills as saves headshots Retro, but Laxing doesn't need that. Laxing just kills you. If you're going to gunfight Lax, you're more than likely going to lose it. He's very dominant inside of his ones, and it doesn't take a headshot to prove that.
So the remaining 4 members of Reciprocity will coalesce upstairs. Opening up the Astro hatch now will be FaZe. The Jackal Pains continuously ring out onto Kendrew, avoiding the Hellfire from above from FaZe, making a punch hole to watch for any flanks coming out, and he's actually able to deal a little bit of damage to Kendrew, down to about 65 HP there for the Valkyrie. Waiting for the flank to come. They do have a Mozzie drone coming in. It's placed into the hallway. Sky spots it for a moment, but is unaware that it's not a friendly drone. So that'll be some more intel as an attempted flank up the red stairs here, I believe, by either Kendrew or Pi. Will be attempted by Na'Vi. Try and quell the top control. They do have a bit of soft destruction with Laxing with some breaching charges, and they do have FaZe with that secondary shotgun. But the reconstruction hasn't been a priority so far, and Laxing's actually downstairs hunting for Kendrew as the Jackal tries to come out again. The pre-fires to the soft wall, but Kendrew will dart away in the nick of time.
Very, very scary instance for Kendrew. He gets tagged up just a touch, but I believe that was upstairs inside of kitchen where that happened. Less than 1 minute remains on the board. Reciprocity has top map control, which is exactly what you want for this site, but they still have a lot of work to be done. Still need to be able to take over tarps and then get in towards the actual site. First bit of soft destruction through the flooring is going to happen by Mark. They don't have a buck to be able to handle this because they more than likely did not think that they would be going to this site. This is a perfect instance of being able to throw off your opponent. Skies, though, going to get some Kairos down, recognizes out that he's more than likely going to get Evil Eye, but FaZe on the other of the map finds Kendrew on rotation, and all of a sudden Reciprocity has man advantage. They need to get this diffuser down, though, which means they need some presence on site. They try to cut him off through the rotate. Will it be a kill? No, it'll be a down at least. Can he catch him on the rotation through the whole of kitchen? They're fighting fire with fire. Fox with a double, but no, he gets chewed up. Who has the diffuser? It doesn't even matter. Reciprocity goes for the blade instead of the plant.
Reciprocity able to win their opening attack onto Dining and Kitchen. Like I said, that's a weird bomb site for Na'Vi to start off on. They did start, like I said, on Teller's Archives on Consulate, but that's one of your more vulnerable bomb sites to defend on Villa. So Na'Vi is going to swap things up rather swiftly here and head over towards Trophy and Statuary. So same side of the map, just upstairs instead of downstairs. Some operator swaps there, but in the previous round, honestly, that opener from Retro, a big difference maker. Oh my, just laying in the anticipation, honestly, from Retro to watch and wait for Citizen to go for that peek, and a beautiful shot there from Saves. So we didn't get to see that one live. Honestly, this Jackal, though, is going to be so oppressive from FaZe round after round after round. Obviously, Na'Vi will have it to their availability when they get onto the attacking side. But honestly, it's a difference maker, and it's really going to slow down the possibility for Citizen to make those spectacular plays, those elusive plays. A very slippery player It's hard to lock him down, but when you have that Jackal, it's so much easier. But as I say that, FaZe is going to abandon the Jackal 1 round in. He's going to head to the Dokkaebi.
Not a bad exchange for Reciprocity, and their offensive side's looking a lot better on Villa. Nice methodical take, but they still have the objective in their sights. The issue with their last consulate takes, especially in the beginning, was that there was really no right or reason to what they were doing. They were kind of just walking aimlessly into bullets, and well, that's how you run up 4 rounds very quick on a defensive side, is just allow the offense to just walk aimlessly. You shoot them, and it's basically like shooting fish in a barrel. There wasn't really much fight back from Rec when it was on that offensive side of Consulate. But now that they're over on Villa, things have changed up a little bit, and hopefully they can continue to force this back. Na'Vi, though, need to change up the game plan. Citizen getting quite aggressive early on, which isn't a bad thing. He's proven that he is well within his right to be able to attempt that.
The big thing here for me for Na'Vi is making sure that it's not just the Citizen show again, and a little bit of that applies to Reciprocity as well. Pi gonna lose about 25 health inside of Astronomy through that punch hole made by Mark. Quick entry there, and honestly, both of these teams need to step up entirely in Retro, making amends for a map that was quite forgettable on Consulate. Starting things off with 2 entry kills here on Villa. 1 onto Citizen and 1 onto Nello. So there goes the Legion extremely early on. Still have the Thatcher to get rid of what remains of his utility strewn across the map, and pushing swiftly into the bathroom now with just over a minute burnt on the time control. This is a good spot to be in for Reciprocity.
And Nello with some botched positioning there. 1:45 left on the clock, so plenty of time for Reciprocity to handle what needs to be handled. Gonna start the work on the Master Wall. Some EMPs pour in, gonna get rid of a camera, and both of the X-Kairos pellets are going to go off. So that's going to be an open Master Wall now. Facing into Statuary, concussion pours in, gonna get rid of some barbed wire, and plant a Claymore for his leisure. Doesn't have to watch flank anymore unless he hears somebody shoot that Claymore, and hears it pop. Another set of X-Kairos are going to go off to establish even more lines of sight, but this time it's going to go more towards the top. Retro is more than likely going to be the one to hold the cross over into Trophy. And this makes it extremely difficult for movement in between sites. You're now staring through the Astronomy Hall in between the 2 sites, as well as have a long line of sight across the opening in the floor to see into Trophy. If anyone stands up, they're more than likely going to lose their head for it.
Well, Rec had the pace to push in. The Citizen will take down Skies, looking for even more now, but he'll engage with Mark, and Mark will be taking the brunt end of that engagement. More shots will rattle off towards the door frame, but the drone had missed Kendrew tucked inside of the master door to Statuary. I don't think anyone is well the wiser, and there goes Retro, looking for even more now will be Kendrew. Mark wary of a flank through. Installed out will be FaZe and Laxing, pushing up to the Astronomy stairs, but not looking the correct direction will be saves, as Mark will take his head off for him. There goes the MPX rattling off, and another one for Kendrew, lazing in towards FaZe, taking constant damage, hitting the deck to try and hit the prone angle, but FaZe needs to blow out the Legion Mine with 15 seconds remaining. No diffuser as it's lost at that master doorway, and Kendrew prone on 10 HP will be able to cover. Pyle will collect it for 3 on the round, and Na'Vi will respond right on back, equalizing at 1-1.
Fantastic play from Na'Vi. A little bit of a misplay from Nello, just didn't really understand where the rest of Reciprocity was. There was that gunfight through the closet into Astronomy that happened, so we assumed that he knew their location, but apparently not. The rest of Na'Vi will make good on their promise, though, and win out the round. So I don't believe we're going to be seeing the Kitchen anytime soon. They're more than likely going to go over to Aviator, and that's exactly what we're going to see. But throughout that round, we had some very nice shots, and Citizen to start us off on for their kills. Mark being able to trade things back, but overall a decent take from Reciprocity. They had the right idea, they just were not able to find the kills in order to get the diffuser down. A little bit of a misplay, not recognizing out that Na'Vi are going to be reactive once you get that wall open. There's only a few safe spaces inside of the rooms now, and one of them is going to be aggressive up towards the master door, and Na'Vi is not one to back down from taking an aggressive angle.
Well, the drone had missed Kendrew, sitting right tucked inside the door frame from Master to Statuary, and Retro tried to push in thinking it was clear for an attempted plant after they had picked off saves. Once the smoke had gone down, they felt freedom to try and attempt a plant and hold for the post. But unfortunately, one missed drone, one missed call, and it shakes up the entire fate of the round. Reinforcements going onto the opposite side of the walls here. This is something that we saw all the way back in Milan with the The thermite charge going inside that destroyed wooden barricades, or the wooden beams on the reinforced walls that were evading the impact tricking. We haven't seen a whole lot of impact tricking coming either, especially with Nello's early opening death in the Legion, the only person available to take impacts. And no bandit tricking coming up from Kendrew either. He gets stalled and pushed off by that flurry of flashbangs that came over the wall. So not a whole lot that Na'Vi could do to stall out the breaching. And honestly, that's the name of the game on Villa, is how well you can contest the walls.
Absolutely, and that also comes with kind of a meta shift inside of impacts. And it's not because impacts aren't effective anymore, it's because of the shift in what operators have those impacts. Legion is the main one now that has impacts, and as well as Maestro, who strangely enough got impacts as well, when everyone really thought that he was, you know, pretty well for wear, but apparently they also wanted to shift that over. And it's actually proven to be that you actually have to ask someone to take impacts now, or take an operator with impacts, whereas it used to be you routinely had, you know, 2 sets at all times. So you really have to try and set your defense up to have those at your disposal. We are going to have Na'Vi shift Kendrew over to a Clash. We've seen her show face a couple of times throughout this series so far. I believe this is going to be roughly the 3rd time. Reciprocity going to be going for a north to south clear, starting their attack inside of Master. Oh! It's a shot from Retro. Doesn't even blink, doesn't even care. The round's not done yet, and that's all that Reciprocity is determined on. This is their map choice this time around. Sky's recognizing out that there is a Clash inside of 90, and this could be a very bad spot for Kendrew to be at. He has a hatch. Concussions now allocated to the lifeline for Mark. Obviously has control of 2. Impact 1 pours in. Somebody needs to take the gunfight. They're waiting for the second. He knows 2 people are there. That's going to be plenty of bullets when it's... Oh, no! Pie! A double kill with the Nitro cell, and all of a sudden, Rec thought that they had the round in the bag, but Na'Vi comes back.
Remaining members for Reciprocity now separated. Laxing inside a study, doing battle now with a member of Na'Vi. I believe that's Pi on the south stairs, pushing through 90 Hall. Will be Retro, the man carrying the diffuser. The insurgents from Reciprocity down through 90, clearing out Kendrew on the Clash. It was a beautiful execution and demonstration of teamwork, but unfortunately, that Nitro cell blows their plans sky high. Laxing now wrapping back in around the rotate made. Saves on 5 HP, able to dart behind the bar. Laxing pouring in, but Nello has his cover. Retro alone now, returning fire onto the red stairs. Onto Pi, removing the Valkyrie from play. 20 seconds left. The smokes continue to pour into his doorway. He's going to have to go for the flank all the way down the 90 hallway onto the opposite side towards bar. Waiting for saves in behind the bar, holding close to the SMG-11. The pre-fires with 8 seconds left into the vault will not connect. And there goes Nello again, shutting him down. And Reciprocity, looked like they had the clean sweep there. Retro 3 for 3 on opening kills. But a beautiful reaction there. Pi and all of Na'Vi responding.
Nello, cool, calm, and collected for this Na'Vi roster, as he always is. He's always that backbone of the site that you still have to worry about, and he does such a good job of playing supporting angles, and that's exactly what Na'Vi did. Play smoke in behind bar, use those toxic babes, but at the end of the day, if he tries to get aggressive, we have an Alda lying in wait for him. Great play from Na'Vi, and specifically Pi. That was an insane Nitro cell to open up the doors of success for Na'Vi. Reciprocity, though, need to try and link some more rounds together. Usually when you go into a map, you select a map because you're good on it on defense, not on your offense, especially with a map like Villa, which is defensive sided. If Reciprocity can link together 3 rounds here, this could be huge for them. Nice little fact here from our friends over at Siege GG. Reciprocity has been strong in their Villa attacks, winning 62% of offensive rounds in recent history. So, kind of countered what I said, but that's perfectly fine. Doesn't really matter. If they do go up 4-2 on Villa, that's all the better. You're poised to definitely win the map then, because again, this map does tend to trend towards the defensive side. We aren't going to have too much of a shakeup on the defense. We will have Legion brought instead. Did not see him last time, but the offense going to stay relatively the same. Laxing's still going to be rocking the IQ. We'll have the Jackal in play, and Zofia will be rounding out our aggressive side of the operator lineup.
Well, I just must say, I'm very impressed with Retro's play so far here on Villa. I believe he was 1 in 10 at one point on Consulate. It was a forgettable game for Retro on the support play. Obviously, as a support player, it's not always your job to get kills, but I mean, 1 in 10 is a scoreline you really just don't want to bring up ever. 3 for 3 on opening picks on Thatcher, though. I'm really impressed with Retro's instigation, honestly, on this map. He's setting the tone for all of Reciprocity, and they're following suit right along with him. For Reciprocity attacking towards the top 4 once again, this is Kitchen and Dining. A return here for Na'Vi, the one round that they've lost so far here on Villa. They notice that there's nothing stalling them on the wall, but Skies has free entry, no one challenging Jukebox door into Laundry. They have a drone in place, no one going for impact tricking, so... I mean, you can still vault it. It's doable.
I was going to say, you're the support player here.
You can still vault it.
When I see that, I just go, oh no.
It's a little botched, but you can still vault it.
That works, okay. Thank you, Habana Expert. We appreciate you and your input on the matters that are at hand. Reciprocity still have plenty of time. Going to recognize out that Nello's playing inside of Tarps, and more than likely want to dispatch him quickly. He definitely was a thorn in their side the last time around, but not on this site in particular. Reciprocity really ran roughshod all over round 1, and that's exactly why they have that 1 round allocated to their round 1 slot. But Na'Vi with a quick 1-2 back, currently in the lead. Defensive set for them been working out decently well, but hasn't paid off in spades just yet. Still have to link together quite a few rounds in order to make this applicable for themselves. That's going to be a Jackal track, but it's not going to be the one that we would want if we could choose. We definitely want the Legion that's currently over inside a living room. It's going to be a quick move for Skies, but saves, puts him down. Oh no, it's all falling apart for Reciprocity as Laxing soon to meet the same fate. Pre-fire for Mark as he works his way into the dining room, but it's trades back and forth, and not even trades. It's so one-sided. Na'Vi! It's Mark all alone in sight. He has to do it with a 1v5. He could possibly try and go save Lax, but he's inside a bicycle. That's not a place that you want to be. 38 seconds remain. He's now getting marked by a well-placed Valkyrie camera, and that's gonna be a flawless round for Na'Vi.
Make it 3 in a row so we continue the streaks here in this matchup. Na'Vi began with 4 in a row on Consulate before Reciprocity responded with 4 in a row of their own. It looked like it was going to be a Reciprocity team continuing their momentum coming over from Consulate on that 8-7 victory. But Na'Vi, in typical fashion, they cleaned up their act after round number 1, as they did also lose the first map yesterday to Wildcard that then ran both maps back. For Reciprocity here, honestly, didn't hate a lot of what I saw from the attack there. It came down to those gunfights and the positioning. Lack of intel was a big difference maker, though. They were trying to push him without the drones, and that's something that they've been employing to pick up the pace, which we've been asking for, so you can't have your cake in 82. But unfortunately there, Na'Vi learning from the mistakes of past rounds that they had lost. It's going to lead to attack timeout for Reciprocity here, and it's going to force Na'Vi back upstairs to Trophy and Statuary. Reciprocity really needs to throw a kink into the rotation of defenses here.
The issue is for Reciprocity in that last round is that they didn't go for the same attack that they did on their first round that they won. There was no top presence. Right when Skies got access to Laundry, they just tried to pressure Laundry as well as Tarps, and it didn't work out for them. There was plenty of Na'Vi members strewn across the map inside of living room and everything else to counter a collapse to happen on Tarps. So without that information, Reciprocity walks in blind and gets completely obliterated. They need to bring it back to center. That's probably why the tactical timeout was brought in from Hopes. Just, hey, that's a flawless round. Let's shut this down real quick. We need to talk this out. Let's bring this back to what we know and what was successful the first time.
Well, I mean, it's something you employ when you run that strategy, when you're trying to barrage in through Tarps and through the main hallway with no Laundry presence from the defense, and especially with how little top floor presence is being brought by Na'Vi. They're playing for the flank. If you can start panicking Na'Vi, that's what happened the last time around, is they eventually rotated upstairs, but they tried that same kind of thing where you force Na'Vi to either quickly flank up or quickly flood back into Memorial. You can catch them on a rotate there. It's a pretty, honestly, commonly used strategy from a lot of teams on Villa when attacking towards dining and living room. Unfortunately there, the retake was pretty successful for Na'Vi, which is not something that I've been saying a whole lot today, especially on Consulate. So for Rec there, like I said, don't hate what I saw. It just didn't work out like they planned. They've now dropped 3 in a row, so it's time to stop the bleeding and get back into the game.
All right, well, moving on from that, we will be going, I believe, upstairs to Trophy, I do believe. We can get back to the regular camera here, I'll be able to tell you. I can't really tell the measurements from here. It does appear that we will be upstairs, yeah, as everyone is poised on this end, so obviously that telegraphs to us that, hey, we are going to be on Trophy statuary. Last time around, Reciprocity had a pretty good take on this site. They just had a couple of issues that eventually blew up in their face, and the main one was they didn't have any information inside of statuary. So Natus Vincere was able to rotate closer to the master door than Reciprocity really liked them to be, and Na'Vi won off of some heroic plays, especially with Citizen on a very long angle through the holes that were made by Reciprocity with those Skyros pellets.
Well, that's a bit of a wasted utility there for Na'Vi. Obviously, drones exist. They do have a Thatcher, so that's an evil eye thrown to the wayside there for Na'Vi, being tucked inside these arches windows inside of Master on the left-hand side. Quickly dispatched of by Retro, and didn't get the opening pick last round, Retro, so he's 3 for 4. He can't really complain on that one. He is the support player, but opening pick will go to the side of Na'Vi, trying to continue the run that they're on. It's a Nitrocell to dispatch a Sky, so there goes your Hard Breacher as well. Something that was so simple for Reciprocity last time around won't be conducted at all, which was opening up the walls. They had a full statue wall open from Master side. No one really contesting for Na'Vi. No bandit trick coming out from Kendrew when he was on the bandit last time they defended here. No impact tricking coming from Nello when he was on the Legion. Now they don't have to worry about breaching at all. They should know based on the last time around when Skies was on Hibana attacking this site that that's the Hibana down. You don't have to worry about breach. They're still going to thatch the wall, just get the bandit batteries off for the fun of it. But now you got to focus on barraging in through bathroom. It's an Astro overload that will really be the difference maker for Reciprocity on this one. Can you push in cleanly, or are you going to get caught off by some angles? They're able to bait out the second Nitrocell on the side of Na'Vi, though, and the stun canisters come pouring in.
Going to try and pressure from Astronomy's stairs here, as Flynn just said. You have to overload it. Laxton's going to get very aggressive. He doesn't have a Legion to worry about, but obviously he doesn't know that, so he's going to switch over to the Electronics Center real quick just to check it out. 5.52 Commando in hand. He goes in for the aggressive peek here. Does he recognize out where he is? He pre-fires a hole in the desk, but that's not exactly where he is. He's a little bit farther off to the left-hand side. He's actually going to deal a lot of damage to Mark. Oh no, it's going to be the Toxic Babe to finish him off. Laxton trades it out though. Can he get two? He can! Oh no, Laxton's starting to warm up, and this could be very dangerous for Na'Vi. This is not what you want to see. They still need to get this plant down though. It's in the hands of Retro. They have control of Trophy, but do they have full control? No, they don't. Citizen as well as one more inside. Save falls off. It's a 1v2 now, and Na'Vi shuts it down, and that's going to be 4 straight rounds for them, and no more tech timeout to bail out Reciprocity.
Tough break there for Rec as they lose the Hard Breacher early as the opening pick to a Nitrocell, and you got to go contingency plan at that point. They did what I wanted them to do, which was overload Astro, but unfortunately, just beautiful work there from the Valkyrie inside of Astro to continuously fight on back, and the support from the smoke as well, that Toxic Babe coming into that bathroom door. Difference makers on the round, and honestly X factors for Na'Vi right now. The teamwork seems to be becoming much more alive. It was Nello's launching it over the wall, so this guy's just getting a little too close to the wall there, unfortunately, leaving himself open. Nice angle there from Laxing though to take down the member playing inside a statuary of Nello. But yeah, Pi inside of Astro being honestly a thorn in the side of all of Reciprocity to slow them down and make sure that there was no potential swift entry into Astronomy, and then saves again on the support with the smoke grenades. Excellent teamwork there for Na'Vi, sets them up for a 4-1 lead. They could head into the half 5-1, but after losing that first round, honestly, Reciprocity's attacks looked good. They still have looked good. Villa's just one of those maps. Honestly, Reciprocity's usually better at attacking, like we saw from the stat line, and Villa itself is coming closer to the mid-ground. Just looks like Na'Vi is firing on a cylinder that they weren't on Consulate.
Yeah, and for Na'Vi, they are doing a couple of things just a touch out of the ordinary that really doesn't happen inside of North America. That could always be the issue that Reciprocity is dealing with, because as we saw, Na'Vi doesn't really play this map that much either. It's not their most played map. Obviously, a VOD you can go back and watch, but it's always different when you're inside of a LAN environment. You're going to see things pulled out that have been worked on for 6 months, a year, that they just haven't had to reach far enough inside of their bag in order to pull out just yet. Reciprocity, though, they need to win this round. A 4-2 split is not that bad on Villa. 3-3 is obviously where you want to be at, but 4-2 is still doable from the defensive side. And again, you usually choose your maps based on how good you are on defense. So knowing that information, Reciprocity could actually run things up on Na'Vi here. We could have a complete remake of what happened the last time around. Laxing going to have a very intelligent cannons out of Astronomy. Haven't seen that one used in a while.
So last time around, it was Py's Nitro Cell that really defanged this push here from Reciprocity. That Nitro Cell from Py taking 2 lives with him, as well as Nello joining in with the Alda. It was a clean sweep there to get rid of Kendrew the Clash in 90. This time they'll dispatch the Evil Eye that was placed in the same position as last time around, but no Kendrew to contend with. So no 90 window presence just yet. As I say that, here comes Nello and here comes Kendrew turning the corner. Laxing's going to make it all the way up to top red, though. And pulling out the SMG-9 will be Kendrew to try and dispatch of a drone. Pre-fires from Mark for caution, just in case Kendrew decides to peek with that secondary SMG sidearm. A lot of intel being gathered here for Reciprocity, but 3 members for Na'Vi all congregate inside of this hallway, trying to contest for the 90 control. That'll be up to Skies to come in if they want to breach 90, but it was a bit of a split push last time around. The last 2 remaining members when they were attacking this site were Retro and Laxing, one in study and one at 90. Seems like Reciprocity have ideas of accomplishing 2 separate tasks at the same time. Py is downstairs, evading any kind of roam clear right now. Foxay hasn't been able to jackal track him out. Here come the stun canisters in. They're going to burn both, but not swing when the shield is to the side. Bit of a waste of utility there for Reciprocity, but I think they're baiting right now, Na'Vi is, to allow Nello to stay on the ground and continue to prone peek, but it seems like Mark is well aware of this, not landing any damage through that bookshelf turned over. 90 control looking very good here for Na'Vi, constantly stalling out, and now Team Reciprocity turning their attention towards the aviator door.
Well, they have 90 control now as everyone's bailed back to site, and that's exactly what they need. Only 30 seconds left, though, and obviously no Maverick, so they can't make quick work of any of these reinforced walls. They're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way with the X-Kairos pellets and an EMP grenade. Retso's going to take a little bit of damage as he's sitting on Bust. Looking in towards gun vault door. Skies with the first kill on his save. That's huge. That's going to be the smoke off the board, but he's going to take quite a bit of damage. Mark to tag one up. He tries to rotate in, but Kendrew, of all people, will trade it back. No, it's Mark. He's been capitalizing on every single opportunity he's been thrown towards. Py to battle back, and they need to get this diffuser down, but no, from underneath. They're stopping it all. Mark doesn't have the time, and Na'Vi! Oh my! That's 5 straight rounds.
They lose the first one on a risky take downstairs to dining room and kitchen, and they run it right on back 5 in a row. This is looking eerily similar to yesterday's contest for Na'Vi against Wildcard, in which they lost the first map of Cafe 7-5. And then all of a sudden, they get shot out of a cannon on Coastline. They win 7-1 to take Wildcard's map. This could be a run back as well, as both teams took each other's maps in that series between Na'Vi and Wildcard. Reciprocity took Na'Vi's map 8-7 on Consulate. We're waiting to see what the result is here on Na'Vi. Their attacking rounds will tell the tale of this game right now for Reciprocity, and honestly, their teamwork has looked incredibly impressive, but they haven't been able to roam clear Py for a couple rounds now. He's been able to survive inside of Astronomy, downstairs with that Nitro Cell, constantly being a thorn and suppressing any plant opportunities, and even shots down through the floor on an attempted plant. There goes the second Nitro. Py, honestly, he's been a little quiet so far here in Tokoname. Haven't seen a whole lot out of him in the series against Wildcard, and even on Consulate, obviously. It was the Skies and Citizen show, but he's stepping up big for his team when they need him.
Yeah, and what a way to shut down a plant. Just play for the default spot underneath, and that's why we call it default, because everybody knows where it is, and you usually know where it is vertically, you know, horizontally, doesn't matter. You always know where that spot's going to be, and you can always access it. This time around, it's going to be accessed by a couple of bullets and an explosion just for good measure, and Na'Vi rocking up 5 in a row. Can Reciprocity do exactly what they did on the last map? Can they make lightning strike twice? That's what they're going to need to do to bring it back on their map choice. Again, it seems like it's opposite, Dave Flynn. This exact same thing happened with Na'Vi yesterday. They lose their map, they win their opponent's map, then they win the game on map 3. Is Reciprocity going to fall to the exact same demise. Na'Vi making quick work of this clear. We're only 45 seconds in, and they've already pressured in towards benches. Some foot marks now coming through. That's going to be pressure inside of 90. That will be recognized out. Saves is already in towards Gunvault. He's waiting for the rotation. He shuts down Skies. He's waiting for the cross. They have to try and get back into sight. They have complete control. This is what we usually see from Reciprocity, but Mark's been downed as well. It's all the Na'Vi train as they're letting them know Daddy's home. As they've shut them completely out of their own sight, they've made it their own. The plan hasn't started just yet, but now Fox with a double to try and equalize. Citizen to fight back. He takes down Retro. Nello shutting down the mid-level here, and that's what they need to do in order to get this plant secured. It's going to be a Legion mine inside of his foot on the red stairs, or excuse me, main, as they'll start to plant on the reinforcement. Still plenty of time here, but no, Kendra's not even going to go for it. He's holding the bar door. Finally, as Nello's rotating over to shut it down on the rotate, he's going to find one. Laxing loses out the gunfight. It's going to be Fox to ace out in order to win the round and stunt them from going to map point. Stun grenades pour in. Fox has to challenge. Who's got the peak? It's a T95, and he can't do it. Na'Vi, 6 straight rounds.
We're going to run it all the way back as they did on Coastline against Wildcard yesterday. We saw the Na'Vi boys walking off the stage with faces of dejection and disappointment. And as they came back, they looked revitalized, a little more optimistic, a little happier on the faces. They came back and said, hey, we lost the first map yesterday. We can run it back just like we did 24 hours ago. For Na'Vi right now, you're in complete control, and that swift aggression into the bomb site, an excellent lockout, like you said. Foxe comes in with 2 big kills, but the retake unsuccessful for Reciprocity, and now Na'Vi in the driver's seat completely, looking to send us all the way to Clubhouse in a fit of fury. And should they win any time within the next few rounds, they will also have choice of side on, guess what decider map it is. It's Clubhouse, the same decider map we saw yesterday. Now Wildcard put up one hell of a fight against Na'Vi yesterday on Clubhouse for the decider, but starting on the defense is still going to be your best advantage to secure the series and set yourself up with a date with DarkZero in just a few hours.
Yeah, Reciprocity might want to go back to the drawing board on Villa. I just don't think that they have it to really step to Na'Vi. And now you know why Na'Vi's record is 6-2 on this. No ties, they don't need those, but they'll definitely take the 6 wins for their leisure. Overall, that attack, just so well articulated. It was insane. I mean, again, they just walk into sight. They already had all the pressure that they needed. They knew no one was playing on red stairs. They got benches as well as statuary for free. We're able to just walk into Aviator and take over the entire site. The only person that they had that could have possibly have shut them down was the man playing inside of Gunvault. And we all saw how that went. Saves wins the gunfight. You all now have complete control. Everyone has to try and run back to site. And as Flynn was talking about earlier, with these fast pushes, that's what you want them to do. You already have the rotations cut off. You get a ton of free kills, you get a free plant, and you get a free round.
He's going to run into some trouble here with Mark up at 90, trying to repel on the window. He'll be burning out the ADS that was placed with the flashbangs in the back pocket. I was honestly a little worried there that Mark might go for a jump out the 90 window there for a moment, but instead he opts to hold back and instead will challenge in towards Study, where Kendrew, the hard breacher, will be pushing in. Pretty swift entry here for Na'Vi into Study this time around instead of going for the far side take. Citizen holding for the flanks downstairs, making sure nobody's coming to nitro sell them sky high. Pi, the secondary hard breacher, will be positioned on the 90 window. He has an opportunity to open up that vault as well. Skies is the lone man to stop out the breaching, unless Fox is in position with the impact grenades to try and go for the trick, but no holes have been pre-made here for Reciprocity. So it's going to be all up to Skies on the Bandit, try and stall them out. He's got 2 Bandit batteries placed onto the walls facing in towards Aviator. The bar walls still remain empty for now, and as I say that, there we go. Bandit batteries being placed on, trying to do battle with Kendrew. The EMP comes out, and Kendrew will be placing on, and they'll stun lock him out to make sure they can open up the bar wall. Everyone has to peel on back, but 2 members for Reciprocity holding the south stairs with a rotate in. Kendrew, though, will get the opener onto Mark.
This is a setup that we first saw pulled off by TSM on this main stairs, but it gets shut down by Na'Vi. Laxing to fall as well. It's not going their way on their map choice. Is this going to be a 7-1 on Reciprocity on Villa? Again,
You might want to go back to the drawing board here because Na'Vi is proving you wrong. Kendra gonna see his foot in behind the bomb chassis, but won't shoot him. It's a 2v5 in order for Reciprocity to stay alive here on map 2. They won map 1, so we're guaranteed a map 3, especially after that. Sky's locked down inside a gun vault. He doesn't have that many bullets inside of his gun, and Na'Vi, 7 rounds in a row.
Sacrificing the first round to take the next 7 to secure the victory on Villa. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Clubhouse.
When Nello walked by us, he looked at both of us and he laughed and he goes, we lost the first map yesterday, it's fine, don't worry about it. And then they come back and then they just run 7 rounds up. So Nello didn't lie, he did not lie. They lost the first map yesterday, but did it matter? Did it really matter, Flynn?
No, and to decipher everything that's gone down on Villa and where we'll be heading to on Clubhouse, again, we need the boys on the desk to break it down for us. Have at it.
Thank you very much, Flynn. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst desk. Yes, close as hell is this series, and we're going to go to map 3 as predicted here on the desk. Sometimes, yes, we are correct in what we believe, but that was a much more one-sided map 2 compared to what we had on console, gentlemen.
You don't say.
Well, you know, I'm the host here.
We kind of saw the same yesterday where Navi drops the first one and then comes back really, really strong. But that was surprising. Really surprising.
It's interesting, going into that map, Reciprocity's success on Consulate was really on the back of that fluid roam game, the flanks, banned the Nomad to help that. They decided to do the same here. On Villa, Nomad is a force to be reckoned with, but even in that last round, that was a perfect example of how ineffective Team Reciprocity's roamers could be. There was just no ability for them to have an impact. Occasionally we'd see a C4 through the floor, but when that was successful, it was on Navi's own defense.
You say that, but then you look at the roam play from Reciprocity in map 1, completely others, the complete different side of the coin. It was so odd to watch after console.
You have to remember they didn't get to do a lot of defense rounds. So
that's very true, which is a bit surprising. Like, honestly, it's not unusual to see Villa end 5-1 at the half, right? Defense is just very, very strong on the map. It is the most defender-sided map in the 7-map pool. You go to the other side and like, okay, this is when the defender's gonna start racking rounds up. But no, it didn't stop there. Reciprocity just failed to hold on to their defense. They tried its best to stay in the gun vault, but it ultimately failed.
So I'm always a guy that'll say it doesn't matter what side you start on if you can keep your mental fortitude all right. If you know it's an attacker-sided map, defender-sided map, what have you, you go in on the unfavored side, you're down 5-1, 4-2, no matter, you can come back from that. We saw Na'Vi do that against G2 on Consulate during the season. Team Reciprocity, everyone knows they are quite an emotional team. They absolutely breathe momentum, and when they don't have that going for them, it really struggles. I think their lack of success on their defense there is just because they started on attack where they were completely confounded.
I'm with you to a certain point, but if you collect all the defense round or you really, really get ahead, anything but a 4-2 split on Villa, there is so little room for failure. And even if you're the calmest person in the world, one missed shot and your entire attack or defense falls apart and you end up losing one round and now you're on match point.
Well, you know, because we got so deep into map 1 and map 2 was such a runaway victory for Na'Vi, they actually will be the ones that get to pick their starting side on map 3. So this is map 3 overtime if we get to that. So it's an advantage. It definitely is. With a series like this, it definitely can go to it. But that was map number 2. I will head over to Mr. Devin. We'll come back and chat a bit about map 3 coming up, so collect your thoughts. I know you're already ready. James, as always, has a few stats for us to show. We'll be right back. Please, ladies and gentlemen, follow me over here to one of my favorite parts of this desk. Devin, please, walk us through. What's the theme for this?
The theme is that Na'Vi could already be in a 2-0 situation, having won, except for some mistakes that cost them 3 rounds on Consulate that they tried to adapt to. And I'm going to kind of highlight those a little bit here and break down. And it's all about the garage attacks that we saw 4 times in total here. And this is the second time, the time that they lost it a second time in a row. Now they set up these Habana holes. This is the important part. They are a team and they use this strat a lot against G2 when they managed to make the win to help make sure that they got here and G2 did. But the problem with this is they have to sneak in and get that defuse plant down. They are very good at that. The huge problem is defending it afterwards. You see what happens here. Fox sees an opportunity, goes right on over, and he's able to just sit in a spot and defuse this. This is the second time in a row it happens. So this strategy is great for getting a plant down. Terrible for holding it. As you can see, I know the frustration in your face as Kenju sits there unable to do anything, just completely ineffective because they don't control yellow stairs. You see them make the smart adaptation. Now, okay, we lost this twice. We're going to go with Thermite finally. They finally do it. You can see the big Thermite holes here in this case. They've got these open. They're able to defend it this time. They get the plant down. They are successful in being able to hold it. You see a similar situation where they're able to get someone down in here. In this case, though, Skies is able to play over here, and yet they still are able to hold it because of the retake situation so difficult. It was a little bit unfortunate, though, for Skies. You can see him come around just at the wrong moment. He tries to make a play here. He's got potentially the angle onto the fuse planter, but just too little too late, and that's always frustrating for a smoke player in general. But here's the big problem for me. They lost it twice. They adapted. They won it once. What do? They go back to Hibana play. This was a huge mistake. They do the same thing again. It absolutely succeeds in getting the plant down again. But that doesn't matter if you let them defuse it. They end up in a situation where, guess what? They get countered, as you see there just a moment ago, by the Echo drone. The reason is, this isn't just about retake now. They're predictable. The problem with this is you have to sneak in to one specific spot because you can only open up that one specific spot with the Hibana holes. Their situation again, you've got Skies this time not on smoke, but he's still in a position to help deny this. Retro playing the smoke as well, combined with the Echo, they're able to completely deny this as long as possible with a combination of the Yokai and the smokes. And unfortunately, Citizen, who'd been controlling this, you see him come around too little, too late at the very end to try and stop this.
This is all Fox in this situation. You see him running back. He collected the 2 kills that allowed Reciprocity to grab this round. You talked about yellow control. That was lost purely because of Fox's play. You can have this strategy all you want, but if yellow isn't held, this is just so weak.
And Navi could be getting ready for the grand finals right now had they not made this mistake 3 times.
All right, Devin, thank you very much for shedding light, a bit more light than what was shed through these Hibana holes on here. We'll be back to you for our grand final, maybe our map 3 here at the end of it, if we have just enough to talk about. Thank you again. Thanks, Emzo. We'll be right back here on the desk. Here we are. It's a bit of cardio for me, right? I need those 2 tests. I work out, bro. Like, okay, we're back on here. We talked about our second map, our first one as well, in detail with Emzo with those pushes into Garage. Let's talk about our third. Villa went Navi's way very handily. Clubhouse, for a lot of people arguing this, very similar to Villa when it comes to controlling the heart breach. And in Clubhouse, you can't make many mistakes or else you'll just have to rush into site and hope for a plant.
It's also not as open for roaming. It's a way more structured map in terms of what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. I mean, you can go for these deep roams. If you play basement, you can hide some people upstairs, but it's extremely dangerous to do, and you can very easily get caught.
This is a crowd that's ready for map 3. I can hear it! Arigatou gozaimashita, Japan, thank you very much for all. This has been a fantastic crowd, and we still are not done with our second match of the day. We still have a grand finals after this as well. James, what do you expect on here?
Clubhouse isn't a map that, when you think Reciprocity, when you think of their playstyle, all these nomad bans, all this roaming, Clubhouse is a map where you have to be meticulous on your utility. It's all about counter that bandit trick, get that wall open, whether it's downstairs, make sure that you can get those hatches open, have a good execute. That's not what we really know Reciprocity for, especially on the defensive side in order to prevent that. It's not something we typically see from them. When we look at their operator bans as a stark difference, they do much more normal bans, hard breaches, Maverick, Hibana, rather than that Nomad to try and enable that roam game. What I do want to see from Reciprocity is some new interpretations of Clubhouse. Use that castle, which they're so fond of, to enable a lot of roamers. Something we've seen teams like Fnatic experiment with in the past is putting castle barricades around those main stairs to prevent any kind of control of bar of the attackers from getting those rotations all the way downstairs. If you want to roam upstairs in cash and bedroom, you rotate all the way down the main stairs back to the basement without dying because you have that castle. I want to see some new interpretations. I want to see something from Reciprocity to make me impressed.
Predictions.
I've got to say, I've had a feeling this whole time that Navi's going to take it.
I'm still on the Navi. I think it's going to be a little bit closer than Villa, hopefully. But I think we're going to see default bans, unfortunately. Although I'm with you on, I want to see Reciprocity do something insane.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for all of that. We have one more map in our second and last semifinal. Who goes to the grand final to join DarkZero? We'll know in just a few minutes. It's map number 3, Clubhouse, Reciprocity versus Na'Vi, Hajime!
Thank you very much, Gassan, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We got one more map to decide who is getting a date with DarkZero. We head to Clubhouse, no big shock. Na'Vi picks to start on defense as the crowd erupts. I can't honestly tell. I think it's a split crowd tonight. Na'Vi starting on the defense, Reciprocity starting on the attack. We had to go the absolute distance on Club yesterday for Na'Vi and Wildcard. Will we need to go the distance again for Na'Vi and Reciprocity? I do agree with the desk in saying that, you know, Na'Vi should probably start off to a hot start here, given that Reciprocity's, I don't know, more rambunctious style of play, if I could put it that way, isn't really going to translate too well to Clubhouse traditionally, but we saw it yesterday with Wildcard. They went down at the half 4-2 because Na'Vi started defense, just like this exact same situation. It's almost a complete replica of yesterday's game against Wildcard for Na'Vi. But Wildcard brought it back with 3 consecutive rounds to take the lead. As long as Reciprocity, regardless of what happens in the first half, whether you're winning after the first half, losing after the first half, tied, as long as you go in with the head held high and say, it's a mental reset and now we're on our strong side, they should be fine. We saw it yesterday with Wildcard to be able to really contend Na'Vi on Club. Na'Vi's defenses yesterday on Club, though, they looked incredibly strong. It'll be up to Reciprocity to see if they've done their homework watching that VOD from yesterday and previous VODs before. And we're going to start things off, continuing the trend of Na'Vi starting on defense and starting on a weird site. We're going to go gym bedroom to start things off here on Club.
Yeah, and they're not going to pick the castle off rip, because that tells straight to their team, hey, we are going here. Castle really isn't used anywhere else. You don't want to give them the free information that they are going to gym bedroom in case Reciprocity wants to shift their lineup to that site. Now, going into this, you might be like, okay, Reciprocity, like, it's Clubhouse. You know, just go down the checklist. I really don't see Clubhouse being a very aggressive map. Well, you'd be wrong. Na'Vi yesterday was lights out on this map, and that Wildcard game was absolute insanity. If this is going to be half of the game yesterday, we are in for a treat.
Reciprocity is struggling to put together attacking rounds on Clubhouse, winning only 37% of their offensive rounds. While that may sound like not the greatest stat,
it's Clubhouse.
If you get 2 out of 6,
well,
that's 33.
Yeah,
so
above average.
Struggle, I mean, that's, I don't know, that's norm for me. That's a 4-2 half. I don't know, that doesn't really seem like a struggle that much. It is Clubhouse. Every team struggles. Okay, there's like 2 asterisks to that.
Empire.
Yeah, but majority teams around the world, they will struggle with attacking rounds on Club.
Yeah, this map is extremely difficult to chop up. That's usually what tells you if a map is extremely difficult to attack or not. Can you isolate sections of the map easily? Can you? Okay, cool. Then that map's going to be easy to attack. Clubhouse is not a map that you can chop up very easily because there's a lot of different ways you can move throughout it. There's a lot of different pathing options, multiple staircases across the entire thing, ladders. I mean, what isn't there across this map where you can be able to transition through? And that's why, well, traditionally speaking, defenses play turtle on this map because there's a lot of ground to cover for offenses, and usually by the time that they get set up for an execute, it's very easy to botch because you only have about 45 seconds to get it off.
So starting on a gym bedroom defense, you'd anticipate seeing a bit of a cash hold that we were seeing yesterday, but seems like Na'Vi want to swap things up and keep Reciprocity on their toes. Not going for a cash hold whatsoever. They left it all soft. They're not investing any utility there. And instead, they're opting to send some roamers downstairs. Reciprocity's been avoiding the roam clear for the most part, especially from Citizen, who's currently occupied with Bandit tricking the jacuzzi wall, but for the most part, I mean, this is a complete alteration for Na'Vi in terms of their strategy based on what we saw 24 hours ago against Wildcard on this exact bomb site.
I'm really hoping that this is telling you how the Grand Finals are going to go. That Aerowolf game earlier, granted, it was still extremely exciting against DarkZero. It just didn't have the round count to be able to tell you that. That was the thing. 2 7-3s in a row. Impact allocated underneath inside of stock, but Kendry's going to immediately evacuate the area, barricades the door behind him for good measure, just to make sure that no one possibly thinks that he went through there. Mark's going to take quite a bit of damage. Those impacts hurt quite a bit. If you get met with both of them, then you die because of the amount of damage that they do. They're not the most fun thing in the world. We've actually seen quite a few weird deaths this land with the lifeline because of that. Jacuzzi wall now going to be open for Reciprocity as they are finally putting pieces together on how they want to handle this gym bedroom take.
30 seconds on the collapse here. They've opened up Jacuzzi, now collecting themselves on top of the master balcony. Citizen had an opportunity to bandit trick the wall, but time getting increasingly low here for Reciprocity, burning away, and it could be the death of them here. Still standing at a 5v5 with limited damage done as they all press in through Jacuzzi and construction at the same time. Turning the corner will be one, but no. Shut down in his tracks will be Kendrew. Citizen on one, but Retro with the trade. They have to go for the plant though, and Retro on 20 HP. Foxay continuing a reign of domination. Laxing now takes down saves. It's all Nello alone. They drop down the main stairs. Now the clutches 1 kill. The Plank going down on the floor, but he's looking at the wrong ping. Plank completed for Reciprocity, and they all bail out for the post plant. Nello now alone, coming back up the main stairs on about 15 health. He's going to be spotted on the drone as well, so Mark instigated on the pre-fire, and there he goes to shut it down. Reciprocity. What an exclamation point to start off map 3.
That site was so difficult for Wildcard to take yesterday, and Reciprocity made it look like bread and butter going together. I mean, truly impressive stuff. Rip that Jacuzzi wall down, then immediately get into the area. There was all gas, no brakes on that take once they finally got everything set up how they wanted it. And I like how they isolated out logistics as well. Na'Vi a little bit too aggressive towards Jacuzzi wall, apparently just not thinking that anyone else was there, but luckily, Laxing was lying in wait outside. Otherwise, we could be telling a different tale.
It's a tough break there for Na'Vi. They've gone 1 for 3 now, starting maps on some awkward sites. Then again, they lost the first round on Villa by playing, you know, a tertiary bomb site that doesn't get played as often as some of the others on the map, and then they won 7 rounds in a row. So here for Na'Vi, I'm sure there's no stress, but if you're Reciprocity, your quota is 2 attacking rounds, and you've already got halfway there. You're pretty proud of yourselves on that round.
Well, now the main question is downstairs site for Na'Vi. Which side is Reciprocity going to try and attack? Are they going to go for the full hatches, try and drop blue, pressure mud, go for lockers, or are they going to go to another thing that we've been seeing come back to life that was gone for quite a while, the church take? You prioritize the church wall, you open it up, and plant behind the black box while isolating out blue from inside of Moto and keeping the long sightline locked down from the bottom of main stairs. It works out extremely well. There are some very weird instances, though, with some very awkward lines of sight that you can get from lockers into church that could spell disaster for Reciprocity if we get up to that point. We do not have any impact grenades on the defense, so no impact tricks going to be coming out. We could have a nitro cell sail over, which is extremely hard. You almost have to be pixel perfect to get it over the wall, but you can do it.
One of the most influential pivot points was Saves and Kendrew downstairs playing inside a church while defending the basement yesterday against Wildcard. Being able to contest the church wall even well after it's been opened, that was one of the points that Na'Vi had in spades that Wildcard had trouble contesting. And for Na'Vi here to be able to secure a defensive round downstairs, they're most likely anticipating that this church wall will be opened up. Wildcard was opting to take it with Hibana pellets prone onto the church wall. We'll have to see what Reciprocity want to elect and how they want to distribute their hard breaching utility. If they want to imp that strategy from Wildcard, or if they want to elect to use an exothermic charge from Retro instead onto the church wall. And this is already an alteration from what we saw yesterday, is that the Moto hatch is going to be opened up with the Hibana instead of the thermite here. No possibility for a trick as Nello's not within range, but there goes the nitro cell from Kendrew to take down Skies. The Hibana successful in opening one hatch, and that's all he'll be responsible for the next minute 30.
And that's something you always got to worry about when you are opening those sites. Natus Vincere starting off in a slower tone this time around with their downstairs hold. Yesterday we saw them start off with a roam game up top that worked out very well with Mozzie, but we don't even have him in the cards. So Reciprocity going to lose Skies early, but he's already done one of his jobs, just could not possibly get open any other hatches. They do have another hard breach though in the likes of Retro. It seems like they are going to be going for the church take here, and that's really all you can do without the kitchen hatch being open.
Full reinforcement on the blue walls as well. We were seeing Na'Vi toy with some blue rotates while defending downstairs. Mark firing down through kill holes made for impact tricking as Nello will take about 25 damage. FaZe pressing up on the church door through Moto. It's not going to spot anyone though, so they're playing on top of the bomb chassis. A Yokai drone will come over as well for any potential plant attempts, and FaZe not looking at the ceiling with the electronic sensor, but there goes Saves. A quick peek around the bomb chassis, collects the kill, and another one for Saves, lining them all up and knocking them down. It's all down to Laxing and Mark now as they push in from opposite angles. Dropping into blue will be Laxing. Constant battle in towards K9. Pushing the door for 3 on the round now is Saves. And locked in a trap now is Laxing in a 1v5. Hits the deck and shuts down Saves' reigns of terror. Now again having to deal with prone holes in towards blue. 12 seconds, no diffuser, gets 2 kills for the lock. But now pressing right up against the blue box, vaulting on over. Eventually shut down now by Pi. And Na'Vi respond in turn with a round of their own.
That's the thing about Laxing, he'll still make you hold your breath even though there's 8 seconds left on the clock and 3 people up. He hops the box, tries to get that last kill, but overall Na'Vi a very good showing, and specifically Saves able to take all of those one-on-ones with the SMG-11 and win every single one of them. It's a little bit of a squirrely weapon, but in the proper hands, it is one of the best guns in the game. Great damage margin, great rate of fire, and that's how you line them together. The only downfall to the gun is that you don't have that many bullets comparative to the other secondary SMGs. Well, moving on now to round 3, Na'Vi going to be shifting up bomb sites. We'll be going to CCTV, which they had huge trouble with yesterday. They just could not keep Garage locked down, multiple plants going down, and there was no way in hell that they could stop them. Botched nitro cells, the whole lot, it was just riddled.
Well, one of the biggest things about the game yesterday with Wildcard as well is that neither team could win a defense upstairs on CCTV Cache, but they were both nearly flawless on Gym Bedroom. So now we've seen a sacrifice Gym Bedroom defense here for Na'Vi. They go through the full rotation to go back to CCTV Cache. We'll see if their woes from yesterday will follow them into this match. A reminder for everyone who hasn't seen the first match already or isn't well aware, spoiler alert, 3, 2, 1. The meeting with DarkZero is just around the corner for one of these teams. The conclusion of this map, we will know our finalists for the Season 10 Pro League.
You're such a nice guy, Flynn. Look at you, making sure that nobody yells at you on Reddit. Don't you always love that?
Hey, just covering my bases.
Hey, gotta cover the bases, man. I respect it, trust me. Well, Reciprocity poised to take over Garage, and you can see the swarm of drones inside of stock as they clear Lounge. We actually do have a Kaid. It's gotta be Nello downstairs in Garage. So that means that they're going for the aggressive hold here. Yep, they have mute jammers down. You can't impact trick over this anymore. You used to be able to, but you can't now. So we're going to have Nello handle it with Electro Claws, and he's trying to stop Sky from being able to open up any of the paneling to get presence down low. Oh, a hot mark, and Nello is met with lead, and that is going to rip the life from his body, and all of a sudden Reciprocity has man advantage. Frag grenade ricochets off the ceiling, but it's not going to be cooked properly and won't go off close enough to break anything.
This is the battle here from Mark to try and stall out the bandit trick attempts, as the Maverick is banned, so now you've really got to worry about what Kendrew can do on the wall. Taking away Nello, though, it's a beautiful start as it's lower Garage control here from Mark, and that's your one possible flank taken away. Mark has free reign downstairs with the skeleton key, but he turns into some shots. Looking down through the floorboards is Citizen with that 416. He's got 2 members of Reciprocity downstairs right now in Mark and FaZe. Lots of shots will rattle off, but Kendrew preoccupied with the man downstairs, and that will force a wall opening up once again. The woes from yesterday seemingly following Na'Vi into today here in the semifinals, as this wall was never stopped from being opened against Wildcard.
Well, Reciprocity was birthed in the fire of, well, really ranked and just aggressive playstyles in general, so this is nothing that they haven't seen before with the likes of Na'Vi, and that's why things are so hotly contested right now. It's just more counterplay after counterplay after counterplay between these two teams, and it's whoever's going to make the biggest misstep. They need garage control in order to get this diffuser down now, though. Oh, what an angle from Mark. That's a double for him on the round, taking down Pi and Nello, two big supports that no longer exist in round 3.
40 seconds, and they all start barreling into the garage with Pi being taken care of. Kendrew on the flank, though, downstairs. Multiple members for Reciprocity on drones. He's standing on top of a drone as well, waiting for it to flick on, and Saves will take down Skies. That's the Hibana carrying the diffuser in the rafters. He has 2 more for support, but here comes Kendrew on the flank. Mark not paying attention, and there he goes. Attempting to cook a frag grenade, and Kendrew just looking to kill some time. 15 seconds and no Nitro Cell down below. FaZe has a diffuser trying to pour in. Citizen trying to contest. He'll get 1, lining up for 2, but he can't handle the shot. Down to the 2v2, 7 seconds tick away. Saves trying to hold out onside. He's his last man standing. Laxing will cut him down. 2 pushing into the rafters, and Reciprocity push on through, securing the attack once again. And Na'Vi continue their losing ways on CCTV and Cash.
A little bit of luck sprinkled into that round, but hey, that's how Siege works out sometimes, baby. And it's gonna work out in Reciprocity's favor this time around. They take the lead for the first time in 8 rounds. That's insane. Well, actually, excuse me, the first time in 9 rounds. That is absolutely ridiculous. But Reciprocity showing up on Clubhouse, and now you see why they allowed it into the map pool. Some very unique takes here, especially on CCTV, prioritizing bottom floor instead of top in order to gain control with Buck. And Mark made good on that with that skeleton key, getting rid of the bandit, getting rid of 2 separate operators, one from a hot mark, and also a very nice angle into Catwalk. Just a little bit of a misplay there at the tail end by Na'Vi. I guess Bandit just assumed that no one would want to try and kill him inside of Lounge. They know you have a Nitro Cell, my friend. You're gonna be a priority.
Impact's coming out here for a gym bedroom defense. So Na'Vi continuing their cycle as well of never playing the same bomb site twice. That was a rarity, honestly, throughout this entire series and the series yesterday for Na'Vi. Just not looking to run things back. They want to correct their mistakes later on into the game and get back onto some winning territory. But if you're Reciprocity, you're feeling very good right now. You've already hit your quota. You got your 2 attacking rounds, 1 onto separate bomb sites as well. So troubles right now for Na'Vi on the defensive side of Clubhouse, and that's not something I anticipated saying heading into this game. I imagine we'd be seeing a 4-2 split in favor of Na'Vi, as we see so many times on Clubhouse for the defensive start. But Reciprocity, they're a step above right now. They're looking a lot better than they did earlier on, especially to start things off on Consulate, and the way they looked on Villa as well. This is a much better beginning to the map, and hopefully they can carry through the momentum. Before today, Na'Vi was a flawless 9-0 defending Gym Bedroom, but lost their first attempt in this game.
We could have probably told you that, to be completely honest. Their Gym Bedroom is very well set up. It's just that Reciprocity, again, just cutting off the proper heads of the nine-tailed snake there, or excuse me, 9-headed snake there, and ended up working out for them in the end. Na'Vi now, though, they're on a back foot. You need to bring things back. Don't let Reciprocity get too far out of grasp, because they've already hit their quota, Flynn. This is the maximum amount of regular rounds that you're supposed to have on offense. It's supposed to be a 2-4 split going to the defense. Reciprocity trying to prove everyone wrong right now.
Kendrew lining up this bullet hole to a windowsill, looking for the 1-tap for anyone outside, getting lackadaisical outside on the master balcony, peeking in. Now it took a little bit of damage there from FaZe as he peeked around the corner CC, and Na'Vi has gone back to the strategy that worked wonders for them yesterday against Wildcard, which was holding hard fast inside of CCTV and Cash, making sure you're reinforcing, using castle barricades. They got the Kaid Electro Claws as well, and you've got impacts to trick, and there goes Kendrew. The patience pays off. He finally gets that bullet hole kill to land, and there goes Mark, the instigator from last round.
Yeah, that's going to be a big pick as well. As you said, Mark, that instigator from last round. The skeleton key worked out very, very well, but they're not going to have access to it anymore. He's already made some holes above, though, so they could get some EMPs or what have you inside to be able to help this out. But obviously, you'd rather put those on the outside of the reinforcement. Looks like Reciprocity is pretty spread thin right now. They're trying to go for 2 walls at once, and this is the main issue on this site, that a lot of teams have continued to fall into this trap. which do you do first? Jacuzzi wall, or do you rotate across and try and handle cash? Reciprocity, the last time it was Jacuzzi, but this time they're allocating too many resources to too many things, and it's, again, spreading them thin. Laxing with the initial kill onto Pi, that was very weird in the instance in which he killed him. I don't exactly know where it was. Citizen to take down Fox, Skies trades it back. It's gonna be a quick move. Skies actually has control inside of logistics. This is the whole backbone of the site, and it's happening again. Retro claims one, all of a sudden we're in a 3v2. Do they know Citizen is still bandit tricking over near the wall though? They didn't even need to get it open. They have safe haven inside of construction. They need to get this plant down. It's in the hands of Skies. Retro hasn't had too hot of a hand today, but he's gonna need it now as Skies is halfway through this. Oh no, that's all they need. He goes for the pre-fire, they claim another. It's gonna be a 1v2. Citizen, my God, man. And now all they have to do is find the diffuser. Na'Vi, what a round.
Beautiful retake back into the bomb site there, and I mean, Reciprocity getting back in. That looked like it could have definitely gone their way, but two members stacking by the master bed and losing track of Nello in the chaos. Excellent work there from Nello through the flank, through construction, in tandem with Citizen, waiting it out, knowing that the plant was going down, the pings were abound everywhere, but playing the patience game, waiting to regroup and play the teamwork for the retake together instead of just trying to take it 1v2. Excellent work there for Na'Vi to be able to persevere onto Gym Bedroom. Cashhold works out and stalling out a lot of time against Reciprocity as well, investing a lot of resources and manpower over in towards CCTV and Cash. It's going to force us downstairs now for Na'Vi as they continue to cycle the rotation through bomb sites one after another. They were victorious last time around downstairs, and like I said, the patience pays off. Kendrew with that bullet hole lineup waiting for someone to walk in, and Skies, a nice shot there dropping through the hatch. Honestly, looked a little awkward, but it works out nonetheless. Excellent entries so far for Reciprocity throughout the entire map of Clubhouse thus far. They haven't really slowed down on the entry kills ever since the beginning of Villa. Retro was almost immaculate on the entry kills on Villa as well. But now it's Na'Vi fighting back and trying to reclaim their advantage that they should have here on the defensive set of Club.
Well, Na'Vi gonna have to try and force this through for another 2 rounds. Otherwise, Reciprocity is gonna be on the winning end of things here on Clubhouse. That's just how the map goes. Back downstairs is where we will go, though, with relatively the same lineup, all except for Mozzie. Mozzie's coming out to play on round 5. And the last time that we saw Mozzie on this site in the hands of Na'Vi, it telegraphed a roam game that worked out extremely well. There was a lot of early picks, and Na'Vi won the round because of that. And it seems like they're going to try and attempt the exact same thing. Although Reciprocity will be coming in from Strip Club. This is going to be a full clear of Clubhouse. You can see Lax already has a drone in place. He's going to get it eaten up, though. So that should be able to tell him that, hey, more than likely there's somebody on this mid-level or top floor that's trying to stave off these drones in order to play aggressive.
You can see the kills coming through. So we talked about Skies in the first map of 23, or 21 for himself. Citizen with 23. Citizen leading the charge for his own team right now with 5, and it's Laxing right now actually stepping up. 7 kills so far through 4 rounds on Clubhouse. This is the decider map for the last semi-final. Winner of this map will move on to play DarkZero in the grand finals after the operator reveal in just a couple hours. For the roam clear right now for Reciprocity, again, there's not a lot of resistance coming out from Na'Vi on the defense. They went upstairs, they played some utility, and they ran right on back downstairs to hold and bunker as they did last time. That triple reinforcement onto the church wall also seemed to catch Reciprocity off guard as Laxing had dropped into blue, and it looks like they've left the blue hatch soft, which is the one area that they left open to take that reinforcement and place it on the church wall facing blue. Seemed to catch them off guard, though. It didn't seem like they were well aware that there was no rotate into church from blue and that they wouldn't have the possibility of pushing on through with force in tandem with their moto player.
Well, Retro flirting with the hatch, just seeing if he could get Nello to throw an Electro Claw, but he won't bite. So now it seems like the rest of Reciprocity is actually going to remain alive this time around. Skies last time was Nitro Celled immediately when the hatch got open, and it didn't end up working out for them in the end. So now Reciprocity can focus their sights on the other hatches. Focusing up through the floorboards right now. Impact trick in a little bit of a different location than we regularly see. A little bit safer as well. And throwing an impact right up to the bottom of the table. Going to go up once again. They'll check the holes. The smart grip the flooring up just a little bit. And now they have kitchen hatch open, but only 40 seconds remain. Oh, they know exactly where this is. Mark's going to tag Manello up just a touch, but again, nothing to be fatal. It's only going to be about 25 HP. It's a skeleton key from range. It's not that damaging unless you're practically on top of someone. Drones pouring in now as they're trying to find some more information. Need to get rid of this camera, but Fox can't find it through the metal bars. We're going to drop down to Moto, so this is definitely going to be a church take as Mark tries to cut off rotations, but no, Skies just pours in. What's happening? Oh no, Nello goes down, but it's going to be a trade as Saves is inside of Mud Tunnel. Oh my god, the diffuser's now down. Reciprocity, what are you guys doing? They're going to have to try and throw everything out of the wave, but no, Na'Vi comes crashing down, and the defense crushes the offensive opposition.
Trying to go for an armory plant there, going for the drop through kitchen hatch. They're just never able to push Nello out of his position, and it wasn't even Nello who got the kill. He ultimately died, but the peek from Saves there as well while they're all preoccupied with one another. That drops the diffuser on the ground deep inside of Arsenal with only really Mark up above to drop down and try and recollect. Everyone else for Reciprocity pushing from individual angles, and they're so cut off from the rest of their teammates trying to go for the plant execute there, and they did not win their gunfights when pushing in, frantically trying to retrieve that diffuser. For Reciprocity now, they now stand at a 3-2 deficit. You're not looking upset at all, really, at the turn of events right now. Still have your 2 attacking rounds. The difference will be this round here. If CCTV in cash will be defensible for Na'Vi, that is the question that rang through our minds and out through our microphones all day yesterday for Clubhouse between Na'Vi and Wildcard. They've had so much trouble keeping their ACOG player in Rafters alive. There's been so much utility dumped into clearing him out, and there's no Capitao with the availability of the attackers either. This is a Capitao-less garage take that's been repeatedly so successful against Na'Vi. They lose that lower garage player, Nello on the Kaid, the last time they defended this early from Mark, and then that bottom control never got retaken until way late into the round by Kendrew. They have to be able to support Pi inside of the garage. They cannot let him linger and die alone there. He may have an ACOG, he may have some yokais, but you got to give him some support, as that's one of your most crucial pivot points in the entire bomb site.
Exactly, you can't allow that man to be on an island because it's such a crucial point of this site. If you give up garage, you're practically asking them to plant. There's no real other way to stop it unless you can possibly get somebody down into logistics, or excuse me, down into lounge in order to nitro cell, shoot through the floor or what have you to stop the default plant. Because that's really the only place that you're going to plant on CCTV. Nowhere else is really safe. There's nothing by the window. You can't run up to the actual walls on the opposite end of the server stack. There's nothing really to be had for you. Reciprocity now, though, trying to equalize here on their offensive side, which again, if they end up winning this out, this is huge for them. And this is more than likely going to tell you how that they're going to win this map. It's all going to start on this offensive side. Equalization's a huge deal here. Drones now pouring into the CCTV window. They need some information on what they can possibly do. They know that there's still a bandit here with the likes of Kendrew Citizen going to be on the Jaeger. Those ADSs going to be a huge deal in this round in order to stave off any throwables from killing that bandit.
Crucial to push him out, and Kendrew's still on top of a desk right now, and again, unable to stop the wall. The frag grenades come in after burning out the ADSs, and it forces Kendrew to move, anticipating a frag grenade coming. So the wall gets opened up with ease once again for Reciprocity, and now the concern is Pi inside of the garage. Can you keep him alive? Looks like he just vaulted off of the rafters, so 2 members for Na'Vi will now play lower garage instead of playing that rafters control with the ACOG.
Well, rest of Na'Vi now locked inside of sight and ready to do battle. Reciprocity getting the rest of the wall open for themselves, actually opening up another angle in towards garage. So I like the setup that they're doing. They have Skies with the diffuser to plant at a later date. Now they've opened up the single panel that's been placed. Some feats get seen on Catwalk, and it's going to be the bandit, actually, Kendrew playing in there. Usually you're going to see an ACOG, but not this time around. Obviously, we don't have a Maestro. That's usually what you see played in there, and he's been banned out for the time being. Round 6 so far, been easy goings. Kendra again lit up inside of Garage, but Kendra's gonna make good. And Skies gets the kill, but it's gonna be immediately traded out. 42 seconds remain. That means the diffuser's down as well because Skies has faltered. They need to pick it up. They need to rotate back upstairs. They need to get this locked in to extend this time. Na'Vi almost out of utility to be able to stop them from doing such. They do still have the yokai drones of Pi, but they have to act quickly in order to be able to dispatch everything. It's going to be on Fox as well. This might be a very, very big misplay if this yokai is able to stop them. Another Toxic Babe pours in. Is it going to do the damage that they need? No, it's not. Citizen's getting ready to hop out. Did anybody hear it? It looks like they're ready for it, but he's going to get stopped by one yokai. He has them all in place. Here comes another. Somebody needs to stop it. Laxing stops one. They're going to stop him again. Oh, and they get the yokai. That's a huge deal. They have to go for the lead avenue instead of the utility! Bye! Oh no! Reciprocity, what are you doing?
Nobody playing after a window, and the men on Rappel could not act fast enough to shut down the 3 armor bursting through the visibility of the breach. And Pi, the individual savior there for Na'Vi on the round. Looks like there's going to be a timeout coming out from Reciprocity. But like I said, 4-2 half for Rec. They get the 2 attacking rounds that they needed. They get one early. They knew they had room to play with. There's no real worry to panic here for Rec. All you got to do is play your game. For Na'Vi, though, you're 3 rounds away from the grand final. You should be getting 2 attacking rounds here. Can you push it to 3 and send us to the grand finals in regulation, or are we going to require overtime on this one?
That's the real question. This is very, very scary because Na'Vi looked this exact same way yesterday in the Wildcard game. Lose first map, extremely dominant to the exact same scoreline on the next map, and then they go to Clubhouse and they have an absolute brawl. But this time around, Na'Vi is seeming a lot more dominant, and yeah, Reciprocity, this might be a big issue. We know them as a very emotional team, and to have a completely botched plant there when that should have been in every single right, a confirmed plant, could be a huge, huge deal that goes into this defensive side. So a good time for Hopes to take a timeout, talk to everybody and be like, hey, it happens. That's the game of Siege. Move on from it. We still have a game to win. That one round does not mean everything if we win this map.
Well, I mean, for Rec there, everything's going your way. It's just a fantastic individual play from Pi.
Did they have anybody on balcony? I thought they did.
Yeah, they did. They had someone on Rappel, and they showed the replay of it. The Thermite, I believe it was Retro, shot about half a second after Pi got the kill. So again, just
a little bit faster.
A game of milliseconds, man. Plant going into the overtime there, and they had a beautiful clear again into Garage, taking care of the members holding inside of Rafters, and then Kendra dropping low. Like, Kendra gets one, but he gets immediately traded out. They have the Rafters control they need. They did have to scramble a little bit there and take a lot of time to go get the diffuser after Skies was killed, but they had ample time. That yokai drone was taken out. They still had time to plant. It's just Pi being the hero today. 3 rounds away now for Na'Vi to send themselves with a date with DarkZero in the grand finals on here on Championship Sunday in Tokoname. Reciprocity by no means out of the fight, though. They are now heading to the defensive side on Club.
Yeah, and Doki, we know you're at home watching this game right now. First of all, hello, friend. Hope that you're good in health and everything else, but you got to be proud of the boys so far. It's been so impressive, especially from Pi. I mean, this is a guy that they just plucked out of obscurity. He'd obviously played comp before, but nothing up to this caliber. And at LAN, this man is making magic happen. He might not be doing it on the scoreboard, but he's doing it in those impactful frags and those impactful plays that have been so needed here on both Consulate as well as Clubhouse. Well, moving into round 7 now, Citizen has shifted his sights over to Jackal. We didn't see him play that too often in the previous 2 maps. We saw him pick it up a couple of times, but nothing to call home about. We're going to have a Pulse that's going to be handled by Mark, so that definitely telegraphs that, hey, there's a Nitro Cell on the field. We have to worry about them knowing our presence at all times, and that's how you should handle Pulse. He can obviously see you through walls, so you have to be aware of his presence. You have to be aware that more than likely they understand your location.
I do like the change up here for Citizen round or game to game between the 2 days. Yesterday he was just trying to go for those quick, swift entries alone. No drone really. You know, he played some knock and tried to run down the main stairs while attacking towards the basement. Today, he just kind of recoiled that a little bit and brought it back to a sense of normalcy here with the Jackal play. Just tracking out a couple of the Yankers left on site. Obviously, roaming on this map when a Jackal's in play is even harder than roaming on the map when there's no Jackal in play. It's a very challenging task to be able to accomplish. It does look like Saves, though, has some kill holes opened up to the berth of that double church door, watching for anyone peeking the hallway to give Pi clean access down the main stairs and potentially start breaching open the bottom of this church wall. Wooden barricades taken asunder now as everyone progressing further and further from Na'Vi. Deceptively quick round as it's been 2 minutes burned. Kendra carrying the diffuser close on the moto door, taking care of some barbed wire. Haven't done a whole lot in terms of opening up hatches, but at the very least, you do have Citizen pushing down blue in tandem with the moto push, so the pinch from both sides here for Na'Vi in a good position to take advantage.
Well, the rest of the squad now poised to take control of Church. Church wall bursts open. They have to be ready for someone to get aggressive into Moto. Drones now pouring in. Should more than likely recognize out the Legion. A lot of prone angles being held from Reciprocity. Does not allow for very good movement. Kendra's going to pour a stun in. He goes for another. Impacts are actually going to match him. Citizen's going for another play across, though. Kendra's going to get the first kill. Citizen tags on as well as Nello. It's the Na'Vi show. It needs to be shut down or Reciprocity might be going home. Oh, no. Oh my! Flawless round to start the offensive side. And does that tell the tale of Reciprocity? An emotional round shuts them down and they can't battle back when it matters.
Good news is, though, for Reciprocity, you won the first attacking round, and then you still lost the half 4-2 to Na'Vi. So you can look back on that, draw back on experience, and know that you're still a team that can battle. And especially being down 4-0 on Consulate to start off on map number 1, which feels like ages ago now. They then ran back 4 in a row of their own. Reciprocity still plenty of opportunities to get back into the game, but Na'Vi continue to inch closer and closer to that finish line. Looking incredibly strong here on the attacking portion as well. This is a bomb site they could not attack to save their life until overtime, where they broke the trend of them being constant successful defenses towards the basement. Pi wraps everything up with a nice double kill at the bottom of the main stairs. And like you said, hasn't been showing up in the CGG, hasn't been showing up in the kill sheet over and over and over again, but he's gotten these clutch kills. The clutch factor from Pi right now. He's setting himself apart from some of his teammates right now on Na'Vi, and the whole team is clicking.
It's just a rough ship for Reciprocity. They need to course correct right now. This is where it all matters. They're 1 round away from being able to confirm an overtime, and that's when things get dicey. You can't make a misstep. There is nothing that you can possibly do except win. You have to win every single round in a row to force that OT. Now, when you get to this instance, the mentality is let's get as close to that as possible before something bad happens. Because again, this is Rainbow Six. You can't account for not having mistakes. It's going to happen. You just have to try and play perfect siege up until that point where you make that misstep. And hopefully at that point, you're at 5-5.
Big shock here, Reciprocity still playing 5 on site. They abandoned the Jackal though, and Citizen's gonna go back to his record-breaking ways with the IQ. The 5.52 commando in his hands with a holographic sight. Understandable, seeing as Citizen kind of wants to put this game in a body bag. Reciprocity going for some role swaps abound. Laxing going to the Echo. Fox 8 back on the Kai, but we get Skies now on to the Vigil, Mark on the Pulse, and Retro to the Jaeger. So many different operators being brought than what we were seeing from Na'Vi, specifically on their defense. Pre-fires from Saves down below, waiting for that Pulse to come out. Cardiac sensor will detect him inside of the freezer, and I'm sure they've got a Nitro cell ready and waiting. Either that or they're gonna wait for more people to coalesce inside of the kitchen and try and pick up 2 for free.
Sensor deployed.
Reciprocity playing a pulse downstairs. Nitro Cell coming out, not going to claim any lives and no damage. Skies is also going to be on the vigil, so obviously that signifies that a roam game could possibly happen or flanks could come through. Na'Vi spread out across the entire mid floor, handling bar hatch as well as kitchen, but bar isn't even open just yet. It seems like they have everything they could possibly want. They're shifting their sights over towards Mud Tunnel, which we do have a member of Reciprocity inside of. Pi working his way down to the bottom of main stairs. We do have someone inside of Moto as well. I believe that's actually Skies that will be playing inside. Some stun grenades now pouring in over the church wall. Oh, this could be very bad if they're not going to be able to drone him out. The hatch is still locked down. I don't believe that they even have an option. They still have the X-Kairos, which is very, very weird. They haven't even gone for the hatch. I guess that they think that they don't need it, but that's going to make safe harbor for Skies inside. A very long angle allocated for Reciprocity takes Citizen extremely low, and now Skies could play devil's advocate inside of Moto. Na'Vi needs to go now. Oh, that's going to be the kill he needs. Shut him down. Get rid of the X-Kairos pellets. He's going to stop a multitude of them, but not enough. Pies is starting to put a diffuser down, but it immediately gets stunted in growth. Citizen saves. You got to do something. Reciprocity's trying to fight back. Hot marks come through by the dead members of Na'Vi. Can they help him from the grave? Can he get two? He does, but now it's going to be down to a 1 versus 3. Skies on very low HP. Only 15 seconds to make it happen. They just have to play safe. The diffuser's all the way across inside of Narnia. Confirms another kill. Pad those CGG stats. They've already rotated upstairs, and it's going to wrap it up with a nice little bow. Na'Vi finally getting shut down.
Lacking of drones and not opening up hatches. What the hell's going on here, Na'Vi? It's a very default take to open up hatches to push downstairs, and yet Na'Vi foregoing regularity to try and barrage their way in through the soft wall downstairs into Armory from the bottom of main. Going back upstairs now will be Reciprocity on the defense to head to CCTV and Cache, the site that they probably don't want to remember all that well, but nice shot there and a nice angle from in behind the blue boxes for Foxe, and laxing inside of dirt, shutting down a possible flank there from Nello. Just discombobulation abound here for Na'Vi in terms of that attacking round there. That was not, honestly, the most clinically round taken, and I don't really understand not getting rid of the Kaid charge on the hatch and blowing it open, getting a drone in towards Moto. You just got to check your backside and make sure that you're safe. The rush in through the Armory wall, that's a well-patented strat. It's been around for a very long time, but you got to cover your basics to pull it off, or else Skies is going to pull something like that and make you pay for it.
If you guys are relatively new to the game of Rainbow Six Siege, and specifically our esport, first of all, welcome. Second of all, Na'Vi is not a very long-standing team. This team got picked up by Na'Vi 163 days ago, Flynn, and that's right around the exact same time that they entered Pro League. This team pulls what we now refer to as an empire. Their rookie season, run it up to the top of the scoreboard in Pro League, finish first, and then come to land for blood, and to more than likely stave off every single North American's hope for their region to finally win a LAN that has a major title attached to it since year 1, season 3. If you guys didn't know, that was 1,092 days ago. 1,092. That's how long that stands. You probably feel like a Cubs fan at this point. Took 107 years for that. 1,092, not nearly that bad, but it feels like it when the esport's only 4 years old.
Citizen missing someone cross directly in front of his view, as he'll confirm that now with the Jackal tracks with the red hot footsteps. That's the Valkyrie springing back upstairs of Laxing, playing inside a strip momentarily. This is a CCTV cache defense, but a lot of roaming presence sent towards the strip side of the map, over towards gym and bedroom as well as a lot of roam clear coming out from Na'Vi towards that far side. And maybe they think the correction to their woes in terms of attacking this bomb site from yesterday was that they just needed to convert for a construction push, but saves now, double impact. There goes Mark sky high on the attempted bandit trick. That was in the VOD from yesterday. I'm not sure why that was attempted the way it was, but hey, it's how she goes. Breach coming out downstairs now into the back of the soft wall, and Skies looking to shoot on through. Instead, he'll just take the X-Kairos with him and dart on back into safety underneath the garage stairs.
It's going to take enough away to make it to where there's no rotate that can possibly happen. Citizen finds another kill on the other end of the map, and Na'Vi starting to heat back up. It doesn't seem like this is going to stave them off. They really don't care that you took a round. They want the whole thing. My God, saves. What an angle. Doesn't even need any info for it. A nice pre-fire through the lounge wall, and Reciprocity has been knocked cleanly off their feet. Retro and Fox have to stop the bleeding. They need to win this round, otherwise Na'Vi are looking at going to the finals.
All comes down to Retro and Fox here in a 2v5 to lock down site. They're burning all their available utility just to repel the ingress coming from Na'Vi. Fast and furious they will be, but Retro will shut it down in its tracks on the cash stairs from Saves. Plant going down from Kendrew and nothing in to impede its process. No Nitro Cell, no Toxic Canister, and now we stand in the post play, but there goes the Nitro from Foxe. A little late now as Nello collects the kill onto Retro. It's Foxe alone now in the bottom of the garage, constantly pinged out. Pya will double tap him there with the bearing. 1 round away will be Na'Vi. They're staring down the barrel of a date with DarkZero.
Is it going to happen again? Is Europe going to be the deciding factor if NA can make something happen at LAN in a Pro League final, in a major? It seems like this is how it always goes. It's always EU versus NA when it comes down to the end of the day. It's a tale as old as time, and Na'Vi seems like they have a date with destiny. Reciprocity has to link 3 rounds in a row, and it starts right here, right now on Gym Bedroom.
Retro going to 6-pick off of the castle for the Gym Bedroom defense as well, weird. To an Echo. Citizen going back to the Jackal, and we saw that double impact kill yesterday. This, however, from Saves. Now, call it calculated, call it luck, call it what you will. Gives his team the 3-man advantage at the end of the day, and you take those 4 rounds like this. Unfortunate circumstance there for a lot of those members of Reciprocity getting caught out in weird situations. Yeah, that Nitro Cell just a little bit late there for Foxe. He tried to go for the rotation down through the construction hatch, down to stage to stop the plant. Even if he had done so, that would have left Retro alone on the site, and eventually when he came for the swing, he died. It probably still would have ended up in the same situation, just with plant going down a little bit later, but you never know. Maybe some miracle work could have happened there if the Nitro was a little bit faster, but ifs and buts. All the hypotheticals won't save you from losing this game if you're Reciprocity right now. 3-round disadvantage, like you said. They got to put 3 in a row just to force OT. The good news is, though, for Reciprocity is that Na'Vi started on defense. They chose to start on defense, which means that Reciprocity most likely, again, would have started to shoot or chose to start on defense in overtime should they get to that point.
And the thing that I'm thinking about right now is just Nello telling us that earlier, hey, we lost the first map, it really doesn't matter, we're going to win the game. They might have won the battle, but we're going to win the war, and that seems to be the mentality of Na'Vi. And remember, guys, what I just told you, they've only been with this org, only been in Pro League for 163 days. These are rookie players that we're talking about, every single one of them. None of them ever in Pro League before this season. They come in, they dominate, and they're looking to win the entire LAN. They have to go through Reciprocity first, and then they have to beat DarkZero. 2 NA teams versus 1 Na'Vi, and Na'Vi could do exactly what Empire did. Walk in, clean house, and take a LAN victory and a beautiful trophy home. Match point now for Na'Vi. Plenty of utility still on the board in the likes of Nello's hands. Breaking open in the weights window, and again, every single one of these rounds has the utmost weight for Reciprocity. You can feel it in your loins, folks. Citizen now clearing out the mid-floor, no roam game going to be allocated for Reciprocity. Just going to be a horizontal hold all the way over to construction.
Successful in getting open the jacuzzi wall there. Some quick shots there from Retro just to intimidate Saves, but right now for Na'Vi, no investment into clearing out towards cash. It's just Py right now holding the flank and holding the server window. They've done their job. They just need to collect a little more intel to be able to push into the bomb site swiftly and make sure they collect the first opening kill. It's been one of the most devastating things about this match has been the openers. Oh, a beautiful shot there as I say it. Retro would take down Nello. Reciprocity trying to persevere as Kendrew's now down. Mark takes down Citizen. All of Reciprocity come pouring on through to collect the frags. And Na'Vi look like they're going to need another round here to try and secure this, as Saves will try and regroup, pick up Kendrew. Pie still holding on the far side of the map, contesting with Laxing inside of Cash. Like I said, no utility being spent to try and collect the round over towards Cash. They all invest themselves under the Jacuzzi wall, and now Pie will have to break his way over to join the rest of the team. Kendra carrying the diffuser on 20 HP with 24 seconds remaining. Ping's coming out downstairs as FaZe tries to cut off a potential Nitro cell, but there goes Laxing. saves on a trade onto FaZe to eliminate the possibility of a flawless round here, but both of them so low on HP. Carrying the diffuser is Kendra, still upstairs on the balcony. Save separates from him, trying to rip up the main stairs for some quick kills. Darting in through the Jacuzzi balcony, but there goes Mark to shut it down. Reciprocity survive once again.
We're gonna have to keep it going, Flynn. 2 more rounds. You can't get complacent. That's something we've been talking about so long inside of the NA region, inside of play and everything else. They think that they just deserve it. But Reciprocity has to fight. DarkZero in the same battle. They've been doing this for so long with no reward. It always seems like they stop right at the brink of success, and they always falter. Reciprocity needs to battle back. They're getting so very close. CCTV room, Cash, going to be the next site. And this is where they had trouble, Flynn. Na'Vi was able to get a successful diffuser down, and Reciprocity could not do a single thing to stop it.
It's worrisome here for Reciprocity. Instead of electing to go downstairs, going to go to CCTV and Cash. And 6-4 score line. It gets closer and closer. Citizen, instead of 6-picking off of the Nomad, he's actually going to take it. With the amount of roaming that was happening on the far side for Reciprocity, I imagine the Nomad will do them well. Try and quell any potential flanks back through construction or outside windows. Aggression is the name of Reciprocity's game, and unfortunately right now that hasn't paid off all that well for them throughout this matchup, throughout this entire series, really. It wasn't until they really turned on the burners on Consulate together as a team instead of individual aggression that they started to pick up some rounds. Villa, there was not really a whole lot of success for Reciprocity as a whole. Now here on Club, they've traded blows back and forth, but they've let the game slip away from them momentarily. Still within reach here on the defense. They just have to be flawless on a complete rotation.
It's going to be very, very difficult. Reciprocity on this site the last time, again, just did not have the best success. Na'Vi really just walked all over them. Were able to get garage access very early on, made some nice plays from stock as well as inside of lounge, and they didn't have an answer for it. No late rotates, no nothing. Reciprocity did try to go for a fight or flight mode at the very end with FaZe bailing out, going down to lounge and going for a very late nitro cell, but it didn't work out. The plan had already been secured, and therefore the round had been secured in the process. Citizen shifting his sights over to a different operator once again. He's going to be rocking the Nomad, and he's already allocated every single air jab to the balcony. He knows Reciprocity is going to try anything and everything to make this round successful, so he wants to be able to shut that down.
The one trouble with that is Laxing on the Valkyrie. He was laying prone at that master window on cams. I don't know if he has a Valkyrie camera downstairs. Here we go again with the wall, but there's no bandit, so they're not going to get the opener from saves with the double impact, but I'm sure they'll invest the utility just to be safe, and yeah, they will. Stun is actually going to bounce straight back at him, but there's nothing to stop the wall, so it gets opened up regardless of the mistake. More drones will fly on into the bomb site as they have to worry about FaZe's Mozzie play as well. Not wanting to sacrifice utility to go the opposite way to the other team. No IQ though to spot out these yokai drones, but Skies will take a handful of damage now off screen in a contesting Nello out on the balcony. So that's Skies, the Rafters player, stuck on about 20 HP now.
Oh my God, Mark! Nello, good night, my friend. That's a NA special right there. Picks him all the way out in the balcony. You're not even supposed to do that, but who cares when you have that much skill? Na'Vi getting a little wobbly here, taking a little bit more time than we've traditionally seen them take throughout Clubhouse so far, and that could be telegraphing the success for Reciprocity inside of this round. Pie's gonna get tagged up running outside, but he's gonna be on 1 HP. He has not been downed as the rest of the Na'Vi roster is trying to find some success throughout the map. It's gonna be an impact to take down Skies. Very well placed, and now they have garage control. Natus, Vincere, this is your time. Walk in, get this diffuser planted, and claim your victory.
victory. Kendrew, no, you're going to go down outside. That's a diffuser. That's huge from Reciprocity. Mark can try and stave them off along with Retro with this utility usage. There's already been a rotate down low as well by Fox. Zanes is inside. Getting went out the third fight though. He's already got a double on the round. They're rotating for the diffuser. This late flank could be everything that they need. Pre-fire's coming through, but it's not going to matter. Retro shoves him down. Oh no, Py's got the diffuser. He's got very low HP. Retro, no, it's going to be Fox. Oh, he rotates in. He can't win it out. Retro with a double. Only 2 seconds, and no, Reciprocity continue on. They need one more round to force this OT.
Excellent battle there from inside of the site for Reciprocity. Able to quell once again, and the challenging onto the balcony. Aggressive stance being taken from Rec, and that's going to force attack timeout from Na'Vi. They've been 1 round away from securing their spot in the grand finals for a few rounds now, and they've let that slip away. We're 1 round away from extra frames here on map 3, of course. Why would it go any other way? But Na'Vi need a minute to recollect themselves, discuss amongst themselves about how they want to take this last attacking round in regulation. They'll also be on the attack to start things off, most likely to start overtime. The crowd gets back into it here, feeding energy to the teams they would like to win. Again, I'm pretty sure it's split. Na'Vi gets the left side of the building up. Rec is really cheering, or getting a lot of the cheers from the right side of the building. This is nice to see, an even split in the crowd, trying to give both of their favorite teams an opportunity to win with a little bit of reinforcement from crowd volume.
And both of these teams have been fantastic so far. Na'Vi's been lights out. Reciprocity starting to battle back. This is what we wanted from this roster. They're playing so tight-knit now, Flynn. It seems like they just needed that extra push to go, hey, it's do or die now. You cannot lose a round. Successful CCTV, successful gym bedroom, successful defensive half so far. They've only got to make it happen one more time. And it seems like the battleground is going to be Church Arsenal.
Well, Na'Vi have already won this site once while attacking. We'll see if they can do it again. Citizen going to 6-pick over to the Jackal, and Mark going to 6-pick off of the Pulse over to Elysian. So some more intel and some more slowing. Last time around that Na'Vi attacked this site, though, they skipped a crucial step, which was open the Moto hatch and don't give Skies free reign as a Vigil to sit there and shut down your potential rush into Armory. Skies no longer on the Vigil, going back to the smoke here as Reciprocity returning to normalcy in terms of their operators. Getting back on even footing, try and lock this up, push it into overtime, then they might even have the advantage starting on the defense in OT. The Jackal has been pretty good at tracking many players on the defensive side, but those tracks haven't led to many kills. There's only a couple areas in the map that are destructible from the top. Notably this kitchen floor here into Armory. Outside of that, you've got a lot of safe spots you can play downstairs even while being Jackal tracked as a defender. So there's not too much to stress about on the side of Reciprocity. The weaponry though, Citizen, still that top fragger in the entire series right now, and he's gonna need to show out here to try and clutch up one more round for Na'Vi to try and take it.
And it's so very close right now. It's on a knife's edge. Again, you can feel it in your gut. Hearts pumping. Na'Vi, you need one more round in order to go to the finals. Again, spell disaster for North America's hopes in securing a win here. It's still going to be up in the air on if they can possibly do it. Again, been a very, very long time, and a long time coming. NA has been a little bit behind in Europe for quite a while, but they seem to have caught up in recent history. So that's always good. Always makes for very competitive games like this that we love to bring to you guys at home. Very fast clear here from Na'Vi and specifically Citizen as he just full sprints throughout the entire upstairs, recognizing out that there is no roam game coming in from Reciprocity. A lot of the Reciprocity operators are going to tell you that they are going to be on a turtle setup as they've actually shifted their sights downstairs.
So hopefully we got a Moto hatch being opened up here from Na'Vi. That'd probably be the best way to do this realistically, is you need to keep pushing in, trying to open up that church wall. Pi again having safety, pushing down to the bottom of the main stairs with support from his kill holes upstairs in the kitchen floor, watching the birth of that double door into church. Sounds like that is the Moto hatch getting opened up now by Na'Vi. A little bit of barbed wire placed in the main hallway to watch for any potential rushes down the hall, trying to swarm into the bomb site. Citizen was a catalyst last time around, pushing in through blue down the main stairwell, looking for pre-fires into the bomb site, but they've reinforced one of the blue walls to make sure that they have a little bit of safety at both of their backsides, depending on where the shots are ringing off from. Got about a minute 10 here to work with here if you're Na'Vi on the attacking side, trying to push through. Church has always been the name for Na'Vi to push in through. They're worried about any potential tricks coming through, but none such will happen. The Church wall will get opened up, and pure pandemonium is about to ensue outside this wall.
Kairos down, Pi with the first kill here on the mark. Oh no, that's huge. Lesion off the board, no more Goog 9s can possibly be allocated. We are gonna have a man inside of blue as well. It's gonna be Citizen to win out this gunfight. Hot Marks coming in, another set of X-Kairos pellets going down on Black Box. Kendra with the diffuser, you need to pay attention to him and see where the diffuser's going to go down. Toxic Babes pour in, they still have a camera for information. It's gonna be a quick shot as Foxay fires back. They're trying to shut down this take. Na'Vi's almost got everything they could possibly need in order to secure this. Does Citizen know that someone's laying into the left though? This could be all they need to push this to OT. Pi gets one, Pi gets another, that's a triple! Oh no, Yokai drone's rotating, he's gotta stop this plan, he stops one. Retro going to play devil's advocate, but he needs to do it again. They're rotating the Yokai drone, but it's not gonna be enough. Kendrew secures it, it's a 2 versus 3. He gets one Yokai in for information, but that's gonna be it. Reciprocity has to try and battle out from this. Laxing with the first kill knocks it down to the 2 versus 2. Retro with very low HP gets confirmed. Laxing, he's been on a heater all day, specifically on this map. He needs it now. He needs everything. Needs it to come to a point. Kendrew, Nello, can you push it to this final? Oh no, Lax, you're taking too much time. You have to take one of these gunfights. You have to pick one. They're both sitting inside of Moto. This timer's so dangerously low. He has to kill both of them so very quickly, but it doesn't matter. Na'Vi, they did not come to participate. They came to take over. Europe has birthed 2 Titans in 1 year.
Na'Vi to the grand final to challenge against North America's representative of DarkZero. And it came down to the bitter end there for Reciprocity, but they lose out narrowly. 7-5 on Clubhouse. An EU-NA matchup is on the horizon. Na'Vi, can they complete the story that Empire began writing leading up to Milan? As Dev has said so many times, first in CL, first in PL, and now looking to be Pro League champions here in Tokoname. Reciprocity came within inches though, an 8-7 victory for Reciprocity on Consulate. Na'Vi strike back with a 7-1 victory on Villa. And it got dicey on map 3, but again on Clubhouse, Na'Vi needs the decider. They need Club, they start on defense, and their attacks were enough to push them over the edge. They take map number 3 by a scoreline of 7-5. For Na'Vi, you gotta feel good about your performance, and if you're Reciprocity, it'll sting for a minute, but it's still a much better performance than we saw yesterday from them, and a performance deserving of being here and saying that you are one of the best teams in all of North America and all of the world. Reciprocity put on one hell of a clinic today, and it was such a nail-biter down to the very bitter end.
Na'Vi, a fantastic showing for sure. Flynn, Reciprocity, you guys got to keep your heads held high. You made it all the way to the semifinals after kind of a botched match yesterday, but again, still worked out in their favor. The main thing I want to highlight here is just the nerve control by Natus Vincere. They start running it back. Reciprocity is coming right at you, and then all of a sudden you win out. But we got Matt on the stage. Matt, my friend, take it away.
My friends, thank you very much. We know that our grand final will now feature Na'Vi. And your weekends, and your season, and all of your dreams from I don't know how many months ago, it's just getting better and better and better for the black and yellow.
Yeah, it's a brilliant journey we've had. You know, coming from CL, winning Prem to now finals in in Japan, it's crazy.
You guys seem very at home on this, and I will be honest and say that as much as I love the UK, where I'm from, this stage is a little bit bigger than the UK Premiership that you won recently. But you seem to just be lapping this up.
Yeah, it was pretty hard getting used to the amount of fans. Going from like roughly 200 to 4,000. Definitely took some nerves, but the crowd is amazing here, so it definitely gets rid of that.
And with you guys, you just seem to be able to make this work, get them on your side. They were supporting you in the quarters. They supported you again here. and we have this interesting moment to explore, that you go and lose a map on which Citizen is now the record holder for the most number of kills in a map. 23. That's a new record for Pro Leagues and Invitationals. And you're out of LAN doing it as well. Beats an online record too. Did you realize as you were doing it, or did one of your teammates mention it to you afterwards?
When I was about 17 kills up, I then realized like wow, okay, I'm actually, there's like 7 rounds left, I can actually do this. I even said when I got to 20 that I'm breaking the record today, whether, we win or lose, so yeah.
And you lost the map. So, what happens in the final? You got DarkZero.
I'm gonna drop 23 kills again. And win. And win.
Well, look, there it is. Citizen, take a good look. That is the title there. That trophy there. That goes to the champion of Pro League Season 10. And you guys have come up and up and up and up. I think I asked yesterday, are you the new Empire to some people? Are you the new Empire?
No, we're the Na'Vi.
They're the Na'Vi, and they are our grand finalists. Congrats to Citizen. Congrats, Na'Vi.
Congratulations to Na'Vi. Congratulations to Na'Vi. They are the second team going to the grand finals. It's not a Pro League finals without having the good old classic EUVNA, and it's the top team from every one of those 2 regions. DarkZero versus Na'Vi. Many people predicted it. James, I'm sure you were sitting at home thinking this is the one that I'm looking forward to. I'm so proud of Na'Vi making it so far, as we all were with Empire all the way in Milan. But here, Reciprocity, I have to say, they gave it a hell of a fight before going down.
It was definitely a valiant effort from Reciprocity, and every doubt that we had about them after their performance yesterday has been downtrodden because they did such a good job today. Really hats off to them, pushing Na'Vi all the way to the end.
And in the 2 maps that they actually lost, it did really come down to maps as well. That's not taking victory away from anyone. The defense-sided maps are really, really difficult once you lose a couple of rounds. Trying to come back on that because, again, it doesn't allow for the same amount of mistakes. So Villa, sure, maybe if they had one more round, they could get a bit more attack rounds, or defense rounds, sorry, and that could help make it a little bit more of an even match there.
Look, it's been 1.5 years since we had a Pro League finals, or a major for that matter, that was not won by a European team. That was Season 7 when Team Liquid won it. And when Giants got knocked out, I think a lot of people were thinking, wow, could this really be maybe even an all-NA grand final? Na'Vi, thankfully for Europe, they are standing proud and they are living up to all of their predecessors.
Silly goose, I have to say. There you go. It's Na'Vi, DarkZero in the grand final. Reciprocity. One thing I really appreciated seeing Reciprocity doing, which is very difficult given the circumstances and the crowd kind of not cheering in your way the whole time, is that when they were down on these maps, they always found a way to come back. Map 1, map 2, not as much in Villa. You mentioned the side disparity. But on maps 1 and 3, Reciprocity were never out. They fought to the bitter end. And I really want to just take a moment to talk about what they had going for them, because every player was really shining from rank. Alex.
Well, last round, or first defense basement on Clubhouse where they lose that's a rough one because you're that far behind now. Now you have to climb your way back. And everyone stepped up. We saw Retro with his amazing 3K up in Cash Room. Even the last round, it was so close that they made it to OT.
Yeah, I really am impressed by Reciprocity after that questionable performance yesterday. Reciprocity turned up the heat here. A lot of really nice adaptations. For one, the way that we always saw Na'Vi pushing on through that church wall on those church attacks, trying to Thermite or Hibana that open. We saw Na'Vi make some adaptations by bringing those deployable shields. A good use of smoke grenades. In that last round, we were literally 2 seconds away from Laxing clutching the round using the Yokai drone, but it was in kitchen. He had to rotate all the way down the main stairs because that kitchen hatch wasn't open. Now, you'd think usually the kitchen hatch is open. That's the one occasion where the defenders would have rather that hatch is open so that it would be an easier rotate for the Yokai.
It's just such an unfortunate thing. You have it ready there to drop the kitchen hatch so it's safe. You can get it there quickly. He would have been able to get it there if the hatch was open. and you see you have to drive all this way around. You know it's going to get down. So either you're going to refrag this post plant, which is going to be one difficult job, even though you have the info on where everyone was. It did get close, but
I have to say, the second Yokai Tron was maneuvered down, but the instant it got used up, it alerted the Habana. I'm not sure who was playing the Habana, but you heard a couple of shots going off from the Type 89. That was to destroy the Yokai. That's why in the end, you saw Laxing kind of playing around black box in the bar. He didn't know where his opponents would be. They were both in moto waiting for him. I was waiting for a disaster there to happen, if you ask me, for Na'Vi.
I don't know about you guys, but it looks really nice to see that Na'Vi jersey on a Rainbow Six stage. And these guys, a lot of people were thinking, wow, Na'Vi, they did have the roster now known as Aurgus, that German roster. They got rid of them and brought on these guys when these guys joined into the Pro League. And a lot of people were thinking, wow, only just in the Pro League do they really deserve the prestige that is Na'Vi. And Citizen standing up there on stage, breaking that kill record in a single map on LAN. That jersey fits him really nicely, and I think he's very worthy of one of the largest esports organizations in the world.
Yeah, chaos was the problem, to say the least. But it's time for us to dig a bit deeper into this matchup. We have some stats up for you. Our MVP for this game. Let's talk about him. It's Citizen. You heard him in the interview. This man is an absolute beast. He broke the world record in kills per map, and that was on a map they even lost.
I mean, yesterday we said he didn't perform up to expectation, and the funny thing was that he actually performed pretty well yesterday. He just didn't, like, we have so high expectations to Citizens because of how he's done in EU Pro League and how terrified people are playing against him. And then now he goes to just casually, on a losing map, break a record on kills.
Your Pro League average player is pretty darn good, and that's how Citizen performed yesterday, and we were disappointed. Yep. We were praising Nello, who well-deserved got the MVP against Wildcard yesterday, but today, Citizen has absolutely turned up, and he will stop at nothing until he's holding that trophy on stage. Even when, as a team, Na'Vi can't find the map win, he's going to break a kill record. That's something to write home.
I think he just got angry yesterday that he didn't get the MVP, so he had to show us.
Like,
Nello, take credit for that.
He's the calm one. What did he get? Yeah, well, it was a very close game, I have to say. The fact that we went all the way through to map 3 did not surprise any of us, really. We were expecting it to go the distance, and Villa was just the only kind of oddity for us to watch. But Clubhouse is that technical map. It's difficult to play it, and do you think operator bans really had an effect on that as it did before?
Not too much. They banned exactly what we expected them to ban, pretty much, except, I guess, the Maestro instead of the Echo. But otherwise, it was pretty, like, the default Clubhouse bans.
And Maestro is that more typical ban for Na'Vi. They've done it a lot in the past, particularly on that map. That makes them a little bit different to a lot of other teams we see, which I always like. And I think part of that is because Na'Vi are so good with their IQ, they're not afraid of Echo. They absolutely are not afraid of Echo. And some teams like Team Reciprocity are kind of known to be a team that's not necessarily as good at using IQ's gadget, more just using her for the rest of the package, especially as a fragger. So hats off for Na'Vi. Everything from operator bans to execution, it's all in the bag.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for your input. I'll have a quick chat with my good friend over here, Devin Emzo-Becker, and then I'll come back to you. Devin, what's up? It's a good thing I get that extra calorie to burn.
So,
please, what's the theme?
I was giving Na'Vi a little bit of flack for their failures to adapt properly, continue to adapt to Reciprocity on Consulate. So I wanted to highlight the ways that they did adapt to Reciprocity on their defense here against some of the actual successful attacks Reciprocity had on them. So this one to start out with the very first round, the defense on Gym Bedroom. You had Reciprocity coming very strong here, right through this doorway. Yes, they're able to fend it off a little bit with these players in here, but the problem was you had a collapse here coming up from the gym side. You've got Retro, you've got Fox playing from outside the bedroom window. Because they were able to collapse like this, they were not able to fight it off very well. And you see them just all flooding in. Reciprocity doing a great job taking down that round. But then we see an adaptation this time. Instead of playing inside the room, they play a bit better. This was a clutch situation. I mean, 2 people still alive, but still. They were playing outside the room. He also had the Bandit just up here, outside of it. So they may take the room, but now they're able to retake it. It's these kind of adjustments that allowed Na'Vi to be able to fight back and actually collapse on Reciprocity from the outside. You also had that happen here on Cash to an extent. So this first Cash attack, you had Reciprocity doing a great job. Retro gets the wall open, Fox is covering over here. The problem here is Citizen playing too close and trying to play it a little more aggressive and then Save's having to make up for that. So you see, yes, he does get 1 kill, but because he's traded, now it's all on Saves to stop this, and Fox is in a pretty safe spot behind the server rack. Because of that, he's able to get good coverage from this hole over here as well, the one coming in from the garage, from Laxing. There's an attempted repeat of the same situation here the next time around. The difference is they're playing it much farther back. You've got the Echo playing all the way at the top cache stairs. Nello here playing as well on the Valkyrie, and then Saves on the smoke, doing a great job fending this off. And that's the thing, is the combination of those is able to delay quite some time. It also gives Citizen a chance to try and rotate through construction, and they're able to push back a lot longer. Yes, the Echo doesn't do the best job of delaying it indefinitely, but it's the same style attack. Laxing does manage to get 1 kill out of it. But because they're able to play a lot more outside, you have the Echo here of Pi alive on Na'Vi, able to push on in to make up for whatever his Yokai drone did not get the kill. And it's those kind of adaptations, mostly playing retake style strategies where, hey, playing in the room or playing too close to the room got us killed, so we'll play farther back. And it's those kinds of plays that really seal the deal. And lastly, they didn't make the same mistakes Reciprocity did. You have this play here where Saves playing an angle on the Ontomoto door, and Reciprocity try and push it through this doorway. They just get destroyed, and their attack falls apart quickly because of it. Where do you see when Na'Vi attacks it? Instead, they're not playing the doorway. You have Kendrew here playing the wall, and he waits for full utility play. This is the thing, is he waits till they open the wall. A lot of flashbangs and other things coming out here. He even uses a flashbang of his own to be able to push it. A great play by Kendrew. Does use some drone as well with Nello, and it's just this much smarter play. See, you send 2 drones through the doorway instead of 2 people. You get to live, despite Sky's also trying to play similar with the Legion. And so because of that, Kendrew's able to get an angle here through this doorway, or through the breach way, and it goes much better. So it's just adaptations, learning from Reciprocity's mistakes. Yes, it was close in the end, but that's what edges you out, and that's what I was talking about. We just didn't see enough from them on Consulate, or this wouldn't have gone to 3 maps, but you know what, at the end of the day, they're going to the grand finals, and if we see this level of adaptation from them there, it's going to be a tough fight for DarkZero.
All right, Devin, thank you very much for your analysis. We'll talk to you at map 3. For now, my man, I'll let you relax. Just calm that big brain of yours for a moment. Thank you very much. We'll look at Twitch chat. That'll give you some information. Let's come back here to the desk. Gentlemen, a grand final is ahead of us. DarkZero versus Na'Vi. What's the story here?
I mean, it's going to go down in history no matter what, just because of a new champion. We got a good old, #1 versus #1. But we kind of have the super structured team versus the crazy EU fresh fraggers that just came out of, I wouldn't say came out of nowhere. We keep saying that they were all super known in EU before they made it into Pro League, even in Challenge League. They've been around for a long time, but just like Empire, they didn't get any global spotlight before that.
Yeah, and well, DarkZero already have that experience playing those loose teams like Aerowolf, so maybe they'll be a bit prepared for that playstyle from Na'Vi. I don't know who the favorite is in this upcoming match. I know there are a lot of fans out there for DarkZero, but Na'Vi, surely they're ready to add Rainbow Six, another esport, in their seriously impressive series of accolades as an organization.
All right, well, I'll get all those thoughts. I'll give them some time to simmer in your heads as we get ready for our final game. Before that, we have just a few things to cover. Take a look at the bracket to recap the matches that we've gone through so far. Of course, if we have not watched the matches yesterday, it was Giants falling to Aerowolf, DarkZero beating FaZe Clan, NIP falling to Reciprocity, and then Na'Vi beating Wildcard by an inch. DarkZero handily dispatching Aerowolf in their first ever attendance here at Pro League Finals. Then Na'Vi versus Reciprocity, the match we just witnessed. A hell of a banger of a game. I have to say, it gives us the best grand final that we could have probably asked for. Na'Vi versus DarkZero. But that's the grand final, and that's a bit later than now. I know a lot of you are watching at home, and you're predicting that there's something that's supposed to happen right now. Well, you're right. We have a bit of a panel. Our friends from Ubisoft will come in here and talk to you about a few things that some of you might be interested in. We'll see you in a bit.
Konnichiwa, minasan! Hello, Tokoname! My name is Rachel, aka Seltzer, and I am so excited to be bringing you a deep dive into Operation Shifting Tides. But before we get into it with our game designers, let's check out this quick video.
Operation Shifting Tides is rolling into Rainbow Six Siege with a bang.
Stop it for me!
The bang in question is the sound of the first bolt-action sniper rifle to be deployed by Team Rainbow. It belongs to an attacker named Kali, and it comes with an explosive underbarrel gadget that lets her use it for more than just punching holes in walls and operators. On the other side of the action, you might notice strange things happening to your grenades, as a defender named Wamai deploys a new gadget with magnetic appeal. There's no escaping that sound when Kali is in the round. As the head of an Indian private military company, this medium-speed, medium-armor attacker ordered herself up a custom CSRX 300 rifle, and it has a bite to match its bark. A headshot is an instant kill, naturally, but a hit to the torso is an instant down. One shot can penetrate through multiple breakable walls, or through multiple defenders, or a combination of both. It can obliterate wooden barricades and unreinforced hatches, and it has a variable 5x and 12x scope. And any defender unlucky enough to be downed by it will automatically spin to face the direction of the shot, giving them a bit more intel on Kali's position. Strong as it is, the CSRX 300 can't penetrate reinforced walls or hatches, but this is where Kali's gadget comes in. From her underbarrel launcher, she fires LV explosive lances. These projectiles burrow into breakable and reinforced surfaces. Then, they explode on both sides. That line of bandit batteries protecting your reinforced walls? Gone. Helpful mute jammers? Gone. If a lance hits a surface it can't burrow through, it'll still dig in and explode. So, say goodbye to your Maestro Evil Eyes, your barbed wire, and your deployable shields. And they don't pop open Mira's black mirrors, so Kali's no substitute for a hard breacher. Now, let's talk about Wamai and explain why your grenades and flashbangs are suddenly behaving oddly. This medium armor, medium speed Kenyan defender is employed by Kali's PMC, and she brought him along when she joined Team Rainbow. Wamai has a gadget called the Magnetic Neutralizing Electronic Targeting System, aka the Magnet. Magnet devices will stick to surfaces when thrown and act on any attacker projectile that passes within their active radius and line of sight. It goes like this. First, the magnet stops the projectile, resets its detonation timer, and pulls it in. The projectile then detonates at the magnet's location, and the magnet itself explodes. One magnet can grab one projectile. Flashes will still flash, frags will still frag, but they'll do so at a time and place dictated by Wamai's gadget. The magnet can meddle with a lot of gadgets, but it won't mess with Hibana's X-Kairos pellets or Twitch's shock drone charges. The devices themselves are easily destroyed if attackers spot them, and Wamai gains them gradually throughout the round, similar to Lesion and his goo mines. While Jaeger's ADS simply neutralizes incoming objects, Wamai takes a more creative approach by moving those objects around and sowing uncertainty among the attacking team. You've been watching these new operators do their thing on Theme Park, the latest map in the Siege lineup to get thoroughly reworked for balance and better competition. The new operators, Kali and Wamai, will be available at launch for Year 4 pass holders and Uplay Plus subscribers, and a week later, all players will be able to unlock them with Renown or R6 credits. For more on Rainbow Six Siege, subscribe to our YouTube channel and visit us at news.ubisoft.com.
Loading doors!
Well, now you have seen a taste of what is to come with Operation Shifting Tides, but I am joined by Emilian Lorme.
Hi, Rachel.
And Nicholas Jolicure.
Hey, thanks for having me.
And we are going to really break down what you are bringing to the table with Operation Shifting Tides. Now, first and foremost, let's talk about the theme park rework. We met Theme Park in 2017, but you guys have brought us some changes to the map, 3 big ones, in fact. So what's the first one?
Right, so the first one has to do with visibility. So as we know it, Theme Park is a pretty dark map, but it gets even worse once you start going into Haunted House. So this creates a few issues. The first one being that it's hard for players to actually find their targets, and it makes it so much easier for the defenders to hide. And also, the defenders do get an advantage for traps. So imagine the Frost going on the dark floor when there's no lights. It's pretty hard to find, and that creates a lot of frustrations.
Well, in addition to turning on the lights, as you did, that's going to help with navigation, but you've made some additional changes to navigation on Theme Park as well.
Yes, absolutely. And we're going back to Haunted House again. Mistakes were made. And so when you're moving around in Haunted House, it feels kind of a bit like a maze. So there are certain places where you could go left or right, and you're not really sure where you're going to end up. So it makes it very difficult for especially new players to learn the map.
Well, you've made it easier in another way as well. Theme Park was a very large map, but you've reduced the size a bit.
Yes, we have. So terrain is pretty much what makes the map so big. It really contributes to the size of the map. And the problem with it is that there are so many hiding spots in that section that even if the attackers would drone out the defenders, it is so easy for them to just go back and hide in another hiding spot at that in there.
Well, taking a look at the map right now, and I notice train is gone completely. The train has left the station.
Absolutely, that's very well put. It's gone, it's not coming back. And so the way we did it, we pretty much sliced it up like a cake, removed it, and and we took what was left and we smushed it back together. So that made 2 pretty good things, which was giving a more reasonable footprint to the map in general, and it also permitted us to make some better connections between the 2 parts of the building.
And now I noticed the way that you guys have handled areas in the map that you don't like. You just took them right out. But in the case with another area, you've given us something else in exchange.
Yes, exactly. Haunted House is no longer Haunted House. It is
goodbye.
Chinese Castle. And so we have a whole new layout on the first floor with a whole new bomb site, which is armory and throne room. And so we simplified the whole layout, which makes it that you can move around so much easier. The flow is so much better. And now the attackers are going to have to come up with some new strategies to take it, and defenders will be able to have to create some new strategies to defend it.
Well, that's the first floor. What about the second floor?
Well, on the second floor, if you remember, there was the double staircase. And once you would get upstairs, you were kind of stuck in this corner with not so much possibilities to advance afterwards. Well, now the way it's changed is that once you get up, you got much more rotations going on. You can go left and right, and it helps you to really better attack the objectives that are on the second floor.
And I can't help but notice with the lights on, it's a little easier to appreciate all the artistic work that went into this map.
It is crazy. Every time that a new map comes out, either a rework or a new map, the artists just prove to us every time the quality of their work. And it's always so breathtaking. In this case, I like to shout out to the lighters. I mean, thanks to them, we're no longer playing hide and seek in the dark in this map.
All right, so break it down for me, those 3 big changes on Theme Park.
Right, so new players are going to come back. Well, they're going to be seeing everything,
Fantastic.
Which is really great. They're going to have a new bomb, new layouts going on, new rotations, and they're going to see a more reasonable size for the whole map.
Wow, well, Nicholas, thank you so much for breaking that down.
Pleasure.
Now, in addition to our theme park rework, we are getting 2 new operators with Operation Shifting Tides. Now, Emilian, we've got a new guy on defense. He looks pretty cool. Tell me about Wamai.
Well, to explain Wamai, I think we need to picture ourselves first, below water, below the ocean, dark blue light around us, not a single sound, no oxygen, and we've been there for 20 minutes.
Okay.
I know it's odd, but that's really the calm and quiet guy that Wamai can be. He is a deep diver from Kenya, exceptional skills. He works for a private military corporation called Night Haven, and he's sent all around the world to attend like the most incredible missions possible.
Now, a private military corporation, that to me says that they've got some extra money, some extra resources, maybe some cool new gadgets.
That's true. He comes equipped with a magnet that we've seen in our previous video, this very, very interesting high-tech way to deal with grenades and projectile. And we've known for the longest time that the game needed an alternative to Jaeger. We've always wanted to have options in our game based on the team, the map, the strategy. You need to be able to choose between things and choose the most optimal thing for you. But even more so now that pick and ban is the standard of Siege everywhere, not only eSport, and even during that weekend when we've seen Jaeger being bad so much, I think it is important to have an alternative to Jaeger being introduced now.
I think the magnet is exceptionally interesting. We got to see it in the video a little bit there, and that to me looks like a chaos factor. Things are going to get wild with the magnet in play, but knowing the Rainbow Six Siege player base, knowing the competitive players and skills they bring to the table, this is an exceptional tool in their hands.
Absolutely. Creativity is key, map knowledge, leveraging destruction to play some clever Wamai device. It's not only just protecting you from a grenade, but if you're smart, you should be able to turn the attacking utility against them.
Fantastic. Now tell me a little bit about the rest of his loadout.
So for the rest of the loadout, we have the MP5K as an SMG, which is standard SMG for Defender, but we also brought an AR. We have the AUG A2 on Defender, the second AR we have in defense, the first one being obviously the 416C from Jaeger, and we felt that it was interesting in terms of like balance and fairness between the two to explore that avenue. And for secondary gadgets, we come with deployable shield and barbed wire, which are staple of defenders, protecting the objective. That's the philosophy of Wamai. And he can also protect his own secondary gadget with his primary gadget.
Fantastic. Now, who is he going to be strongest against when we bring him to fight?
Well, he's going to block every projectile in the game, and specifically one that is very interesting and very important for us is going to counter Capitao, who is really strong now and needed someone to play against, at least in this game.
Well, we are learning a lot about Wamai, and he is our defensive operator, but you're also bringing us something very, very exciting on offense. Tell me a little bit about Kali.
Well, we've been talking about this PMC, Night Haven. Well, Kali is the CEO and owner of that PMC. She comes from India, from a rather wealthy family, and she created that company, traveled the world to gather some of the best talent, some of the best tech, to tackle some of the best, most incredible missions. And don't get me wrong, she's as ruthless in a suit as she is in tactical gear. She is as efficient on the battlefield as she is in a business meeting.
A boss lady needs a boss weapon, and you are bringing us our first bolt-action sniper rifle in Rainbow Six Siege.
Absolutely. This has been a long time coming. I think talk about a sniper rifle like that, bolt action, has been there since day one in Rainbow Six Siege. We took quite some time to take everything we needed to actually tackle that because it's a big challenge. But yeah, Usually we start by talking gadget. I think today we can make an exception. Yes, that please. Weapon is definitely a big thing. That has been a really complex challenge to balance this, to make it fun to play, but not frustrating to play against. And there is a lot of things that we've been explaining earlier that we believe contribute to that factor. So the chest being a DBNO makes it a very powerful weapon. But we want this to be something that you can use to hold long angles, cover your friends, but we wanted to make sure that you could not entry frag with that. So that's why you have a long ADS time, a long reload speed between shots, and at the same time, even the scope that comes equipped with it is a 5x, which means that it's great for a long line, but it's terrible to enter the actual objective.
This is so interesting that you're bringing a sniper rifle to Rainbow Six Siege, because typically in FPS games across the genre, we see the sniper rifle as a lone wolf character, far away from the team, in the fields, lost to the rest of the narrative. But now you've given her an incredible gadget that encourages her to play with her team.
Absolutely. That was one of the key aspects of this. We don't want Kali to stand on the parking of bank for 3 minutes and just try to get some pot shot out of this. And we wanted to give her a gadget that was very team-oriented. And fortunately, there was another guy that needed an alternative in the game for the same reason that Jaeger did. And we've seen a lot of Thatcher bans this weekend. And this is our Thatcher alternative. Having a gadget that is so team-oriented, with a weapon that encourages you to play lone wolf, we're going to have some mix and match to make it there, and the player will make a decision to try to strike the balance between the two. But we believe that this Thatcher alternative will encourage Kali player to get more involved with their teammates.
Well, we talked about two very situational gadgets that she has at her disposal. She's got her gadget, she's got her sniper rifle. What else does she have in her loadout to kind of round her out as a character? Well,
the thing is, that weapon is a commitment, for sure. But we still want you to have options. And the two sidearm you have access to, the main one being the CZ75, which is an automatic weapon that gives you opportunity if it comes to entering the objective, pushing some places on the map. Otherwise, you can opt for the pistol, which gives you a mobility boost to relocate from a place to another. And as for secondary gadget, it's a sniper. We had to give her a claymore.
Absolutely. Name a more iconic duo, the sniper and the claymore. It's a beautiful pairing right there, and she looks pretty strong, so I'm wondering, who is she going to be weak against?
Well, she's meant to be a counter, so like Thatcher, she's strong against a lot of things, she can destroy a lot of things, but there are still options. It is a projectile, so Wamai and Jaeger are going to deal with Kali's lens, no problem. But at the same time, she's also very strong against a lot of assets. She can deal with bandit battery, mute jammers that we've seen, but contrary to the EMP that disable, here we have something that is an explosive, so it's going to destroy things, which means it's also going to destroy barbed wire, deployable shield, Goyo Volcan shield. So she's thought as an alternative to Thatcher, and she does this in a rather similar fashion, although not exactly the same. But she can also be perceived as an alternative to Ashe and Zofia when it comes to getting rid of utility.
It's an exciting character. She's going to bring a lot to the meta, and I cannot wait to see it. Hot on the heels of your first bolt-action sniper rifle character, you've made a big quality of life update to bullet penetration. Talk to me about it.
Absolutely. This has also been a long time coming. In the game, we never had bullet penetration. So essentially, if you're protecting your face or your torso with a limb, with a hand, you're getting flashed and you protect your face like that, the bullet would be blocked by the hand. And that's not really enjoyable experience, right? So we've dealt with that. Now bullet do penetrate limbs, and you're gonna get the most out of all of your shots.
So all those headshots that I was hitting, that I was calling, we're finally gonna register.
Yes, you're gonna hit them, finally.
Fantastic. Well, another quality of life update. You've made a change to repel exits, and the motive here is to give players a little bit more agency.
That's exactly it. We want to give player control and agency over repel. Currently, if you are repelling on top of a building, but you don't want to exit repel, or you repelling at the bottom part of that wall, trying to maverick the bottom part of the reinforcement, for example, if you press your key not in the exact same proper way, you might exit repel and get shot and be locked in a very
long animation.
Exactly, that's very frustrating. So what we did is to exit repel now, you're going to have to press your navigation key. The same way you do when you vault, the same way you do when you rappel in, and that way you get more control over what's happening, and you can actually not get stuck in that long animation. So it should feel just as fluid as it is now, just now you have control.
Brilliant, love to hear it. Now, You've made a change to our playlist as well. Those of you looking to go for some casual play, well, you're gonna have to select quick play now because we've updated the name to reflect our hopes for the gameplay. I think that's a brilliant choice, and you've also made another very smart decision here. If you've played the ranked playlist, you're familiar with playlist guides, well, you've gone and added them to all the playlists now.
Yes, we've expanded the guide to go to cover quick play, to cover unranked as well, because we believe that it's going to be a necessary tool for newcomer to guide themselves through the entire game and choose what they want to play. That's going to be very useful. But even for veteran player, if you come back to the game and you just want to know which map, for example, are available in what playlist, this is the place to go.
Smart plays, guys. So we've covered it. We've got playlist updates. We've got bullet penetration and repel exits, quality of life updates. We've got 2 wonderful new operators in Kali and Wamai. And we've got a theme park rework. So I think that's pretty much everything, guys. Did we miss anything?
Yeah, actually. We're super excited to announce that our good friend Capitao is finally getting his elite skin.
Oh, fantastic. So much, Nicholas and Emilian, for breaking that down for us. Operation Shifting Tides, going to be available on the test server November 11th. And now I believe we've got a little message from the team in Montreal about the upcoming 6 Invitational. Exciting, I cannot wait, but we've got our own final just about to begin here in Tokoname. DarkZero and Navi are going up against each other in a final bout, sure to rock the house. I'm so excited to be bringing you this information. I have been Rachel, aka Seltzer, and I do hope with the wonderful team of content and production creators here at this event that you do enjoy the show. So thank you so much for watching our Operation Shifting Tides reveal panel. And now, without further ado, let's check out the finals.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you to Ubisoft. Thank you to Japan. We are very excited for Operation Shifting Tides. Going to be with you real soon, but before then, Minasan, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. It is time. It's the grand final. Pro League Season 10. 10 Pro Leagues. All of these amazing regions, all of the teams who fight in them. And a new champion will be crowned right now to lift this trophy, to never be forgotten as a champion of a Pro League. And remember, the 6th Invitational not far away. We have NA versus EU. We all love to see it, although we may root for APAC right here in Japan, everywhere else around the APAC region, and further away in Brazil and so on for Latin America. We know you're with us. It is NA against EU again, but it is the best of NA and the best of EU. Who will lift the trophy? Who will be your champion? Here are the 10 players who want to do it.
One can't get the second. Hard cold is there, and North America represented in the grand finals.
This timer's so dangerously low, he has to kill both of them so very quickly, but it doesn't matter.
for the grand final. Please welcome the #1 team in EU and the #1 team in NA, Na'Vi and DarkZero! #1 in Europe, making their way through Challenger League, through Pro League. #1 in America, players who've been on some of our biggest stages. Now the #1s in NA for the final, Na'Vi and DarkZero. Citizen, let me talk to you before their fight for this gets underway. Congratulations to all of you on making it to the grand final. We talked earlier about how you dropped so many in map earlier on. He thinks he may drop 23 in a map again against DarkZero. Are there any words you want to say to this audience for the support they've given you and this fight we're about to have?
Thank you so much for the support. You know, we can hear you while we're playing. You know, the chants, the claps, everything. It's amazing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting us.
How confident are you going into this game? I've asked you, can you do it? I know you've been having fun.
I'm really confident going into this game, to be honest, after what happened just now, so.
Na'Vi are ready. They are warm. They are coming for you, DarkZero, after that semi-final performance. Any words, firstly, from you towards the audience who are here?
All we got to say is we love Japan.
Nice. You crowd pleaser, man. Na'Vi, maybe unexpected. A lot of people were thinking you'd make the final, to be fair. A lot of people knew how good you were, but this story of them getting all this way wasn't, you know, maybe as guaranteed as some other teams' routes. Have you prepared? Are you ready? Are you going to show them what NA can do?
We thought Na'Vi was going to make it to the finals. They're #1 seed, and we're ready for them.
They're ready for you. We are ready as well. Tokoname, Minasan, ladies and gentlemen, it is the grand final. We will crown our Season 10 champion. Good luck to Na'Vi. Good luck to DarkZero.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals time. We are in, it's grand finals here. DarkZero versus Na'Vi. The Cinderella story has arrived. And my God, I have been looking forward to this quite a bit. Who would have thought that we'd end up with EU versus NA yet another time? I know you're looking at me funny. I don't know why you're doing that, but here we are.
Well, it almost didn't happen. We almost didn't see a European team make it to the grand final. Na'Vi had two very tough 2-1 victories in order to get to. They had a very difficult match against Wildcard, much more difficult than they were expecting, and even Reciprocity gave them a serious fight just now in the semi-final.
Not just that, the whole road up there. There's so many things that had to go right for Na'Vi. They had to win their Challenge League, they had to get into Pro League, they had to qualify here and then actually make it. It's been quite a challenge for them to get.
For a lot of the season, we thought that it would be Giants who'd come out top of EU. It was only in the last few playdays that we realized actually Na'Vi have a serious shot. And in contrast, across the pond in NA, DarkZero, I don't think there was ever a point in the season where we think, no, DarkZero is not going to make land. Through and through, they were a dominant force in their region.
I mean, we've waited time and time again to see them get into a final. And I'm really happy that it's these two teams facing up against each other because I think we're in for one hell of a good match.
Yeah, Na'Vi really struggled through to take down Reciprocity, but hey, in the end, they proved to be the better team in that matchup. Even though it got so tight, that's what matters, the W at the end of the day. And as you said, Na'Vi's journey to get here has been a very long one. But here they are in the grand final, and I don't think they're going to be giving up anytime soon. But that's Na'Vi, DarkZero on the other side.
Yeah,
They've been struggling to get here.
It might have been a while since we've seen these guys at LAN, way back in year 2, and they've made a lot of changes since then. But at this event itself, they've had a bit of a cruise through their quarterfinal and their semi-final. They haven't dropped a map along the way. They haven't really been pushed to overtime or even what I would call a close game on any of the maps that they've played so far. DarkZero seem to be in top form, and in fact, for both of these teams, the best we have ever seen them, the highest accolade either of these teams has ever accomplished is right now coming first in their region and then winning their semi-finals. They've never been this high before.
Nope. And this is the difficulty of being in this situation. It's brand new for you, and there's a lot of stress, there's a lot of pressure. This is EUNA, as is tradition. It definitely is a tough fight mentally as well to deal with.
I mean, if you're scared in the first fight, maybe a little scared in the second, then you got to be terrified now. There's no other way about it. Everyone, and I think G2 will agree, their first ever time they lifted that trophy, just looking at it before the match, you got the shakes, man. I don't care how skilled you are, how much you think you're going to win, you are petrified and terrified inside.
Well, once you make it this far, there is no turning back. Citizen broke the kill on map record in a map that he lost, his team lost. He wants it so damn hard. Na'Vi, they've gone from UK Prem, CL, PL finals. There's no chance that they're going to lie down and be happy with, even if they go all 3 overtimes but lose it, that's not a happy scenario for either of these teams. Both teams need to take it home.
Yeah, I'm really curious about what maps we're going to get in this series, because it seems like there are definite weaknesses. We saw how Cafe ended up being for Na'Vi in their first matchup yesterday. Then Consulate was the shaky one against Reciprocity. They seem to be very comfortable on Villa, but this is a map that also DarkZero is comfortable on, historically speaking. And then Clubhouse, also a tough map to beat DarkZero on.
I'll say for DarkZero, they've gotten stronger through the tournament, right? So their performance in their second game was better than their first. And if they are actually hiding maps for the finals, if they were that sure of getting to the finals, and they got some maps that they've banned a lot, then that can really throw something under Na'Vi.
We talk about how deep DarkZero's strat book is. They're not going to save anything for a grand final because they know how important it is to get the quarterfinal and semi-final. At the same time, their strat book's so deep. They've only played 4 maps so far. They've got plenty left in the strat book. On the flip side, Na'Vi, we've seen 6 maps from them so far. That's 50% more than we've seen from DarkZero. And on top of that, DarkZero had a chance to relax this afternoon and watch their opponent gruel through a semi-final in order to get to this point.
And we have some maps for Na'Vi that have always been bans that they haven't let through. They've banned them all the way up to the finals, and one of the maps that we thought they were going to be really good on, they've mentioned and proved that they aren't actually comfortable on anymore.
And in contrast, they did a really, really good job on Villa, which we didn't know very much about for them.
So I think both teams has something up their sleeve. It's not like when you play the semis that you're, not playing a certain map because you're that sure you're going to be in the finals. Maybe if you've been in the finals a couple of times and you're pretty confident, but you really want to make it to the finals to start off with. But I hope they have something ready, because you got to throw something out there that DarkZero hasn't fully prepped for. And on the other hand, Na'Vi has to be really confident in this aggressive playstyle that we see them do so well.
Yeah, and if one thing has been proven is that you don't take DarkZero to bank. So this is a map for me that I assume will be the first ban for Na'Vi.
It's always their insta-ban. That's the thing. Going up against Wildcard earlier in the tournament, it's Wildcard's best map. And Na'Vi, not only do they just use their insta-ban, but they also get rid of their opponent's best map. Real question is, if they have been saving it, there is no better time to whip it out, because they have so much information on how DarkZero played bank. They could have even been watching DarkZero earlier today to get that information. It's a far cry, but I really hope.
A few teams we've seen save maps through a whole season and go to play them in finals have almost always won the map that they saved. So maybe, I don't think Na'Vi is going to magically pull a bank and gamble everything on that. But it's hard to say, man.
there is one match that you can find with Na'Vi on bank. It was their final play day of the Pro League. They beat Chaos 7-5. That's not a dominant victory against a team, Chaos, that hasn't been performing that great lately. So you'd think that if Na'Vi have something saved, they would have dumpstered Chaos on it. It's a bit of a question mark for me. I'm guessing it's just going to get bank straight out of there from Na'Vi, and DarkZero are likely going to have a lot more flexibility and freedom within the ban phase.
I'm thinking we're gonna. I mean, I'm hoping we're gonna see 3 maps and no, stomp in any direction whatsoever, because I want this to go on for as long as it possibly can. That last part of the last map, when you're 1 or 2 rounds away from crowning a champion, is really what this match deserves that.
What I'm super excited about is having a look at DarkZero's most banned maps, Coastline and Villa. They're not really Na'Vi's best maps, which means if DarkZero want to go for a comfort ban, we're still going to be on strong turf for Na'Vi, which means that, in my opinion, we're likely to get a lot of maps that will hopefully be closer, likely to be, instead of one team's least favorite map, one team's most favorite map, it's going to be much more even grounds, both teams really good on a certain map and heading all the way through. That's what I'm hoping to see.
With their performance in Clubhouse, it would be nice to see them stack up. That could be a really interesting matchup, because you have, complexity and discipline from DC, and now just proved that they can actually attack pretty well on Clubhouse. They've done it twice now. But do you play a map that you've already played twice in the tournament? Isn't that too much of a gamble?
Well, we have our maps ready, so let's take a look at our map ban phase, and then from then on we can kind of prepare things. We've been talking theory. We want to be a bit more specific. Villa Bank will be removed. We're left with Consulate, our first map in the series, Coastline as number 2. And then we go to Border. All right, so a map that we really did not really see too much. We saw it once in this tournament so far. Na'Vi on Coastline is going to be pretty cool. Consulate, DarkZero. They've watched how Na'Vi plays. I was expecting things to go awry, and you saw Na'Vi going for the bank autoban.
Yeah, the bank autoban, I mean, we would have been surprised if they pulled it, and we would have been pretty hyped, I think.
I've got to hope for it, even if it's not going to happen.
I'm always waiting for people to pull out that ban that they've been saving the whole season.
What I really am keen for, Citizen on stage, he broke the kill record, 23, and then he said, I want to break it once again. Well, guess what? First map up, picked by DarkZero's Consulate, where he broke the record just moments ago. Going back there, DarkZero were clearly watching that match, and they're aware of what Na'Vi were doing. They're ready to start making some changes if needed. Is Citizen going to go back to the same damn map and break his own kill record that he made only 3 hours beforehand?
Well, a lot of the things that helped him get all those kills were those fanatics as well. His position, playing there, people having to fight him. So if I'm Na'Vi right now, I'm not playing the same stuff that we just did, right? You're looking to maybe go a little bit further back in your strat book and play some stuff that you know works and you've just kind of moved on from. Or you have something new ready, but there's no way they go in and do the exact same thing. He said it already, they're not Empire, they're Na'Vi.
Look, it has been figured out. Running that Habana and the style that they're doing it, if they don't have control over Yellow Stairs and Garage, that is not going to happen. Thermite will be the play. I assume that they will try the Habana, the same strategy that they did before, and then should it fail, then they will try something else. But they'll keep going with the same horse that they've been running through if it does connect.
I mean, even for that, if DC actually did watch it and they are actually doing the same, DC is going to be running a bathroom hold with maybe some mirror windows and some open walls, so it's going to take them longer to get that piano control, because if they don't get piano, their strat fails.
And in terms of just kind of standard performance of these teams, if you want to look at the recent Pro League history, Na'Vi's been doing pretty well. They even 7-1 Vitality on the map, which is a great performance. Vitality are a really formidable team. You want to look a bit further back, though, to the Raw League qualifier online. That was BDS defeating them in an overtime. And if you look even further back, they got smashed by Empire in the Pro League on the map. So it's not like this is one of Na'Vi's best maps, but we know how fast things change. Pardon?
One of Citizen's best maps.
Yeah, absolutely. But we know how fast things change, right? We thought Cafe was a playground for Na'Vi, and then that changed. They said it themselves to us. Consulate, maybe in the past they had some rocky ground, but I think things are starting to come back.
It's pro teams. It's all speculation. We see them lose on a map, and we assume that, okay, well, they're bad on that map. If you're actually a good team, you go and you fix your mistakes. You learn way more from losing a map than you do from winning.
And on top of that, right, if you look at DarkZero's side of things, they beat LG and EG on this map during the season. Evil Genius is one of the best teams in North America, and DarkZero beat it. When you're winning against some of the best teams in your region on a map, that doesn't immediately go back to the top of the pile of maps we need to rework, maps we need to improve on. But Na'Vi, right? They lost a really close game to BDS. After that match, I have no doubt that they're thinking, all right, we got to do this, we got to do that, and we got to do this, and then our consulate is so much stronger. So if there's anyone who behind the scenes has been working on it, it's bound to be Na'Vi, not DarkZero.
Yeah, Gig and Jacques are definitely have their work cut out for them. Of course, their coach and their analyst, Jacques, I don't presume that he is here. This is working all the way from Europe at the moment. But operator bans, let's talk about it. Consulate, what do you do to fix things? We've seen DarkZero ban the Monty very consistently in this tournament. Is this going to be a repeat?
If they ban the Monty, it's more for their own safety, not to have to worry about it potentially being played. But I don't think it's something they're going to be worried about Na'Vi bringing.
What I like to see about DarkZero is the fact that they're not afraid to do those different bans. They're not just going to be all there with the Maestro, Echo, Mira. They like to mix things up. And as a team that has those strat books, it's willing to try what we were talking about in their match against FaZe. They would bring one strat, next round they would win it, next round they would bring something completely different. And so I'm really excited to see what DarkZero have to show for us, because if you're not using your best strats now, when on earth are you going to use them?
They're always using, like, that. Everyone that says they're not using the best strats in final, nah, no way, man. Everything's on the line.
We're keeping them for invitation.
Right, yeah.
Wait, yeah, we're saving strats for Season 11, totally.
Yeah, and so, to mention this, all the teams that are here are already going to 6 Invitational. So if you're a fan of any of the 8s that were here, you're going to see them very, very soon.
If that in any way translates to saving strats, I think these guys want to win this final so damn bad that that does matter. We can plan new things for Invitational. But from DC, going into this, a really good ban for them could be Thermite. And then limit what, like, it's a lot harder for Na'Vi to do that thing that they just learned and realized that our after plan kind of sucks.
And that said, DarkZero, one of DarkZero's favorite map operator bans is Thermite, and that's not just on one map or another map. So I like the idea there, because Na'Vi are, it's an idea, but DarkZero is going to be pretty comfortable with that. Is that something they're quite familiar with?
Okay, gentlemen, your closing thoughts. We're going to run through this map by map. Consulate, Alex, how do you expect this to go?
Very long, forth and back. I'm not even going to call a side on that. I have no idea.
I have no idea who's going to win, but Citizen's going to get 24 kills. I'm telling you right now. This is US versus UK. Neither of these teams have ever been in a grand final. The stakes could not be higher. In fact, one thing I want to touch on, DarkZero, the organization, homegrown from Texas, was formed last year on November the 28th. It is almost exactly 1 year. Can you imagine these boys bringing home this trophy as a birthday present for Zach all the way back home to Texas?
That would be pretty insane. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for all of this. If you're watching at home, it's time to get the show on the road. So, ladies and gentlemen, our grand final is about to kick off. Nihon, please give me some of your shouts. DarkZero versus Na'Vi, our grand final. Hajime!
Thank you so much to everybody here in Tokoname. We have a grand finals in front of us, Michael, and it's a tale of 2 teams. One, the top team in North America, who skated their way, if we're being honest, 2 2-0 victories over FaZe and Aerowolf to get to this point, versus a team that had to scrape, bruise, and claw their way to this spot. 2 very heartbreaking defeats for their opponents and 2 well-deserved victories for Na'Vi, 2-1 and 2-1. This is going to be an interesting contrast between these 2 teams, but we've got the best of 2 regions here fighting off for the title of Pro League champion.
There's a lot on the line, and you really just laid it all out. Thank you for that, Parker. He's absolutely right. This is going to be a really intense battle. We're going to be going into map number 1, Consulate, right off the bat. Just going to jump into this map, which is DarkZero's map pick. This is where they wanted to find themselves. It's where they currently do find themselves. So we'll see if DarkZero are going to be able to turn this straight into a win, or if we're going to be having a nice set of momentum early on for Navi. Whenever you win your enemy's map pick, it's always so advantageous. Ban phase, starting right off the bat. We got Capital and Thermite already gotten rid of. Now Thermite is going to make defending the basement much, much easier in this first map. Capital is going to make defending places like the top of yellow stairs a lot easier. He has that uncanny ability to just force defenders to move, whether they like it or not. We'll go into the defensive bans now, and we'll see what we're going to get. Echo to start. Likely Valkyrie or a Mira or something along those lines.
I would imagine it's probably going to be a Mira here, but Navi, seeing how Hot and Cold played on Maestro, I wouldn't be too surprised given that it's Consulate for a Maestro ban, and there you have it.
Wow.
So Mira makes it through. Navi likes to play Mira here, so you keep Mira in play. We saw that kind of goofy setup that I think a lot of people would refer to as goofy setup on the Mira, on Garage of Consulate, downstairs. They keep the one soft wall, I guess, for fighting back on. You have somebody play aggressively on that Mira. So Hot and Cold, who has been hot, as you could call him.
From this tournament, yeah.
From this tournament, absolutely. And if DarkZero wins, I would imagine it's going to be because of his performance. That Maestro has been a very crucial operator for DarkZero when it comes to the way that they quarterback the defense, and, well, he's one of the most pivotal and influential anchors that you'll see in this game. Hot and Cold, we're starting on Hibana, though, as there will be a single hard breacher brought to this fracas as we get into round number 1 between Navi and DarkZero. I am so excited, genuinely so excited, to see this matchup get underway. Navi's coming in hot.
He can't reinforce the wall. You can see it on his face. Yeah, I mean, maybe try going to the other side pot. But yes, they are coming in very hot. Warm after their victory, I'm sure.
Does he have it? Is it fixed? Is that the right wall?
You got, I think that's the right wall.
That's
you can tell because it's the small one.
Yeah, it's
so apparently you can only do it on one side. Anyway, so yes, they're fresh off of their victory in the previous match. They just won. What was it? Like 40 minutes ago, because the panel was about 30 minutes long. So yeah, it's pretty immediate here for Navi.
Big ups to the devs, by the way, for that panel, and thank you to Seltzer for joining us for her very first Rainbow Six event.
Parker, they added limb penetration.
I know, Michael. You were overjoyed.
Very excited.
Michael, I retweeted your tweet.
Thank you, Parker.
You're very welcome, Michael.
My excitement didn't bleed through.
I saw it, and he's very excited. I should retweet this tweet.
He's very excited.
That's what good coworkers do.
Thank you, Parker.
We retweet each other, so keep in mind if you and good friends as well. Both of those things.
Yes.
So retweet your friends.
Now, DarkZero setting up on the roof, trying to apply some pressure to the yellow stairs. There's no Capital, thanks to Navi's ban of that Capital. Would have been a useful tool for DZ here, that's for sure. If you take control of yellow stairs, you can use it as a platform to attack on the rest of the site. This is what we so commonly see happen. You're also going to have Repel on the CEO windows, and that's going to be able to cut off rotation in CEO itself. They use those two locations to crossfire the site, then go in for a plant. Likely using smokes if you have them. In this case, we do have smokes on the side of DarkZero. It's going to be in Hyper's hands.
They gave Citizen the Super Serum, so he's going to be able to fight off multiple challengers on these yellow stairs. And he can also ADS trick if he really wants to. Whether the ADSs are going to be burned out or not, there goes a frag grenade. And Citizen, doesn't matter how much health you have from that stim pistol, a grenade's still going to take you down. Relinquishing control of yellow stairs is Navi, and that's BC with those beautiful frag grenades, doing an excellent job.
BC and frag grenades, name a more iconic duo. They really do get along well, and you know, he doesn't always land them, but when he does, they're oh so important. Getting rid of Citizen at the top of yellow is going to open up a lot of doors, or rather, the yellow stairs for DarkZero.
It's going to be a split take now from DarkZero. Nyx doesn't realize how close he is to dying, but Kendrew gets spotted and immediately vacates the premises. Hyper takes out Nello as well. So Navi's down 2. They've got plenty of time to work with. Still over a minute left.
I can't stress how important it is that these early kills are going to be putting Navi in a bit of a corner.
Yeah.
How they play, they're going to have to start restricting themselves, and it gets even worse as BC eliminates Kendrew from the top of the yellow stair skylight.
It's all yellow control and still a minute to go. Got to push into console office at some point. Hot and Cold has swung on in, looking for coverage as he goes for the diffuser. Hyper's going to spray through. Pi hits the floor. He was very good in the matchup against Reciprocity, but right now Mint in that fight is better. Saves in a 1v5. How about you start off the damn match with a flawless round, DarkZero? All right, we see you. Diffuser down, commit to the objective. Flawless as well, and BCU's had a quiet day. Well, he starts things off quite strong. Set a good tempo, DZ, and ride that one forward. This is your map after all, 1-0 for DarkZero.
That was a pretty intensely one-sided round there. I mean, obviously, flawless round.
Obviously. Well, where do you go next if you're Na'Vi? That's not the start that you want. And one thing that we have seen from Na'Vi so far in this tournament, be it against Wildcard, who they struggled with, which I think surprised many people given Wildcard coming in, not with the most pedigree behind their name.
No.
They were known as Athletico for a period of time, and then they were Orgless as well. Living in the shadow of Fnatic, rightly or wrongly, I think you could say. They really made a name and a statement for themselves here. Well, Na'Vi was still better than them, but it took till the very final seconds of the actual matchup for them to prevail. Same with Reciprocity. Even though there was a blowout on that second map, Na'Vi was able to strike back. And, well, Citizen broke the kill record on Consulate. And then what happens? They still lose the match. It goes into overtime, so he had the full field to play with, 15 rounds. But still, you lose. And Na'Vi won the series. So don't panic, even though Na'Vi loses their own map. This is DarkZero's map. DZ are a proficient Consulate team. You saw in the statistics before we went into the actual game itself that, well, they're 8-1-3 before this tournament started. And they managed to dust FaZe by a score of 7-4. No slouch here. They didn't play it against Aerowolf. So there's not a ton of information as of late.
Yeah, no, well, it's recent information is, of course, at a premium when it comes to maps and results in Rainbow Six Siege, because you see those. Though not only the way that the teams play any map or the teams play operators change so frequently, but just in general, the game changes frequently. You'll have, from patch to patch, so many things move that are going to force people to adapt their playstyle. No reinforcement, I think, on that second wall, and that mark actually might be an easy kill. It's not, no, it's not reinforced, and that's going to be, yeah, an easy kill for Nello. I actually have no idea why Nello didn't move after the first magazine from BC. But he didn't, and now Mint also will find Pi, which means DarkZero, 1 round up, and 2 players up in this round. It's looking really bad for Na'Vi. They're not giving a whole lot of fight back right now.
Na'Vi's been making a lot of, I would say, boneheaded mistakes in their matchups against Wildcard and Reciprocity. And I'm not going to mince words with Na'Vi because I think they're a team that is exceptionally talented with tons of potential, but I don't know if that potential has been realized here. It is worth noting that Pi stepped onto this roster because Doki is not in play. Not able to play, rather, for the next 5-6 months, somewhere in that window. Hyper sprays down Kendrew before he gets taken down. Will there be an opportunity for Saves to push up and secure the kill? Not yet, at least. To his rescue will come Nyx, and down goes Mint as well from Citizen. Once Citizen wakes up and starts to fire on all cylinders, well, this match can turn on a dime.
Look at the time. There's a whole minute for these last 4 players to set up perfectly to take these last 2 players on Na'Vi.
Nyx is on yellow stairs after reviving Hyper. And Nyx has been an exceptionally good entry. BC having some issues with its sledge to connect onto Saves down below. All right, so what do? Well, you give Nyx a chance to push up himself. He's going to tussle with the smoke, but lose to Saves. That's a shot that the SMG-11 can just tear right on through. It hits the head onto Nyx. That's a problem for DarkZero. They're all very low on HP, and they've got toxic canisters from Saves to deal with. They're only a few ticks away from death with 40 seconds left for them to pull this off. Knowing there's going to be a flank coming from the full HP of Citizen, Hyper is dedicated to flank watch. That's going to put a 2v1 onto the site. Hot and Cold will need to go for a plant at some point, but Citizen wins the fight against BC. There's Saves, and Hyper, he's been so good, but he's going to have to win a 1v2. He'll start off by taking down the smoke, but he has to figure out the location. The Hunter versus the Hunter. Jackal and Jaeger in a duel to the death. Hyper sees him, but no, the wrong angle. Citizen is down below. He's excited. Na'Vi end up bailing themselves out of that one, and they'll tie the game 1-1.
You could see the lack of the disbelief on Na'Vi's faces right now.
Right.
And rightfully so. That round was over for a good moment. DarkZero had a lot more control than Na'Vi. They had vertical control, they had manpower advantage, they had so much time, as I noted, and still 2 players on Na'Vi seemed to be enough to take care of 4 on DarkZero in that round. It's pretty surprising to be honest. And you know, you're talking about Navi's boneheaded mistakes. The positioning of some of the Navi players to catch them or to get themselves picked off is a great example of that. But it didn't matter in the end because Citizen saves worked so well together. So it's all right, I guess, to make a few mistakes early in the round if you could bail yourselves out later. If you've got that individual talent to do that. That's exactly what Navi has shown us in that last round.
There's a lot for DarkZero to learn, knowing that they could sit back and watch that Navi matchup, and they will obviously be aided from the fact that they had a wealth of time to prepare. DarkZero is notorious for preparing for these events. We've talked about it and touched on it many, many times, Michael. Yeah. Meticulous, some would say, with how they counter, ban, and prep for all of their different opponents. Thorough is a very good word for it.
Yeah.
Reciprocity were not a match for Navi, but this is a different playstyle than what DarkZero brings. Despite the fact that two teams come from the same region, you couldn't find two teams that play very separately. Reciprocity gave Navi a good run, and Consulate, being one of the maps that Navi lost, means that DarkZero has some footage to go over. I wonder how much of the fact that Navi played recently will put, I guess, a curveball into this matchup. Navi are prepared, they're hot, they've been practicing, they're ready. Just something to keep in the back of your mind as to whether or not there is an actual belief system that because they played recently that they are warmed up, so to speak.
Yeah. Now,
I was going to say, it's a garage defense, I believe, Michael.
Yeah, we've only got one hard destructor here from DarkZero. It's going to be a drop-down take, you can tell by the way that they're setting themselves up right now. They're going to be clearing up from the top to the bottom. And they're going to open up from above, too. They got the Sledge and the Jackal to open up from above. No breaching charges on the Ash, but you can still use those Ash charges if you want to be precise with them. You could also push Houghton outside, and I think he is even outside right now. Oh, wow. Pi has made his way upstairs. This wasn't droned and wasn't cleared out. Hyper gets the refrag, but it doesn't matter. The fact that Pi was able to get anything out of that is negligence on the side of DZ and a lack of drone control. I mean, I'd say that most of us are not used to seeing from DZ. They are usually, again, the word we'd use is thorough. But that is an example of a serious mistake, a serious blunder on DarkZero's side. Now, they've got control of the top floor and the middle floor, and they're going to be able to turn that into some pressure from above. They'll start opening up these floors, you know, standard stuff. I'm sure none of you, if you've ever watched Esports, are surprised, but what we're about to see from BC and the rest of DZ. And then once they've got those holes opened up, you can open up the garage using your Hibana if you should choose to do that, or you can open up the drop downs. Really just depends on what you feel is best given what your enemy's doing.
Just stay very mobile when you're breaking up the floor inside a piano. Why? Well, C4s tend to be the #1 cause of death and injury associated with this setup. Now, this is fascinating. This impact trick that Nello just tried to do worked so successfully against exothermic charges, but, well, didn't work at all against the X-Kairos that was just utilized. And now Nello is down for the count, so you don't have to worry about that force that was hanging out by the garage door. First frag of the day on this matchup is going to go to DZ, but they botched the X-Kairos, so they're not going to be able to walk in. There's that thin line in the middle. You might be able to take care of that, but the X-Kairos are going to be able to get shot off. That's going to give Navi a little bit of breathing room as, you know, they, well, they're in a 4v3. My apologies, I said that DarkZero had the opening frag. They don't, Navi does. So it's going to have to be a push in through the back. Kendra exposes himself, hyperguns him down, and they have control from the back end of the site. But it's Citizen who pushes on out himself. A team kill from BC, and DarkZero are in trouble, and this, the timer hits 0. Navi are very happy. Citizen elated, and Navi is the very first lead of our matchup.
A little bit of a choke there from DarkZero. The thing is, you just gotta hope, if you're a DarkZero fan, you gotta hope if you're DarkZero that that's not going to cascade into future failures.
Yeah.
You're not gonna let that get to your head and make those kinds of mistakes moving forward. What kind of mistakes am I talking about? Well, I'll tell you. So through that round, okay, only Hibana brought. Why? Because Thermite is banned. Who banned it though? DarkZero banned it. So what does that mean? Why am I saying that? Well, if DarkZero bans Thermite, they're attacking the basement, they've only got Hibana, then they need to have, oh, there's the team kill. Okay, that's understandable. That's, you can't blame that on BC. So that's, I don't think that's gonna get to him because that's not his fault. Anyway, moving on. you need to have a really refined strategy if you're going to be banning Thermite on it when you're attacking the bottom floor there. You need to know what you're getting yourself into, and that's why you ban the Operator, so that you can cripple your enemy and have the advantage yourself. But it didn't really seem like the strategy from the attack there of DarkZero was all that refined. They started pushing it at what, 15 seconds, 10 seconds left in the round?
Yeah, it was very late.
That is
very late.
Exceptionally late. And they didn't have more access points than the typical bottlenecks. So I don't know what happened there with those pests. So the point I'm trying to get at here is that is an example of a little bit of an oversight from DarkZero. They're going to need to work on that if they want to have success the next time they have to attack on the bottom floor. But that'll, if it ever happens, it'll be the last round of this first half.
This is a Teller's Archives defense, for the record. So through 4 rounds, Na'Vi has now defended every single bomb site on this map. Not unusual, but they're going to get a big early pick as the peskiness of Kendrew, as he's the pest himself. He'll take down Hyper, and now they might grab a Twitch drone for their trouble through that barricade towards Visa. This is a opportunity ripe with success for BC if he could just get a proper read on the castle, but for the time being, he can't quite see it.
A nade would do it. If he can land this, oh no.
BC knows it's a tight angle and it's going to have to be a tough one. He can rappel on in, but he knows that he's in for a world of hurt.
He got the ADS.
The ADS goes, and Nello knows that he's going to need to back up at some point, but do you want to take that engagement? Especially now against an upside-down rappel from BC. Not exactly what you want to do. Back onto Cams, the castle will go. Grenade goes in, sails, and completely misses its target with Pi down below as well. So Navi's got excellent coverage on all 3 floors, presumably, at least on the second and first. You know that with the site, they are going to need to have presence inside of the open area. Down goes the castle. BC finds him, and Admin is fully in control for BC if he wants to go on it.
The persistence there from BC is just incredible. You have to really appreciate it as a spectator. And that's going to be an answer back to the pick that happened on Hyper earlier in the round.
Now repelling in, knowing that you've got Admin open up, and you've also got Visa that you can walk on in through. This is a very tough site to fight back from when you've lost it. Retake potential is very minimal because the plant will usually happen on the first floor, and the defenders will have to come up the stairs over towards Visa. You'll be extremely exposed at that period of time. BC's got hatch control, he sees the castle barricades, but he's already used both of his frag grenades, so this is going to be a bit of a challenge for him to be able to open them up. It's going to rely on somebody else getting close. There's Mint with the G8. He's going to take down Citizen, say goodbye to one of the best players in this entire lobby. 40 seconds left. Na'Vi trailing. They got the opening pick, but DarkZero have so far been able to turn it around.
Pi is going to be such an important player here as he holds on to the site. Doing his best. Kendrew, though, getting his second kill in the round as BC is gone. DarkZero lose a little bit of momentum in this round, but Nyx is trying to fight it back. Saves, doing a great job from the Visa staircase, and Kendrew is right on his shoulder. There's a player coming down Banana right now on the attacking side. If he wins this fight, it'll be big. That's Mint trying to cover for the plant, and he's doing just that by distracting, allowing for Nyx to put this into a post plant. Mint even got out of that unscathed. Impressive. Kendrew trying to retake the site while Saves fights the player off-site. Nyx, though, will shut down Kendrew, leaving just Saves, he's behind between a rock and a hard place, though, as he's got one enemy on each side of him, and he has to retake his own site. It doesn't seem very likely, but he's managed to work his way over to the Visa stairs, which is a decent position to do this from. Seems he's been spotted out, though, and he's being flanked by Mint. There's no time for Saves to actually linger, and he's going to rush into his death. A nice win there from DZ, and they'll put another round on the board.
Very well played by them.
Yes.
Very, very well played. That's the problem with this site. By the time that you, Na'Vi, had fought your way down to even numbers, both of your remaining players were down in the basement, and you have to go up one staircase, which is very easy to be watched. So it necessitates you moving over to another staircase, be it the spiral stairs or be it yellow stairs, which you can usually have the last remaining member of your opposing team just watch in that direction. It's very challenging. So this one is fascinating. There's no hard breach right now on the board for DarkZero. They're going to go after Consulate without it. That is something that we have seen a couple times, but not all that often. I think one of the most noteworthy occasions was when you had Young playing off of the role of hard breacher, and it was a garage defense. for, I can't remember which team they were playing against, and it was just a rush through Visa. Not sure I always agree. Yeah, I mean, it was a long time ago. We've seen Consult without heart breachers before, but it's just, it's a rarity.
We've seen rushes like that before too. That's a common one, I guess. And I'm not gonna say common. Rushes in of themselves are not common. But
10 seconds to insertion.
Oh, I mean, they sure were common if you watch that Aerowolf DarkZero match.
Oh yeah, Aerowolf anybody match really.
Yeah.
Aerowolf Giants match,
Correct.
same thing. Oh man, that was Aerowolf gave a great performance for this tournament, but they're not here.
They played really well, and I think the big thing, if we can just speak to both Wildcard, who went toe-to-toe with Na'Vi, and I think are a much better team for it, and Aerowolf, who went toe-to-toe with DarkZero, and then before that humbled the Giants. You can see that APAC is a lot deeper than just one or two teams.
Yeah. Lobby has been Navi's strongest site on Consulate. Look at that. You know, that stands to reason. I mean, remember the middle floor defense we just saw from Navi in the second round?
Yes.
That was a 2 versus 4 comeback, guys, in the favor of Navi. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah.
And they really do seem comfortable there. Now, Pi is actually going to get the first kill there, but it's answered back by Mint. That was over by the yellow stairs, it seems. Or no, somewhere else entirely. I'm not sure. I'm not certain, but what I am certain of is that it was outside aggression, as you could see. So a run out there from Pi, and I mean, he got something out of it. He got the twitch. He got hot and cold. It was going to be cold for the moment, and that's important because he's been so hot through this tournament, as we like to say.
Very cold. So is Citizen, to be fair. So you've got two very high-end performers from both of these teams that have gone quiet. You've had good performances, though, from Kendrew, and you've had a good performance from BC so far.
Did he miss the nade?
He might have. That one doesn't miss.
But it doesn't do enough damage, because the overheal. He used his stim earlier to dodge the nade. And, well, not dodge, but just live through it. And they're using Ash charges on him now.
They should be able to get him. There he goes. Careening through the sky, an airborne Nello as Nyx utilizes that utility in a way that you're not accustomed to seeing.
Using the tools at his disposal. Impressive stuff there from not only Nyx, but DZ. The shot call there, the right one.
That burned through a lot of time, a lot of utility, though, and it's a lobby defense.
Oh, that's true.
Keep that in mind.
It's the best site for Na'Vi. They've proven that before, and even in this match, and statistically, it holds true. Kendrew's even on the roam, and he's got a lot of versatility here because he can open the drop and rotate downstairs if he's feeling pressured. So if they hunt him, it'll be just a tremendous waste of time.
He's going to work in tandem with Citizen as some feet are scanned by DarkZero. They still have an advantage that they're going to need to continue onward with, and that's Nyx finding his second kill onto saves. Kendrew is being tracked, but Citizen hasn't been spotted inside of this cubby by Lobby. Plant going down for Mint. At some point, you're going to have to move, gentlemen, but nobody is, and that'll be a successful diffuser for DarkZero, second round in a row. Citizen creeping on up, tiptoeing around the corner. There's a drone that might be in his line of sight. He sees the Ash, takes some damage in the process, finds one, Kendrew another, and it's a 2v2 all of a sudden. The advantage on DarkZero ripped away from them, but they still have the objective down. Kendrew hunting the player above, doesn't see BC, and he's gonna get crossed on over. Citizen is going to be at the mercy of the clock as he finds BC, can't do enough damage, hits him on the Achilles heel. BC immediately drops. Citizen might be able to get this kill, he'll get it, but look at the clock, he knows he's out of time, even if he drops. It's all over. All Mint needs to do is get the low impact frag, and unfortunately for Citizen, it's just another day at the office for those that play up against DarkZero. DZ regains the lead.
The focus on the objective there from DarkZero, really impressive. We almost saw another miracle for Na'Vi like we did in that second round, but not quite, not quite. And mostly it comes down to the fact that they were a little bit slower on the uptake. On the retake, I should say, as when they started pushing, it was already about pushing to retake their own site. It was already about, I would say, a quarter of the diffuser gone at that point. So that's a little bit late. Yeah, you need to be, I think, going a little bit faster there if you're going to have success on a retake post-plant. The Ash charge usage here, wow, just, that's so fun to watch. They knew he was there, they knew they needed to get rid of the problem, and they did everything in their power to do so. Now, BC doing a great job upstairs too. Just in general.
The way you said that made it sound like, yeah, BC's there too. It's like, it's just an amendment, just like, he's
you know, if you're gonna we're going to bring up BC. We may as well talk about how the man is a tremendous leader for the squad.
Biggest brain.
The big brain.
And when people say galaxy brain, they usually mean like idiots. Like, oh, that's a galaxy brain take. Like, oh, you're not.
Okay, I don't get that meme one.
But BC is he's a big brain player.
He's actually like a really smart guy, and he leads this squad in a way that I think no other could.
Now, one thing worth noting, there is no Mira ban, and yet the way that this garage setup is being played by Navi is totally different from what we just saw in Reciprocity. So whether it be because of Gig, their coach, or whether it be the team itself, Navi have decided that, hey, if we're going to show anything in our matchup against Reciprocity, we ought to do something maybe a little bit different. And that's good depth. That's great depth. You know that you can get away with doing other strategies here.
Just realized that I guess if I don't know the big brain meme, then I am a galaxy brain.
No, you're a smooth brain.
Smooth brain?
Smooth brain.
Doesn't that mean the same thing though? Like
no, because a galaxy brain are like you make fun of people who like think that their brains are big, but then like smooth brain is like, the smoother your brain.
Okay.
The less.
Citizen, first kill on a min.
Not smooth brain.
Not a smooth brain.
No, very
impressive player.
Very impressive player. Pre-play C4 there as well as he's trying to open up the floor just so you can see somebody walk on by. And, well, it's Mint that's gone. Opening frag going to Navi for the 4th round in a row. We know how much and how important and pivotal that can be.
That pre-play C4 has not been prodded at just yet. They did make a hole where the C4 was, by the way, and that is going to actually allow the sound from the C4 to propagate through the hole. But
possibly, if you can hear it. If you can hear it.
Yeah. I might have been destroyed, actually, because I believe it was placed.
It was placed by the Visa stairs.
Yeah, in coffin, as we like to call it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like it's been detonated yet, but there have been DarkZero players stepping over it. And you got to imagine there's a camera watching that location. So either the camera was shot or the C4 was shot. But either way, DarkZero have moved past that problem. They've got top floor control, they've got middle floor control, and they're going to start opening up from above, applying pressure to those defenders underneath them. It's going to be a drop-down take primarily this time.
Gonna take care of the hatches, open up some of the bathroom as well so that you can open up the bathroom hatch. And why is that? So you can have somebody sit here. Really nice. You saw Hot and Cold check to make sure that there were 4 of those ex-Kairos, but...
What?
What? Was that an impact?
It could have been?
It must have been from Nello.
It could have been. Maybe, yeah, because there's soft destruction next to the drop-down, isn't there? Like, and if the wall was opened up already...
I'm honestly not sure what happened.
We didn't catch it.
We're not experts. We did not see from their perspective and exactly why it blew up. But that's a major detriment to DarkZero. You see the Legion of Kendrew's been pushed back inside of server, and Hyper's not too far off himself of the cafeteria, and he'll walk into the staff area, or as you want to call it. Inside a small office, he'll shoot down a portion of the wall. There goes a Valkyrie camera, so some information that would be helpful for Navi is now gone. It's an engagement in Hot and Cold and Nello, and while they're going to trade blows, and who wins the argument, I'm not entirely sure. Kendrew wasting time, and that's the biggest issue for DarkZero right now. Look at the clock. BC gets one, traded off by Pi. Kendrew adds to it, pistol out. Citizens in there, gun down as BC gets the kill, but 1 second left. You don't have the diffuser. Navi's going to win on time. They've done it so many times already. I think they've actually won every single round on time so far. It'll be a draw between these teams in the first half. We'll swap sides.
You know, the really crazy thing is that DarkZero are not known as an inefficient team.
No, not at all.
They're usually
You said meticulous.
Meticulous, thorough, well thought out. There's a lot of words used to describe DarkZero. Efficient is another word I would typically use. However, this map, not so on attack. And you know, that might change now. We're going into the second round, or second half, I should say. No, second round. Ha ha ha. We're going into the second half here, and I think it's possible DarkZero will be able to turn this into a much better position for them than a 3-3 scoreline would suggest. It could be the other way around, though. It could be that that Navi are really comfortable on attack. This is DarkZero's map pick, so it's kind of pressure on them. Of course, we talked about how at this level, and with a 7-map map pool, you know, most teams are well-practiced, well-versed in all maps. This is something that's been discussed at length.
I speculate, by the way, what happened was that Nello must have used one of the sledge holes that was opened up, or a pre-placed hole to impact trick the bathroom. Yeah, right,
I thought it was
right where Hot and Cold is standing.
Because you've got a little hole. So you've got soft destruction in piano, and you've got a wall open, and it had been opened up by DarkZero, I believe. And so you can see that they can hit the drop down from there. And that's what I think happened too. Now going into this round, DarkZero seem to be setting up for a bottom floor defense. They've got a Mira in the bathroom, the second Mira in security, as it usually goes into security. And when you bring it on this site, Na'Vi are setting up to clear the top floor and go down. You can tell they've set up 3 players on admin office, so they'll just clear out upstairs. Then they'll clear out the middle floor, and then they'll hit the site. Now the thing is, clearing out the middle floor for Na'Vi is actually going to be really hard in this round, and the reason is that bathroom roam that is supported by a Mira window. That'll be really relevant for DarkZero. We've seen that roam being brought out actually a lot during this tournament, and it hasn't seen success too frequently. Usually doesn't get a lot of kills, whoever's playing there, but what it does do is delay for 20, 30 seconds minimum, and often for upwards of a minute.
DarkZero is running very different tools in very different ways on Garage than we saw from Na'Vi at all in the first half, even though there were only 2 Garage defenses. There goes a drone to the mute jammer of Nyx. A lot of people don't realize that you can actually elevate the mute jammers and then it works through the floor on constant. I think it's always a good time to remind them that, yeah, if the mute jammer is above the ground, it is a sphere of influence. It's not just one way. It actually has a height and floor to it. Mute jammer spotted, taken out, and that should free up the drone that was being used. Citizen sees the other Mira being spotted as well in the small office, so he can push up at some time.
He's just going to creep on down Banana.
There's nothing that's going to stop him. There's no Kaid that's in play. He finds one! Citizen can't connect the second. Hyper just outduels him, but loses 50 HP in the process.
It was a really good save there from Hyper. If that had been 2 for Na'Vi, the round probably would have been over, and he managed to refrag his teammate as well. So props to Hyper for that. Citizen missing a few crucial shots there in his spray. Kendrew trying to creep down Banana as well. He's got the support of Pi, who was just dropped into electrical, and Kendrew's actually getting Hyper saves, adds to that, eliminating BC inside of the kitchen, and a push-up from Nyx is shut down. It's just Mint all of a sudden. He will get 1, sees the second, and the third. Shot landed, that's a low HP Hibana, and he's now down, but there's still no ammo left. And there you go. Pi will win it. Mint restricted by his kit. And Na'Vi take another round. The first round of the second half as well.
That's just, you said it, restricted by his kit. Whenever Kaid comes up, we always talk about how influential he can be in terms of utility, but he doesn't really have guns that are great at engaging multiple enemies. The AUG can be okay, but a lot of people run the shotgun because it has an ACOG on it. It can down people in 1 shot.
It's really good. It's just the problem with the shotgun is it's low count in ammunition.
Yeah.
And that was highlighted there by Mint there. You got it. The way he was aiming, the way he was playing, I almost feel like if he had like an Alda, for example, or Jaeger's Carbine, he might have had a good chance of winning that. Now, bottom floor didn't work out so great for DarkZero, so they're going to try Teller's Archives. See if this one is the site for them.
I do appreciate that this site has had a bit more time in the sun, so to speak.
I agree.
It takes some innovation usually to be able to pull off. We don't see it all that frequently.
It's nice.
It made its debut sometime around DreamHack Montreal, if I remember correctly. I think the first team to pull it out was the Giants Gaming Squad. They obviously weren't known at the time by that name, but I mean, that was a very innovative squad themselves. We've touched on that many times, and even though they don't have the results here as DarkZero, I think both of those teams share an awful lot of similarities.
Yeah, to an extent. DarkZero is one of those teams that makes a lot of newer strategies. They bring a lot of newer stuff to their region as well. Like, for example, there was a lot of really interesting strategies that LATAM were bringing in the early days of Rainbow Six Pro League. And not many teams in Europe and North America were adapting those Latin American thought processes or strategies into their own playbook. Way back in the day, DarkZero, when they were known by a different name, did that in abundance. They would look to every corner they could to find new stuff.
I mean, when Clubhouse wasn't the Clubhouse that it is now, how about the cash defense, the fabled cash defense?
They defined that.
I think you could say that they flipped the sides on their head.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, DarkZero are pioneers.
Yes,
the word. Now Na'Vi are some absolutely insane players, though, because they're winning against these Pioneers.
I would say that they're honestly an equally creative squad with the way that Na'Vi have approached a lot of these sites. We're seeing a very different Consulate on a number of takes.
Yeah.
Well, defenses, rather, because there's only been one actual execute pulled off by Na'Vi so far. That really just speaks to their versatility as well. So praise needs to be given to both of the squads here for that.
I mean, Na'Vi are winning. Again, like, as much as DarkZero are incredible at some things that they do, right now they're losing. So they need to start picking it up. They've got a player poised to run in through yellow stairs here. That's Na'Vi, I mean.
It's Teller's Archives. If you can sneak in through garage and get the all clear, you can begin to head towards the double doors.
Do a lot of work from there.
Yeah, you'll be in a great position. And I mean, it's Citizen who's primed and ready to do that. That's a dangerous player to find themselves in those circumstances. He's done just that. He's inside a garage. I think his teammate must have said that it was free real estate for him to be able to go in. So now he can push through the staff area. He's doing some caliber-based destruction as he's got his teammates not too far off. Citizen's job will be to tackle the archive section while the rest of them bang on the teller's doors. And while Kendrew and Nello are both inside of the site. Can we see a plant go down? Nello takes a lot of damage. Citizen guns down hot and cold, traded off. Nello's there. He literally trades with Nyx. 40 seconds left, and Saves is going to try to protect Kendrew as best as he can, as there's a C4 likely waiting below. But Pi above has so much power being on that second floor. Saves sees the barricade destroyed in front of him. He knows something's coming, but down he goes as Hyper walks in. There's a grenade there waiting for him, but it's Pi above, and now BC in a 1v2. Diffuser down successfully, so it all worked out for Na'Vi. It's chaos. Absolute, unfettered chaos. BC will need to retake in a very challenging position. He's got an opening on Visa stairs. He'll have to tear down the castle barricade. His position given away and spotted on a drone as well. He is in a hopeless position through the castle barricade, but he's actually just been helped out. That castle barricade being opened up may allow him to move on in, but he's spotted and he's a sitting duck. As the newest addition and the temporary stand-in to Na'Vi will go undercover, and Pi will stretch the lead for Na'Vi.
Wow, what a big round from Pi, but also just in general, the attack strategy from Na'Vi was so intricate, yet so robust, and that is a combination that is abnormal, to say the least, within Siege strategy. So what we saw there from Na'Vi was multiple different layers of an attack strategy. They were trying to come in downstairs, and the reason they did that was to disrupt DarkZero in terms of their C4, or their, here it is, it's Citizen. He came in downstairs to disrupt DarkZero as a solo player to try and deny any kind of C4 from below to allow for and facilitate the plant. Hyper, some bad target prioritization, I suppose, but he might have actually not even got past the first one had he not shot the guy who was covering. So, you know, it happens. Anyway, that's the one player coming in from the main garage to disrupt DarkZero. Job done. Great job to Citizen. Meanwhile, the rest of Na'Vi are setting up above and trying to go into the site for a plant, going for the drop and just vaulting in through the teller's window. Beautiful attack strategy there from Na'Vi because they had cover from Citizen downstairs, they had cover from players with the planter in the site, and the one little cherry on top was the player, the Buck, at the top floor who opened up above, saw through 2 different floors, and could cover everything from his position.
And that was Pi. That was the newest member on this team who's filling in for Doki, at least for the foreseeable future. Doki, you best be worried with the way that Pi is playing. He's coming.
I bet.
He's coming for your spot, Doki.
Yeah.
But no, they're in sight. What is going on? Pi yet again is just in the middle of the site. It's a lobby take, and the plant is going down 30 seconds in, wreaking havoc, and he'll trounce Mitt. Mitt absolutely knocked on his ass, and it's a successful diffuser going down. This is Na'Vi going for the throat. Saves will do some damage with the Hibana on Repel. It's a 4v2. Down goes the Pulse on the hot and cold diffuser from Nyx. Kendrew needs to make sure that he gets it. Perfect coverage. Flash is going off. Hyper is overhealed, but nobody from DZ knows where they are. There's Kendrew. It was a 4v2 that favored DZ, but it's now about to be a 2v0 match point for the European squad.
Na'Vi on an absolute tear. 4 rounds in a row. The defense for DarkZero faltering. causing a lot of seams to pop open, and it seems like DarkZero cannot make anything happen on this half. That's 3 different sites that DZ have tried and failed to defend. Na'Vi look unstoppable right now. Now, there could be a moment where DarkZero begin the comeback, but it just doesn't seem likely, especially when you have things like that. Okay, the plant went down under the purview, under the vigilance of a Valkyrie kill. There were defenders above the plant when it happened. There were players next to the plant when it happened in the adjacent rooms. DarkZero need to be more attentive to their site, more vigilant to these rushes that are being brought out from Na'Vi, or this is just gonna keep happening.
Need we remind you that this is DarkZero's map choice here on Consulate, so this is troubling territory for DZ. Na'Vi mentioned that they are just a team that likes to lose their own map pick. Well, if that happens, should they win on Consulate, then that sets us up for Border as the 3rd map. But right now, Coastline is on the docket next, and Na'Vi will have their own map to possibly earn the championship. That's a hell of a feat when you think about the fact that this team wasn't necessarily guaranteed a spot here in Tokoname. They grinded for it. They got knocked, and I guess, off kilter by losing Doki for, what was it, 2 or 3 matches. They picked up Pi, not seemingly out of obscurity, but a player who had been dropped by his own team in the UK Premiership, which caused Leon Gids, actually, from Team Secret, who isn't so great. Are you kidding me? But anyway, Leon Gids came out and said, imagine dropping your best player to the team that dropped him, and now Pi is proving himself to not just be serviceable, but also an extraordinary asset against Reciprocity, against Wildcard, and now showing up against DarkZero. And Na'Vi have an opportunity to take the championship after all of that. They could have faltered and not even made it to Japan, and here we are.
So in case you just missed it, that Electra Claw from Mint actually just saved the day, because there's no Excaros left on the Habana of Kendrew. He can't open it up. It's just not gonna happen. There's a little murder hole that he can use to kill players in sight, but there's no entry point from the garage, which means the Na'Vi have to rethink their whole strategy. Now, what's really important is that Na'Vi have 2 whole minutes to do so. That's plenty of room to breathe if you're the attacking team, so they don't need to stress themselves out by overthinking it. But they are going to need to take care of the player inside a bathroom if they want to have any hope of actually applying pressure to the site vertically. That's going to be Nyx playing in there as the mute with the shotgun. Now, a set of Excaros here would be really big, because you can open up a wall and pressure the mute, but the single wall is left unreinforced because you have to put those reinforcements elsewhere. And that's going to mean that Nyx is going to start feeling pressure from the soft destruction that will open it up. As well, Pi is opening up underneath the mirror window in the bathroom, which means that it can't be utilized by Nyx because his feet will be shot and he'll probably lose that fight. It's actually a disadvantage to use a mirror window if you can see underneath it, because then you can't shoot as a defender, but you can't shoot as an attacker. There it is.
Oh, the bearing 9 is just so hard to control. Pi will open things up. He is just continuing to get better and better. Saves gun down by Hot and Cold. That was a fight that we could have seen coming based upon the silhouettes, and Hot and Cold immediately heads up to the 2nd floor as he's going to do a lap around the entire map. There's Mint putting an action on Kendrew to try and keep this one close. There's still a lot to recover here if you're Na'Vi, but right now DarkZero are in the driver's seat. 30 seconds left in the round, and Citizen's at the bottom of Visa stairs. He's gonna get shot from 2 angles, gunned down. And in front of the van, the plant going off, but there's coverage from Nello. He sees one, Pi needs to be able to get this diffuser down and will do so, but where's he gonna go? He's trapped. That garage is his tomb. This is 3 rounds in a row with a successful diffuser being planted, and Nello will need to clutch if he wants his team to be able to make this work. There's too many angles for him to cover. This is going to be extremely challenging. He won't get past Hyper. BC will get the defuse, and DarkZero will stay alive for the time being. Still match point for Na'Vi, and they'll ride that all the way to overtime should we need it.
For the time being, indeed, as it's so close to victory. All Na'Vi need to do is get 1 more round, and that's the very first successful defense from DZ, and as DZ does, in their typical fashion, they will use a tactical timeout only after a round victory. I wonder if I've shot theories of the thought process behind bringing tactical timeouts after a win and only a win. You know, one of them is You win a round, then you do a tactical timeout, you can set up your strategy for the next round, and then you give yourself a better odds rather of actually winning the next round. So you can set up a streak, and that can, kind of build up momentum and turn into more. Another one could be that if you're not able to start winning rounds when you're on a losing streak, then a tactical timeout might not actually save you from that. And truth be told, most of the time when a team is losing, and they're losing rapidly and continuously, like we have been seeing DZ do in most of these rounds, when a team uses a tactical timeout to try and stop that, it often doesn't result in a bounce back, like a miraculous, oh, we're going to start winning now. We usually see a new, unique strategy brought out after the tactical timeout, something really interesting, and you always want to dissect it. But I find myself often saying, well, that's really cool, but they lost, so yeah. And yeah, I like the thought process for DarkZero. I like that. It's neat. We'll see if it gets them 2 rounds in a row. That's what they'll need if they want to push this to OT.
So I wonder if Siege GG is going to have a stat on this, but I keep track of this kind of stuff on my own, so I can just tell you right now. DarkZero, if my numbers may be off, but DarkZero has played 4 maps so far.
Yeah.
They took a tactical timeout 3 times.
Okay.
And they immediately won the round after, as well as the round after that.
Right.
Every single time. Now,
I like the DZ thought process.
So every single time DZ has taken a tactical timeout, they have won the round that happened right after and the round after that. What this would mean is that you win this and then you win the next, DarkZero pushes overtime, if that trend line continues.
And that's why I like the DZ one, because again, usually when you're taking it, you're just losing, then you tactical time out, and then you expect to win right after, right? It happens sometimes, but more often than not, for most teams, it doesn't. So I like that DZ do it the way that they do it. I think that's really cool. And if you're winning 2 rounds after your tactical timeout, that's 3 in a row if you're DZ, because they always do it after a win. It's really neat. Anyway, we're talking about pioneers. There's another little thing that DZ does. That
Pioneers?
Yes.
His name is Pi.
His name is Pi.
Pioneers.
He is called Pi. That's another thing DZ does that not a lot of teams do. And yes, Pi has been having a good match, as has most of the players on Na'Vi. Hyper really stepping up for his team, as is BC. Look at that. Look at the kill disparity between the top and the bottom of DZ right now. And you compare it to Na'Vi. What do you notice? I notice how much lower the kills are on Na'Vi. And why? They're playing the objective so focusedly.
Also, Hot and Cold has fallen off of his stellar performance through the first 2 matches that you saw DarkZero play. The quarterfinals and the semifinals were, I think, a great display of Hot and Cold proving himself as a stellar anchor and support player. He's been quiet on console, and if he picks it up, DarkZero could find the rest of their team's fortunes continue to rise.
Yeah.
Looks like Mint actually should have taken some damage from that, but he shrugs off the grenade that's thrown onto the top of Yellow Stairs. Mint guns down Kendrew, though, so the smoke is doing a great job of just persevering, and your singular hard breacher for Na'Vi is now gone.
There's also a dog, which means the damage that Mint has just suffered can be healed up if DarkZero so chooses. They're going to have to position Hyper so that he can actually do that. It's not necessarily easy when Mint is at the top of Yellow Stairs and there's a reinforced wall to the bathroom. You can see they reinforced that wall because they're worried about Pi on this bathroom rappel. Pi can do a lot from here. What? Nell's planting! He's in CEO! Where's the denial? DarkZero, you need to play on your site! Na'Vi a plant in a 4 versus 5, and the guns are gonna start coming alive here for both teams in the post plant as DarkZero realize their mistakes. Pi will shut down Nyx, and another from that bathroom rappel. And that's going to be a 3rd there for Pi. Mint answers with a quad kill. Oh boy, Pi and Mint, both absolutely insane, but no reload from Mint. He needed to be patient, and he rushed it. He jumped the gun, and now the opportunity is missed, but another presents itself. There might not be time, though, as Mint goes back to the site. He certainly won't be able to disable the diffuser. What a round from Na'Vi. What a try from Mint. An ace on a loss. And Na'Vi win map number 1.
I don't even have words for that one, Michael. I don't even have any words at all. Mint the single heroics, and yet his heart broken by the timer, and that's I don't even know what you call that one. One of the best goddamn plays I've seen from any player, period, and Mint on that retake played almost perfectly except for the clock.
Could you imagine if his reload had finalized? Because it didn't. His first reload didn't finish.
There are people who can speak words better than us right now. I sure as God hope so. Those are the analysts. Please take us through that frenzy at the end.
An absolute frenzy, and yet again, a 5-man push from Na'Vi onto a site. DarkZero, the theme of this match so far, unable to find an opening, allowing them to dominate Na'Vi in the round. Something that DarkZero were so good at doing in the previous matches. Right now, Na'Vi, for the first time this tournament, they have a 1-map lead starting off the start.
It's terrifying to see them start winning the 1-map because so far they've needed that 1-map to kind of wake up and warm up. And then like that last round, man, an ace and then into a loss. That was so close. If he just had a couple more seconds, it would have looked completely different.
Every now and then, if we're really lucky, we have a really good play. We get to use that coveted term, ace clutch. How often do you get to use the term ace without clutch in it? Because that was an ace, and they lost the round. An insane play, and not just from Mint, but also from Pi, who single-handedly delayed enough time and got the majority of the frags for his team as well. It was a team effort to get that diffuser down. The post-plant struggle. Absolutely through and through the entire series and the entire day, honestly, for Na'Vi. And fortunately for them, it was literal seconds that they managed to be successful on match point.
And that really is all that matters at the end. We went for the reload right at the bottom of yellow, going in for the fight, and then just that second that you need to reload the magazine, all it takes to get back on the roof.
I mean, hindsight's going to suck in that one.
Yep.
There probably wasn't much he could have done, but you're always going to sit there and think, maybe if I did this instead, or maybe if I jumped the window instead of running down, that's going to sting for a while. But knowing that it's possible to do plays like that, and that they can step up individually, might, help them not lose too much faith going into the next map.
That said, that is the very first map that DarkZero has lost at this event. Na'Vi, they've experienced those high-pressure environments for 2 games so far. Their quarterfinal against Wildcard was terrifying because they lost one of their best maps, Cafe, straight out of the gate. Their first map against Reciprocity as well, an upset to see Reciprocity take that map. This is the first time we're seeing Na'Vi get into the game and start swinging on map number 1.
And we saw Pi truly step up as well.
Yeah,
he had some insane plays there where he did basically more in this one map than we've expected for quite a while.
Yeah, a reminder for everybody watching at home, Doki used to play in Pi's position. Now Doki is away for just a few months. We'll see him come back in around 5 or so months from now. In theory, yes, that was the official statement from Na'Vi. But Pi, they finally were able to find him in the last 3 or 4 play days in EU, basically 2 weeks. He comes in, he plays extraordinarily well for a newcomer, and here he is on LAN when he's supposed to step up in the grand final against DarkZero, and he makes it happen. This is an absolutely amazing story, and I really want to highlight this dichotomy. We're talking about how Na'Vi is sort of like the Empire story that we had before. Empire in Raleigh was struggling until that grand final against G2. Same thing is happening here. Struggle for Na'Vi to get to this position in the final, but they seem to be at the helm, and DarkZero are failing here and there, but this is what matters in the big game.
It's also extra beautiful to watch Pi step up like this because he did fill the shoes of, although a small guy, a really good fragger.
Very angry one as well.
And he took a position of someone who was there to sometimes make some pretty big plays and really get stuff done. And Pi's been super consistent and well at doing his job. But there's a big difference between, getting that wall open or holding this drone or holding that angle and then dropping 3 and 4Ks.
And the fact that he got to do both of those things so successfully, play his role and make a big play that was so integral for Pi. And his role was so essential, instrumental for everything that Na'Vi wanted to accomplish, playing that buck, that soft vertical destruction. It was the name of the game for a map like this. We saw everything from Pi on the very top floor, opening holes to 2 different floors to take down mute drammers, on the bottom floor to enable droning of the middle floor. That's just one example of how Pi's gadget was used to a huge effect for his team. Also, we got to see a lot of use of Skeleton Key actually in combat as well. Always on those windows, holding those flanks. Pi, absolutely MVP for me so far of this map.
Look, Skeleton Key has really had a rise at the Raleigh Major and beyond that until now. It is so fast firing that it will demolish anybody up close, and even a pump shotty, if you're smoke or mute, you sometimes can't really deal with them.
Yeah, we saw some hugely big plays from Pi, but I also want to say there was some really nice new ideas we saw from Na'Vi. I think Emzo's going to dive into those a bit later, but one thing I've never seen before is an impact trick used to counter that piano or that bathroom hatch. And, well, Nello showed me something new there. I'm really excited to give that a shot myself.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. I'll be on my way to Devin. It's almost like you knew, James. Let's go and talk about this. We'll see you in a second. Welcome back, Devin. Hey.
Yeah.
What's the theme for this one?
So, I mean, the main thrust is going to be some of the plants. They got that, some of their 5-man executes, but to just briefly touch on what Dev Marta was hinting at here, I wanted to show that impact spot because it was very hard to catch it during the match, and it is this hatch right here. And the trick is this hole that was already there. Now, some of this destruction was on the wall itself. The bathroom was done by the impact nade that wasn't there originally. But the important thing is this floor is hard, this floor is hard, and that floor is hard. So this floor right here is the only floor inside piano. That's the only soft floor you could potentially get it through. So Nello doing that, a very smart play, great things like that. It reminds me of when we first saw the very first impact trick back on, it was actually the very first invitational pulled off by the guys that are now Rogue. So some fantastic work there. But the theme here is these 5-man executes we're seeing from Na'Vi. They're getting those plants down, and I bring it up as well because that last round was an example of it. But these, you see here, this one a little bit towards the end of time, 46 seconds left, but all 10 players left alive on both teams. And actually, the players on Na'Vi, worse for the wear on HP. But they still go for the plant. They have control of sight. And oh man, the crowd is excited here for the rest of this match. I tell you what.
I think the crowd here in Japan really likes Na'Vi. Who
Absolutely, and after seeing plays like this, I can understand why. This is a situation where this should not be happening. You have Nyx here. He is trapped entirely in this space. He's got a castle barricade on the door into Visa. He's got a wooden barricade here on the door into the spiral staircase. But in the meantime, you've got 2 players here just completely taking control of sight. The fact that they're able to execute well enough to get a plant down here shows that this worked against them. Yeah, they do lose a couple people on this plant. Nyx does manage to get 1 on the kill, and they are the players from DZ are able to trade it back a little bit. But you see, for example, here, Hyper having to force his way back towards sight. Kendra, in the meantime, getting the plant down inside Tellers. And this was far from the last time it was 5-man. But more importantly, it wasn't always in the last seconds. You see here, 2 minutes, 35 seconds left. That means it's less than 30 seconds into the round. What do you've got here? Nello already planting. There's a man that should know about that. Mint's right here. Nyx is right here. There's no wooden barricade. This is just failures of intel and just well-planned executes from Na'Vi. Citizen as well holding a position in the corner, but a great play from, you guys were talking about the skeleton key plays. That's a great example there. Pi just taking advantage of the softness of the wall in the bathroom. And, you know, he could have maybe had an escape route with the soft hatch there, but it doesn't matter because of the way they're able to play this. The ironic part for me here is they actually retake, meaning DZ, retake most of piano. But because of taking advantage of the time here and the position of this diffuser, they're able to play from a lot of advantageous positions on the windows, and Na'Vi completely exploits that. Despite the man advantage actually being in the favor here of DZ, they pull this round off. It's these executes, when they see an opportunity that brought them the first map, it's just, and they're on point. You guys were talking about their ability to warm up at the first map. I think clips like this, as well as that last round, prove they were coming into this warmed up.
All right, well, warmed up. Thank you very much, Devin. We'll come back to you after a second map. will be the last one? Will we have a third map in this series? Still yet to know. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching at home. We still have at least one more to go, and Coastline is up next. Are you ready? Japan, please lend me your voices. Ikuzo Nihon! Hajime!
Well, we got ourselves a very interesting match, and look in the bottom portion of your screen. Coastline banned 24 times by DarkZero, far and away their most banned map, obviously, next to Villa, and they are 0-0-3. This is Navi's map pick to earn their first championship outside of the UK.
I was gonna say, guess whose map pick this is.
Keep in mind, Navi are the reigning UK Premiership champions.
It's true.
But I'm sure they want to be able to say it's coming home. I think I'm like 7, 8, 9, 10 months, a year. I think I'm a year too late, a year and a half too late. Holy hell, I'm late on that one.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, I'm sure they want to say it still.
Maybe they want to say it.
I'm sure I'm guessing they'll want to hold on to that one.
Yeah.
So DarkZero lose their map pick, and that would not be a disaster usually, but this appears to be a map that DarkZero really doesn't like playing. Now, the one saving grace that DZ might have in this match is that I'm sure they've practiced this map. You know, okay, we've talked about this a lot, and the analysts have touched on this as well. When you have a map that you just don't play, you put it in the back, you never let it show in Pro League, in the regular season, and then you get to these momentous occasions, these big matches, it's not saving strategies to practice a map that you don't like to play, but it is preparing for a LAN. That's how I would describe it. And I'm sure that DZ have prepared for this LAN adequately enough to bring some Coastline knowledge to the table. But it's also a map that Navi just right out the gate really likes.
Yep.
So no matter how you shake it, this is going to be an advantage for them. It'll be Navi starting on defense, DarkZero on attack. We'll go to Kitchen first. Ban's already done. Capital Habana. Echo Mira.
A good point that I think is worth mentioning here is that can be a huge motivator for DarkZero as well. That heartbreaker from Mint at the last second.
Yeah. We've seen that from them in the past where they recover from situations like that.
Fun fact, Navi and DarkZero have combined for all 4 aces at this event, 2 by Mint and 1 by Nello and Kendrew.
That's
Nello got an ace on this map against Wildcard, playing his Gridlock on one of the most disgusting plays I have actually ever seen. It was disgusting.
I think I was busy working on something at that moment, so I didn't get to see it.
Why do you say it like that? It doesn't sound like the way a human says things. I was busy working on something.
I guess I'm working on my evil mastermind voice.
Why are you saying it ominously?
I don't know.
What are you working on? There's like a
Don't worry about it, Parker.
Death machine waiting.
Don't worry about it, Parker.
Yeah, you made it worse. But anyway, the play by Nello on this map was absolutely disgusting.
I bet.
It was horrendous, and you need to watch it. It was... I didn't know humans could do that.
I will check it. The way you're describing it seems like it is exactly what you say it is.
Entry from Nyx onto Hall of Fame, and he'll just sit tight for the time being. I don't know if he's getting droned in or not. Sure doesn't look like he is. He's been droned into VIP, and the Zolfia BC will be paired up with him. They'll be in lockstep. Still at Hall of Fame, as there is a theater defense. It's going to be Pi, who has been getting better the longer this event has been going on, and I like that the analyst desk gave him the praise that he deserves. He's a tremendous player, and he's only gotten better, and really fit the Navi system quite well. If they do end up becoming champions, he has earned more than his fair share of that trophy. Nyx has made it out from VIP over towards the hallway. There's 2 people from Navi that are sitting very pretty over by theater. One is actually inside of the theater, the other is outside. There's a mute jammer lying in his way, but the moment that it gets shot, well, Citizen will know it's there. Down goes Hyper. Opening frag of map number 2 is going to go to one of the UK lads, but he gets pounced upon by Nyx, and now Pi gets shut down himself. So DZ might lose the opening frag, but they answer back with 2 and regain a numbers advantage.
DZ with some good control now as well to add to that numbers advantage. Above kitchen, you can do a lot of soft destruction. That's exactly what BC is doing right now. You see two of those players on Na'Vi, still in sight. One saves, trying to flank by the blue stairs. BC is a little bit exposed to that as well, as is Hot and Cold. If a push comes up from the blue stairs, DZ could get shut down by said push. Saves just has to time himself correctly. Nyx isn't covering, he's on the other side of the building. Oh, Saves chooses to play it safe and bring it back to sight. That could work against DZ.
That's one for Hot and Cold to shut down Nello, and Saves is there at the doorway, watching as his phone rings away. DarkZero taking quite a lot of lumps. Saves is waiting for somebody to vault on him, but he's distracted for just a second. Now he'll have to go up against BC, but he loses that one. Kendrew's above. He sees the planter, but he doesn't see Hot and Cold. And DarkZero obviously motivated with how close they came to being able to clutch on Consulate. They'll take round number 1.
Good performance there from DarkZero to clear out upstairs. They didn't lose a whole lot for it. They did lose one body, but it wasn't something that was going to cost them the round. And they managed to turn it into a plan. The lack of site presence and control on the first map, Consulate, for DarkZero was not the same, or was actually pretty much what we saw in this round for Na'Vi, is what I was trying to get to. They had a lot of roamers that got punished early, yes, but because of this vertical destruction, the pressure that the anchors felt was insurmountable. They couldn't control their own site, despite how Na'Vi tried. That plant was very late in the round, too. Na'Vi did a great job of delaying.
It was.
Yeah.
Didn't even need to go down. Came close enough. They put Mint on planting duty there.
You got to get somebody to do it. Na'Vi sweating, rightfully so. Oh boy. You got to worry when you, okay, obviously Na'Vi are like, yo, we like Coastline. Look at those stats. DZ ban Coastline all the time, right? So that's why we're here. So when you go into Coastline, if you don't have early success and you're expecting it, you're anticipating, oh, it should be a pushover. We should be able to just take this. If the enemy starts giving you a struggle, that can be really hard on you. I don't expect Na'Vi to lose focus, though. I think this is the type of match where the focus is just, it's ever present in every single player throughout the match.
So, just remember this, Kender's ace, thanks Siege GG.
Yeah.
Was on this map as well. So, both aces.
Yeah.
Both aces from Na'Vi came here, so.
Really, really hard to, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah. But DZ have already got the opening round, which is a huge victory. Now, mind you, I mean, they got the opening round on Consulate as well and still fell short 7-4. Things can change very quickly, especially on a frag-heavy map like Coastline. The problem that Na'Vi has had over the past day and a half, or 2 days, depending on how your timeline works, is that they can go very cold and very inconsistent when it comes to fragging. Now, Pi has woken up and he's been adding to it, so that's helpful, of course. But if only 1 or 2 guns from Na'Vi are alive, it's not going to work out for them. DarkZero has too much depth when it comes to killing potential. I say that as Hyper just openly misses a shot on a barricade.
Well, I'd say that, yeah, you're right. I mean, we all make those little mistakes, though, right?
Pro player, by the way. It happens.
Now,
Hyper.exe has stopped working.
Nyx has the diffuser. This is really interesting because he's playing on Ashe. The reason he has the diffuser, though, is just because of his positioning. He's inside of that office, and he needs to do a lot from here. He's actually talking to one of his teammates right now. You could see, by the way, he's not looking at his screen.
Could be looking at their monitor as well.
Yeah, could be looking at their monitor.
Teammates do turn the monitors around so people can see them. So Liquid very famously used to do that with Ness.
Yeah, some information being transferred over there to try and move the players back into better positions. Citizen, the first kill. As Hyper picks it up.
Unlucky timing from Citizen as he just drops right on top of Hyper, and it's a surprise for sure, but still one that is likely welcomed from DarkZero. They're poised to strike at just about any moment, speaking of DZ, as it's a double bars take. First shot's gonna go out, and Mint will cut off the mudroom with a smoke grenade. A smoke canister from Nello goes on out, as there's lifelines that are gonna be very annoying. Both teams will trade a singular kill. Saves firing through the wall with Kendra there as well, as Nyx gets the plant down quite successfully. And DZ have obviously been hiding Coastline for a reason. Equalized by Kendra, as we're now back to a 3v3. They'll have to work against the clock, though. DarkZero knows how that feels. Hyper finds a second kill onto saves, and BC's there for one of his own. Kendra doesn't have much HP, and he's got some narrow avenues to work with. He'll tear through BC and expect somebody inside of the courtyard, but he's also got Mint downed. What is Hyper doing? Kendra might be able to get away with this. If Hyper doesn't know, he's going to have to hurry. Kendra is there. Will he get in time? Oh my God, Kendra, you are so lucky. You were saved by the goo needle that was in the foot of Hyper, and Na'Vi managed to somehow win that round.
Wow. Na'Vi, whenever they have even a tiny opportunity, managed to bring the round home. And that was just impressive patience. I believe the saying goes, pros don't fake. And they certainly didn't in that round. Great job there to Na'Vi. And, well, a round that honestly, straight up should have been DarkZero's ends up being one that goes the other way. The top floor clear there from DarkZero was painful for them, but they managed to turn that top floor, once they had it, into a plant pretty quickly. And that's a, here's that disable. 7 long seconds. Kendra had to stick this in a 1v1, and Hyper misread the situation entirely.
Kendra had enough time to get off, kill Hyper, and then go right back on if he wanted to, number one. And number two, the other thing about that situation is that it was deliberately planted there by Nyx and DarkZero so that you had your back exposed to a rotate hole that was already created, and you had the shelter of the bookcase right next to you. Well, that shelter giveth and that shelter taketh away. And in that case, it gave an awful lot to Kendra and took an awful lot away from DarkZero. That's a heartbreaker as well. DarkZero have just had some pretty miserable luck when it comes to these rounds, and I know people might disagree that these aren't quite necessarily luck.
But it is a
I think attributed to skill in the way that these teams play.
Some things are up to chance, sure.
Yes.
But yes, skill is I think the primary factor here, and I think the word I'm going to use to describe it is the audaciousness on the side of Na'Vi, because whenever they see an opportunity, they are audacious. Whenever they see an opportunity, they seize upon it with reckless abandon. They don't care if they fail in that moment, if they in that zone, whatever it is that's happening. And for example, Kendra sticking that disable, he thought to himself, you know what? If I can disable this, well, I might be able to take a win. What I see most other players doing is faking, checking, maybe winning the fight, maybe not. But that's a risk, and it's just as much of a risk, I suppose, as sticking the disable. But it worked out for Kendra.
DarkZero can't lose focus or composure here. The term mental fortitude comes up an awful lot. We use it to describe the Giants every single time they play. And DarkZero, I think, were a team that suffered from mental fortitude-itis as well in matchups, but they have looked like, you know, stone cold killers, if we're being completely honest. They have had 2 incredible matchups where they have been the dominant team, bar none, and now, well, now they have their greatest obstacle yet, and they find themselves on the ropes, down a map, on a map now, that they don't ever really play. That is troubling, to say the least. Still, keep your focus, and good things can possibly happen. Bit of a role swap here, as Hot and Cold is going to be on support off of Hard Breach, as Coastline is one of the maps in the map pool that gets the distinction, the only map in the map pool that has the distinction of no Hard Breach being required. This is an absolutely insane play by Citizen as he goes headhunting over that skylight. Kendra gets the opening pick onto Nyx with a minute to go. I imagine the action will be very swift from here on out.
BC, though, will answer back. There goes Nella. Okay. So another one for DZ. That's the skeleton key eliminating saves. Pi, though, will get hot and cold as he's positioned himself by the Sunrise Bar. That's downstairs control reestablished for Na'Vi. It means they can probably C4 deny the plant from below. Yes, indeed, Pi has that C4. But he wants to go for a run out. Outside, he knows there's a player on big window, and here it is. Will it work? Answer, no. And it's a resounding answer at that. DarkZero managed to regain the man advantage, but with so little time, it might not matter. They try to reposition for an Aqua Bar plant, and that could work, but it's going to be very close. Again, look at the time. Citizen and Kendrew both poised to counter this plant attempt. Smoke's coming out. It'll be a default plant. That might be bad considering how low the time is, and it is! Kendrew gets the knife to deny! Citizen covering the other angles. There's no time! DarkZero have to stick it, and Hyper has to cover, or it's going to be a win for Navi. He gets one, he gets the second! Hyper's insane, and DarkZero get their second round.
I was impressed as all hell with the way Kendrew played that, and amidst the smoke, it gives an opportunity for DarkZero to get the diffuser down, and then it gets snatched away from them just as quickly, or I guess you could say slapped away from them, as he's a villain in the night. Kendrew coming very close. I guess his luck runs out on that one. He utilized all of it in the second round and the third round. Well, it just ends up falling apart. It comes very close. But Pi could have been the difference maker in that matchup. He was down by the office door. He runs out, and he gets taken away by Mint. If there had only been one member of DZ there, Pi ends up winning it. Bad luck for him. Hyper plays that one perfectly around the deployable shield just as BC falls off. I don't even know if BC got the diffuser down in time or if it was right on the final seconds. I'm not sure. Anywho, that's that gets your heart beating.
That was close, yeah. I mean, it was 0-0, and for those of you who don't watch Siege very often, what that means basically is if the diffuser is stopped from being planted, then the timer will continue, and that will result in a default win for the defenders. Because in Siege, when the diffuser is being planted, you stop the timer dead. So on triple, so if you start planting at 1 second left in the round, it'll hold up the timer unless it gets denied, unless the plant doesn't happen. So as long as you can get it within a second, and DarkZero managed that. It's really impressive stuff. You got to really commend Hyper again for that coverage. Oh, wow. Early on.
Okay. Bye, Nick. See you later.
Citizen. Run out on North Balcony.
Of course it's Citizen.
Of course it would be, right?
Of course it's Citizen.
No. Is this a, yeah, it's a kitchen defense again.
Yeah.
This is the first site that Navi went to. They did lose it.
They've only won the double bars, and that came at the very final seconds.
Yeah.
With Kendrew sticking it. So he's been their standout, as you can see right now. I mean, all of Navi through the 3 active rounds only have 8 kills. It's not a tremendously high number. DarkZero has been leading the way in terms of kills. You touched on this in our very first map of Consulate that, well, Navi has been playing the objective, whereas DarkZero have been going for frags and playing the objective at the same time. DarkZero got 2 plants down to Navi's 4 in the previous matchup. So far, DarkZero's gotten the plant down once, or twice rather, and come very close the very first time as well.
Kendrew's gonna add to the Navi kill count. That's 2. Early kills there. Well, I say early. We're half the round through, but what I mean by that is these are engagements and kills that are coming outside of the actual take, outside of the explosive finish that we have to each round. And it's going to keep getting worse for DZ. And saves, eliminates Hyper. So DarkZero in a very difficult to recover situation. But they've actually managed to work hot and cold into the main lobby. He could do some real damage from here.
That's a gorgeous shot from Mint that just does not connect all the way onto saves the way it needs to. I'm surprised with that balloon-shaped head that Jaeger has. It was not a headshot, as Mint looked to be decently accurate. Hot and Cold is basically on his own at this point, but now Mint has dropped. This is something that Flynn has mentioned in the past about Coastline, but Kendrew guns through Mint, chew him up, spit him out. Hot and Cold, 1v5, 50 seconds left. He'll see some of the wall evaporate in front of him. Can't do much against the Alda. He has to be aware of 2 different angles. A flawless round from Navi to answer back. It's Pi who's credited with that very final kill. Everybody from Navi seems to be getting on the action on that one. And we're back to a 2-2 stalemate.
This is about as close as it gets. DarkZero, so close to bringing it back on map number 1, but this time they're not letting it slip away in the first place. Navi, on the other hand, I mean, a flawless round. As much as we've seen impressive clutches from DarkZero so far through this match, you really can't question a flawless round. Sometimes these rounds, they cascade out of our own control. As a team attacking, it can be really difficult when you get 2 kills, maybe 3, like these, that just come seemingly out of nowhere, from positions you just don't expect. But all DZ needs to do is just reset. Bring it back to the round-by-round mentality. Just let the new one be something different. Let DarkZero themselves push themselves into a winning position. Now, that's on them. Na'Vi, on the other hand, they need to feed off of that win because it was a big one. We've seen some moments where Na'Vi let the ball go a little bit, lose control of the round, and it costs them in the long run. It costs them in the short as well. For example, that kitchen defense from Na'Vi was pretty lackluster. They had the top floor hold that went nowhere, and then they couldn't even hold their own site. But then Kendru's clutch with the stick. Wow, a flawless round. Impressive stuff. Just attach yourself to that. Let the instinctive play that Na'Vi has been showing us lead through, because that, I think, is what's going to give them the most success.
There's two schools of thought that seem to emerge on Coastline here. If we can turn and take a look at DarkZero for a second, and it's whether you stick to a composition every single round or you blow it up.
Right.
Whether you want to run a Gridlock, whether you want to run a Capitao, obviously Capitao is banned in this case, but I'm saying just in general, whether you do want to run Hard Breacher, some teams when attacking Hookah in particular, which happens to be the site for our 5th round, is that you'll bring a Hibana and take out those pink walls through the skylight in the middle of the map. DarkZero has been running basically the same thing every single time, and I mean, you have a 2-2 scoreline, so it works. It works quite effectively. Hot and Cold is off of the Hard Breach. He's going to be playing on this buck, as we said before, and oh no, the ADS catching the grenade. And that will be Nello getting to live to see another day. A shot and a half from Citizen onto Hyper, all the way towards VIP and into the record hall. Citizen, what a shot from the back of theater.
Oh, sorry.
No, you continue, please.
Pi going to be retreating to the top of main stairs there. BC not going to be able to shut him down on the rotation. But wait, Pi is coming back. He wants some more. He's trying to fight the top of those main stairs. He's trying to slow down, but no. Okay. He'll make the safe call. He'll rotate back to site. Well, not to site, but kitchen. Mint is going to get Kendru, though, somewhere, and Pi gets his second. Okay, Na'Vi and Pi individually having a great performance.
It's going to be Toxic Canisters at the doorway on into Hookah. That will stop Nyx for the time being. Na'Vi does hold the advantage. They'll find another as Mint just runs in all haphazard-like. Nyx does the same through the smoke, but he's dead, and so are the rest of his teammates. Na'Vi take the lead, 3-2.
Great job there to Na'Vi. Now, what we're seeing a lot of from DarkZero through these rounds is a lack of clear plan. Kind of a wonky droning phase, and then the actual attack phase is kind of off when they're trying to push into the defenders. For example, Pi playing a 90. That is a position that is so unbelievably common on this map as a roamer. You can do a lot of work from there. And on a billiards defense, it can be leveraged to your advantage as a defender. But the point I'm trying to get to is Pi shouldn't have been able to get anything done from there. He should have been droned out, shut down. Now, I'm guessing that he's got pests set up to deny the droning, and that's why Pi could not be, Pincered could not be, shut down. They didn't know where he was. But it's still a pretty common position. You gotta expect somebody to be there. And the fact that we even saw BC, for example, miss the shot that would have cut down Pi as he was trying to transition to the main stairs, that's another layer to the failure of DarkZero in that round.
What skin is Nello using on Smoke? It looks like a swamp.
What? That's the year 1, season 1.
No, not the gun. It's that. Yeah, that's like the Pro League Glacier skin, right?
Yeah, it's the Glacier skin.
Yeah,
it's the
blue Glacier skin.
The true OG skin, because there were variants of the Glacier.
There was the white and silver Glacier as well. Yeah.
There's several different variants. There's one for the 556 that's unique,
which is currently being used by the F2 right now. Hyper is using the other one.
Yeah, and that's the default one is the one on the F2 for Hyper. Yeah. There's the shot from Hyper. Speaking of.
Fist bumps for you and I. Saves will get one as well onto Nyx, though. So, well, you lose the Ash, but you lose Kendru. That's way worse that you've just lost your Maestro.
The Maestro is the sufferer for Na'Vi, and DarkZero, they can turn that into a whole lot more. I mean, Nyx has been playing really great, though, to be fair to him. Kendru has also been playing great. So, I mean, everybody's been playing it. This has been a fantastic match for both teams.
Everybody's good.
Yay!
Oh,
FaZe is good.
That's obscene. Nello is there as well. Hot and Cold trades out saves and makes him pay after that disgusting shot. And now DarkZero trails, still a minute to go. And this is the frenzied pace that we saw from Aerowolf in their matchup against both DZ as well as Giants Gaming. It's going to be emulated by Na'Vi and DarkZero clashing against one another.
Hot and Cold trying to find something outside. And I mean, normally you'd say, oh, well, he needs to get to the building and start attacking.
Well, he needs to get to the building.
But he keeps getting run out on. So he's trying to play safe. He's trying to wait for Citizen to attempt to run out from the office again, or even Nello to attempt to run out from exit. Oh boy, there's been so many different aggressive plays being brought out from Na'Vi.
DZ don't know what to do next. Both Houghton and BC have spent the 45 seconds that have transpired, and they've languished. They really have, and they're almost loitering right now in the exterior of the building because they know there's going to be some shotguns trained at them, and the longer that they wait, the more powerful Pi is going to get as more goo mines go down. There's a frag grenade that goes on in, but there's nobody to catch it just outside of the mudroom. Nello as well as Pi are nearby, and you can hear the footsteps of Citizen above, but Nello gets gunned down by BC!
What?
DarkZero has turned an unwinnable situation on its head, but Citizen, the man himself, setting a new record for the most kills in Pro League, is there. He finds one on Drone, guns him down. Off of Drone will come Hot and Cold. He's on very tiny HP, and the diffuser will need to be picked up. Hot and Cold will need to retrieve it. A frag grenade goes on in, and great patience from Citizen right now. You can see the standoff in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Citizen will rotate. Hot and Cold might have an angle. He's given away. Keep in mind how much damage the carbine does. Citizen can get an even greater lead for his team just by peeking, and he removes the head from Hot and Cold. 4-2 for Na'Vi. We'll switch sides.
What a round there for Citizen. And just listen to that crowd.
You know what I was going to say? I really hope the crowd is mic'd, because remember in Sao Paulo?
Yeah.
The very first LAN, and the crowd is losing their minds. They're just going absolutely insane for a play. And we're like, listen to that crowd roar. They muted the crowd mic, so we just stopped talking. All you hear is just dead silence. I remember I went back and rewatched it, and you're like, listen to this crowd roar. And it's just crickets. Like, oh, okay.
But the funny thing was that Sao Paulo crowd was one of the loudest we've ever had.
The room was like shaking.
It was shaking because we had so many people in that tiny little building. That was season 6, 3?
Season 6.
Season 6, yeah.
Season 3. How long do you think I've been involved with this game?
No, I'm sorry. I remember season 3. That's important. But anyway, okay. So we've seen an impressive lead racked up here from Na'Vi on that first half. Now, it was on the defensive side, and I don't know, maybe we can argue sides, but I don't think that. I think that Na'Vi have just been playing absolutely out of their minds. We almost saw them throw that last round, to be fair, but Citizen saved it, and that's all that really matters in the end. Who takes home the point for the round? So great job to Citizen again. DarkZero, I really am impressed by their ability to attempt to retake in that round.
This is big brain here for Nix.
What's happening?
He ran all the way out to contest over by the pool, and don't know if he got anything for his trouble, except for a couple dents on the hood of his shiny new paint job.
Well, he does have a paint job on his mask. DarkZero has not won Coastline since January 14th. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That's a long time ago.
0-1-4 with 31 bans since January. Goodness.
That's a long time ago.
That was January. You know, January was earlier this year, Michael.
It wasn't, Parker.
It was earlier this year.
Oh, boy.
The rest of the team has picked up steam while Kendrew has trailed off a little bit after his mighty performance through 3 rounds. Everybody except for Nello, of course, who's reunited with that gridlock where we saw him play disgustingly, as I had noted before, on attack. And it was also Na'Vi who ended up winning their defense on Coastline. Now, that's not always common. Coastline, it is unusual to see the attackers walk away with a majority of the rounds.
Or vice versa. It's often one of those maps where either the defenders or the attackers will take a lead and stick with it. Hyper in this round It's the first kill. Citizen eliminated, and that's the Jackal. Such an important operator. He adds a lot to your clear, and he's going to help out these players from above, but now he's gone, so he can't do that.
Going to burn any ADSs or flash down on the cool vibe stairs as the bucking above from Kendrew will be joined by Pi, who sees one but can't secure the kill. Track stingers go out to prevent flanks, and this is a good map to cut down those flank routes because there's only a couple ways once you get up that second floor to get back to the first floor. And well, you're either going to have to destroy those track stingers or suffer the consequences. Hot and cold pick from Pi from above, who is just continuously getting better and better as this game goes on. And Maestro gets spotted and takes a heap of damage as well. He's going to be on flashing HP alongside his teammate Nyx. If that Maestro reemerges, he better swing violently or else Pi will assuredly be able to walk away with the kill. But no, for the time being, BC will just persist by the doorway into kitchen. Just under a minute to go, Michael. Na'Vi at 4. Nyx has now been down. He'll get picked right back up, so I don't know if he got reset or not.
Well, I mean, he's back into the game round, and that's all that really matters, I suppose. Na'Vi have a significant HP advantage, but BC will get saves. So DarkZero not out of it yet. Only 30 seconds left for these Na'Vi players to make a site attack happen. But Nello, does he check the corner? I don't think he's going to. He's not expecting it, and he goes down easily to Nyx. The smoke will cover, but there's no gun to back it up. Hyper gets Kendrew as well, leaving just Pi. He's had an amazing performance, but can he get 4 in 10 seconds? No, he cannot. DarkZero, another round, and they bring themselves back into what seemed to be a map that was slipping away from their fingers.
That could have been the backbreaker for DarkZero. If Na'Vi takes the very first attack, you're up 5-2 at that point. Your motivation is all but gone, and DZ is a tremendous team, but do you manage to prevent Na'Vi from winning 2 after the fact? No, you don't. It's 4-3 now, though, instead of 5-2. That's why I said it could have been 5-2.
Yeah.
Yeah, you looked at me all funny, and I was like, could have been 5-2, and you're like, well, that's how numbers work. And I'm like, well, it's 4-3 because DarkZero won that.
Yes.
Yeah,
it is 4-3.
Yes, it is. That's what I was trying to say. Is it would have been 5-2. Apologies if my words weren't clear, Michael.
I wasn't looking funny as I was reading your notes.
That's just your face?
Because, well, my face is very funny.
That's not true.
Aw.
Michael, I think your face is beautiful.
Aw. Thank you, Parker.
This play from Nyx was so greasy. Don't compliment me.
I like your beard. I like your beard.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yes.
Cap of pride. Anyway. This play from Nyx was exceptionally greasy, and you don't have any time to possibly drone that out. It's a rat corner that you're going to play in. Somebody's just going to vault in through that window, and it's going to be straight to their death. You can't really combat it. The only real way that I see the Gridlock winning that is if you equip the super shorty, you jump on in and you shoot Nyx. Because keep in mind, Nyx was only on 25 HP or 20 HP or something along those lines. Very, very low.
Yeah, and that's really difficult to win in those situations. In BC got a kill on about 25 HP as well. Because he had been lit up by Pi earlier in the round, and BC still managed to do so much work as that Maestro. Truly an impressive performance from him. He's not the only one, though. Everyone is coming alive in this match. It just seems like you can't compliment all of them all at once without, you know, getting a little, you have to get some specifics in.
I mean, it stands to reason, though, right? You get to the finals of an event like this, and you're not going to have a team that's going to be dragging around the, you know, half decomposed carcass of a teammate.
Well, you know, since we're bringing that up, I'd like to take a moment to highlight how far Siege Esports has come, because we did have that in the past, and we did, and it wasn't even that long ago, man. We've had moments throughout Siege's history where it's clear that there's 1 or 2 players on this squad that, yeah, they're really good and they should probably be with, you know, other people like them, but no. And we're getting to the point where that just isn't the case anymore.
Oh!
Things like this happen.
My, he looks for a second, can't get it. Pi will start things off, and down goes Nyx. Na'Vi is not playing around with this round at all. It's a minute and 10 seconds in. I'll take that trade on the hot and cold quite easily if I'm Pi.
Yeah, that's a big one there. Mozzie, a huge information operator. And hopefully he's pre-placed his pests if you're rooting for DarkZero. But he's gone. He won't be able to do anything. And Citizen adds to it as Nyx is eliminated inside of the IP. Saves trying to challenge a player in Garden. Nello will get BC. Looks like this round's all Na'Vi.
Saves waiting for somebody to peek him. He's not too far off. He'll take out Hyper, gets pushed off, 2 for his trouble, saves, flicks on, 5 rounds for Na'Vi, and they will bounce back. They hasten the pace on that one. They're not gonna let DarkZero breathe at all, continue to keep him suffocated. That got gruesome.
Yeah, it really did.
That got grim real. That escalated real quick.
The
Boy, that escalated quickly.
What's going on in my head right now is I'm just thinking, oh, we're getting to the end of this. Na'Vi, they're so close to finishing it off. We've seen an amazing match so far, but is it really going to be a 2-0 victory over DarkZero?
I mean, I think you have to realize how challenging it was for Na'Vi to get here.
That's true.
They had to defeat both G2 and Empire while also allowing for other teams to lose just to get to this position.
Yeah.
And then on the very final day, Na'Vi took 1st overall in Europe. I said with 2 weeks or 3 weeks to go, before Doki had even been moved off of the team, I had said, I don't think Navi's going to be able to make it. Not only did Na'Vi make it, they add Pi to the roster, who's been fitting in extremely well, and now here they are.
Remember when you were talking about how Leon said, imagine removing your best player from your team, kicking him off your team.
And they kicked off Pi, and then Pi gets picked up by Na'Vi. And the best revenge, or living well is the best revenge, and in this case, Pi is doing just that.
Pi must be so happy he got kicked off that team. He must be.
Strange set of circumstances find yourself here, eh? But
I've been happy to be kicked off a team before.
Oh,
yeah.
That's why we cast together now.
No, actually, I didn't. That was a different team. I left that team, but no, I'm talking pre-pro league. Anyway, here and now, Pi. Yeah, boy, he has come alive. He has been such a force for Na'Vi, and you can bet your bottom dollar. You can definitely guarantee that no matter what, Pi in the future, he's got a serious career in Rainbow Six Esports. No matter what.
You hear that, Doki?
Well, I mean, I don't know what it's going to be.
You hear that, Doki?
I don't know where it's going to be. That's all speculation, but he's going to have a future, that's for sure.
I think it's safe to say that Pi has achieved greater heights than Doki, and...
You're making a short joke right now? Oh, no. Doki, I'm sorry. Oh, boy. It's a billiards defense, guys, in case you were distracted, like we were. Billiards defense, Na'Vi looking for an aqua take.
This is a match almost on the line, but for the time being, Hyper has something to say about that. Removing Citizen from round number 9. Citizen has been so good so far. The whole team has, I mean, to be completely honest. As you mentioned, there's been a great amount of depth here. There goes an Evil Eye, and it's going to allow Kendrew to get in a little bit quicker.
Yeah, Evil Eye is going to allow Na'Vi to get the plant, so that's actually a really big piece of utility. And the run out from Mint is shut down by Save, so the plant's happening right now.
It's an explosive end for Kendrew as Hyper finds it. Pi gets another. Pi has been so good. Diffuser down amidst the smoke. There's Nello twisting and turning. He guns down Nyx. Na'Vi are in the driver's seat now. They'll go on to a drone, why not? Give yourself some greater information as Saves will hit the deck. Great patience here. A run out will be shut down. And poor Hyper, he started things off so well. I said he's gonna try to say something about it, but Nello is there. Na'Vi Nation on match point, championship point. 6-3.
They look absolutely indomitable right now. Na'Vi are taking every opportunity DarkZero presents. And DarkZero are certainly making a lot of mistakes, leaving a lot of gaps in their defense. In that last round alone, we saw multiple different flaws in the DZ setup. The primary flaw being relying exclusively on a Evil Eye. Of all things, it can be destroyed, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you're aware of this. DZ doesn't seem to be, because they weren't trying to hold their plant. The smokes came out, sure. The track singers came out, absolutely. There was a lot of cover from Na'Vi, but there should be more tools being implemented to stop the plant. The C4, for example, oh no, it was successful, but not on the planter. The plant was somewhere else entirely. A beautiful sidestep that I even missed the first time. Na'Vi planted, not at default, but in fact behind Billiard's table, which did not work for DarkZero. It caught them off guard, and it certainly worked out great for Na'Vi. We're on match point.
Match point and championship point for Na'Vi.
So close.
So close. And honestly, you know, I know that if this is the end for DarkZero, we have about 3.5 minutes, unless Na'Vi decide to just go for broke, which they have been known to do before.
Yes.
I think that you can take some solace in this performance if you're DarkZero. You, event through event, have failed to make it past the quarterfinals. I think even just making it to the semis is a significant achievement. And I know that there's, you know, there's interest, there's intrigue, all that jazz behind DarkZero, but you've got a result that I think a lot of people expected better of. This is interesting. No British, Croatian, or Polish players ever won a Tier 1 event in Rainbow Six Siege, and that might be about to be smashed. I don't want to write off DarkZero because comebacks like this have happened many times.
They have.
But when you look at DarkZero's prowess as a team, they have a lot to learn from. This is a squad that I hope sticks together. They have gotten rid of a lot of shakes, and they are gaining very valuable experience. And while this might not be their event, who knows? The Invitational's not that far away.
I think DarkZero has a bright future no matter what, that's for sure. They seem to have a lot of great support and a lot of great people in their corner. But Na'Vi, here and now, I mean, they're in a great position to win this. One more round, and it's done. Looking to get control of the main lobby. This is a kitchen defense again. Kitchen twice in a row here from DZ. They're trying their best here. Saves, pushing into security. He's going to get lit up. The plant's going down.
Kendrew's getting it off, and Citizen will need to cover. There's 2 for Na'Vi. 1 is being tracked as well, and DarkZero are between a rock and a hard place. Is this over? 2v3. Kendrew finds 1, and Hyper is there. Na'Vi just need a couple more seconds, and it's done. The lads have done it. From Challenger League to champions, the Na'Vi Nation will lift the trophy high here in Japan. Europe will keep the trophy on their soil. It's a quick 2-0, but boy did Na'Vi earn that. Sweating through 2 matches prior, Wildcard and Reciprocity, and DarkZero ends up being their easiest match of the day.
Absolute heartbreak for DarkZero, but absolutely earned for Na'Vi. Such an impressive performance. Almost no mistakes made when they really mattered. And every single mistake DZ made was capitalized upon by Na'Vi. Beautiful to watch. An exceptional match from the Europeans. And North America, no trophy for now.
People will disagree with me on this one, but I think that you have to give the MVP to Pi.
Yeah, I agree.
He steps into this role. He's only had a couple games under his belt at a Pro League level. He wasn't even a Pro League player prior to coming into Na'Vi, and he made his presence known. The longer this matchup went on, and the longer that we saw Na'Vi in this event, the better and more comfortable Pi got. If it weren't for Pi being so new to this squad, it would have to be Kendrew for me. His impact was enormous on attack, on defense. Truly an outstanding player, but the depth on Na'Vi, man, what a showing from them. And of course, there's a celebration and a coronation. We'll send it up to Matt Andrews and your champions, Na'Vi.
What an incredible weekend, and what an incredible final. Our champions, they're Na'Vi! You've done it! You have won it! Kendrew, you have won it! From all the times we've seen you in the past, many people may be sleeping on you guys, as some of us saw you coming up through the UK, M&M Gaming, making stuff work there. Then you move up, then you get spotted, Challenger League, Pro League. We've had this journey before, and the team who did that went and won a major. Now, you're the champions.
Feels amazing. The crowd, honestly, you guys, everyone here, you are incredible. You are absolutely incredible. Thank you for your support.
As a team, honestly, I don't remember watching a team seem so relaxed and enjoying themselves so much as you guys have through that, playing with the crowd, geeing them on as well as dropping bodies. Kendrew, you had this in hand.
I mean, we said during the game is if we enjoy playing, we have fun, we laugh. we play well. If we're stressed, like the Reciprocity game on Consulate, we're stressing, we're bickering. If we just focus on our game, have fun while we're doing it, that's what happens.
And prep for DarkZero, did it all go as planned, or was there a time when you just thought, guys, let's rock out?
Not gonna lie, we had about 30 minutes prep, so we just thought, let's focus on our gameplay, let's comfort ban, let's just play our game and just, that's it.
30 minutes prep. Zeronic's looking at me from over there to go and win a Pro League title. Well, I won't keep you any longer then, because clearly you're in a hurry. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new Pro League champion. It's Na'Vi!
Congratulations! EU prevails yet again. 10 Pro League seasons. 1 for America and North America in general. 1 for Latin America and 8 for the EU. Isn't that grand? Na'Vi, our grand finalists, our winners, and their season 10 champions. Absolutely insane weekend here. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm so glad to have everybody back here on the desk. I can't believe it. DarkZero played out of their minds in this game. And here we are. The crowd definitely has a favorite. Na'Vi victorious.
I might say that this is a moment for Europe winning yet another Pro League, but this is the first time we've had anyone from the UK, from Croatia, or from Poland to take a Tier 1 esports event.
Just listen to this. 4,000 fans in Japan going mental for Na'Vi.
I can't hear any of you, I can just hear Na'Vi. I like how humble they were. They go, yeah, we had 30 minutes of prep and we just wanted to play our style and do a comfort pick. That's beautiful.
Every time this team walks back onto the stage during their matches today, the crowd went crazy. Every single time.
I mean, they've proven they deserve it.
Team Empire went Russian champions, the Challenger League champions, to Pro League champions, to Major champions. These guys have done 3 of those steps so far. Next up, in February in Montreal, we have the Six Invitational 2020, the biggest Rainbow Six esports event ever. Na'Vi will be attending, and I think they're gunning for that Sledgehammer trophy.
There's going to be a lot of teams gunning for that trophy, but they have an extra one to fear now, yeah.
Honestly, I can't believe it. DarkZero played excellently, but still wasn't enough. Reciprocity played amazingly today, which is what we expected from them, yet it still was not enough. The crowd is cheering for DarkZero as well. They've done a great bit of work in this tournament, I have to say. This is one of the best seasons that we've had, and yet again, a rags to riches story in a year.
I'm just proud for you.
Hey, you and me both, buddy.
Let us not forget that Na'Vi had to work for it.
APAC, let's talk about them for a second.
Well, ANZ Wildcard gave Na'Vi a serious run for their money. Wildcard all the way through here, whether it was G2 in their way, Empire, it was hard fought every single time. Na'Vi didn't beat Giants once so far. They still never have, but they took that first seed, and they've gone further than Giants ever have. They have asserted themselves as one of the titans, not only of Europe, but of the entire world of Rainbow Six.
I think Navi's next step is going to be the same thing we heard Kaseka once say, that they don't want to, think too much of it until they've beaten the best and everyone. So until they have the Invitational trophy, I don't think they're actually going to be truly happy yet.
No, this is the same story with Team Empire right now. This is the same thing that happened. Milan, they won it, G2 weren't there. They went to Raleigh, they beat G2 in the grand final. They were happy. They still aren't world champions. G2 still are. That's up to Invitational to prove it. Navi are already qualified for the Invitational just by being here. Empire, because they won the Raleigh Major, they're playing at Invitational. Guess what? G2 aren't qualified for that just yet. They're playing in the OGA Pit Minor to try and go there. And then you have the online qualifications. This is already a story building up, and we are mid-November. We are not yet at the end of February, where Invitational stands.
Never have we had this many teams at the absolute epitome of Rainbow Six. We have added another titan to the ranks of Rainbow Six. Na'Vi certainly will have their eyes on that trophy, but for now, it's time to relish in their victory that they've had here in Tokoname.
It's time to relish in our MVP of this matchup. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give a warm applause to our MVP. It's Pi from Na'Vi with a 1.2 rating. The newcomer to the team, showing up when it matters. He had small but pretty big shoes to fill with Doki. But man, did he show up. This final was won on his back as well as Citizen. The entire squad played well. You saw Coastline in the way nobody expected it. And they were all on point. This teamwork from Na'Vi is just on a different level.
Not only can Pi be extremely happy that they won, but coming in and taking over a role that quickly, filling shoes, actually doing well, and then doing that.
And Pi might not be the flashiest player out there, but it is seriously undervalued. Exactly what you said. He only had a few weeks to join this team, to learn everything in this team. He's not playing a role where he doesn't have to be as relevant to the rest of the team where he plays solo. No, his role, especially on Consulate, was so essential, so integral to dismantling, using vertical play, every single position, holding flanks, going for entries, and on Consulate, on Coastline, that absolutely immaculate roam as Mozzie. Nothing was stopping Pi. He has earned his rightful place on this team and rightful place as the MVP of this event.
Well, it's time for us to recap this entire tournament. If, ladies and gentlemen, you have been living under a rock for the past couple days, hello, it's Waka, it's Kizoku. What's up, boss? Let's take a look at our bracket. Put it up on the board. Remind you of the games that we've gone through. Aerowolf versus Giants. Aerowolf make it through. Giants again knocked out on the quarterfinals. DarkZero versus FaZe Clan. DZ 2-0, 2-0 through Aerowolf as well to make it to the grand final. NIP, unfortunately, in the state that they came in, similar to FaZe Clan, wasn't enough. Reciprocity 2-0 take it. They make it to the semifinal, playing against Na'Vi. Wildcard gave Na'Vi a hell of a fight, but it was still not enough. It's Na'Vi that beat Reciprocity in a tight game 2-1 in our grand final, 2-0 for Na'Vi against DarkZero. My God, what an event. Every single time, it just keeps getting better. We've had a very eventful year, 2019. Welcome back to the analyst desk. We're all here. We're all one big family in Rainbow Six commentary, but also all of you back at home, from cosplayers to people that view all the time on Twitch, on YouTube, wherever you may be watching, on the subreddit, in Twitch chat. Thank you so much for watching. Everybody here in Japan, thank you very much for coming here. Arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you very much for coming to this event. We hope to be back in Japan. We love you from all of us at ESL, at Ubisoft. Good night.